In this war-torn expanse of deep space, the commander coldly declared, "The front lines do not require heroes. They merely need beasts that survive until tomorrow." Yet, you refuse to succumb to fate. When the mechs are engulfed in flames and artillery, you tear through flesh, wielding bone as a blade. When the world casts you out, you raise your solitary banner, declaring yourself a force. The path is paved with corpses, and steel turns to ash, as billions of lost souls whisper in the starlit sea. Civilization has perished. Only you, the undying ember within your bones, continue to scorch the darkness. With no reinforcements and no retreat, you tread upon the wreckage, hell at your back and the apocalypse ahead. Yet, you press on. For you understand that the true crown is never placed upon one's head, but rather is seized by reclaiming the light of humanity from the heaps of the fallen. Face the end of days. Come forth. I possess blood, mechs, and a heart that refuses to kneel. Chapter 1. The Mechanic Boy The setting sun over black ink sand resembled a smoldering ember, futilely pressing against the corrugated roof of old Chen's mechanical repair. In the repair pit, Songbei lay shirtless against the undercarriage of a beetle off-road vehicle, seemingly dismantling something, with only two oil-stained pant legs protruding. His movements were precise, his expression calm. "Hey, Xiaosong." The vehicle owner squatted at the edge of the pit, his voice laced with irritation. "Can you even manage this? It's just a buffer pad for the Falcon 3 steering joint. I've been to 3 shops, and they all said it's out of stock. Ordering takes half a month and costs 5,000 star coins. This godforsaken place is a dead end, but the prices bite." The sound of the wrench halted momentarily. Songbei slid out from beneath the vehicle, his movements as swift as a drawn blade. His face bore smudges of black grime, sweat-soaked hair clinging to his skin, revealing unusually tranquil eyes beneath. He extended his hand, revealing a peculiarly shaped, cracked dark metal pad. "Stress fatigue, intergranular fracture," he stated flatly, as if recounting an unrelated fact. "The original parts from Azure are insufficient in design redundancy. This batch is defective. Even with replacements, they won't last 6 months. Nonsense. I just replaced it a year ago." The owner's face flushed crimson, his voice rising sharply. "The replacement was from an old stock." Songbei replied without raising his gaze, casually tossing the discarded pad into a nearby scrap bin with a dull clang. "Azure Technology revised the formula 3 years ago. The new parts don't have this issue, but are costly." The owner choked on his words, his face turning a deeper shade of red, akin to a ripe berry. He glared at Songbei, then at his beloved beetle, his chest heaving with frustration, until the remnants of his bravado were crushed by the harsh reality. "Enough talk. What do we do now? I need to make a long haul to Ashen Pass tomorrow. This concerns a deal worth thousands. You cannot afford to delay." Songbei remained silent, his eyes scanning the corner of the repair table strewn with scraps, piles of discarded titanium armor fragments, broken drive shafts, and various unidentifiable nuts and bolts. He approached the table, leaning against it, his slender fingers deftly sifting through the rubbish, as if selecting diamonds from gravel, his gaze intensely focused. Moments later, he extracted several metal pieces of varying sizes and thicknesses, along with a half-worn carbon fiber rod, seemingly salvaged from a discarded refrigerator. 500 star coins. Songbei stood up, clutching the diamonds he had selected, and addressed the owner nonchalantly, "For materials. Come pick it up tomorrow morning." "What?" The owner's eyes nearly bulged out, his finger trembling as he pointed at the pile of junk in Songbei's hand. You plan to use this scrap to make a pad for the Falcon 3? Kid, are you kidding me? Do you know how precise that part needs to be? It must absorb high-frequency vibrations and withstand the brute force of the Beetle's engine. 500 may not be expensive, but don't treat me like a fool. Tomorrow morning at 7. Songbei's tone remained unchanged, as if he had not heard the owner's outburst. "Be late, and it will not wait. Or you can pay a 5,000 deposit to place an order now." That he disregarded the owner and walked straight to the corner, where an old, battle-scarred manual lathe stood, casually grabbing a file and caliper. The owner was left standing there, his face alternating between red and white, glancing at Songbei's slender yet resolute figure, then at his expensive vehicle, envisioning the consequences of failing to deliver on time. Finally, he stomped his foot in frustration and pulled out a few crumpled star coins, slapping them onto the oil-stained workbench. "Fine. Kid, I'll trust you this once. 500, 7 tomorrow. If it doesn't fit, I'll tear your shop apart." His irate voice ceased abruptly as he stormed out, leaving behind only the buzzing of an old fan futilely stirring the hot air and the rhythmic scraping sounds of metal tools. Against materials in Songbei's hands, old Chun, the shop owner, ambled out from the back, holding his enamel mug, its walls coated with a thick layer of deep brown tea residue. He strolled over to Songbei, Squinting at the boy hunched over the lathe, in Songbei's hands. The file seemed to come alive, each push and pull resonating with an unusual rhythm, akin to an inspector passing through the city of ink and gray, precisely. Gnawing at the hard titanium fragment, amidst the low whirring of the lathe, Old Chin sipped his strong tea, smacking his lips, and with a teasing tone characteristic of seasoned veterans, remarked, "Tiste, using my scrap as treasure again. With your talent for turning rubbish into gold, you should be shining in the design department of Azure Group instead of wasting your gifts in this dump." He paused, his gaze landing on Songbei's eerily steady hands, his voice lowering. "Just like your father, stubborn." Songbei's movements did not falter. He merely tilted his head slightly, avoiding the flying metal shavings. All his focus was concentrated on the tactile sensation at his fingertips and the gradually forming contours of the metal before him. Time slipped away amidst the shrill cries of the file and the labored breaths of the lathe. After what felt like an eternity, Songbei finally halted his actions. He straightened up, gently blowing away the last specks of dust from the surface of the object in his hand. Old Chin leaned closer, his murky old eyes nearly pressing against the pad. He extended a rough finger, cautiously touching the smooth, cool surface, weighing it in his palm. The playful demeanor on his face vanished, replaced by a solemn awe. "Good heavens. Kid, your craftsmanship is truly a gift from the heavens that you've fashioned a prototype of a reinforced modification piece from scrap. The structure is remarkable." He abruptly looked up, his gaze complex as he stared at Songbei's calm and unperturbed face. "How on earth does your brain function?" At that moment, the spring door of the repair shop, stained with oil and obscured from view, was flung open with a bang. "Bei Gu, Old Chin, finished for the day. Uncle Song sent me to fetch you for dinner. If we wait any longer, the blood essence he's cooking will turn into bricks." A lanky figure burst into the room, none other than Songbei's childhood friend, Ho Ching, nicknamed Skinny Monkey. He sported a wild mop of yellow hair, wearing an oversized t-shirt featuring a faded rock band skull and a pair of dirty sneakers, exuding an abundance of unspent energy. He dashed to Songbei's side, instinctively reaching to pat his shoulder, but upon seeing the cold glimmering pad in Songbei's hand and the fresh filing marks on the workbench, he abruptly halted, dramatically gasping. "Whoa! Bei Gu, what incredible artifact have you crafted again? It's so shiny it's blinding. Let me take a look." As he spoke, the monkey reached out with its paw. Smack! Old Chun, quick-witted and swift, slapped the monkey's hand away with considerable force. "You little rascal, keep your paws to yourself. This is the 5,000 yuan that your brother Bei turned from 500. If you damage it, even selling you by the pound won't cover the loss." 500 turned into 5,000. The monkey rubbed its reddened hand, eyes wide with disbelief, shifting glances between the cushion and Songbei, its face clearly displaying the sentiment of "I've had little education, don't deceive me. Old Chun, you're pulling my leg. Brother Bei, is this for real?" Ignoring the monkey's outburst, Songbei carefully wrapped the newly made cushion in a clean, soft cloth, placing it prominently on the workbench, with a label inscribed, "Ming, 7 o'clock, Song." Though the handwriting was somewhat hasty, it possessed a certain charm that he then began to tidy up the scattered tools, his movements leisurely yet deliberate. Old Chun observed Songbei's methodical actions, taking a sip of tea, his gaze appearing somewhat profound under the cold white light of the energy-saving bulb. Leaning against the greasy edge of the workbench, he spoke casually, though his tone lacked the previous jest. "Kid, don't just focus on fiddling with those metal scraps. Today is the day the regional college entrance exam results are announced, right? How did it go?" He paused, the enamel mug hovering near his lips, his murky eyes locking onto Songbei's profile through the swirling steam. "Give me the lowdown." As Songbei bent to push a heavy toolbox back into place, he did not pause at the question. Standing upright, he brushed the dust from his hands, his expression unremarkable, save for the calmness in his eyes that shimmered under the light. He grabbed an old coat hanging from a wall hook, his voice flat, as if discussing someone else's affairs. I took the exam, what? That's it, and then." Old Chin pressed on, his tone tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. Even the boisterous monkey fell silent, gazing expectantly at Songbei. Donning the coat and zipping it up to conceal his chin, he turned to face Old Chun and the monkey, uttering two succinct syllables. Brief, yet akin to pebbles cast upon a tranquil lake. 5A. Chapter 2 Joint Examination 5A Clang. The enamel cup in Old Chin's hand fell directly onto the greasy concrete floor. The remnants of tea splattered, leaving a dark stain. Oblivious to the chaos, Old Chin stood with his mouth slightly agape and his eyes wide, fixated on Songbei, as if he were encountering this silent youth for the first time again. "I know you are exceptional, but this is rather extraordinary. isn't it? 55A. At that moment, the thin monkey's scream nearly lifted the tin roof off. He sprang up from his spot, grabbing Song Bei's arm and shaking it vigorously. Practical skills, command. Theory, engineering, guidance techniques, all A's. Brother Bei, my dear brother, you are my ancestor. You keep a low profile while achieving great things. How many 5As are there in the entire district? In all of Mohui City? You are aiming for the stars. Old Chen finally emerged from his state of shock. He bent down to pick up the enamel cup, his hands trembling, his facial muscles twitching, ultimately forming a complex expression tinged with elation, disbelief, and a hint of concern. Nevertheless, he landed a hearty slap on Song Bei's shoulder, the force sufficient to make the slender Song Bei sway. Good lad, you truly have brought honor to me. 5A. Haha, 5A. The laughter echoed through the expansive repair shop, resonating with a metallic tremor. However, the laughter swiftly subsided, and Old Chen's gaze sharpened. His voice lowered. 5A is secured. The black signature is stable. We no longer need to draw that damned red signature. Your father's aspirations, Song Ken, can finally come to fruition. Song Bei merely lowered his eyelids slightly, his long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath his eyes, concealing the undercurrents that flickered within. He gently extricated himself from the thin monkey's octopus-like embrace, whispering, "Let us go." "Hey, brother, wait for me." The thin monkey immediately followed like a tail, chattering incessantly, 5A. Brother Bei, shouldn't we celebrate this? Tomorrow, I'll treat you to a drink at the Forgetful Bar. No, let us have 3 drinks. Hey, Old Chen. Your smile is rather unsettling. The thin monkey glanced back at Old Chen, who remained rooted in place, a somewhat stiff smile on his face. Old Chen ignored him, merely observing Song Bei as he walked toward the door, his slender, yet upright figure. As if recalling something, his lips moved silently. Murmuring in a voice only he could hear, "The Black Signature Police Bureau is indeed stable, but young man, are you truly willing to leave?" Upon stepping through the heavy iron door of Old Chen's mechanical repair shop, the unique murky air of Mohui City's District 7 enveloped him. The streets were narrow, flanked by densely packed honeycomb-like residential units. Lights spilled from the windows, either white or yellow, predominantly emanating from cheap energy-saving bulbs. Above, a massive protective dome isolated them from the vastness of outer space, but it also filtered out the genuine starlight, leaving only a few dim, pre-programmed points of light on the simulated sky. In the distance, the towering alloy isolation wall at the city's edge loomed like a cold scar. Occasionally, blinding beams from searchlights swept across the wall, emanating from the city's guard troops. The pedestrians on the street hurried along, most clad in drab work uniforms, their faces etched with the numbness wrought by life's relentless pressures. Song Bei walked silently ahead, his strides long and purposeful. The lean monkey resembled a hyperactive jumping being, bouncing around him and chattering incessantly. "Brother Bei, 5A. Do you comprehend the significance of that? The police bureau's special recruitment team would roll out the red carpet for you. Old Uncle Song must be over the moon." Did you catch Old Chen's expression just now? He looked as if he had seen a ghost. Haha. However, Brother Bei, the lean monkey's voice suddenly dropped, tinged with cautious probing. Are you truly planning to heed your father's advice and join the police bureau? Song Bei's footsteps faltered almost imperceptibly as his gaze drifted to the colossal screen at the street corner, where news footage was playing. In the blurred, jerky images, an enormous walking mech trampled over scorched earth. Artillery fire tore through the low-hanging leaden clouds, and the voiceover was cold and urgent. The Payton Special Mech Squad of the Kingdom of Loya has once again attacked the Azure Technology mining outpost near Ashen Pass. The gunfire has been intense, and Bonflow Heavy Industries is closely monitoring the situation. The footage flashed by, swift as an ominous illusion. He did not respond to the lean monkey's inquiry. Yet, at times, silence serves as the most eloquent reply. The answer is already preordained. The quiet spread through the murky night, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the narrow alleyway. No matter how exceptional one's achievements may be, in this ruthless society, what value do they hold? At least, mere brilliance is insufficient. Chapter 3. Old Song as he pushed open the door to his home. A thick and peculiar aroma enveloped him instantly. The scent was rich and warm, with an indescribable hint of sweet savor, yet curiously intermingled with the refreshing essence of certain roots and herbs, reminiscent of the unique fragrance that arises when blood veins are simmered to perfection. In the modest living room, Song Ken, affectionately known as Old Song, embodied his name, diligently laboring his entire life within the precinct of District 7. Perhaps his superiors, tired of the sight of his dark countenance, had begrudgingly awarded him an E-grade substandard gene serum, euphemistically termed a reward, but in reality merely a means to curry favor. After all, in a cesspool like this, a single gene serum could outweigh a life. Perhaps even fate could not bear to part with Old Song's grim visage. He had managed to ascend to E-grade with the subpar serum, becoming the most formidable ordinary individual beneath the extraordinary. Though it seemed his countenance had grown even darker after the breakthrough. At this moment, he emerged from the kitchen, cradling a steaming earthen bowl. Clad in a time-worn police uniform shirt, faded from numerous washes, the sleeves were meticulously rolled up to his elbows, revealing sturdy forearms. His posture was upright, a testament to years of professional habit. His brow was habitually slightly furrowed, yet upon seeing his son enter, it seemed to relax ever so slightly for an instant. Home again. Old Song's voice was low, with a texture akin to sandpaper. He placed the earthen bowl steadily on the folding dining table, which had borne witness to countless meals over the years. Wash your face and eat while it's hot. The bowl contained a generous portion of dark red, viscous liquid, resembling congealed blood, yet under the light, it shimmered with an unusual, sticky amber luster. This was blood essence, a rare nutrient extracted and refined from the bloodworm of the unique, black, luminescent creature, prized for its ability to effectively stimulate human potential and assist in the cultivation of guiding techniques. At the very least, it was precious to them. Songbei silently set down his toolbox and quickly washed his hands and face in the narrow bathroom. The cool water invigorated his skin, allowing his chaotic thoughts to settle slightly. Upon returning to the table, Lao Song was already seated across from him, holding a small bowl filled with clear broth and a few vegetable leaves. He pushed the bowl of thick, congealed blood towards Songbei. Eat, Lao Song commanded succinctly. Without any superfluous words, he himself took a hard bun made from synthetic grains, tore it apart, dipped it in the bland vegetable soup, and began to chew vigorously. Under the light, the frost at his temples appeared particularly glaring. Songbei picked up a spoon. The scalding blood entered his mouth, and its unique, fishy sweetness exploded on his tongue, sending a surging warmth coursing downwards. He closed his eyes, skillfully engaging the foundational cycle of the guiding technique that was etched into his very bones. The energy of LV8, F grade, flowed gently yet tenaciously through specific meridian nodes, striving to guide and tame the ferocious heat contained within the precious supplement. A wave of warmth rose from his stomach, rapidly spreading throughout his limbs. The capillaries beneath his skin seemed to swell slightly, creating an illusion of being filled with strength. He could distinctly feel that a thread of subtle yet pure energy was being captured and refined by the guiding technique, slowly and steadily merging into his essence. In the restaurant, the only sounds were Lao Song chewing the bun and the occasional clink of the spoon against the bowl. The thin monkey also held a bowl, yet it was evident he had little interest in the bland vegetable soup. His eyes darted between the focused Songbei, who was immersed in consuming the blood, and the serious Lao Song, who was gnawing on the bun. Unable to contain himself, he cleared his throat, excitement lacing his voice. Ahem, Uncle Song, guess what? The results of the joint entrance exam are out today. How did Begu perform? Lao Song interrupted the thin monkey, setting down the half-eaten bun. His gaze shone upon Songbei like a searchlight. The look in his eyes was devoid of the curiosity the thin monkey had anticipated. Rather, it seemed he already knew the answer and was merely awaiting a definitive confirmation. Songbei swallowed the last bit of the viscous substance, placed his spoon down, and found his bowl empty. He lifted his head to meet his father's gaze, his voice still devoid of emotion. 5A. Lao Song acknowledged, his expression lacking the exuberance or excitement that the thin monkey had hoped for. He simply nodded, as if he had merely heard an expected outcome. Yet, the furrowed brow seemed to relax just a fraction. He picked up his bowl and meticulously finished the last bit of vegetable soup. 5A. Uncle Song. The thin monkey could not help but emphasize again, attempting to ignite the atmosphere. With the black signature secured, it was certain he would gain admission to the police university. Once Begu graduated and returned, joining our District 7 Police Bureau would be a done deal, wouldn't it? Your wish has finally come true. Lao Song set down his empty bowl, producing a soft sound. He turned to Songbei, his gaze calm, yet imbued with an undeniable weight of expectation. 5A is good. The black signature is excellent. He paused, each word seeming to have been contemplated deeply. Once you enter university, study diligently. Upon graduating from the police university, he returned to Zone 7 to serve in a position that promised stability. The term stability was pronounced with heavy emphasis, as if it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. On this colonial planet, rife with intertwining factions and ongoing border conflicts, the notion of stability held profound significance. This was the path that Old Song, through half a lifetime of grassroots policing, had delineated for his son amidst countless conflicts, bloodshed, and losses. Believing it to be the safest route, Song Bei remained silent. The energy-efficient light above the dining table emitted a faint hum of electricity. A residue of dark red liquid clung to the bottom of his bowl, reflecting a viscous glow under the light. He averted his gaze from his father's expectant eyes, allowing it to fall to his hands resting on his knees. His knuckles, slightly enlarged from years of mechanical work, bore thin calluses on his fingertips and the web of his thumb. These hands could breathe life into cold metal, crafting intricate components worth 5,000 star coins. The subtle warmth from the guiding technique still coursed gently within him, the LV8, F level, energy akin to a hidden current beneath a tranquil surface. He could distinctly sense that power, as well as the intangible pressure brought about by the meticulously charted stability. After a long moment, Song Bei finally responded in a low voice. His utterance was barely audible, akin to a feather falling into silence, devoid of any discernible emotion. He rose, tidied his bowl and spoon, and made his way to his small bedroom. The sound of the door closing was soft. The room remained unlit, illuminated only by the mesmerizing lights of the colonial city outside and the fleeting beams from distant searchlights sweeping across the walls, casting shifting shadows. Standing by the window, Song Bei did not gaze upon the oppressive night that had been meticulously planned outside. With his back to the window, he slowly extended his hands, palms facing upward. A subtle thought stirred, and the gentle flow of guiding energy within him surged suddenly. The LV8, F level, power was pushed to its zenith in an instant. Beneath his skin, the unabsorbed essence of bloodlines was violently awakened. A faint yet distinctly audible sound emerged. As he opened his hands, delicate, spiderweb-like strands of dark red bloodlines surged forth. Finer than a hair, they spread rapidly beneath his skin, rising, twisting, and emanating a faint yet eerie red glow. A searing force, brimming with destructive potential, surged violently through the meridians of his arms. Song Bei clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening under the strain, producing a soft cracking sound. The chaotic, writhing bloodlines beneath his skin flickered defiantly for a moment before being forcefully suppressed, gradually fading away until they vanished completely, leaving only fleeting red marks on his palms. He slowly relaxed his grip, the veins on the back of his hands becoming visible. In the darkness, the youth sat silently on his bed, his chest gently rising and falling. Chapter 4. Blacking 3. The sky over Blacking 3 was perpetually shrouded in a murky, leaden-gray filter. It was not clouds, but rather an unshakable veil of dark ash. This was Mo Hui City, one of the many strongholds of the azure blue military on the colonial planet of Blacking 3, a city nurtured by, and cursed with, the very veins of dark stone it was built upon. The following day, Song Bei pushed open the door, and the familiar scent of machinery, mingled with oil and coolant, was instantly engulfed by the more overwhelming and oppressive hue of ink gray that permeated the air outside. He tugged at the collar of his work jacket, attempting to fend off the pervasive dust, but it proved futile. A heavy mining truck, laden with deep gray or that shimmered with an unusual metallic luster, rumbled past, its body jolting violently as its enormous tires kicked up thick clouds of accumulated ash, creating a brief and choking gray haze that compelled passers-by to shield their faces and step aside. This was the essence of Blacking 3, a planet repeatedly torn asunder by interstellar colonial powers, relentlessly extracting its value. The enigmatic mineral known as inkstone, hidden deep within the crust, renowned for its unparalleled hardness and exceptional energy conductivity, is a critical material in constructing the core framework and energy circuits of first and second generation land combat mechs. Resources like this rendered the harsh and remote planet, far from the core star systems, an irresistible prize for interstellar giants and the local resistance, the kingdom of Luya. The word struggle encapsulates the bloody essence of colonial worlds, fighting for resources, for living space, for the power to breathe in this wasteland. War, like the omnipresent dust that lingers over the ink-gray city, is a constant reality on Blacking 3. Small-scale skirmishes, ambushes, and encounters frequently erupt at resource points, transport routes, and buffer zones. The roar of gunfire and the hum of energy weapons form a part of the planet's heavy respiration. Each conflict signifies the loss of vibrant lives, the shattering of families. The devastating casualties create an insatiable demand for troops among colonial outposts and fortified cities, akin to a voracious maw that can never be filled. The Regional Higher Unified Examination, abbreviated as Gaolian Cow, which should serve as a stepping stone for young scholars toward advanced academia, assumes a graver and more brutal significance on Blacking 3. It resembles a watershed moment for filtering military recruits. The 5 assessments, combat, command, theory, engineering, and guidance, serve to evaluate potential candidates. Combat tests survival and lethality skills using fists, cold weapons, and standard firearms in genuine training grounds, with blood and sweat commonly adorning the scene. Command involves strategizing on complex holographic sand tables, directing virtual infantry squads, armored units, and even mech formations in the ever-shifting simulated battlefield to secure victory, testing intellect and decisiveness. Theory encompasses vast knowledge of warfare, interstellar colonial history, power dynamics, weapon recognition, and tactical regulations, both theoretical musings and the bedrock of survival. Engineering, in this era of advanced mechanical civilization, demands practical skills ranging from maintaining personal equipment to repairing vehicles and understanding mech construction, making hands-on ability a currency of survival. Song Bei's remarkable talent for mechanical repair naturally gives him an advantage in this area. Guidance, however, stands as the most pivotal, enigmatic, and differentiation-creating discipline among the five. Guidance technique is not merely an esoteric art, but rather a systematic approach that humanity has devised during the era of interstellar colonization, merging ancient breathing methods with genetic science to awaken human potential and channel cosmic energy to refine one's genetic chain. It is intrinsically linked to the evolutionary tiers of life. The E and F levels are within the realm of ordinary individuals. The F level, guidance technique LV-110, signifies a physical constitution slightly superior to the limits of humanity in the bygone era. The E level, LV-1120, denotes a comprehensive enhancement of strength, speed, reflexes, and endurance, serving as the foundational threshold for elite soldiers. Achieving the D level, LV-20 and above, signifies entry into the extraordinary domain. D-level individuals possess reflexes as swift as lightning, strength capable of tearing apart light armor with bare hands, prolonged endurance, and heightened senses, with a slim chance of awakening bizarre abilities such as pyrokinesis, telekinesis, and short-range teleportation. In the chaotic, close-quarters combat of the battlefield, a D-level extraordinary individual becomes a humanoid weapon of slaughter, capable of altering the course of localized skirmishes. However, the cultivation of the guidance technique is arduous and gradual. Talent, resources, and relentless dedication are all indispensable. For the majority of ordinary people in Mo City, like Song Bei and his father, Old Song, the F level, Song Bei LV-8, is a monumental achievement born of tremendous effort, while the E level looms as an insurmountable pinnacle and the D level remains a distant legend. Yet, this seemingly equitable path of evolution conceals shortcuts in the face of absolute wealth. The offspring of affluent magnates need not endure years of toil. A costly E-level genetic optimizer, when injected and supplemented with precise guidance and abundant nutrition, can forcibly shatter genetic locks, elevating the individual to E-level. As for the more potent D-level genetic agents, they are exorbitantly priced and scarce, reserved for the true apex powers. In the repair shop, Song Bei occasionally overhears drunken mercenaries boasting about how the heirs of certain conglomerates effortlessly surpass thresholds that others must battle valiantly to attain. This vast chasm silently brands the hearts of every struggling individual at the bottom. Nevertheless, on the grand stage of interstellar warfare, the extraordinary power of individuals ultimately has its limitations. Even formidable D and C level, or even the legendary B level warriors, appear diminutive in the face of true war behemoths. Mechs. Chapter 5. Mechs. These are the true dominators of Black Ink 3 and all colonial star battlefields. As a steel giant exceeding 8 meters in height and weighing several tons takes its heavy steps, the earth trembles in response. Its body, clad in thick composite armor, glistens with a cold metallic sheen. Massive hydraulic joints emit a thunderous roar, and multi-barrel rapid-fire cannons slowly calibrate atop rotating turrets, while shoulder-mounted missile silos resemble hives poised to strike. The primary weaponry, whether it be high-energy particle cannons capable of penetrating tank armor or oscillating great blades sufficient to cleave small structures, emanates an overwhelming aura of annihilation. The most fundamental mass-produced mechas, such as the Iron Guard model under the auspices of the Azure military, possess firepower, defensive capabilities, and mobility sufficient to overwhelm several well-coordinated D-class extraordinary beings. A heavy-duty mecha equipped with reinforced armor and siege artillery stands as a mobile fortress on the battlefield, serving as the absolute core for breaching defenses and demolishing fortifications. Furthermore, the more advanced and powerful mechas, alongside the legendary beings of lore, the Sky Sovereigns, Assassins, and Jedi Knights, harbor an ominous potential to alter the course of an entire battle. They are the ultimate creations of steel and technology, embodying the colonial power's dominion over this desolate wasteland. Warships, those that soar through the cosmic expanse and dictate the fates of star systems, ought to deliver a decisive blow to the colonial star dynamics. However, a peculiar and indescribable terror seems to loom over the skies of Black Flame 3. Large flying vessels, if they linger too long, mysteriously vanish without a trace. Consequently, this sky has become an unspoken forbidden ground for various factions, with none daring to challenge its sovereignty with heavy ships. Only small fighter jets or light transport units dare to traverse briefly beneath this celestial canopy, skimming cautiously near the edge of a slumbering behemoth, hastily retreating after a brief mission, fearful of awakening that formless yet palpable force of devouring power. Thus, the warfare paradigm of Black Flame 3 is firmly locked into a mode dominated by ground combat and land-based mechas. The sky belongs to the scarce armed rotorcraft and the occasional small assault craft, which undertake low-altitude incursions at great risk, while the earth is ruled by the roaring tide of armored units, the silent march of infantry, and the iron giants, mechas that dominate the battlefield like moving mountains. Various factions, ensnared in this storm-isolated prison, engage in an unending tug-of-war, infiltration, raids, and counter-raids over precious mineral veins and other resource points. Misty Gray City, due to its position as a resource supply hub, primarily for Azure Technologies' mining and rough processing of dark stones, and not being a direct frontline conflict hotspot, is maintained by the Azure Group under a facade of relative stability. This is to avoid large-scale direct confrontations with other factions, ensuring the operation of this vital lifeline. Yet, this stability is as fragile as ice atop a volcano, susceptible to being shattered at any moment by a border defeat or a successful enemy infiltration. Song Bay traversed a narrow alley, the murky gray of the walls enhancing their squalor. A massive public display screen at the street corner was broadcasting news. The footage shook violently, filled with the glow of explosions and piercing noise. A cold and hurried voice announced, "Breaking news. The Azure Technologies 17th Forward Observation Station, located on the edge of the Rust Belt, was violently attacked at dawn today by the Buse Mecha Squad of the Kingdom of Liya. According to preliminary reports, the enemy deployed at least 2 modified old-model mechas, the Blade Knights, along with a plethora of individual anti-armor weaponry. Our defending forces are fiercely resisting, but suffering heavy losses. The Grey Wolf Rapid Response Mecha Squad has arrived at the combat zone. The battle is still raging fiercely. The Bond Consortium has yet to issue an official statement on the matter. However, the frequency of their armored patrols near the Rust Belt has markedly increased. The scene shifts to a perilous clip captured by a war correspondent, a ruggedly painted, heavily modified digger mech, belching black smoke from its joints. Brutally strikes a partially collapsed alloy bunker with its massive, crushing drill. Debris and twisted metal fragments scatter explosively. Behind the bunker, a soldier clad in a cerulean, technologically advanced exoskeleton struggles, half of his body pinned beneath the rubble, futilely firing his weapon. The bullets merely spark insignificantly against the mech's formidable chest armor. In the next moment, the screen is engulfed by a blinding explosion, the signal abruptly severed, leaving only the jarring sound of a busy tone. Beneath the screen, a small group of individuals gathers, numbly watching. A middle-aged man, missing a leg and leaning against a wall with a rudimentary metallic prosthetic, gazes at the soldier's despair on the screen, a flicker of indescribable pain flashing in his murky eyes before it is replaced by a deeper numbness. He lowers his head and takes a deep drag from a low-quality, ash-flavored cigarette. Damn it, they're at it again. The compensation from the mine hasn't even come through yet. A nearby man, covered in grime and just off work from the mine, mutters a curse, his voice heavy with fatigue and hopelessness about the future. I heard that the wretched Loyas managed to acquire several heavy artillery pieces. Station 17 is in jeopardy. Another voice expresses concern. What is there to fear? The Grey Wolves have arrived. They are a legitimate semi-mech squad, capable of annihilating those scrap heaps. Others attempt to bolster their spirits. Song Bay does not linger, his gaze shifting away from the screen saturated with smoke and death. The brutality of war, akin to the soot in the air, has permeated every corner of the city and soaked into the years of his upbringing. Beneath the faded old police uniform of Old Song lies the exhaustion and helplessness from dealing with civilian casualties during conflicts, the burden of quelling violent clashes. After a bout of drunkenness, Old Chin's eyes reveal a deep-seated numbness unique to retired soldiers, stemming from countless searches through the ruins of flesh and steel. Cursed War. Chapter 6. Grey Wolves snapping back to reality. Song Bay enters a cramped shop adorned with a sign for Old John's parts. The air is thick and murky. The shelves are crammed with an array of parts, varying in age and type, from the simplest washers to intricate energy valve cores. The proprietor, Old John, is a one-eyed elder, with a cheap red prosthetic eye glimmering with an eerie light in the empty socket. He is puffing on a filthy pipe, his rough fingers skimming over a grease-stained screen. Old John, do you have the shock-absorbing bearing for the front left while steering knuckle of the Beetle? I need standard parts, not aftermarket. Song Bei's voice rings clear amidst the clamor of the shop. Old John lifts his eyelid, his red prosthetic eye swiveling towards Song Bei, assessing him up and down. Slowly exhaling a cloud of low-quality tobacco smoke, he responds, a Beetle? That's not commonly found. Standard part? You might check in the back. On the third row, under the last shelf. It's a heap of old stuff. Whether you find what you need is a matter of luck. He discovered a discount of 20% off the tag prices. Song Bei nodded, accustomed to this mode of shopping. He squeezed through the narrow aisle, making his way towards the parts section at the back of the store, where items were piled high. The lighting here was dim, and the dust was more pronounced. As he crouched down, preparing to sift through a heap of rusted bearings, a sudden commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the deafening roar of engines. Through the grimy glass windows of the shop, Song Bei beheld several armored vehicles emblazoned with the insignia of Azure Technology Mining Security Department. Their rooftops mounted with heavy machine guns, brutally pushing through the crowd and speeding past. The wheels stirred up a plume of dark gray dust, resembling a ferocious dragon in its wrath. Following closely behind was a heavy, rhythmic thudding, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Thud, thud, thud. Two towering steel giants, exceeding 7 meters in height, appeared at the end of the street, their thunderous steps resonating with an almost palpable intensity. Cloaked in the signature deep blue paint of Azure Technology, their joints radiated a ghostly blue luminescence, while their formidable breastplates bore the menacing emblem of a wolf's head. At the ends of their stout arms were not hands, but ominous 30mm multi-barrel rotary cannons, slowly turning in synchronization with their movements to survey the street. The cold metallic sheen remained glaring even under the overcast sky. Suspended from their shoulders were missile launchers, akin to the fangs of death. The most chilling aspect was the claws flanking their mechanical arms, instilling a sense of dread akin to an abyss. Gray wolves, someone in the store gasped. Weren't they sent to reinforce the Rust Belt? Why are they back in the city? It appears they are on standby. Another voice, tinged with tension, replied. Damn it. That startled me. What a ruckus. The two gray wolf mechs advanced like moving fortresses, disregarding the narrowness of the street. Their heavy metallic feet thudding against the hardened pavement with a dull resonance. Pedestrians, gripped by fear, pressed themselves against the walls, while vendors hurriedly gathered their goods. One mech's left foot callously crushed a small cart laden with scrap metal parts that a scavenger had yet to move. The thin metal frame crumpling as if made of paper, scattering its contents across the ground, which were then trampled into the dirt by the massive metallic footfall that followed. The ragged scavenger huddled in a corner, witnessing the obliteration of his meager possessions, his murky eyes reflecting only despair and numbness. The mech's cold electronic gaze swept across both sides of the street, devoid of emotion, embodying pure, efficient surveillance and intimidation. Their colossal forms occupied the majority of the street space, leaving a stifling sense of oppression in their wake. They were not there to protect, but to proclaim. In this city, on this planet, the strength of steel is the sole law. Song Bei, crouched among the dimly lit parts, quietly observed the two frigid war machines rumble past the storefront through the filthy glass. A vast shadow briefly enveloped the entire shop, even dimming the crimson hue of Old John's artificial eye for a fleeting moment, as the sound of the mech's footsteps gradually receded. The oppressive silence of the street was shattered by a cacophony of frantic discussions, as if the survivors of a calamity had finally found their voices. Old John spat, plague bringers. In the city, one dares to flaunt their prowess, merely adorned with a pair of white-clawed enhancements. Yet, when confronted with standard mechs, they would surely falter. After all, mech components are categorized by levels. Song Bei withdrew his gaze, once again focusing on the collection of old bearings, sullied with grease and dust in his hands. His fingertips brushed against the cold, unyielding metal, a sensation not dissimilar to the steel behemoths that had just passed outside, harbingers of destruction and authority. The disparity lay solely in size and might. Bowing his head, he resumed his search among the discarded parts, unearthing a suitable buffer bearing of decent quality. Cradling it in his palm, the chill of the metal permeated his skin. He settled the payment, and, beneath the watchful gaze of Old John's crimson eye, exited the small shop in silence. On the street, the remnants of a small cart, crushed by a mech, remained, twisted metal reflecting the dim daylight. The scavenger had vanished, perhaps retreating to deeper shadows. However, the enormous footprints of the mech were indelibly etched into the pavement, glaringly distinct. Song Bei tightened his grip on the bearing. the cold edges biting into his palm. He lifted his gaze towards the city's periphery, beyond the towering alloy barricade. At the horizon, shrouded in a pall of ash and irradiated dust, lay the vast wasteland known as the Rust Belt. A frontline ravaged by ceaseless conflict. A brutal world Old Song wished him to avoid. The gentle flow of LV-8, F-class, guiding energy coursed through him, bringing a faint yet tangible warmth. Yet, in the presence of those two frigid steel titans, this power felt as insignificant as dust. He turned and melded into the flow of shadows, his slender form appearing particularly frail beside the colossal impressions left by the mechs. The weight of the darkened sky above remained oppressive. Within the depths of the leaden clouds, it seemed a storm was perpetually brewing. Chapter 7. Breakthrough and Mutation. Upon returning home, Song Bei closed the door behind him, severing ties with the relentless clamor of the streets and the omnipresent, rust-tinged dust. Old Song was on the night shift, leaving Song Bei alone in the house. He refrained from turning on the lights, not for the sake of saving electricity. The room was illuminated solely by the dark purple moonlight and the sporadic, pale beams from the searchlights illuminating the barricade, casting shifting shadows upon the walls. Seated cross-legged on the cold floor, with his back to the window, Song Bei felt the guiding energy within him flowing gently and steadily. The LV-8, F-class, force coursed like an undercurrent, surging through the ingrained pathways of his being. The warmth from last night's bowl of blood tendons had not yet fully dissipated, serving now as the ideal fuel. He focused his thoughts, shedding distractions. Much like the relentless exhortations of the fierce instructor at school, urging the body to remember its instincts. Song Bei directed that warm, somewhat assertive flow of energy, repeatedly cleansing and expanding the delicate, yet resilient energy channels within him. Sweat silently beaded at his brow, trickling down his taut jawline, darkening a small patch on his work trousers. Each time the cycle of energy reaches its zenith, it feels akin to fine needles piercing through the meridians. Song Bei clenched his teeth, veins standing out, concentrating all his will upon the flow of energy, relentlessly striking against the barrier. A crisp sound, akin to a crack, echoed from the depths of his soul. The fortress crumbled. A more potent force surged throughout his being, his muscles and bones resonating with a low hum. His senses became extraordinarily vivid. LV-9, F-grade pinnacle. Only a step away from the E-grade threshold of life and death. The energy core of the guiding technique stabilized, solidifying like a newly born star, radiating heat. However, just as the aftershocks of the breakthrough had not yet dissipated, a deeper, more primal tremor unexpectedly emanated from the center of his chest. A low, grand rumble resonated from the depths of his heart. Song Bei's eyes flew open, amidst the darkness. A flicker of dark red light glimmered in his pupils. He pressed his hand against his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heart. Yet beneath that, he perceived something different. It was not an ordinary heartbeat. It resembled a confined energy core. With each throb, it conveyed an ancient and insatiable longing for more, for greater energy. Ever since he began practicing the guiding technique and channeling spiritual energy, Song Bei had sensed the peculiarity of his heart. It perpetually conveyed a parched yearning, as if something within was slumbering. He scoured the school's library for any records, but found nothing. This secret, he had never confided to anyone. At this moment, with his ascension to LV-9, especially aided by the essence of bloodlines, that dormant entity finally revealed a glimpse of itself. He cautiously attempted to direct a trace of LV-9 energy toward his heart. The tremor intensified abruptly. The heart awakened like a ferocious beast, unleashing a force far more searing and turbulent than LV-9, imbued with primal destructive desire. In but an instant of contact, Song Bei turned pale, feeling as though his very soul had been shaken. He swiftly withdrew the energy, gasping for breath. The anomaly within his heart gradually calmed, retreating back into dormancy. Yet he knew it remained there, stirred. Song Bei spread his hands, gazing into his palms. With a subtle shift of his thoughts, the still unsettled LV-9 energy surged forth. A clearer, more enchanting dark red bloodline suddenly manifested beneath his hands. This time, he did not suppress it immediately. The searing pain and violent force surged from his palm. He distinctly sensed the connection between the movement of the bloodline in his palm and the tremor deep within his heart. The heart was the source of power, and the palm merely served as an outlet. He had always believed the bloodline in his palm was merely a side effect of the energy being forced. Now he realized that it was merely the tip of the iceberg of the vast and perilous power lurking within his heart. The energy of the F-grade pinnacle had begun to unveil this anomaly. Should he break through to E-grade, shatter the mundane genetic locks, and step into the extraordinary realm? Would this slumbering power truly awaken? Would it manifest as a supernatural ability or as calamity? He gasped, sweat soaking his back. The sensation of power flowing from his breakthrough to LV9 still coursed through him, yet the anomaly stirred deep within his heart. Along with the increasingly uncontrollable bloodline in his palm, loomed over him like a colossal shadow. At the same time, in a mysterious realm, a pair of golden eyes quietly opened atop the blood-red throne, and with a faint smile, it spoke. My representative, do exert yourself. Chapter 8. Yensu the following afternoon. Within the metallic shed of Old Chen's mech repair shop, saturated with the mingled scents of oil, metal, and sweat, a voice erupted. Goodness, Bei Ge. LV9 already. The voice of the lanky monkey, Ho Ching, nearly shook the dust from the ceiling. He had just darted in from outside. Clutching a half-eaten energy bar made of synthetic starch, his mouth agape, as if to swallow a watermelon, eyes wide in disbelief, fixated on Song Bei, who was in the process of replacing the energy valve core of an old hovering motorcycle. In just a few days, the bloodline effect had proven so potent. Uncle Song must have invested heavily this time. Song Bei continued his task without the slightest pause, expertly tightening the final screw, which emitted a crisp click. Standing upright, he casually wiped the sweat from his forehead with an oil-stained sleeve. There was no particular joy on his face, merely a muted acknowledgement. The sense of power that came with the breakthrough was palpable, yet the lingering heat in his palms and the heavy premonition regarding LV-10 dampened his exhilaration. Impressive, truly impressive. The lanky monkey remained oblivious to Song Bei's unusual demeanor, exuberantly flailing his arms in excitement. His messy blonde hair trembled, resembling a monkey on stimulants, which, in truth, he already was. Be careful with that hair, he exclaimed. LV9 Bei Ge. In our special training class at MO Hui No. 1 High, that puts you among the elite, right? As for the guiding technique, securing an A is a certainty. Now you must have some confidence, don't you? He leaned closer to Song Bei, winking mischievously. Lowering his voice, his face adorned with a scheming grin. Isn't it time to declare your feelings to the goddess, Yen? 3 years. A full 3 years of secret admiration. Bei Ge. My brother, I feel your anxiety. And now, you're an LV9 powerhouse, a super scholar with 5 A's. With double buff stacked, if not now, then when? The name Yensu pierced Song Bei like a delicate needle. For a brief moment, his hand faltered in its task of tidying the tools. But he soon regained his composure. He picked up a clean cloth, meticulously polishing the surface of the newly replaced valve core as if dust were present. His voice was devoid of emotion, as if stating an unrelated fact. I won T. Huh? Why not? The smile on the lanky monkey's face faltered, confusion evident as he scratched his messy blonde hair. Why not, Bei Ge? Are you faltering? Don't be like that. Look at you, skilled in technique. He gestured toward the newly refurbished hovering motorcycle. And your grades are stellar, 5 A's. How many have been achieved since the establishment of MO Hui No. 1 High? And your guiding technique has advanced remarkably. Yensu is quite friendly with you, isn't she? In the special training class. She's the one who speaks with you the most, often inquiring about those intricate mechanical structures and energy circuits, and you never tire of explaining them. Song Bei carefully placed the polished valve core back into the parts box and closed the lid. He turned away, his back to the scattered tools and components on the workbench. His gaze seemed to penetrate the greasy iron walls, directed towards the dreary teaching building of Mo Hui No. 1 High. Yensu, the most luminous gem of the advanced training class at Mo Hui No. 1 High School, is unlike the girls of Mo Hui City. She is devoid of the indelible scent of fatigue and gloom that seems to cling to them. She always appears immaculate and radiant, adorned in impeccably tailored garments made of fine materials. Even amidst the grease-stained mechanical practice classes, she seems to emanate a soft glow. When she smiles, her eyes arch gracefully, reminiscent of a crescent moon. Her voice is crisp and melodious, imbued with a natural charm that brings comfort to those around her. Particularly striking are her eyes. A single glance is enough to etch her image in one's memory. It is said that she hails from the grand metropolis of Dawn City, governed directly by the Azure Technology Group. Her relocation to Mo Hui No. 1 High School during her freshman year was prompted by her father, a prominent figure rumored to hold a significant position as a guardian of a crucial region. She and Song Bei exist like two disparate worlds forcibly crammed into the same glass jar, one soaring in the clouds, the other mired in the dust. She appears to treat me with kindness. Song Bei finally spoke, his voice low and laced with a subtle hint of self-deprecation, inquiring about questions and borrowing notes, occasionally sitting together in the cafeteria. Yet, this was merely a reflection of her upbringing and courtesy. He picked up a severely worn old bearing, weighing it in his palm. The cold metallic touch momentarily calmed his tumultuous thoughts, much like how she would thank the cleaning robot at the door that always retrieves her dropped stationery. This was an ingrained refinement, a tranquility emanating from within. The thin monkey opened his mouth, intent on retorting, yet found himself at a loss for words. As for my trifling kindnesses, Song Bei's gaze fell upon the old bearing in his palm, his fingertips tracing the rough grooves of the ball bearings, assisting her with several mechanical dilemmas, and illuminating the key points when she was bewildered by intricate energy formulas. In her world, what significance did that hold? Even a mere engineer maintaining a garden's robotic arm in her household would far surpass my abilities. What she sought was not solutions, but rather a means to pass the time in this place she perceived as outdated and dreary, or perhaps a sense of novelty in experiencing life. His voice grew softer, tinged with a near-cold clarity, while I remained the somewhat intriguing local specimen. Bei go. You are being too harsh. The thin monkey felt discomfort, sensing that Song Bei belittled himself. It was not a matter of false modesty. Song Bei interrupted him, his expression calm and unperturbed, yet resembling a deep pool that mirrored the starkness of reality. Monkey, look outside. He gestured towards the grimy window of the repair shop. Across the street, in front of a clearly upscale weapon shop, a sleek, silver-gray luxury hovercar adorned with the insignia of Azure Technologies' internal security stood parked. The door swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in a meticulously tailored black trench coat, subtly shimmering with energy, emerged. His countenance was stern, his gaze sharp as an eagle, and his waist bulged with concealed weaponry. He did not enter the shop, but stood beside the vehicle like a statue, scanning the drab surroundings and passers-by with an unmistakable air of scrutiny and detachment. He was one of the guards of a prominent family. Did you see that? The voice of Song Bei was gentle, for that was her realm. Even the guards regarded us as they would a stone by the roadside. He tightened his grip on the cold, metallic bearing in his hand, its sharp edges digging into his palm. Earning a 5A at school might have seemed dazzling at Mo Hui number 1, yet in that world, it might not even qualify as a respectable ticket of entry. Level 9 in guidance techniques? Peak F class. He cynically tugged at the corner of his mouth. Before true power, before those elites forged from E-class gene serums, and before the mechs that dominated the battlefield, what did it truly matter? He felt insignificantly small, small in strength, small in background, small in potential. Some things, like the radiant presence of Yen Su, appeared as distant neon phantoms in the skies of the Azure Forces controlled zone, seemingly clear, yet utterly unattainable. Something he could not genuinely possess or even dare to hope for, at least for the foreseeable future. But the emaciated monkey scratched his head, observing Song Bei's calm, yet suppressed profile, and then glancing at the guard outside, cold and unyielding like a spear. Ultimately, he slumped his shoulders in defeat, muttering, "But it can't just end like this. It's so painful to watch." Song Bei remained silent. He nonchalantly tossed the old bearing into a nearby scrap bin, producing a dull clang. The thin monkey watched him, absorbed in his work, his back straightened as if bearing a tremendous weight, embodying a silent, heavy stubbornness. One must recognize their own weakness, but I shall not remain weak forever. Chapter 9. The Liu family observing Song Bei dutifully appear at Old Chen's repair shop each day. Silently toying with the cold metal pieces, his gaze seemed shrouded in a layer of dust. The emaciated monkey, Ho Qing, believed that reality had dulled Song Bei's spirit, that he had resigned himself to fate. He thought that the youthful spark in his heart regarding Yen Su, along with his discontent about the future, had been utterly extinguished in this dreary city. Yet, he was mistaken. Beneath the greasy workbench of the repair shop, in a concealed compartment, lay a metal insignia no larger than a palm, etched with intricate thorny patterns. This was the remnant of a few days prior, when a well-dressed man, expressionless yet with a gaze sharp as a hawk's, appeared and vanished like a specter on Song Bei's route home from school. Song Bei understood that the seed of defiance he had planted was finally ready to break through the surface. The cost would be immense, and the path uncertain. But he had no alternative. The stable precinct? The secure path laid out by old Song, with a lifetime of blood and tears? It resembled an invisible shackle, binding not only his body, but also his gaze towards the blood-soaked wasteland beyond the isolation walls. He yearned for power, to break free from this dusty fate, to rise to a height where he could look down upon those frigid mechs. Yet, all of this required a fulcrum, a point capable of shifting that vast chasm. Give me a fulcrum, and I shall move the earth. As evening fell, the throngs of students exiting Mo Hui number 1 resembled a tide of gray, surging towards the honeycomb-like residential units. Song Bei moved against the flow of people, turning into a secluded and deserted alley. Deep within the alley, it was cluttered with discarded parts and construction debris, the air thick with pollution. He retrieved the cold thorn emblem, pressing firmly on an almost imperceptible protrusion at its center. The emblem vibrated slightly, releasing an exceedingly subtle, nearly invisible wave of energy that swiftly expanded outward. In less than 5 minutes, an entirely different engine sound echoed from the alley's entrance. It was deep and resonant, possessing a near-perfect sound-dampening quality, yet exuding a palpable sense of power. A sleek, matte black luxury hovercar came to a steady halt before Song Bay. Though large in stature, it carried an air of lightness that starkly contrasted with the dilapidated surroundings. The windows were tinted, offering no glimpse of the interior. The rear door slid open silently, releasing a refreshing breeze infused with the scent of expensive leather and cool air freshener. The interior was astonishingly spacious, allowing Song Bay to stretch his legs comfortably. The leather seats enveloped him like soft clouds. A middle-aged driver, impeccably attired in a tailored black suit and white gloves, glanced at him through the rearview mirror. His gaze was devoid of warmth, akin to that of one assessing a mere parcel in need of transport. "Sir, please secure yourself," he intoned, his voice equally devoid of emotion. The door closed, sealing off the alley's tainted air and murky gloom. The hovercar glided smoothly into motion, accelerating without the slightest jolt. Inside, the silence was profound, almost allowing one to hear the sound of their own blood coursing through their veins. The vehicle did not head towards any area familiar to Song Bay, but rather ventured deep into the western district, towards the pristine enclave of Tunglong Manor, isolated by towering walls, energy shields, and lush artificial vegetation. Passing through the imposing, scanning beam-laden alloy gates felt akin to entering another realm. The murky hues faded, replaced by the crisp, subtly sweet scent of greenery. Flanking the wide roads were meticulously manicured lawns and softly glowing landscape lamp posts, while the distinctive silhouettes of uniquely designed villas peeked through the verdant, genetically optimized trees. Occasionally, uniformed patrols equipped with sophisticated gear passed by, their vigilant eyes scanning the special access black vehicle. Ultimately, the hovercar came to a halt before an imposing estate. The manor's main structure was constructed of silver-gray alloy and dark glass curtain walls, characterized by cold, modern lines. The entrance was a heavy alloy door, intricately etched with the image of a coiling dragon, emblematic of the Liu family. Above the doorframe, the words Tunglong Manor No. 3 emitted a ghostly blue glow in the twilight. The expansive courtyard boasted not only exotic flora, but also a small helipad, where a streamlined private shuttle awaited. The door slid open once more, revealing a middle-aged gentleman in a perfectly tailored, subtly shimmering butler's uniform, who had been waiting by the car. He wore an impeccably polite smile, yet his gaze was as precise as a scanning device, swiftly assessing Song Bay from head to toe. "Mr. Song Bay, the master is awaiting you in the study. Please follow me." The butler's voice was gentle and courteous, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of detachment. Song Bay silently disembarked from the vehicle, his feet striking the polished black stone floor that gleamed like a mirror, reflecting his figure. Clad in a faded work jacket and oil-stained trousers, he stood before the cold, opulent steel fortress like a speck of dust misplaced in a foreign realm. Nevertheless, he maintained an upright posture and a tranquil gaze, devoid of any awkwardness or trepidation, embodying a serene indifference. The butler turned, his footsteps silent and precise as he guided Song Bay through the expansive hall, wide enough for a horse to gallop, navigating past priceless artworks and holographic landscapes, leading him toward a corridor adorned with thick carpets. At the end of the hall, a heavy door, crafted from a dark-hued wood and alloy amalgam, stood resolutely closed. The butler gently rapped on the door. "Master, Mr. Song Bay has arrived. Come in." A steady, slightly husky voice, imbued with an invisible authority, resonated from within. The butler opened the door and stepped aside. A rich aroma of cigars mingled with the scent of aged books wafted forth. The study was vast, with 3 walls lined with towering bookshelves, crammed with physical tomes and glimmering data storage columns. Behind a massive desk, hewn from a single block of black crystal, sat Liu Qi, the patriarch of the Liu family. Liu Qi appeared to be in his 50s, with a square face and pronounced features, his profound gaze resembling 2 ancient wells, calm, yet seemingly capable of piercing the soul. He did not rise, but merely lifted his hand, cigar in tow, gesturing toward the chair opposite his desk. "Please sit." Song Bay complied, taking a seat on the edge of the generously cushioned chair, his back remaining straight. In the lounge area adjacent to the study, a young man lounged on the sofa, engrossed in a state-of-the-art immersive light-sensing game, his fingers deftly gliding across a virtual interface while he muttered incoherently to himself. He appeared utterly oblivious to the arrival of guests. This was Louis, the Liu family's heir and Song Bay's classmate. Liu Qi's gaze fell upon Song Bay, scrutinizing him as if assessing the quality of a commodity. He inhaled from his cigar, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke that cut through the sound of the game. Song Bei, from Mo Hui No. 1 High School, Senior Year Special Training Class. Regional College Entrance Exam Results, 5A. Guiding Technique, LV9, F grade. Quite impressive. He paused, his gaze sharpening slightly, tinged with curiosity. A student of your caliber could have chosen a more secure path for the future. I am intrigued as to why you are so determined to pursue military service, even going so far as to invoke the Liu family's favor. Song Bei met Liu Qi's gaze with calm resolve. For an opportunity, Mr. Liu. An opportunity? Liu Qi raised an eyebrow, the cigar smoke swirling around him. Opportunities on the front lines are often accompanied by the highest risks. That place is a meat grinder, not a playground. With your qualifications, you could easily apply to enter a top-tier academic institution's mecha research program or secure a position in a major corporation's security department. Your future would still be bright. Those places cannot offer me the opportunities one genuinely seek. Song Bei's voice remained steady, yet it carried an undeniable conviction. The front lines are my sole option. Liu Qi gazed at him in silence, his profound eyes seemingly penetrating the depths of Song Bei's soul. The study was filled only with the faint hiss of a burning cigar and the faint sounds of Liu Yi's gaming effects emanating from the sofa. After a considerable pause, Liu Qi finally spoke, his tone betraying no sign of either joy or anger. The last joint examination for the engineering subject was deliberately orchestrated by you to put Liu Yi in your debt, wasn't he it? Song Bei did not refute this, merely maintaining his silence as he regarded him. A subtle curve appeared at the corner of Liu Qi's mouth, a semblance of self-mockery mingled with understanding. That fool Liu Yi thinks his trivial tricks can escape scrutiny. Had you not fortuitously submitted your paper early, drawing the invigilator's attention, his cheating would have been a far more significant issue, tarnishing the Liu family's reputation. Indeed, I owe you a debt for this. He paused, lightly tapping his fingers on the crystalline surface of the table. Thus, you have come to me today, hoping to redeem this favor in exchange for my assistance in fulfilling two conditions: an E-grade genetic optimization agent and a chance to enter the frontline mecha reserve. Am I correct? Yes, Song Bei replied succinctly. At last, Liu Yi on the sofa was drawn into the conversation, or rather, provoked by the very mention of cheating. He abruptly dismissed his immersive game interface, sitting upright with an expression of displeasure directed at Song Bei, his eyes filled with indignation. Song Bei, spare me your pretenses. So what if you didn't T-expose me? What is the big deal? Dad, just give him some star coins to get rid of him. An E-grade genetic agent? He thinks he deserves that, and he wants to join the mecha reserve? That's enough. Liu Qi's voice suddenly turned frigid, like an icy blade slicing through the air, causing the temperature in the study to plummet. He did not look at Liu Yi, but the invisible pressure silenced him instantly, causing him to retreat sulkily to the sofa, grasping his gaming device yet too intimidated to resume his game, merely glaring at Song Bei in frustration. Liu Qi's gaze returned to Song Bei's face, his fingers gently tapping the crystalline table. The E-grade genetic optimization agent, while precious, is of little consequence to the Liu family. I can provide it to you now. He opened a concealed compartment on the side of the desk and retrieved a cylindrical container, no longer than a finger, sealed with high-strength alloy. The surface of the container was engraved with intricate energy circuits and the emblem of the Azure Technology Group. Even from a distance, Song Bei could sense the turbulent energy contained within, along with a cold, inhuman allure. This small vial held a value sufficient to purchase an entire street in Mo Hui City. This is not an issue. Liu Qi casually placed the priceless genetic agent on the table, sliding it toward Song Bei, as if it were merely an ordinary piece of stationery. It will forcibly break your F-grade genetic lock, allowing you to stabilize your entry into the E-grade extraordinary realm, saving you years, even decades of arduous training. This is your rightful reward. Song Bei's gaze fell upon the vial, exuding a deadly allure, his breath momentarily hitching. With it, the bottleneck at LV10 would no longer be an insurmountable barrier. He forcefully suppressed the stirring anticipation within him and raised his eyes to Liu Qi, awaiting further elaboration. He understood that the crux lay in the second condition. Indeed, Liu Qi reclined against the expansive back of his chair, exhaling a plume of thick smoke, his gaze deepening into inscrutability. As for the second condition, it entails your assignment to the frontline mecha combat unit. He slowly shook his head, his voice imbued with the calm authority characteristic of one in a position of power. Song Bei, you must comprehend the organizational structure of the Weilon Technology Group's military, especially the mecha forces. This is not something a mere businessman from Mo Hui City can manipulate single-handedly. Even I, Liu Qi, can only offer an opportunity. I cannot guarantee the outcome. Leaning slightly forward, his gaze bore down on Song Bei with palpable weight. What I can do is leverage my network to submit your service application through a special channel after the lottery phase concludes for the Mecha Reserve Talent Replenishment Program. Nothing more than that. Ultimately, whether you pass the stringent selection tests, survive the grueling rookie hell training camp, and truly earn the right to pilot a mecha, all of this depends solely on you. The opportunity is laid before you. Whether you seize it is entirely your affair. Do you have the courage? Silence enveloped the study, broken only by the faint hissing of the burning cigar. Lu Yi, lounging on the sofa, curled his lip as if to speak, but under Lu Qi's imposing presence, he swallowed his words, merely regarding Song Bei with a gaze akin to that of a fool. Song Bei met Lu Qi's fathomless eyes before glancing at the vial on the table, resembling a flame frozen in time, providing an opportunity. Relying on oneself, this was both harsh and painfully real. Lu Qi had not deceived him. He lacked any systems or aids typical of protagonists in tales. Everything depended on his own efforts or seizing opportunities. This was indeed the closest path to mechas he could currently pursue. Very well. Song Bei's voice remained steady, devoid of any hesitation. He extended his hand and grasped the weighty vial of genetic agent on the table. The alloy container was cold to the touch, yet the molten liquid within felt as if it were searing his palm. Power and destruction, opportunity and abyss, both lay within this small space. He rose, carefully stowing the vial in a specially designed pocket within his work jacket, equipped with a cushioning layer. His movements were deliberate, betraying no tremor. Good, the deal is struck. Our obligations are settled. Lu Qi observed his actions, a fleeting glimmer of inscrutable emotion flashing in his eyes. You may leave. The butler will escort you out. You understand the implications of tonight's events? Understood. Song Bei nodded, refraining from further words, and turned to follow the butler waiting at the door, exiting the study steeped in the aura of power and wealth. Chapter 11. Injection. The heavy wooden door closed behind him. Lu Qi leaned back in his chair, slowly closing his eyes, his fingers massaging his brow as a hint of genuine fatigue crossed his features. Dad. Lu Yi leaped to his feet, rushing to the desk, pointing toward the doorway, his voice brimming with confusion and indignation. You just let him go? And even gave him a vial of E-grade genetic serum? That stuff is incredibly expensive. Bestowing it upon a penniless wretch from the lower city is nothing short of wasteful. And that opportunity in the Mecha reserves, how rare it is. With a little maneuvering, we could have secured it for some distant relative or traded it for resources. Why give it to him? Does he deserve it? He should be grateful for a vial of genetic serum and kneel in reverence. Silence, fool. Lu Qi's eyes shot open, sharp as daggers. A wave of suppressed rage washed over Lu Yi, draining the color from his face as he staggered back a step. How dare you speak? If it weren't for your incompetence, would I need to expend such great effort to cover up the disgraceful acts you've committed? Lu Yi, chastised into silence, could only stiffen his neck, his face etched with defiance. Lu Qi gazed at his unworthy son, his anger gradually giving way to a profound sense of disappointment and calculation. He resumed smoking his cigar, inhaling deeply. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze deepened. Let him have a chance. After all, he is a 5A. Few have emerged from Mo Hui No. 1 since its establishment. He possesses enough intellect and audacity to scheme against the Lu family, risking everything for a faint opportunity. He paused, a cold, businesslike smile gracing his lips. What if he actually makes a name for himself in the Mecha Corps? A vial of E-grade serum, a single opportunity, in exchange for a potential favor in the future. This transaction may not be a loss in the long run. He had indeed contemplated more direct and sinister methods, such as dispatching someone to reclaim that invaluable vial of genetic serum once Song Bei had departed from the manor. A nobody from the lower city could vanish into the Mo Hui without a trace. However, as Lu Qi gazed out at the meticulously maintained yet lifeless landscape of the manor, he ultimately abandoned this thought. Firstly, the reputation of the Lu family was paramount. Secondly, Song Bei's 5A transcript served as an invisible talisman, complemented by the underlying ferocity hidden within his calm demeanor, leading Lu Qi to believe that it was wiser to leave a thread of connection rather than sever ties completely. After all, one who could ascend to such heights in this city understood the significance of investment, particularly in those seemingly insignificant individuals who might harbor immense potential. Though he had left a trap for that young man. What if? Lu Qi exhaled the last smoke ring, extinguishing the cigar in the expensive crystal ashtray. His voice low, what if he truly becomes formidable? In the study, only the heavy, reluctant breaths of Lu Yi remained, mingled with the cold resonance left by the vial of genetic serum, which had been taken by Song Bei, as if it encapsulated the flames of fate. Upon returning home, Song Bei sat on the icy edge of his narrow bed in his cramped bedroom, repeatedly rubbing the cold alloy shell of the E-grade genetic optimization serum with his fingertip. Beneath the small transparent section at the center of the container, a viscous golden liquid burned silently, like a sun imprisoned. Each gaze intensified the pulsing excitement deep within his heart. Injection was imminent. The power of LV9, grade F, coursed through his body, vivid and palpable. Yet, in comparison to the tremors emanating from the depths of his heart, echoes of a primordial past, this power seemed utterly insignificant. Breaking through to grade E and shattering the genetic lock was the sole key to glimpsing the truth behind the mutation. It was also his only asset in the struggle for a future. However, the injection was no simple matter. At home, the antiquated air purifier buzzed futilely, while the thin walls felt as if they could carry the sound of the neighbor's breath. Should the ferocious energy contained within the E-grade genetic enhancer spiral out of control, this modest dwelling, along with himself, would be torn to shreds in an instant, potentially endangering the entire neighborhood. The Azure Technology Gene Center in the city? Indeed. It boasted state-of-the-art equipment and professional safety protocols. A cold smirk crept across Song Bei's lips. That was undoubtedly the largest pitfall laid by the Liu family, or rather, the most stark test. A destitute student from the lower district, clutching an invaluable E-grade genetic enhancer, entering an official institution, before he could even finish registering his information. He and the vial would likely vanish into the inky gray of an unforeseen incident. Liu Qi's investment was long-term, but that did not preclude him from swiftly eliminating potential troubles or recouping costs in the short term. The Liu family's influence resembled a chilling alloy net, pervasive and inescapable. He could rely only on himself. His fingers tightened unconsciously around the surface of the alloy container, the cold sensation piercing his nerves. A place emerged in his mind, sufficiently concealed, sturdy, and possibly possessing some experience in handling troubles. Old Chun's mechanical repair shop. The old drunkard, who spent his days boasting about the glory of his past in some regiment, how he nearly stepped into the D-grade threshold. Have you ever seen someone drink from a teacup? One word, invigorating. Though 9.5 of his drunken ramblings were sheer nonsense. Fragments of genuine knowledge about battlefield first aid and managing emergencies under dire conditions occasionally seeped through his intoxication. More importantly, Old Chin's shop was sufficiently obscure and chaotic. The thick alloy repair pit, along with the scattered remnants of discarded mech parts, served as a natural shield and buffer. Moreover, Song Bei's gaze darkened. Old Chun was one of the few who had witnessed the peculiar bloodlines in his palm and revealed a hint of unusual expression. Despite Song Bei having deflected it with forceful bravado, it was a gamble, wagering on the slim possibility that Old Chin's dwindling days of glory harbored a trace of reliable experience. The streets of Ink Gray City at midnight were steeped in a deafening silence. Song Bei raised the collar of his work jacket, obscuring most of his face in shadow. He tread lightly, like a specter merging with the night. He avoided the main roads and surveillance zones, opting instead for winding paths cluttered with garbage and discarded parts, moving cautiously as if transporting a bomb poised to detonate at any moment. The iron sign of Old Chun's mechanical repair shop hung askew in the darkness. The doors and windows were tightly shut, enveloped in pitch black, save for a faint glimmer of light seeping from the small compartment where Old Chin slept. Song Bei did not approach the front entrance. He circled to the side of the shop, where discarded armor plates and various twisted metal components formed a natural barrier. With practiced ease, he moved aside several heavy scraps, revealing a narrow gap barely wide enough for a person to pass through sideways. This was the back door he had inadvertently discovered while assisting Old Chun with special waste. Song Bei held his breath, silently slipping through the cluttered hall like a shadow. Arriving at the edge of the maintenance pit, at the bottom lay Old Chun's massive form curled upon a greasy army cot, his snores resonating like thunder, causing the nearby scrap metal barrel to vibrate. Clutched in his arms was a teacup stained with tea residue, half of his face buried in a pillow exuding a foul odor, while a few empty bottles rolled at his feet. Song Bei's gaze swept across the pit's floor. A somewhat worn portable energy stabilizer, used for charging small machinery, lay carelessly discarded beneath the tool rack, covered in dust. Nearby, a medical first aid kit gaped open, its contents in disarray, yet a few sterile syringes, disinfectant, and bandages were still discernible. That would suffice. He silently slid down into the maintenance pit, moving as gracefully as a falling leaf, without disturbing the slumbering Old Chun. He swiftly cleared a small space, dragged over the energy stabilizer, and checked the energy reading, still functional. Then, he rummaged through the first aid kit for disinfectant, the largest sterile syringe, a tourniquet, and several rolls of bandages. His movements were calm and rapid, akin to assembling a delicate mechanism. Once completed, Song Bei took a deep breath and leaned against a cold, discarded armor plate. Removing his jacket and rolling up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing solid forearm muscles. His skin appeared somewhat pale under the dim light. He grasped the disinfectant. Meticulously wiping the inner vein area of his elbow, the cold liquid brought a slight sting. Finally, he carefully retrieved a tube of E-grade genetic optimizer from his inner pocket. He removed the protective cap from the alloy container's top, revealing a specialized connector for the syringe. Taking a deep breath, Song Bei's gaze hardened like tempered steel. Calm yet resolute, he slowly pulled the syringe's plunger. A surge of indescribable energy, seemingly distilled from life and destruction, permeated the air. Even the dust dancing in the atmosphere seemed to momentarily freeze. In the maintenance pit, Old Chin's thunderous snores had, at some point, ceased. Chapter 12, Old Chin's Warning. The syringe contained a viscous golden liquid that resembled molten sunlight, radiating a heart-pounding energy and vitality. Song Bei's fingers steadied on the plunger. The cold needle hovered just above the disinfected skin of his left elbow, poised to plunge into the unknown abyss of fate with the slightest push. Just as the needle was about to pierce the skin, a voice erupted like a wounded beast. "Kid, are you out of your mind?" A gust reeking of alcohol suddenly surged from the side. A large hand, calloused and smeared with grease, clasped around Song Bei's wrist with the force of a vice. As if it were an iron claw. With a resounding thud, Old Chin's massive frame sprang from the military cot, moving with an agility unexpected for a drunken man of his size. The tremendous force sent a jolt through Song Bei's arm, causing him to stagger backward and collide heavily against the frigid armor plating. The invaluable gene serum and syringe slipped from his grasp, yet they did not meet the ground. Rather, they were swiftly snatched up by Old Chin's other hand, resembling a fan in its swiftness. Old Chin tightened his grip on the vial, exuding a deadly allure. His murky eyes wide with disbelief, bloodshot and devoid of the remnants of inebriation, replaced by sheer astonishment. His chest heaved violently, akin to a dilapidated bellows, with each labored breath echoing harshly in the stillness of the maintenance pit. He glanced at the small orb of sunlight in his hand, then at Song Bei, who lay pale, yet composed beneath his grip on the armor plating. His voice shifted in pitch. EE-grade gene optimization serum. Where in the world did you acquire this? This is not something your frail frame should be tampering with. Don't bring destruction upon us here. His furious tirade was punctuated by spittle, mingling with a potent scent of alcohol and lingering fear. Despite the impact that had left Song Bei's blood surging and his back aching, his gaze remained calm. He regarded the enraged Old Chun without resistance, speaking steadily. "Let go, Old Chun. I understand the risks. You understand nothing." Old Chun bellowed, his knuckles blanching around the vial from the force of his grip. His other hand remained firmly clamped on Song Bei's shoulder, as if to prevent him from seizing the serum. "Do you know what it means to inject this? With a stroke of fortune, you could soar to greatness. But with misfortune, you could end up a writhing mass of flesh. Are you aware of the horrific fates of those who succumb to gene collapse? I've witnessed them on the front lines. It's a fate worse than death." His voice cracked in desperation, as if he were attempting to exorcise the fears and bloody memories that had accumulated over the years. "I must inject it." Song Bei's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with undeniable conviction, slicing through Old Chin's roar with clarity. "I need power. I need to transcend E-grade. Right now, this is the safest place." He locked his gaze with Old Chin's, which was a tempest of anger and astonishment. "You once said you handled emergencies." Old Chun was momentarily taken aback by the resolve and trust, or perhaps reckless abandon, reflected in Song Bei's eyes. He scrutinized him intently before glancing down at the searing vial in his grasp, his facial muscles twitching as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Gradually, his fury gave way to a profound, somber gravity. He exhaled heavily a few times, and ultimately, the hand pinning Song Bei's shoulder began to relent, though it remained poised in vigilance. With a few more labored breaths, Old Chun resembled a deflated balloon, staggering backward to lean against a pile of discarded drive shafts. He continued to clutch the vial tightly, as if it were a bomb set to explode at any moment. Under the dim, flickering light, the grime and wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen, radiating an overwhelming sense of fatigue intertwined with a painful nostalgia. "Damn that 5A little monster," Old Chun muttered in a hoarse voice, his audacity surpassing that of the self-detonating crawlers I encountered in Iron Curtain Canyon in my youth. He lifted his gaze, his murky eyes refocusing on Song Bei's face, now imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. "Listen closely, you brat. Since you insist on dancing on the edge of the underworld, I shall recite a few incantations for your passage. Once this gene serum is administered, whether you become a dragon or a worm, a human or a ghost, depends solely on your own fortune. The efficacy hinges on two key factors. He raised a greasy finger, nearly poking Song Bei's nose. First, consider the quality of this substance. Authentic or inferior, the difference in results is astronomical. The genuine article from Azure Tech Group is less impure, its energy is milder, thus the success rate is naturally higher. Those substandard products churned out by underground workshops or expired and refurbished ones are laden with impurities akin to the sands of Ink Ash City. Injecting such is akin to courting death. The violent energy can turn your genetic chain into a pot of porridge. Old Chin's voice faltered momentarily, as if recalling something. Casting a complex glance at Song Bei. That rascal survived back then purely due to ancestral luck and sheer happenstance. I've seen only one person brave enough to inject inferior goods without turning into a monster, and that was your father. He examined the vial of molten gold in Song Bei's hand, his tone softening slightly, yet remaining grave. Now, the second point, and the most crucial. It all boils down to your own destiny, whether your genetic foundation possesses that potential. Old Chen's gaze sharpened, as if he aimed to pierce through Song Bei's skin and glimpse the depths of his genetic chain, assessing the strength of his guiding technique aptitude, his root bone. The thickness of genetic potential signifies fate. Some true geniuses, upon a single injection, see their guiding technique levels soar, leaping several ranks, nearing the pinnacle of E-grade or even brushing against D-grade. Their foundation is as solid as if reinforced by alloy pillars. Such individuals are 1 in 10,000. A coveted treasure fiercely sought after by various factions. He shifted his tone, imbued with a soldier's characteristic. Almost cold realism, but more often than not, they are like me. One injection barely nudges you past E-grade, the guiding technique just scraping the surface. You might possess slightly more strength than an average grunt, run a tad faster, endure a bit more punishment, gaining merely an additional chance of survival on the battlefield. That is the fate of cannon fodder. There are even those worse off. Old Chen's voice dipped, laced with a barely perceptible tremor, who cannot even push the door open or who collapse within it, turning into a mere puddle. The maintenance pit lay in profound silence, filled only with Old Chen's heavy breaths and the crackling sound of a faulty work lamp. Song Bei listened intently, the agitation deep within his heart rising and falling with Old Chen's words. Slowly, he raised his right hand, opening his palm. With a subtle shift of intention, he cautiously summoned the LV9, F-grade, energy. Hiss. A series of vividly crimson bloodlines, more pronounced and eerie than ever before, suddenly emerged beneath the surface of the palm, writhing and spreading like a living entity. They emanated a searing red light, illuminating a small, dim space between the two individuals. Old Chen's pupils abruptly constricted. He fixated on the bizarre bloodlines in Song Bei's palm, his murky old eyes igniting with disbelief. The previous anger and tension were swiftly replaced by a profound shock. He abruptly glanced up at Song Bei, his voice trembling with excitement. Can you control this? Song Bei, however, offered no response, merely tightening his fist slowly. A formidable willpower subdued the raging sense of power. The bloodlines flickered reluctantly a few times before gradually fading away, leaving only deep crimson scorch marks. Extraordinary abilities. Chapter 13, Extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary abilities. Old Chen almost moaned the phrase, his expression a complex amalgamation of shock, confusion, and perhaps even a hint of fear. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a mere pup, not even at E-grade, possibly touch extraordinary abilities? That is something only D-grade transcendent beings can approach. Moreover, among 100 D-grade individuals, it is fortunate if even 5 can genuinely awaken extraordinary abilities. They are the blessed few, the natural-born pilots of mechs. Song Bei's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Are there any E-grade awakeners? Old Chun was momentarily taken aback, the muscles in his face twitching violently. He fell silent for a good 10 seconds, his eyes drifting as if recalling something exceedingly distant and forbidden. The air in the repair pit felt as if it had solidified. Ultimately, he nodded slowly and laboriously, his voice hoarse as if it had been scraped. Yes. That single word seemed to drain every ounce of energy from him. Such individuals are exceedingly rare, so scarce they can be disregarded. Each one is a monster among monsters, coveted by various factions who would expend all their resources to seize them or destroy them at any cost as forbidden existences. Old Chin's voice dropped to a whisper, filled with reverence and profound apprehension. Such beings cannot be created through genetic enhancements. They are truly the chosen ones. Once awakened, even if merely E-grade, the potential of their extraordinary abilities is enough to instill fear in D-grade transcendent beings. They are innate rulers of the battlefield, the sovereigns of mechs. He raised his head, looking at Song Bei once more, his expression entirely transformed. No longer did he see an inexperienced youth unaware of his own limitations, but rather a walking enigma, brimming with unpredictable variables, or rather, a colossal gamble that could either lead to ruin or glory. The needle hovered above the skin, the molten-like liquid in the syringe swaying slightly. Suddenly, Songbei halted his movements and looked up at the visibly anxious Old Chun. Old Chun, what are the common extraordinary abilities? Old Chun was momentarily stunned, then slapped his shiny forehead. Damn it. We're about to inject magma into your veins. And you still have the presence of mind to ask this? He cursed, yet still grabbed a porcelain cup to gulp down some inferior liquor. Wiping his mouth as he said, "Fine, let us ensure you die with clarity." The most common type is that of physical enhancement. Old Chun, with his thick, stubby fingers, noted that the D-class abilities such as fury, speed, and petrification are rather pedestrian. Most of the awakened pioneers on the front lines fall into this category. He exaggeratedly flexed his muscles, asserting that one could become immensely strong, as swift as the wind, or as solid as an iron lump. Songbei nodded thoughtfully, the needle still steadily hovering. As for the next tier, Old Chun smacked his lips, mentioning that the C-class introduces elemental powers. Abilities like fire control, ice binding, and electrocution are highly coveted. He suddenly lowered his voice, asking if Songbei knew about General Yanqing, the second-in-command of our Azure Group army. Songbei shook his head. Old Chun immediately became animated, spitting out words with fervor. He is a formidable figure. The B-class ability Cold Shadow, combined with the frozen throne battle mech, single-handedly immobilized half of the mechanical battalion of the Kingdom of Liao last year at Ashen Pass. He mimicked a dramatic gesture of freezing. Over 300 individuals, along with their mechs, turned into ice sculptures. B-class, the Baijiang realm, Songbei softly echoed, his eyes flickering. Don't even think about it. Old Chun smacked the back of his head, emphasizing that there are fewer than 10 monsters of that caliber across the entire Black Shadow City. He pointed to the syringe, asserting that the E-class gene serum he possessed was unworthy even for lifting someone's shoes. Undeterred by Old Chun's criticism, Songbei continued, "Are there other types?" "Countless." Old Chun raised a third finger. "There are psychic illusions, telekinesis, and special types like invisibility and teleportation, all starting from C-class at the very least." He lowered his voice again, revealing that there was a B-class ability called spatial cutting over at Bond's side, capable of slicing through mechs as if they were mere tofu. "Kid," Old Chun's voice suddenly grew serious, tinged with an unprecedented dryness. "Are you certain you wish to take this injection? What resides within your body may pose greater complications than this vial of gene serum." Songbei's gaze returned to the molten gold liquid in Old Chun's hand. Deep within his heart, the suppressed tumult surged once more, as if resonating with the energy in the serum, emitting a silent roar and yearning. Complications? His life had been intertwined with troubles since his birth on this cursed planet. He remained silent, extending his left arm once more. The skin on the inner side of his elbow tightened under the dim light, awaiting destiny's piercing. The calmness in his eyes was more resolute than the hardest alloy in this repair pit. Old Chun regarded him, then glanced down at the steaming gene serum in his hand. Finally, he exhaled a long, heavy breath, rich with the scent of alcohol and rust. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, unsure whether he was cursing Songbei or this wretched fate. He hesitated no longer. His movements became exceptionally swift. He picked up a disinfecting cotton swab, carefully wiping Songbei's elbow again, then firmly grasped the syringe filled with molten-colored liquid. The needle glimmered with a cold light under the flickering lamps, aimed at the pulsating azure vein. "Brace yourself, kid. This will hurt more than a wrench smashing your hand." Old Chun's voice bore a near-tragic rasp. In the next moment, the icy tip of the needle pierced the skin, scalding molten gold, infused with a tumultuous energy potent enough to alter the course of destiny, was slowly infused into Songbei's veins. Herein lies the pivotal moment. Chapter 14. Frenzy? The icy tip of the needle pierced the skin, delivering a minuscule sting. In the next instant, a torrent of searing heat, akin to surging lava, surged violently into his bloodstream. Ugh! Songbei's body tensed abruptly, akin to a drawn bow. His teeth instantaneously pierced his lower lip, and the metallic taste of iron permeated his mouth. This sensation transcended mere pain. It was obliteration. It felt as though every blood vessel was being ruptured and seared by the boiling liquid metal. The ferocious energy coursed through his blood, stabbing into every limb and organ, plunging fiercely into the core of each cell. The genetic chain wailed, trembling violently under the onslaught of this raging energy, as if on the verge of fracturing into pieces at any moment. In that moment, when the agonizing pain and energy surge reached their zenith, sufficient to rend any ordinary being asunder, deep within Songbei's heart, a long-dormant tremor erupted like a volcano ignited by gunpowder. Thud! A resonant heartbeat, akin to an ancient drum, reverberated throughout Song Bei's chest, sending waves of vibration through his entire being. An indescribable force surged forth from the depths of his heart, becoming the eye of the storm, the singular salvation, and the greatest enigma. Hiss! A strangled cry escaped Song Bei's throat as his body convulsed violently. The surface of his skin transformed into a fiery crimson, countless capillaries bursting forth. Oozing tiny droplets of blood, Old Chun gripped Song Bei's shoulders tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. His murky gaze fixated on Song Bei's condition as he incessantly roared. Hold on, kid. Stay with me. Don't let that cursed thing scorch your brain. Focus on your guiding technique. Activate it. Don't stop. His voice betrayed an unrecognized panic. The guiding technique. Amidst the cataclysmic shock and the heart's voracious pull, the last flicker of clarity in Song Bei's mind flickered like a candle in a tempest. He desperately invoked the ingrained cycle within his being. The LV9, F-grade, guiding technique energy, under the dual assault of the raging genetic serum and the heart's gravitational force, appeared feeble, yet like a stabilizing anchor. It steadfastly maintained the crucial nodes of his meridians, directing the colossal energy, now seemingly tamed after being devoured by the heart, to laboriously adhere to its predetermined path for refinement and absorption. Time became an indistinct blur. Perhaps only a few minutes had passed, or perhaps an eternity. The excruciating pain and energy surge that could obliterate everything began to recede, like a tide withdrawing. The terrifying pull from deep within his heart gradually subsided, leaving in its wake an unprecedented, profound, and powerful pulsation. Song Bei's body, taut to the limit, suddenly relaxed, crumpling as he gasped for air, each breath infused with the fiery tang of iron. The crimson light enveloping him vanished entirely, and the blood droplets seeping from his skin coagulated into dark red scabs. A small pool of sweat formed on the ground. Had he succeeded? Old Chin cautiously released his grip, tentatively inquiring, "Kid, are you still alive?" Song Bei offered no reply. He slowly and laboriously propped himself up, leaning against the cold armor plate. Closing his eyes, he meticulously sensed the tumultuous changes within his body. Strength, speed, cognition. Was this the essence of E-class near superhuman? With a sudden jolt, Song Bei opened his eyes. In the dim light, a fleeting glimmer seemed to flash within the depths of his pupils, sharp as a blade drawn from its sheath. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, the knuckles emitting a crisp crack. An overwhelming aura erupted uncontrollably from within him, sending a wave of oppressive intensity that even Old Chun, who was nervously observing, felt a twinge of palpitating dread. Had it truly been accomplished? Old Chun's voice was laced with incredulous ecstasy and lingering fear. By heavens! Did you really manage to endure it? E-class. A bona fide E-class aura. Song Bei paid no heed to Old Chun's excitement, lost in the shock of his surging power. Yet, what astonished him more was that state, the simultaneous enhancement of power, speed, and cognition. This sensation felt eerily familiar. It mirrored Old Chun's previous descriptions. Old Chun, Song Bei's voice was somewhat hoarse, tinged with the dryness of recent upheaval. What did you say the feeling was like after the D-class abilities were violently triggered? Old Chun's expression froze, swiftly replaced by gravity. Violent? Do you feel violent? He leaned in closer, his murky eyes fixated on Song Bei, seeking signs of uncontrollable turmoil on his face. Violence was one of the most common physical enhancement type abilities at D-class. Upon activation, one's strength, speed, and defense would multiply exponentially. Yet, the cost was a temporary descent into chaos, a bloodthirsty state where friend and foe blurred, governed solely by the instinct to fight. It was a double-edged sword. Wield it poorly, and one would harm oneself first. Strength and speed surged, yet cognition remained muddled. Song Bei pondered his recent state. Indeed, his strength and speed had dramatically increased, yet his mind was clearer and more rapid than ever. His control was even stronger. There was no trace of the chaotic bloodlust Old Chun had described. This was certainly not the standard state of violent frenzy. As he meticulously attuned to the core of this newly acquired power, a faint tremor emanated from deep within his heart. A heartbeat that had just quieted now surged again. This time, it was not a ravenous consumption but a deeper, more enigmatic yearning. It resembled the awakening of a colossal abyss, greedily sniffing the air, yearning for something purer, grander, and more elemental. Song Bei's heart sank. This was no ordinary awakening of abilities. The anomaly of his heart was the true catalyst. The so-called enhancements in strength, speed, and cognition were likely mere passive effects released after his heart consumed genetic agent energy. They were but a ripple from a deeper transformation. Exposure? No. It must not be revealed. The Liu family, Old Chun, even the entire Azure Technology Group, if they were to discover that within him lay an unknown and perilous mutation far beyond mere violence, they would not nurture him, but rather dissect him on an experimental table or seek his complete annihilation. Cold sweat instantly drenched Song Bei's back. He compelled himself to calm down, deliberately displaying a semblance of confusion and uncertainty as he gazed at the solemn and hesitant Old Chun. It felt somewhat akin to it. Song Bei's voice bore a hint of bewilderment and weakness, as if he were still acclimatizing. His strength and speed had notably increased. His mind felt slightly heated and swollen, yet it seemed he could still maintain control. He paused for a moment, adding a remark, as if striving to recall Old Chun's descriptions. Perhaps it was a recent breakthrough. Still unstable? Old Chun furrowed his brows, scrutinizing Song Bei for a good 10 seconds, seemingly trying to discern any flaws in his expression. Song Bei met his gaze with unwavering eyes, though his tightly clenched fists betrayed a flicker of inner tension. Not quite, Old Chun eventually replied, slowly shaking his head. His voice low. True ferocity manifests in an instant, altering one's gaze, akin to a beast. Just moments ago, your eyes were remarkably clear. Yet you still dared to pose questions. Haha. He rubbed his stubble, his face a mask of incredulity. Was it possible that this was merely a rudimentary, somewhat controllable form of pseudo-ferocity? Or perhaps you, young man, possess a solid foundation in guiding techniques, coupled with formidable willpower, temporarily suppressing the side effects? The more he contemplated, the more this explanation seemed plausible. After all, an E-level awakening of truly powerful abilities? That was too astonishing, surpassing Old Chun's comprehension. He preferred to believe that Song Bei's inherent qualities had enabled him to mitigate the negative effects of ferocity, regardless of the circumstances. Old Chun suddenly slapped his thigh, excitement and trepidation mingling on his face. He had survived and had even become an E-level extraordinary. Moreover, he had seemingly awakened ferocity. Though merely a common commodity within the D grade, it was nonetheless a legitimate ability. Young man, you have stumbled upon exceptional fortune, ascending to greatness in one leap. He spoke animatedly, saliva flying, asserting that with this, the farcical selection for the Mecha Reserve would become significantly more favorable. Awakened individuals are naturally suited for mechs. Their mental resonance and reaction speeds far exceed those of ordinary people. Song Bei secretly sighed in relief. Old Chun had evidently accepted the notion of pseudo-ferocity. Yet, perhaps years later, he would realize that this was merely a display of feigned ignorance by an elder. Following Old Chun's lead, Song Bei also endeavored to muster a semblance of gratitude for surviving and the exhilaration of newfound strength, nodding in agreement. Indeed, I am rather fortunate. He gradually rose to his feet, the sensation of E-level power coursing through him, bestowing an unprecedented sense of solidity. However, the enigmatic craving deep within his heart incessantly reminded him of the colossal secret and potential danger lurking beneath. As for the ferocity, let it remain ferocity for the time being. A poor lad hailing from the lower city, who fortuitously awakened a D-grade common ability at E-level. This identity was sufficiently resplendent, yet not excessively astonishing. Others would merely perceive him as a fortunate individual. Perhaps those in power also require such inspirational tales. As for the true anomaly deep within his heart, the craving directed toward unknown energy, Song Bei lowered his eyelids, concealing the chilling resolve buried within his gaze. That was a source of power that he must protect with his life, explore, and ultimately harness as his own, before possessing absolute strength. It must remain a deeply buried secret, never to be revealed. True, apart from oneself. Perhaps only the legendary readers are privy to it. Chapter 15. Guidance Technique. LV-14. Song Bei regained his focus and activated the deeply ingrained cycle of the guidance technique. LV-10, LV-11, LV-12, LV-13, LV-14, MIDI grade. Hiss. Even Song Bei could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Although Old Chun had previously mentioned that the effects of the genetic serum vary from person to person, with some prodigies able to approach the pinnacle of E-grade directly, the sheer shock of such a meteoric rise manifesting within himself was beyond articulation. Moreover, he could distinctly sense that the turbulent energy contained within the serum had not been entirely absorbed and refined. The greedy pulsation deep within his heart had subsided. Yet a considerable portion of pure energy remained deposited deep within his flesh and meridians, akin to a dormant volcano awaiting the next opportunity to erupt. This signified that he still had room to surge upwards. The energy of the LV-14 guidance technique flowed like a gentle, yet surging river, while the pseudo-violent state resembled a hidden undercurrent lurking beneath the depths, ready to transform into a tumultuous wave at any moment. The amalgamation of the two made him feel as though he had been reborn. After brushing off old Jin's excited insistence to celebrate with drinks, which Song Bei resolutely declined, citing the need to solidify his newfound state, the following days unfolded with an extraordinary simplicity and purity. He neither attended school nor returned to old Chun's repair shop. Instead, he sequestered himself within the depths of a repurposed garbage disposal site at the edge of the abandoned mine on the outskirts of Mohui City. This place was vast and desolate, accompanied only by the howling wind and the distant roar of machines processing refuse. The enormous remnants of the abandoned mine and twisted metal components lay scattered at the pit's bottom like the bones of a colossal beast, forming his natural training ground. His sole training instrument was a singular alloy straight knife, a parting gift from the fierce tiger instructor, which had accompanied him for many years. In the future, he would also wield firearms, bows, and swords. The blade was long and narrow, with a cold, hard line and a thick spine. It bore no ostentatious adornments. Only the myriad fine scratches and a muted matte finish left by countless strikes, exuding an aura of pure lethality. Hiss! The blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp shriek. Song Bei's figure darted swiftly between the colossal remnants of the abandoned mine, leaping and maneuvering. The energy of the LV-14 guidance technique propelled his body, unleashing astonishing power and speed. He was no longer the F-grade youth who relied on skill and instinct for evasion. Each step he took shattered the gravel beneath him, and every swing of the blade carried the might to rend the very air in two. Basic sword techniques: thrust, chop, sweep, slash, decapitate. The simplest and most direct moves were imbued with a new life in his hands. The energy of the guidance technique was precisely channeled into the blade. Each strike was forceful and heavy, as if intending to cleave the air before him in half. His footwork, combined with the power of his waist and legs, maintained absolute stability and explosiveness even while moving at high speed. The blade's gleam has transformed from a scattered silver shimmer into a series of cold, swift arcs, brimming with lethal menace. No longer does he pursue intricate paths with his knife. Instead, he immerses his entire being in the seamless harmony of power, speed, and the perfect synchronization of blade and body. The energy of LV-14 courses through him, rendering each strike increasingly fluid, rapid, and instinctual. Where the heart directs, there the blade shall follow. After several days of near-manic, tireless practice, as sweat soaked his garments repeatedly only to be dried by the wind, and as the soreness in his arms became a habitual numbness, he attained an unprecedented mastery over every fiber of his muscles and the flow of energy within him. Buzz. The Shatter Blade. This technique, learned in secret after intoxicatedly observing that old tiger, is said to be one of the 7 military techniques. When perfected, it could certainly rival that D-class combat technique. Following a full-force diagonal slash, the alloy blade emitted a strange resonance, as if it harmonized with the air itself. The trajectory of the blade slicing through the air transformed from a mere arc into a rhythm difficult to articulate. Concentration coalesced into a singular point, with speed exploding in an instant. This strike, in terms of timing, angle, and force, reached an unprecedented pinnacle of perfection. Song Bei stood with his blade sheathed, his chest heaving. Sweat trickled from his chin, landing on the dry, dusty ground of the abandoned mine. Yet, there was no trace of fatigue in his eyes, only the brilliance of enlightenment. He had transcended the realm of knife techniques, having officially stepped from the pinnacle of F-level into the domain of E-level. He recognized the vast distance yet to traverse to reach the extraordinary peak of E-level that his instructor once achieved. Nonetheless, this marked his formal entry into the pseudo-supernatural realm of blade mastery. The fusion of strength and technique had taken a solid first step. He caressed the cold blade, feeling the surge of LV-14 energy within him, as well as the latent pseudo-berserker power, ready to be unleashed at any moment. The paths of energy manipulation, knife skills, and psychic abilities, albeit feigned, had firmly established themselves at the threshold of E-level. The wind still howled mournfully in the desolate mine, while the distant garbage processing machinery rumbled with a dull roar. Song Bei stood in the vast shadow, gripping his knife tightly. The strength he possessed no longer brought confusion, but an unprecedented clarity of purpose. The selection for the Mecha Reserve. I am resolute. Chapter 16. Class reunion. The howling winds and echoes of metal clashing deep within the abandoned mine still lingered in his ears as Song Bei pushed open the greasy iron door of old Jin's mecha repair shop, his body still carrying the rough scent of dust and sweat that could not be washed away. Days spent in relentless training, away from the sun, had sharpened his lean silhouette. His gaze was as calm as a deep pool, yet held a touch of ferocity. Beidou, you finally returned. exclaimed the wiry Ho Ching, launching himself like a projectile from the corner. He seized Song Bei's arm, a mix of reproach and excitement on his face. Where have you been hiding these past few days? I've been frantic looking for you. Song Bei discreetly withdrew his hand and picked up a piece of cloth stained with grease to wipe away the residual dust from his fingers. Is there something? A significant matter, a momentous occasion, exclaimed the lanky monkey with animated glee. Class monitor Fu Ming has informed us. Tonight, at the Golden Zunyu Hotel, there will be a gathering for the senior training class. It's the farewell dinner before graduation. You're the only one missing. I almost thought you wouldn't make it. Golden Zunyu? It was the most elite establishment in the western district of Mo Hui City, a realm far removed from the lives of students from the lower town. Song Bei paused in his motions, his expression devoid of enthusiasm. Not interested. Come on. The lanky monkey, sensing urgency, leaned closer and lowered his voice, winking conspiratorially. Yen Su, our goddess, will be there. Fu Ming said so himself. He scrutinized Song Bei's expression, attempting to detect any flicker of interest. I know you, Beigu. We're all going our separate ways now. You've already made plans with the Liu family. Since that door is closed, why not bid farewell properly? It's better than keeping it all bottled up, right? Song Bei remained silent, resuming his wiping. The fabric rubbed against his skin, producing a faint rustling sound. Farewell? Was there truly anything to bid farewell to between him and Yen Su? That fleeting, innocent affection was akin to the starlight seen through a thick metallic barrier, clear yet forever out of reach. After a moment, he swallowed, allowing a single word to escape his lips. MHM. In the evening, Song Bei returned to his cramped home, finding old Song absent due to night duty. He rummaged through his belongings and unearthed two long-neglected garments, a somewhat faded but still tidy black shirt, and a pair of black trousers with frayed hems. Finally, he was no longer clad in the oil-stained work uniform that seemed to have fused with his very being. He adjusted his collar before a murky mirror in the corner. The reflection revealed a remarkably handsome youth, slightly less so than the esteemed readers present. His brows and eyes remained tranquil, yet the depths of his gaze bore the hardened edge forged by the trials of the mind. Before stepping out, an old television in the corner flickered to life, broadcasting local news. A fuzzy, mouse-like virtual avatar was magnified on screen. Level 2 wanted criminal, Shadow Mouse, infiltrated the Royal Knight's transport base in the Kingdom of Royal last night and stole a high-purity energy core. The police are offering 8,000 star coins for any information. The suspect is extremely dangerous, having escaped from a D-rank extraordinary underling. Citizens are advised not to approach and to report immediately. Shadow Mouse. Energy core? Old Chun had unwittingly joined him before the television, clutching an enamel mug, his brow furrowed. Those tin cans from Roy dare to steal? This kid has quite the audacity. He paused, contemplating the implications of the energy core, his eyes glimmering before he turned to Song Bei, adopting a rare seriousness. Kid, with so many people around, keep your nose out of trouble and come back early. This Mo Hui City may seem calm, but who knows what demons lurk beneath the surface. Song Bei nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. The Golden Zunyu Hotel loomed at the heart of the western district of Mo Hui City, its entirety cloaked in a shimmering glass facade, glaringly vibrant against the leaden backdrop of the city. At the entrance stood security personnel in sharp uniforms, their gazes keen and watchful. The slender monkey evidently found himself in unfamiliar territory for the first time, displaying a hint of awkwardness. He tugged at his faded t-shirt emblazoned with a rock band logo and muttered softly, "Goodness, these tiles are so shiny they could serve as mirrors." Meanwhile, Song Bei appeared unfazed, merely squinting slightly to adjust to the dazzling brilliance of the crystal chandelier above. As the two entered the resplendent hall, a figure instantly captured all of Song Bei's attention. Yen Su. She stood amidst a cluster of impeccably dressed classmates, adorned in a meticulously tailored black and white dress. The hem of her dress was a pristine white, reminiscent of freshly fallen snow, while the elegant black upper half accentuated her slender waist and graceful shoulder and neck lines. Simple, yet exuding an indescribable air of nobility and distance, she tilted her head slightly, as if listening to the conversation of a nearby girl. A polite yet detached smile graced her lips, and her fair neck shimmered softly under the lighting. She resembled a pearl lost in the dust, seamlessly integrating into the opulent surroundings, yet rendering everything else around her mere embellishments. The slender monkey gasped, nudging Song Bei with his elbow, his voice dripping with exaggerated awe. "Beige, quick look, it's Goddess Yen." He clicked his tongue, adding, "You two match quite well tonight, black and white." Song Bei shot him a disapproving glance, his voice steady yet tinged with stark realism. "Match. Her outfit is made of satin fabric, a special supply from the Whalon Group, worth thousands of star coins just for the material." Our attire combined barely amounts to 100. His tone held no self-deprecation, only a chilling clarity. The chasm of class distinction cannot be bridged merely by the colors of one's clothing. Isn't this our brilliant prodigy from Mo Hui number 1? The 5A contender, Song Bei? A voice laced with mockery suddenly intruded. Wang He approached, cradling a glass of amber liquid, flanked by a throng of sycophants. Clad in an ostentatious silver leisure suit, his hair meticulously styled, he bore an unmistakable air of superiority mingled with a hint of provocation. What a rare sight. You dare to show up at a place like this? Aren't you afraid of getting dusty? The slender monkey bristled like an agitated cat. Wang He. What do you mean? Why shouldn't Bei come? What do I mean? Wang He scoffed, sizing up Song Bei's plain black attire with disdain, implying that having graduated into certain circles was beyond a mere bookworm who earned a few AS. Do you have any idea where this is? Golden Goblet Jade. One meal here could cover repairs for your dilapidated vehicle for half a year. He deliberately exuded an air of superiority, underscored by the characteristic pressure of E-grade energy. Although it was unstable and evidently a product of genetic enhancements, it was undeniably E-grade. Do you see that? E-grade. Now that is the true threshold. Your little F-grade guiding technique wouldn't even scratch the surface after another decade of practice. The surrounding classmates, drawn by the commotion, turned their attention to the scene. Yen Su also ceased her conversation, her cool gaze drifting toward them, her delicate brows knitting slightly in concern. The slender monkey's face flushed with anger, about to retort, but was halted by Song Bei's raised hand. Song Beiping gazed steadily at Wang He, his expression devoid of any fluctuation, as if observing a mere jester. Just as he was about to speak, a calm and gentle voice interjected. Wang He, at a class reunion, why must the discourse be so harsh? The E level is indeed a threshold, yet it appears that someone has already transcended it. Chapter 17. Fu Ming lifting his gaze, Song Beiping observed the speaker, who approached the gathering clad in a meticulously tailored dark gray casual suit. He possessed a handsome visage and a composed demeanor, adorned with a perfectly measured smile. Yet his gaze emanated an invisible weight. This was Fu Ming. Not only was he the class representative, but he was also a direct descendant of the Fu family, naturally endowing him with a transcendent status among the crowd. Fu Xiao, Wang He's brash demeanor instantly diminished, his face contorting into a forced grin. I was merely concerned for classmate Song, fearing he might struggle to adapt. Adapt or not, one must arrive to truly know, Fu Ming replied, positioning himself beside Song Beiping. His eyes lingered on him for a fleeting moment, a subtle glimmer of intrigue flashing within them. He then turned back to Wang He, his tone remaining gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority. And who informed you that Song Beiping remains at F level? After a brief pause, he pronounced clearly, he is already E level. What? E level? Impossible. So soon? A wave of suppressed gasps and murmurs cascaded through the crowd. Wang He's smile froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Song Beiping, as if he had encountered a specter. The lanky figure beside him gaped, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground, then abruptly turned to Song Beiping. Bei, is that true? Song Beiping maintained his impassive demeanor, calmly nodding in response to Wang He's astonished gaze. Though he emitted no outward aura, his tranquility and composure served as a silent testament. Wang He's complexion shifted between crimson and pallor, akin to receiving a public slap in the face. His lips trembled as he attempted to utter a scathing retort. Yet under Fu Ming's placid scrutiny, he ultimately deflated like a punctured balloon. After casting a furious glare at Song Beiping, he retreated into the throng, accompanied by his followers. Wang He dared not gamble. In truth, whether Song Beiping was ill-level or not was inconsequential. What mattered was Fu Ming's declaration of support. That alone sufficed. Thank you, Song Beiping said earnestly, looking at Fu Ming. He had not anticipated Fu Ming would come to his defense. Fu Ming smiled, waving his hand dismissively. It was a mere trifle. Wang He, buoyed by his family's wealth, has grown arrogant after receiving genetic enhancements. He is in dire need of a lesson. Besides, whether I was involved or not, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. His gaze lingered on Song Beiping for a moment longer, tinged with curiosity. Shall we find a quiet place to converse? Song Beiping nodded in agreement. The two of them distanced themselves from the clamor of the crowd, retreating to a relatively secluded terrace beside the banquet hall. Beyond the immense floor-to-ceiling windows lay the enchanting nightscape of Mo Gue City, with the occasional beams of searchlights slicing through the darkness in the distance. Surprised? Fu Ming leaned against the cool glass railing, observing Song Beiping. Are you astonished that I would assist you, or that I am aware of your breakthrough? Both. Song Beiping admitted candidly. Although both he and Fu Ming were top students in their class, Fu Ming hailed from a prestigious family and possessed a composed demeanor, resulting in limited communication between the two. Gazing out the window, Fu Ming spoke calmly. Prior to the joint examination, I achieved a breakthrough to a level in guiding technique A. He turned his head, his gaze sharpening slightly. Moreover, I have also relinquished the black card. Song Bei's expression tightened. Relinquishing the black card? This signified that Fu Ming had chosen to actively serve, despite the immense influence of the Fu family, which could easily secure him a position in a military academy and later allow him to inherit vast wealth and power. Coincidentally, I have also opted for the Mecha Reserve. Fu Ming's subsequent words sent a jolt through Song Bei. As for you, Fu Ming's eyes locked onto Song Bei's, as if attempting to penetrate his facade. I have a fair understanding of your dealings with the Liu family. Though their actions remain relatively discreet, I have elders within the city guard. Such matters could not escape my notice. Song Bei fell silent. The manipulations of the Liu family paled in comparison to the true top-tier families. He chose to be candid. It is a transaction. I require an opportunity. An opportunity? Fu Ming pondered this term, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In Mo Hui City, the Fu family appeared formidable, while the Liu family seemed to lag slightly behind. Yet, within the immense structure of the Azure Technology Group, what were we? He posed and answered his own question with a tone of sobering realization. The highest position of my family within the group is merely equivalent to that of a frontline mecha combat team leader. Song Bei's pupils constricted. The Fu family of Mo Hui City wielded great influence, yet within the vast Azure framework, they were merely akin to a frontline squad leader, a role classified as third tier. Fu Ming's voice was low and powerful, imbued with a maturity that transcended his years. In certain elite units, a distinguished mecha master could even hold a higher status than a third-tier administrative supervisor. Power, particularly that wielded by those who command steel, carries far greater weight within the group than the so-called influence of local authority. He regarded Song Bei with a serious expression. Thus, I have chosen to go to the front lines, to the Mecha Reserve. That is the core of the group's strength and the true place where destinies can be altered. The pond of Mo Hui City is too small. He paused, locking his gaze with Song Bei's. I know you are extraordinary. An achievement of 5A. A swift breakthrough to E-level, and his eyes swept over Song Bei's seemingly calm hands. The secrets you harbor. I have confidence in you. In the reserve, we can become acquainted in advance and look out for one another. How does that sound? This was not a condescending recruitment, but rather a proposal for an equal partnership based on mutual strength and prospects. Fu Ming's honesty and clarity prompted Song Bei to regard him with newfound respect. All right. Without hesitation, Song Bei extended his hand. Two young hands, both brimming with potential, clasped gently under the enchanting night of Mo Hui City. In that moment, an heir from a top-tier family, aware of his own reality, and a grassroots genius who had risen from obscurity, forged an initial bond based on a shared objective. The terrace door swung open, allowing the cacophony of the banquet hall and the swell of music to flood in. The gathering appeared to have reached its zenith. Song Bei's gaze traversed the crowd, settling once more on that striking black and white figure. Yen Su stood by the window, delicately cradling a drink, seemingly lost in the night outside. Her profile, illuminated by the dazzling lights, radiated an exquisite softness, tinged with an imperceptible hint of melancholy. Their eyes met briefly across the bustling throng and the shimmering interplay of light and shadow. A subtle shift flickered in Yen Su's expression, her clear eyes betraying a complex tapestry of emotions, curiosity, uncertainty, and perhaps an unvoiced sentiment lingering in the air. Her lips moved slightly, as if on the verge of articulating something. Song Bei felt his heart constrict as if gripped by an unseen force. That figure in the black and white dress represented the sole beacon of light in his 3 years of muted youth. The intense, long-suppressed feelings surged, threatening to breach the dam of reason. He yearned to approach her, even if it was merely to utter a farewell. Yet, the frigid reality of class distinctions, akin to the heavy alloy barrier outside, abruptly yanked him back to reality. What did he possess? A Mecha Reserve position won at the cost of his life. With an uncertain future, a secret power that required concealment, fraught with peril, and the ruthless, power-centric Azure system that Fu Ming spoke of? What could he offer to shoulder the consequences of drawing closer to Yen Su? What could he wield in response to the scrutiny and pressure her world might impose? Ultimately, Yen Su remained silent, the flicker of emotion in her eyes swiftly fading, reverting to a polite and distant calm. She slightly turned her head, averting her gaze from Song Bei, as if their brief connection had been but an illusion. The brightness in Song Bei's eyes dimmed, settling into a tranquil stillness. He cast one last profound glance in her direction, as though attempting to etch that silhouette into his very soul. Then, he withdrew his gaze. Nodding at Fu Ming, I shall take my leave. No farewells, no words. He turned and strode towards the banquet hall's exit, his silhouette framed by the radiant lights, exuding a solitary dignity akin to the blade he held. Hey, Beige, wait for me. I haven't had enough of the roasted star beast ribs. The lanky monkey, clutching a hefty platter of food, lamented upon seeing Song Bei's departure. With a sorrowful glance at the glistening meat, he hastily stuffed a final chunk into his mouth. Cheeks puffed, before bounding after him. Yen Su lingered by the window, her gaze tracing the black-clad figure that vanished at the threshold, her fingers tightening around her glass. The window's reflection revealed the slight curve of her pressed lips. Perhaps she too felt regret, but as the elevator doors slowly closed, they sealed off the clamor and light of the hall, marking a silent farewell to the innocence of youth. On the terrace, Fu Ming observed the elevator's descent, gently swirling his glass, the dark liquid mirroring the city's brilliance, akin to the undercurrents flowing beneath this starry expanse. Chapter 18. Night Raid. The unique murky air of Mo Hui City enveloped the two once more. The slender figure of Ho Qing rubbed his shoulder. So from being shoved by Song Bei, while incessantly reminiscing, Beige, you truly lack taste. The roasted rock-armored beast ribs were sizzling with oil, sprinkled with cumin powder. Utterly divine. Young Master Fu is indeed generous. Song Bei walked silently ahead, his footsteps echoing softly against the narrow alleyway strewn with dark dust. The incessant chatter of the slender figure seemed to dissipate, as if muffled by a layer of frosted glass, failing to penetrate his mind. What lingered in his thoughts was the final glimpse of Yen Su on the terrace, framed in a halo of light, stark in black and white, both cold and distant. There was no verbal farewell, just a tiny thorn embedded in a corner of his heart, accompanied by an indescribable sense of melancholy. The barriers of class were as cold as stone, and at this moment, he possessed neither the right nor the ability to draw closer. Hey, Beige, what are you dazed about? The slender figure approached, illuminated by the dim, energy-saving streetlight, noticing a barely perceptible shadow of despondency beneath Song Bei's tranquil profile. Just as he intended to tease him further about Yen Su, suddenly, Song Bei's feet were firmly planted in place, every muscle tensing like a drawn bowstring. His calm gaze sharpened in an instant, as if a glimmer of darkness flickered deep within his pupils, fixating intently on a denser patch of darkness further down the alley. Get back! A low growl erupted like thunder. With astonishing force, Song Bei's left hand propelled forward, thrusting violently against the slender figure's chest. The push was swift and fierce, imbued with an overwhelming E-class power. Damn, here it comes again. The slender figure was caught off guard, as if struck by a battering ram, and flew back with a cry, colliding heavily against a pile of discarded metal parts stacked against the alley wall, producing a thunderous clang. Several rusted pieces clattered to the ground. Pain and dizziness struck him like a tidal wave, plunging him into darkness, his head ringing as he struggled to rise. But his body felt weak, and his consciousness began to fade. Ultimately, he collapsed onto the heap of parts, motionless. At the very moment the slender figure was pushed aside, a slender, almost silent thread of dark energy, akin to a serpent strike, shot past the spot where he had just stood. The dark energy struck the mottled wall behind, producing a soft sound. The hard concrete wall was instantly corroded, creating a fist-sized, bottomless black hole, from which wisps of foul-smelling smoke began to emerge. Cold sweat instantly drenched Song Bei's back. That was close. Had it not been for the heightened perception and neural reflexes granted by his level 14 guiding technique, combined with the momentary enhancement of his pseudo-berserk state, allowing him to detect the fleeting danger, the slender figure would now be nothing more than a smoking corpse. T.S. A hoarse voice, laden with fatigue and irritation, echoed from the depths of the alley. A slight figure, resembling a melting wax statue, slowly detached itself from the shadows of the wall. Clad in a tattered, stained gray hoodie, the hood was pulled down low. His pallid, gaunt face was only partially revealed, with sparse stubble adorning his chin. He hunched over, one hand clutching his side tightly, dark red liquid seeping through his fingers and staining the gray fabric a deeper hue. It was none other than the second-level wanted criminal known as Shadow Mouse, as reported in the news. Damn it, how unfortunate. Shadow Mouse spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, his voice hoarse and laden with exhaustion and irritation. All I wanted was to catch my breath and evade those rabid nightly lackeys, yet here I am, trapped in this dead-end alley. He lifted his head, beneath the shadow of his hat, a pair of slender eyes glimmering with a ghostly green light, reminiscent of a true rodent, coldly fixed on Song Bei. You're forcing me to kill when I had no intention of doing so. Song Bei's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Shadow Mouse, the notorious fugitive pursued by the kingdom of Luya, an escapee from the clutches of a D-class powerhouse. Although the foe was clearly injured and breathing irregularly, the palpable aura of icy malevolence and the earlier strange corrosive attack underscored the reality that he was an exceedingly perilous adversary. His strength was at least at the high E-class, possibly even at its peak. Engaging him head-on, as a newly ascended mid-level E-class, seemed futile. Surrender the psionic core or die. Song Bei's voice was as cold as steel, devoid of fear, exuding a calmness that penetrated to the bone. He had to seize the initiative, refusing to succumb to the rhythm of the other's stealthy assassination. Meanwhile, his mind raced at its limits. The energy of his LV-14 guiding technique coursed through his body at high speed, the pseudo-berserk state poised for action. He was observing, calculating, seeking that slender thread of hope. The psionic core? Shadow Mouse paused momentarily, then emitted a peculiar low laugh, which aggravated his abdominal wound, causing him to grimace. Kid, you know quite a bit, but sadly, that trinket is worth more than my life right now. Before he could finish his words, his figure suddenly blurred, melding into the air like ink dissolving in water, vanishing from sight in an instant. Here it comes. Song Bei's pupils constricted, his entire sense heightened to the utmost. The flow of air, the falling dust, the subtle patterns on the wall, all information surged into his mind like a tidal wave. To the left, a minuscule disturbance, tinged with a metallic sweetness. Almost instantaneously, Song Bei's body reacted as if attuned to the impending danger. Rather than retreating, he forcefully pushed off with his left foot, gliding eerily to the right rear in a near-miss maneuver. With a whoosh, a shadowy claw grazed his shirt, tearing a gash in the fabric he had donned for the evening. The stench of blood carried by the claw's passage stung Song Bei's cheek. Shadow Mouse's silhouette flickered momentarily in the shadows to Song Bei's left, laced with surprise. Huh, shadow step? Quite intriguing. He clearly had not anticipated that Song Bei would possess such military agility. Steadying himself, Song Bei felt cold sweat bead at his temples. That last maneuver was one of the life-saving techniques imparted by the fierce tiger instructor, Shadow Step. It mimicked the elusive footwork of shadowy assassins dancing between life and death, bewildering and demanding an extraordinary level of bodily coordination and neural reflex. Had he not broken through to E-class, he would never have been able to execute it. He could not afford to be on the defensive. A flicker of ferocity flashed in Song Bei's eyes. As the shadowy figure of the Shadow Mouse vanished once more, he took the initiative to strike. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he surged forward like a bolt from a crossbow, aiming directly at the location where the Shadow Mouse might re-emerge. His right fist tightened, channeling the energy of the guiding technique with fervor, producing a deep, resonant whoosh as he unleashed a punch devoid of any embellishment. This was the essence of the shattering blade, striking at a point to pierce through a surface, delivering a force of unparalleled magnitude. With a resounding thud, Song Bei's fist landed squarely upon a mass of shadow that had abruptly coalesced. The shadow felt almost tangible, imbued with a formidable resilience and a chilling energy. The immense recoil sent a jolt through Song Bei's arm, causing it to tingle and his blood to surge. Yet, the impact of his punch forced the Shadow Mouse out of the shadows, staggering back 2 steps, clutching its wounded abdomen, where blood seeped through its fingers. Not bad, kid. You've got some strength. The Shadow Mouse coughed out a mouthful of blood, its emerald eyes glinting with anger and humiliation as they fixated on Song Bei. However, this was merely the beginning of its wrath. To be wounded by a mere novice who had just broken through to E-class was a profound disgrace. Moreover, the injury it sustained was grave, necessitating swift resolution. Die! The Shadow Mouse emitted a piercing shriek, abandoning stealth for a more direct and brutal approach. Ignoring any potential counterattack from Song Bei, it transformed into a blur of gray, propelled by an icy, sanguine wind, charging directly towards him. Its fingers morphed into claws, wreathed in an even more potent, corrosive darkness, ruthlessly aiming for Song Bei's throat. This was a tit-for-tat strategy, relying on its extensive experience and superior energy to forcefully overwhelm. As the Shadow Mouse, injured yet undeterred, lunged forward, a cold gleam ignited in the depths of Song Bei's serene eyes. Now was the moment. Chapter 19. Blood collapse. With the stench of blood and the Shadow Mouse's claws tearing through the air towards his throat, the ominous glimmering tips radiated a lethal threat. Song Bei could even detect the nauseating, corrosive odor emanating from the claws. Faced with this desperate strike, he exhibited no inclination to evade. All emotions vanished from his gaze, leaving behind an intense, almost ruthless focus. Within him, the LV-14 guiding technique energy surged, forcibly compressed, and coalesced at that critical moment. Deep within his heart, a dormant pulse, the harbinger of true transformation, was stirred. A torrent of violent power, far exceeding that of an ordinary mid-tier E-class, surged forth, imbued with the essence of destruction. Akin to a dormant volcano suddenly ignited, rushing towards his right arm. With a guttural roar that erupted from his chest, Song Bei's right fist shot forth, meeting the oncoming claws of the Shadow Mouse with unyielding force. This punch came without warning. Its speed eclipsed that of the shattering blade, surpassing it by more than double. Upon his fist, there was no dazzling brilliance, only a subdued, deeply compressed crimson glow. The air seemed to be instantaneously evacuated, creating a brief vacuum that produced a piercing shriek. Where the fist passed, the thick layers of soot on the walls of the alley were swept away by an invisible hand, revealing the mottled concrete beneath. Blood collapse. One of the ultimate techniques concealed by the fierce instructor. By channeling the entirety of his life force and mental will, he instantaneously detonates the energy of the guiding technique compressed to its utmost limits, unleashing a devastating strike far beyond his current realm, inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while sustaining 800 upon himself. Such a move should never be employed lightly unless in the direst of straits or against a mortal enemy. In the emerald depths of the Shadow Mouse's eyes, fear was vividly reflected for the first time. He could scarcely fathom that this seemingly newly ascended E-class individual, with such limited power, harbored such a terrifying trump card. The aura of destruction contained within that punch sent tremors through his very soul. He yearned to retract his claws, to evade, but the inertia of his forward momentum, the burden of his injuries, and Song Bei's lightning-fast eruption left him utterly incapable of mounting any effective response. With a resounding crash, mingled with the sickening sounds of shattering bones and the grotesque echoes of flesh being crushed, the narrow alley reverberated with the impact. A piercing wail, so harrowing it scarcely resembled human sound, escaped the Shadow Mouse's lips. His right claw, along with half of his forearm, was obliterated upon contact with Song Bei's fist, as if crushed by a hydraulic press of immense force, twisting and bursting apart in an instant. Dark fragments of bone and flesh sprayed backward in a horrifying display. The relentless force of the punch continued unabated, striking him squarely in the chest. With a puff, the Shadow Mouse was sent flying backward like a broken sack, spewing forth a torrent of blood mixed with shredded entrails. The sound of his ribcage fracturing was unmistakable. He crashed heavily into the dumpster at the end of the alley, denting the sturdy metal container deeply. The dumpster groaned under the weight, and various refuse cascaded down, burying him partially in the debris. Standing firm, Song Bei maintained his striking pose, but his complexion paled to a ghostly white, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. A searing pain coursed through his right arm, as if his bones were on the verge of splintering, and the core of his guiding technique energy felt intensely hollow and agonizing. The backlash from his blood loss exceeded all expectations, coupled with the frenzy of his state. This punch had nearly drained him of half his vitality and energy. Breathing heavily, he fixed his gaze on the shifting mound of refuse. Is it over? Song Bei felt no relief within. The Shadow Mouse, a fugitive dancing on the edge of a blade, possessed an extraordinarily resilient spirit. Indeed, with a rustle, a blood-soaked hand, half embedded in the filth, thrust itself from the refuse. Following that, the Shadow Mouse's upper body struggled to emerge. His ribcage caved in, right arm completely ruined. Blood and foam continuously bubbling from his mouth and nostrils, his breath nearly extinguished, yet those emerald eyes blazed with madness, resentment, and the final flicker of lethal ferocity. He fixed his gaze on Song Bei, summoning his last reserves of strength to roar, "You little bastard, I'll take you down with me." His remaining left hand trembled as it reached into his bosom, seemingly to retrieve something for a mutual demise. A warning blared in Song Bei's mind. Yet the overwhelming emptiness and backlash from his blood loss rendered him rigid, his movements slowed by a fraction. Just as the Shadow Mouse was about to unleash his final gambit. In that critical moment, "To hell with you." A familiar, broken roar erupted behind Shadow Mouse, reverberating through the air. The emaciated figure of Ho Qing, previously slumped in a heap of parts, sprang to life, as if resurrected. His face bore the marks of blood drawn by sharp edges, yet his gaze was as fierce as that of a cornered wolf. Unbeknownst to him, he had stealthily approached Shadow Mouse, clutching a small, gleaming alloy folding knife, his constant companion for self-defense. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust the knife with all his might into the left side of Shadow Mouse's waist, piercing the kidney with precision and brutality. This act surpassed the accuracy and ferocity of his usual pickpocketing. Shadow Mouse's body stiffened instantaneously. His attempt to retrieve something came to an abrupt halt. Slowly, he turned his head in disbelief, meeting the bloodied, wrathful countenance of Ho Qing. "Brother Bei, hurry!" Ho Qing shouted, not daring to glance back at the outcome. retreating with all his strength. He knew that his meager assault might not be fatal to a superhuman, but it was enough to create a critical opening, a sufficient distraction. In that moment, a cold light ignited in Song Bei's eyes. Enduring the excruciating pain in his right arm and the emptiness in his body, he clenched his left fist tightly. The unnatural throbbing deep within his heart surged once more. Although he could not unleash the full force of his blood burst again. The remnant vitality and energy of his guiding technique were fervently drawn upon, coalescing in his left fist. Die! Song Bei's figure lunged forward like a wraith. His left fist, imbued with unyielding ferocity, struck once more at the collapsed chest of Shadow Mouse. The dark crimson glow, though dimmed, still radiated an aura of impending doom. Boom! The second blood burst landed squarely on Shadow Mouse's heart. This time, there was no skeletal resistance to cushion the blow. The force penetrated without hindrance. Shadow Mouse's body arched upwards, akin to an overinflated balloon. His eyes bulged, filled with agony, shock, and disbelief. A grotesque sound escaped his throat, reminiscent of a deflating bagpipe. Thud! His arched form crashed heavily to the ground, splattering mud and refuse in all directions. His limbs twitched involuntarily, and the eerie green light in his eyes flickered like a candle in the wind, rapidly extinguishing. Ultimately, his head drooped, and silence enveloped him. His elongated eyes remained wide open, frozen in a final expression of resentment and incredulity. In the narrow alley, only the heavy breaths of Song Bei and the gasps of Ho Qing, clutching his chest, filled the air, mingled with the nauseating scent of blood and rotting refuse. Song Bei stumbled backward, his left arm throbbing painfully, his complexion ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his brow. Gritting his teeth, he approached Shadow Mouse's lifeless body, suppressing his nausea, and hastily searched through the tattered clothing. Soon, he unearthed a palm-sized, chillingly cold, rhomboid crystal, suffused with a shimmering blue glow. As if alive, the energy core lost by the knights of the kingdom of Luya. In addition, there was a handle-like contraption. Observing the expression of the Shadow Mouse moments before its demise, one could easily surmise that it was a piece of equipment capable of inflicting significant harm. He swiftly tucked the core and the apparatus into his pocket. Subsequently, he approached the frail monkey, who still sat on the ground, shaken and apprehensive. Extending his uninjured left hand, the frail monkey grasped his hand, leveraging it to rise, glancing at Song Bei's pale visage and the blood at the corner of his mouth. Then at the grotesque corpse of the Shadow Mouse, and swallowed hard. Brother Bei, are you all right? Those two punches were terrifying. Song Bei shook his head, his voice hoarse. I'm not dead. He cast a sidelong glance at the frail monkey, feigning unconsciousness. Chapter 20. The psychic core. The frail monkey rubbed his still aching chest and back of the head, chuckling with a hint of cunning relief. That push of yours nearly sent me away, but I wasn't completely out of it, just dazed and confused. As soon as that old rat appeared, I knew trouble was brewing. Getting up would only lead to my demise, so I might as well play dead. He pointed at the Shadow Mouse's corpse, seizing the opportunity. A swift jab to the kidney. Huh, I learned that from the old district skinner. A kidney poke, and even a deity would tremble. Song Bei remained silent, merely giving the frail monkey's shoulder a firm pat. This gesture conveyed a multitude of unspoken sentiments. This seemingly slick and timid childhood friend possessed a beast-like instinct and fierceness when confronted with genuine peril. Let us go, Song Bei urged, refusing to linger any longer. The Shadow Mouse was dead, yet the commotion here was considerable, the stench of blood pungent, and trouble could arise at any moment. Supporting the still wobbly frail monkey, the two swiftly erased any obvious traces, primarily the blood left from the monkey's stabbing, and then, leaning on each other, they melted into the night like two shadows, swiftly disappearing into the labyrinthine alleys. The alleys of Mo Gray City at night resembled a maze, replete with rust, dust, and a faint hint of blood. Song Bei half supported the grimacing frail monkey, both of them akin to wounded beasts, stumbling through the shadows. Each step elicited a tearing pain in Song Bei's arms and an overwhelming emptiness within his being. The two punches that had nearly drained him of life. The frail monkey was no better off, having been struck hard by the Shadow Mouse. His left arm hung limply, his complexion ashen, relying solely on Song Bei's support to remain upright. Damn, that old rat was incredibly strong. The frail monkey gasped, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Brother Bei, those two punches were simply divine, like a pile driver. When will you teach me? Song Bei lacked the energy to respond, gritting his teeth as he heightened his senses to the utmost, remaining vigilant of any rustle or shift in the air. The psychic core in his pocket radiated a chilling aura through the fabric. Oddly, this sensation did not alleviate the searing pain coursing through his body, but rather acted like a magnet, continuously drawing forth the dormant pulse deep within his heart. That pulse intensified, imbued with a near-greedy yearning, as if a hungry wolf had caught the scent of fresh meat, just as they had departed. A minute had scarcely passed when a silent figure emerged like a specter from the shadows next to the refuse pile where the shadow mouse had succumbed. The man donned a form-fitting, deep gray urban combat suit, his face obscured by a tactical mask that revealed only his piercing eyes. He crouched down, swiftly examining the corpse of Shadow Mouse, particularly the concave chest and shattered arms, a flicker of seriousness crossing his gaze. The residual energy fluctuations from the fatal strike were chaotic yet profoundly concentrated. He murmured softly, his voice emanating through the mask with a cold, electronic timbre. His sharp eyes swept across the wall of the alley, where the blood-stained marks of the punch had been erased, landing on a few drops of fresh blood that had been hastily concealed but could not escape his keen observation, remnants left by the thin monkey's knife. 2 F levels. No. One had just recently breached the MIDI level while the other was merely an ordinary person. He rose to his feet, casting his gaze toward the dark alleyway where Song Bei and the thin monkey had vanished. His brow furrowed beneath the mask. How could an individual barely at the MIDI level and an F-level civilian face off against the notoriously cunning and swift Shadow Mouse? Even in such a damaged state, this combat loss seemed absurd. Shaking his head, he then noticed several rhythmically distinct footprints on the wall, his expression suddenly sharpening. Was that the step of Shadow Step? And the force exerted in those final 2 punches? Bloodburst? The masked man gasped, his tone laced with surprise. Military arts 7 forms? Could this young man be a seed cultivated in secret by the military? But in this place, he abruptly lifted his head, his figure silently soaring upward, scaling the exterior of an adjacent abandoned high-rise with the agility of a gecko, leaping atop the roof in a few bounds. From this vantage point, his keen gaze swept down over the intricate maze of streets below. Soon, he locked onto 2 figures, leaning on one another, moving slowly as they struggled to turn into the back street where Old Chin's mech repair shop was located. Old Chin's shop, the masked man repeated quietly, seemingly retrieving information from his memory bank. Regardless of whether this individual was a military seed capable of slaying Shadow Mouse and acquiring the core, the involvement of military arts 7 forms necessitated immediate reporting. Without further hesitation, he melded into the shadows like a bat, disappearing between the buildings, heading straight for the heavily guarded Blue Technology City Defense Headquarters in the city's center. Old Chin, open the door. Quickly. The thin monkey, using his still-functioning right hand, feebly pounded on the heavy iron door of the repair shop. With a clatter, the door swung open, revealing Old Chin's round, grease-stained face, sleepily grumbling. What in the world are you howling about at this hour? But before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of the 2 bloodied figures at his doorstep. Song Bei, pale as a ghost, with bloodstains still evident at the corners of his mouth and his arms hanging limply. The thin monkey fared worse, his left arm visibly deformed, his face marred by intersecting blood trails. What the hell? Old Chin's drowsiness evaporated in an instant as he yanked them inside and swiftly locked the door behind him. What happened? Who did this? We ran into Shadow Mouse. The thin monkey collapsed onto the greasy floor, panting heavily. Shadow Mouse. That one a criminal. Old Chin's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. What did you 2 do to him? We killed him. Song Bei's voice was hoarse, imbued with a palpable weakness, yet remarkably clear. He leaned against the workbench and gradually slid down to the floor, retrieving from his pocket a palm-sized energy core, pulsating with a mesmerizing blue glow, which he cast aside. He then groped around and pulled out an unassuming black metallic object resembling an old-fashioned razor handle from the tattered clothing of the Shadow Mouse, tossing it aside as well. The energy core. Old Chun gasped at the sight of the crystal shimmering with blue light. However, when his gaze fell upon the black handle, a tremor coursed through his jowls as he exclaimed, "The bone-corroding bomb." Good heavens! It was as if he had been scalded, and he instinctively stepped back, pointing at the object, his voice wavering. This device is standard issue for the Loya Knight Order soldiers. Within 3 seconds of activation, it vaporizes anything below D rank within a 10-meter radius. Even an unprepared D rank warrior would be gravely injured. How could that old rat still possess such a dreadful item? Upon hearing this, the thin monkey nearly leapt in fright, his face paling further as he glanced at the ominous handle. When I was about to stab him, he seemed intent on retrieving this. Song Bei recalled the Shadow Mouse's vengeful gaze and outstretched hand in his final moments, a chill creeping down his spine. They had truly been on the brink of disaster. Had it not been for the thin monkey's timely intervention, disrupting the Shadow Mouse's final movements, coupled with his own desperate countermeasure, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Old Chun, still shaken, found a sturdy alloy box, and carefully stowed the bone-corroding bomb within, locking it away in the deepest recess of the workbench, letting out a sigh of relief. He then turned his attention to the alluring blue glow of the energy core. His expression a tapestry of complexity. This energy core from the Loyonite order is a perilous hot potato, my boy. How do you intend to handle it? Songbei offered no reply. Since acquiring the core, an unprecedented surge of tumultuous yearning had ignited deep within his heart. Like parched earth welcoming the first rain, an insatiable thirst, born from the very essence of life, surged forth, relentlessly assaulting his reason. The core is mine. Songbei's voice resonated with an unusual rasp and urgency. He struggled to rise and seize it. Hey, kid, you're not right. Old Chin astutely detected Songbei's anomaly, particularly the almost frenzied blue light emanating from his eyes. Yet, Songbei remained oblivious to his concern. He nearly lunged at the energy core, extending his trembling, pain-ridden right hand to clasp it tightly. The moment his skin made contact with the frigid crystal, an abrupt transformation occurred. The dark red burn marks on his palm, which had yet to fully fade, erupted with an eerie crimson light. A terrifying force of attraction materialized from thin air. The radiant, energy-concealing core began to dim at a visible rate, as if something was being devoured by the icy flames. A torrent of vast, chilling information surged into Songbei's mind like a flood breaking through a dam. He let out a pained groan, his body shaking violently, as darkness danced before his eyes, as though his very skull were on the brink of bursting. Songbei, Brother Bei, Old Chun and the thin monkey simultaneously gasped, eager to step forward, but were repelled by the sudden eruption of chaotic yet formidable energy waves emanating from Songbei. Countless shattered images, discordant sounds, and intense emotions whirled like an uncontrollable kaleidoscope within Songbei's consciousness, exploding in a frenzy. Chapter 21. Legacy of Memory. Frigid, dark, suffocating. In the plummeting cockpit of a mecha, the shrill wail of alarms pierced the air. The roar of comrades on the brink of death echoed. The menacing barrel of a Bond hound-type mecha loomed, unleashing blinding energy beams. For the dawn of Loya, a young man's voice, filled with desperation and defiance, cried out from the depths of Songbei's soul. Boom. His consciousness was utterly engulfed by a blinding explosion of white light. Time slipped away, and eventually, the chaotic torrent began to subside, akin to the debris left behind on a beach after the tide recedes. Songbei's awareness slowly resurfaced from the boundless darkness and excruciating pain, akin to the most agonizing clarity after a drunken stupor. He realized he was witnessing a life that did not belong to him. His name was Cain Lauren. Born into a declining military noble family in the kingdom of Luya, his childhood was spent amidst the frigid military training grounds and his father's stern gaze. At 16, he excelled into the Royal Mecha Academy of Luya. By 19, he successfully piloted a standard Knight Squire mecha, annihilating 3 Bond Coalition Hyena reconnaissance mechas during a border skirmish, thus emerging as a notable figure. At 21, he transcended to D-level extraordinary status, becoming one of the youngest formal knights in the kingdom, granted the privilege to pilot the more powerful Gun Knight pseudo-type mecha. He was deeply enamored with a maiden from the capital, blessed with violet eyes, dreaming of restoring his family's glory through martial achievements, safeguarding the people of Luya at dawn. The recollection crystallized upon a scorched battlefield known as the Red Rock Valley. He piloted a battered Gun Knight, covering the last few transport vehicles laden with civilians as they retreated. Faced with an assault from 2 full squads, 10 units, of Bond Coalition Hound-type mechas, he fought valiantly, showcasing his D4 level marksmanship to detonate the cockpits of 6 hounds, severely damaging the 7th with his D3 level mecha combat skills. Yet, ultimately, he was outnumbered. The energy shield of the Gun Knight overloaded and shattered. One mechanical leg was severed by a high-energy particle cannon, and the cockpit was torn apart by the armor-piercing rounds of a shattered Star tank. In the final moments before consciousness faded, he saw the transport vehicles break through the encirclement and faintly heard the distant cries of civilians, survivors of calamity. Cain Lauren perished. Songbei's consciousness murmured, imbued with a profound sense of shared tragedy and regret, despite the differing factions. He slowly opened his eyes, finding himself still lying on the cold, greasy floor of Old Chen's repair shop. Sweat soaked his clothes, and the pain in his arms persisted, yet the explosive chaos in his mind had dissipated, replaced by a peculiar sense of fulfillment. It was not an augmentation of strength, but rather the imprint of knowledge. An exquisitely intricate and meticulously honed set of firearms techniques had been instinctively engraved in his muscle memory and neural reflexes. From the most fundamental grip and breathing rhythm to the sophisticated trajectory prediction in complex environments, rapid-fire precision, and pinpoint targeting of weaknesses, every detail was resoundingly clear. This is far from mere theoretical discourse. It is the quintessence of D4 level firearms mastery, honed through countless life and death struggles. Moreover, it encompasses an extensive repository of knowledge pertaining to mechs, from the fundamental maintenance of power cores and the principles of joint transmission to the intricate manipulation of weapon systems. Battlefield situational awareness, and the core aspects of human-machine neural synchronization and tactical maneuvering, how to transform a cold steel behemoth into an extension of one's own body, and how to execute the most lethal evasions and counterattacks amidst a hail of bullets. These are the core experiences and techniques belonging to D3 level mech pilots, indelibly imprinted in the depths of his consciousness. Furthermore, there are fragmented insights into the combat regulations of the Kingdom of Loya, fundamental battlefield command knowledge, and analyses of the vulnerabilities of certain mech models from the Bond Consortium. Soaring above the pain that racked his body, Songbei struggled to sit up. He gazed at his hands, where the crimson lines of burn marks had vanished, leaving his skin pristine as if nothing had transpired. The invaluable energy core lay dimmed, devoid of its former brilliance. "Are you all right?" Lao Chen's voice trembled with disbelief. "That blue light. The energy from your energy core was absorbed by me." Song Bei's voice remained hoarse, yet bore an unexplainable steadiness, tinged with a sense of profound experience. He lifted his gaze to meet Lao Chen's and the bewildered expression of the thin monkey. "It seems I have triggered something, acquiring fragmented memories, battle experiences of the original owner." He refrained from mentioning the heart mutation or the word inheritance. Some secrets are safer when known only to oneself. This is not just for his own sake, but also for Lao Chun and the thin monkey. This ability is too enigmatic. Should it be revealed, they might find themselves ensnared in unpredictable peril. Memory fragments, battle experiences? Lao Chen's aged face contorted in shock. The energy core can be utilized in such a manner? I have only heard it serves as energy for mechs. Never did I know it could be directly accessed. The thin monkey was even more perplexed, grasping only one crucial detail. "So, Brother Bei, are you saying you can pilot a mech now?" "And quite impressively." "Not just piloting," Songbei corrected, flexing his painfully sore arm and feeling the clear and vivid memories of mech operation coursing through his mind, as if he had piloted thousands of times. Those maneuvers felt as natural as breathing. He paused, turning to Lao Chun. "Have you truly never heard of anything like this before?" Lao Chun shook his head vigorously. "Akin to a rattle, unheard of, utterly incomprehensible. If this were to leak out." He shuddered, lowering his voice. "Not only would the Kingdom of Loya go mad, but even the upper echelons of the Azure Technology Group would seize you for dissection and study. This situation is too sinister." Song Bei's heart sank. Lao Chen's reaction confirmed his fears. This ability is both a blessing and a catastrophic curse. It lies concealed behind the facade of a pseudo-violent superpower. What transpired tonight must remain buried within. Song Bei's voice was cold and resolute as he scanned the faces of Lao Chun and the thin monkey. "The Shadow Mouse is dead. We have benefited from it. The energy core does not recognize us. We were merely collateral damage caught in the crossfire. Do you understand?" Lao Chun and Shou Ho, upon witnessing the undeniable cold glimmer in Song Bei's eyes, instinctively nodded in agreement. Shou Ho pounded his chest, declaring, "Rest assured, Brother Bei. My lips are sealed. I shall not utter a word." However, he soon wore a troubled expression. "But how do I explain this injury on my arm?" "Along with your wound?" Song Bei provided a most ordinary yet reasonable explanation. "We could say we were victims of a robbery and were assaulted in the struggle." Lao Chun, "Please tend to Monkey's arm. I can manage my own injury," he said, mustering the strength to rise and make his way toward the small partitioned bed in the back of the repair shop. Each step sent waves of excruciating pain throughout his body, yet his spirits surged with a peculiar fervor and complexity. Lying on the narrow bed, eyes wide open in the darkness, Song Bei found himself haunted by the fleeting yet intense life of Cain Lorraine, indelibly imprinted upon his consciousness. The sense of patriotism, the honor of knighthood, and the longing for those violet eyes, these unfamiliar emotions assailed him. Simultaneously, the finesse of mid-tier D-class marksmanship and the adeptness in mecha piloting lay dormant within him, awaiting his awakening and integration. "So this is how it is," he whispered to himself, his hand resting upon his chest. His heart beat steadily and powerfully. The strange thrum, having consumed the spiritual core, seemed to momentarily succumb to a satisfied slumber. He began to grasp part of the truth behind his heart's transformation. It could devour the spiritual core, plundering and absorbing the original owner's life essence and core abilities. This power served as a shortcut to strength, yet also as a perilous path leading to the abyss of hell. The cold light of the black-eyed violet moon filtered through the gaps in the iron roof above, casting a chilling beam. Songbei clenched his fist, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. The road ahead was fraught with unknown dangers and temptations. The selection for the mecha reserves was no longer a mere beginning. It would serve as a trial for the abilities he had usurped, compelling him to survive and grow stronger within the unforgiving interstellar wilderness until he could seize control of his fate. The first test of metal. Cain Lorraine, he murmured, closing his eyes. The image of the gun knight, standing resolutely amidst the cannon fire, flashed through his mind. I shall wield your gun and your mecha. Under this starry sky, I will carve a bloody path. Chapter 22. Father and son burdened with unhealed wounds and heavier secrets. Songbei pushed open the door to his home, instinctively treading lightly. The living room lay shrouded in darkness, the only sound the low hum of an old air purifier. Lao Song was on the night shift. He should not be home at this hour, should he? He exhaled in relief, yearning to retreat to his cramped space to tend to his injuries and process the bewildering legacy of memories. Just as he navigated the darkness toward his bedroom, a sudden clap echoed. In the corner, a faint orange-red flame flickered to life before dimming, leaving only a scarlet glow that pulsed erratically in the dark. Songbei's heart leapt, his steps abruptly halting. By the meager light of the black-eyed violet moon, he discerned his father, Lao Song. He had not gone to his shift, but instead sat in silence at the old dining table, its edges polished from years of use. The figure hunched in the shadows, resembling a statue carved from stone. A cheap cigarette dangled from his fingers, its curling smoke obscuring his weathered visage. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of tobacco, mingled with a faint yet acrid scent of rust. Back! Lao Song's voice resonated, coarse like the rasp of sandpaper, devoid of discernible emotion. Yet it struck like a hammer upon Songbei's heart. Songbei's throat was parched, his response muffled as he quickened his pace, eager to escape the suffocating silence. Stop! The two syllables, not loud but laden with undeniable weight, shackled Songbei's ankles like cold iron fetters. In the darkness, a glimmer of crimson light shifted. Lao Song rose, his towering figure casting a formidable shadow upon the wall, exuding an oppressive presence as he approached Songbei with deliberate steps, embodying an aura that pierced through all pretense. Years spent navigating the chaos of the underbelly had endowed him with an astute perception that surpassed the constraints of his own skills. He refrained from turning on the lights, instead leaning in closer, inhaling the air deeply, and then a rough, calloused hand seized Songbei's arm with startling precision, pressing down upon the most grievously injured area of his right arm. The searing pain elicited an involuntary gasp from Songbei, his body instinctively tensing, cold sweat breaking forth in an instant. He bit his tongue to suppress a cry, yet his body's reaction spoke volumes. Lao Song's grip was unyielding, his gaze in the darkness sharp as a searchlight, fixated on Songbei's pallid face and the beads of sweat forming on his brow. There was no fury in his eyes, no reproach, only a profound, almost suffocating concern and insight. The scent of blood. Lao Song's voice turned dreadfully low, each word seeming to squeeze out from between clenched teeth. The fresh metallic tang of blood mingled with the stench of refuse, perhaps remnants of gunpowder? Oil. His grip on Songbei's arm tightened further, the injuries on his arm numerous. And there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet to be wiped clean. And when you walk, your left side is weak. Boy, do you think I've spent over 20 years on these streets for nothing? Speak. What has happened? The stifling silence enveloped the darkness, punctuated only by the faint hissing of the cheap cigarette and the heavy breaths of the two men. Lao Song's gaze bore into Songbei like two icy blades. Attempting to dissect the calm he endeavored to project, Songbei understood he could no longer conceal the truth. Before those eyes, steeped in the harsh realities of the underworld, every lie felt futile. Yet, the crux of the matter lay not in the specifics, but in the undeniable bond of blood. It was his father. Taking a deep breath, he stifled the agony in his arm and the turmoil within, opting for partial honesty. I made a deal with the Liu family. I had calculated against Liu Yi, leaving the Liu family indebted to me for a favor. Songbei's voice was dry and hoarse, resonating starkly in the stillness of the room. The terms were an E-grade gene serum and an opportunity to enter the frontline mech reserve. In the darkness, a flicker of crimson suddenly illuminated the fingertips of old Song, accompanied by a heavy sigh that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul. He remained silent. Yet the hand gripping Songbei's arm momentarily loosened before tightening once more, imbued with an indescribable complexity of emotion. I have used the gene serum and broken through to E-level, Songbei continued, sidestepping the intricacies of his powers and the mutations of his heart. He recounted the encounter with the wanted criminal, Shadow Mouse, on his return journey last night, omitting the details of the psychic core and the inheritance of memories, providing a brief narrative instead. He emphasized the ferocity of Shadow Mouse and the peril of the bone-eroding bomb, as well as the injuries he sustained from his own blood loss. Before his death, he attempted to detonate the bomb, and it was only when the monkey stabbed him that I found the opportunity to slay him. By the end of his account, Song Bei's voice bore a hint of exhaustion and the lingering dread of having survived a harrowing ordeal. In the enveloping darkness, a prolonged silence ensued. The cigarette between Old Song's fingers had burned down to its end, scorching his skin, prompting him to shudder suddenly and extinguish the ember on the table, leaving behind a charred mark. He released his grip on Song Bei's arm, his rough fingers still trembling slightly. Instead of the anticipated wrathful outburst or disappointed reprimand, and even devoid of a single inquiry as to why he had chosen such a perilous path, Old Song merely settled back into the old chair with deliberate slowness. In the obscurity, Song Bei could not discern his father's expression, only hearing the weighty and suppressed breaths that came in labored heaves, akin to an old bellows. E-level is commendable. Old Song's voice eventually broke the silence, hoarse and laden with an exhaustion and resignation that Song Bei had never encountered before. But slaying Shadow Mouse is still insufficient, he repeated, as if attempting to convince himself. Song Bei's heart felt as though it had been violently wrenched. The next sound was a sigh from his father, which he found far more distressing than any scolding or blows. "Dad?" Song Bei struggled to articulate, yearning to explain, to assure, to say something meaningful. "It's all right," Old Song interrupted him, his voice weary yet remarkably clear. "I understand that the secure path can no longer bind you." He paused, and from the darkness came the sound of him fumbling to light another cigarette. The brief flicker of the lighter illuminated his face, etched with wrinkles and the marks of time, revealing eyes filled with profound worry, yet also a resigned understanding. "You've always been strong-willed, just like your mother." Old Song's voice carried a distant nostalgia. She was fearless enough to run to the front lines as a battlefield doctor, taking a deep drag of his cigarette. The acrid smoke swirled within his lungs before he exhaled slowly, as if releasing years of accumulated weight. "Now you are stronger than I am." Old Song's voice was soft, yet it struck Song Bei's heart like a heavy stone, for he was indeed much stronger, strong enough to have slain Shadow Mouse. He lifted his gaze, and despite the darkness, Song Bei felt the penetrating intensity of his father's eyes, a force strong enough to allow him to forge his own path. "Father." I find myself choked with unuttered words, a torrent of emotions trapped within my chest. "Go ahead." Old Song's voice returned to its coarse, sandpaper-like texture, yet it resonated with an undeniable resolve. "The path you tread is of your own choosing. Through mountains of blades and seas of fire, you must forge your way. Just do not perish out there. Leave a memory for me and your mother." He abruptly rose, no longer gazing at Song Bei, and strode towards his smaller bedroom, the door closing with a barely perceptible stagger. The soft thud of the door reverberated, isolating the interior from the exterior. Alone in the dimly lit living room, Song Bei stood. The acrid scent of inferior tobacco lingered in the air, heavy with the weight of his father's final words. The agony in his arms persisted, yet the tumult of emotions roiling within him far surpassed the physical pain. It was not rage, nor was it indignation. It was a profound, bittersweet blend of guilt and determination. He clenched his fists, nails digging deep into his palms. This time, the young man's resolve to advance could not waver. Chapter 23. The Salty Monkey Seeks Redemption, a night devoid of slumber. While his body slowly mended under the influence of the guiding technique, his mind felt as though it had weathered a tempest. Fragments of memories from Cain Lauren, his father's weighty words, and the perilous unknown ahead intertwined chaotically in his thoughts. The sole bright spot was the guiding technique's breakthrough, propelled by the residual energy of the gene serum and the exhaustion from battle, now reaching level 15. It seemed capable of further growth. As dawn broke, the sky over the city remained a leaden gray. Song Bei pushed open the bedroom door to find the living room empty. Old Song had already left for his day's shift. Indeed, he could not remain at home. On the dining table lay a bowl of synthetic nutritional paste, still emitting faint wisps of steam, accompanied by a note. The note bore a single line, its script starkly different from Song Bei's own scrawl, rigid and resolute, reflecting Old Song's meticulous character. "Do what you wish, Father." There were no superfluous words, no emotional admonitions. Yet, these simple 5 words served as a key, instantly unlocking the heavy shackles that had weighed upon Song Bei's heart for years. He picked up the note, his fingertips tracing the rough paper surface, standing in silence for a long while. Ultimately, he carefully folded the note and tucked it into his pocket. Then, he lifted the bowl of warm, bland nutritional paste and consumed it heartily. The food brought a flicker of warmth, along with an unprecedented sense of resolve. Upon arriving at Old Chin's mechanical repair shop, he found Old Chin lamenting over a dilapidated lathe. Noticing Song Bei, his gaze flickered with complexity as he glanced at Song Bei's still somewhat rigid right arm, but he asked no questions, simply nodding in acknowledgement. "Brother Bei, you've arrived." The lean monkey burst forth from a corner like a cannonball, his left arm secured in a makeshift splint, dangling from his neck. Yet his face radiated an exuberance akin to having been invigorated, entirely shedding the lethargy of the previous day. Song Bei furrowed his brow, observing the injured arm. "Your injury is not healed. Why are you running about?" "Ah, just a surface wound. Old Chin patched me up. I'll be right as rain in a couple of days." The gaunt monkey nonchalantly shook his uninjured right hand before stepping closer to Song Bei. A rare seriousness and yearning etched upon his emaciated face. "Brother Bei, I've made up my mind. I want to go to the front lines too." Song Bei was momentarily taken aback. "What?" "I said, I want to go to the front lines, alongside you." The gaunt monkey's voice suddenly escalated, infused with a resolute determination. "Last night, it dawned on me. In this gray city, I am nothing but a speck. Any random Joe can squash me like an ant. I was lucky this time, having you, Brother Bei, to shield me. But what about next time? Or the time after that? I can't hide behind you and play dead for the rest of my life." He fervently waved his uninjured arm, spitting words with fervor. "I too wish to turn my life around. The front lines are perilous, a graveyard of the fallen. Yet, they are also a place where men can rise. You can slay shadow mice, and while I may not pilot a mech, I can serve as a logistics soldier, repairing equipment. Surely that's feasible? It's far better than being regarded as a contemptible rat in this city." The gaunt monkey's eyes widened, ablaze with a fervor that Song Bei had never witnessed before, a hunger for transformation, a yearning for power, and a hint of the ferocity ignited by last night's brush with death. It is indeed true that pressure often reveals one's true potential, especially when life hangs in the balance. As Song Bei gazed at his childhood friend, who had rolled in the mud with him since their youth, he observed the determination in his posture. Despite the injured arm, he hung limply. He recalled the previous night when the gaunt monkey feigned death, wielding a knife, and how he had roared to seize his opportunity with both cunning and ferocity. Beneath the slick exterior lay the resilience and survival instinct characteristic of those who struggle at the bottom of the gray city. To venture to the front lines? It was a gamble of life and death. Yet, remaining here, with the identity and abilities of a gaunt monkey, what future could he possibly hope for? Perhaps this was indeed his singular chance to rise. Song Bei remained silent for several seconds, ultimately meeting the gaunt monkey's anxious and hopeful gaze, and slowly nodded. "All right. Really? Brother Bei, you've agreed?" The gaunt monkey was nearly propelled into the air with excitement, inadvertently aggravating his injured arm, causing him to grimace. Yet his face beamed with joy. "Yes," Song Bei's voice was deep, yet he cautioned, "but you must understand, the front lines are no playground. Death is the norm. I've thought it through." The gaunt monkey thumped his chest, his gaze unwavering. "I would rather lose a limb than live a coward's life. But I will certainly die before you, Brother Bei." Song Bei was momentarily speechless, choosing not to elaborate further. His original plan was to visit the Liu family or Fu Ming today to confirm the specific arrangements for the mech reserve selection, and to see if he could somehow include the gaunt monkey, even if it meant settling for the lowest tier as a logistics technician. Though the prospects were dim, it was worth attempting. However, plans are often upended by unforeseen circumstances. Just as the gaunt monkey continued to excitedly chatter about his aspirations, a deep, resonant engine roar, unmistakably military in nature, approached from a distance, shattering the quietude of the street. The jarring sound of brakes screeched outside the shop. Old Chin's expression changed dramatically. He abruptly dropped his wrench and hurried to the door, peering through the grimy window to see what was unfolding outside. A matte black military hover vehicle, characterized by its robust lines and devoid of any insignia, emanated a chilling aura as it came to a halt before Old Chin's mech repair shop. The imposing vehicle nearly obstructed half of the narrow alleyway. The doors swung open, and two soldiers clad in deep gray combat uniforms of the Azure Technology Group, their expressions stern and eyes sharp as hawks, swiftly disembarked, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Subsequently, a middle-aged officer, adorned with a silver six-pointed star on his epaulette, stepped out. His demeanor was resolute, exuding an aura of unyielding strength. His piercing gaze swiftly traversed the dilapidated sign of the repair shop before finally resting on Song Bei, who stood at the entrance. That gaze seemed capable of penetrating flesh, revealing the very sinews beneath. "Major." Old Chin's breath caught in his throat. "The City Defense Army? Were they of a high rank? How could they have located this place?" The officer disregarded Old Chun and the lanky figure beside him, his focus solely on Song Bei. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority that resonated through the metal door. Songbei, you are to accompany us. The defense officer wishes to see you. Chapter 24. The city defense officer. The cold military vehicle's engine growled as it rolled through the relatively tidy streets of the western district of Emogue City, making its way toward the heart of the metropolis. The hum of air purifiers intensified, and the soldiers patrolling the streets were equipped with superior gear, their expressions colder and sharper. Songbei sat silently in the rear seat, flanked by two formidable soldiers in armor, akin to a prisoner being escorted. The interior was suffused with a frigid metallic scent mingled with a faint whiff of energy liquid. The pain in his injured arms throbbed subtly. But what weighed heavier on him was the impending interrogation. The city defense officer, the true sovereign of Emogue City, within the vast hierarchy of Azure Technology Group. To command a critical resource stronghold and possess independent military authority marked one as at least a fourth-tier power player, an entity whom merchants like Lu Qi would look up to with reverence. Why would such a figure seek him out? Was it because the Lu family's dealings had been exposed? Or had the discovery of the Shadow Mouse's demise come to light? Perhaps the worst-case scenario. Had his peculiar ability, the devouring core within him, been revealed? Songbei's heart pounded heavily within his chest, each beat sending jolts of pain through his injury and stirring unease within. He forced himself to regain composure, channeling the energy of his level 15 guidance technique, which coursed gently through his body, suppressing the tumultuous blood flow and chaotic thoughts. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to adapt to the situation. The vehicle maneuvered through multiple imposing gates, armed with scanning beams and heavy machine gun checkpoints, ultimately halting before a colossal structure that loomed like a sprawling beast. The building was enveloped in dark gray specialized alloy armor, its sharp angles devoid of any superfluous embellishments, exuding an aura of cold pragmatism. Nearby stood 5 ominously dark mech units, their menacing presence unmistakable. Through ancestral memories, their identity was readily discernible. Comprehensive type Iron Guards. Truly, this was the headquarters of the city defense army, the very nexus of the city's military might. A complete squad of mechanized sentinels. It is likely that even a sea-level genetic powerhouse would find it impossible to breach this formidable military defense. Disembark, the cold, authoritative voice of the deputy officer interrupted Songbei's contemplation. Indeed, the strength of the city guard's defense only underscored the perilous situation that Songbei found himself in. Accompanied by 2 soldiers, he traversed the heavily fortified, starkly illuminated corridor, resonating with the sounds of military boots striking the ground and the low hum of machinery. The air was infused with the faint scent of disinfectants and the ozone emanating from energy weapons. Eventually, they halted before a massive alloy door intricately engraved with complex energy circuits. The officer stepped forward and placed his palm on the identification panel beside the door. A beam of blue light swept over, and the heavy alloy door slid silently open, revealing an exceedingly spacious, yet starkly furnished office. At the center of the office sat a man behind a colossal desk carved from a single piece of black crystal. He appeared to be in his 40s. Not particularly imposing in stature, even somewhat lean, clad in a crisp, unwrinkled deep gray uniform of the M4, level officers of the Azure Technology Group, with silver stars gleaming on his epaulets under the harsh white light above. Most striking were his eyes, deep and tranquil, resembling 2 ancient wells, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet seemingly capable of discerning the innermost secrets of the heart. He sat there quietly, and an invisible, weighty pressure akin to a mountain enveloped the space, rendering Songbei breathless upon entering. The city guard officer, Chiao. The 2 soldiers stood at attention and saluted at the door before silently retreating, the alloy door closing quietly behind them. Only Chiao and Songbei remained in the office. The frigid silence was almost suffocating. Chiao's gaze fell upon Songbei, probing like a tangible needle, scanning him from head to toe, lingering momentarily on his slightly stiff right arm and pallid complexion. That gaze was cold and scrutinizing, devoid of personal emotion, purely assessing, much like evaluating the performance parameters of a weapon. After a few seconds, Chiao slowly spoke, his voice low, imbued with a metallic quality that cut through the silence. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chiao." He paused, and the corners of his mouth seemed to twitch upward ever so slightly, forming a semblance of a smile, yet his eyes remained unfathomably deep, reminiscent of a youth who had slain the shadow mice. Chapter 25. Chiao. A sudden weight settled heavily in Songbei's heart. Yet, another stone had also landed firmly. It was indeed about the shadow mice. Fortunately, it was about the shadow mice. But what if the shadow mice were exposed? Should he confess? Or deny? Given that the other party had directly pointed it out, Denial would only render him foolish. He forced himself to meet Qi Yao's inscrutable gaze, his throat dry, hoarsely uttering, "Sir, I sit." Qi Yao interrupted his defense, gesturing to a chair opposite the desk, similarly crafted from cold, hard black crystal. Song Bei complied, sitting upright with his back straight, placing his hands on his knees. Despite Song Bei's remarkable composure among his peers, he found himself at a disadvantage in the face of such overwhelming momentum. Yet, this was to be expected. Not everyone possesses the invincible prowess of heroes from tales, capable of handling every challenge. Nonetheless, Song Bei felt a sense of relief that his greatest secret remained undiscovered, allowing him a glimmer of hope. The dead rat had cunningly stolen the energy core and sought refuge in my azure domain. Otherwise, did it truly believe it could evade the relentless pursuit of Luoya? Ultimately, it met its demise at your hands. No, let us not forget the involvement of a street thug as well. Qi Yao scoffed, shaking his head. However, in the next moment, he leaned forward slightly, his ancient, deep-set eyes fixating intently on Song Bei. So, do you possess something that you ought to present to me? Here it comes, the crux of the matter. Song Bei's heart plummeted, yet simultaneously, an odd sense of relief washed over him. The target was the energy core, not the secrets of his own body. This was undeniably the best scenario possible. He dared not hesitate for even a moment, and swiftly retrieved from his pocket the now dull and cold diamond-shaped crystal, the remnants of the energy core belonging to Cain Lauren. Rising to his feet, he cradled it in both hands and reverently placed it upon Qi Yao's cold crystalline table. Qi Yao's gaze fell upon the core as he casually pinched it between two fingers, inspecting it closely. A barely perceptible frown crossed his brow. TSK. Why is the energy of this core so feeble? His fingertips appeared to emit a faint energy, swirling across the surface of the crystal, nearly exhausting the last remnants of its life signature. He tossed the core onto the table, producing a light clink, his tone imbued with a trace of regret and understanding. No wonder it is said that this core belonged to a young genius who recently breached the D-grade threshold in the kingdom of Luoya. It held considerable potential. What a pity it was forcibly extracted by the shadow rat, and subsequently depleted during your skirmish. It is no wonder that the nightly attendants pursued it relentlessly like mad dogs. With the core's energy dissipating, they likely employed special tracking techniques. He suddenly lifted his gaze to meet Song Bei's, regarding him with a condescending scrutiny. Kid, I have intercepted those rabid hounds for you. This scrap is now mine. You have no objections, do you? No objections, sir, Song Bei replied, his voice dry. Excellent. Qi Yao nodded with satisfaction, reclining against the broad back of his chair. His fingers lightly tapped the crystalline table, producing a crisp sound. The atmosphere in the room seemed to momentarily ease. However, just as Qi Yao believed the matter concluded, Song Bei abruptly lifted his head. A resolute glimmer flashed in his eyes, sharp, unwavering, and imbued with a sense of determination akin to burning bridges behind him. Meeting Qi Yao's inscrutable gaze, he stubbornly and clearly declared, "But it is insufficient, my lord." Qi Yao's fingers on the table halted abruptly, accustomed to orchestrating intricate plans. A flicker of genuine surprise gleamed in his otherwise inscrutable eyes for the first time. He narrowed his eyes slightly, reevaluating the pale-faced youth before him, whose wounded arm belied the audacity to declare inadequacy in his presence. What did you say? A tremendous pressure bore down on Song Bei's shoulders, nearly suffocating him. Yet, he straightened his spine. The peculiar throbbing deep within his heart seemed to awaken under this weight, providing a modicum of support. He forced himself to meet Qi Yao's gaze, his voice trembling with tension yet remarkably clear. I said it's insufficient. The remuneration for stopping the night's attendant is not enough to cover this core. Moreover, I have slain the shadow rat. The look of surprise on Qi Yao's face swiftly faded, replaced by a chilling curiosity. A smirk danced at the corner of his lips, his eyes sharpening. Oh, and what do you deem sufficient? Mecha reserves, Song Bei declared without hesitation. These 5 words forming the crux of his scheme and his life's leverage. The Liu family promised him an opportunity to enter the mecha reserve selection. However, this opportunity required your affirmation and endorsement. I needed to be foolproof. The interest in Qi Yao's eyes deepened, his body leaning forward once more. Hands clasped on the table, fixating on Song Bei. The Liu family? That old fox, Liu Qi's deal? Huh, he is indeed willing to invest. A mecha reserve? Quite the ambition you have. He paused, his tone laced with amusement. Is there more? Song Bei inhaled deeply, aware that the pivotal moment had arrived. He met Qi Yao's scrutinizing gaze and articulated each word with precision. I wish to add one more person. Add another? Qi Yao raised an eyebrow, anticipating that Song Bei would indeed make another request. Who? Ho Qing, the thin monkey, my companion. Song Bei's voice was resolute. He too deserved the chance to qualify for the Mecha Reserve selection, whether as a logistical repairman or a reserve candidate. Huh. Chi Yao let out a short, derisive laugh, as if he had heard an exceedingly absurd joke. Leaning back in his chair, his gaze revealed unabashed contempt and mockery, as if observing an ignorant ant. Song Bei, do you think the Mecha Reserves are a marketplace? You can just waltz in and bring your entourage? His tone abruptly turned frigid, exuding a chilling pressure. What I can do is, out of respect for Lu Qi and this corps, though it is wasted, place you on the list, granting you a chance to partake in that damn selection. As for whether you can pass the selection, live or die, that is your own affair. And as for that lad named Ho Qing, Chi Yao scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain, a mere ordinary person who hasn't even surpassed your rank? On the front lines. He is nothing more than fodder. His life, his qualifications, why should they warrant my consideration? He acted last night. Without him, I could not have slain the shadow rat nor retrieved the core. Song Bei implored urgently, attempting to emphasize the thin monkey's worth. And so what? Chi Yao interrupted, his gaze as cold as steel. An ordinary person who merely stabbed a wanted criminal? Such merit wouldn't earn a commendation in the city guard. Song Bei, face reality. I admire your audacity and even hold a certain respect for your prowess in eliminating the shadow rat last night. However, admiration does not equate to my willingness to breach rules or squander resources. A profound sense of disappointment and helplessness seized Song Bei in an instant. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale. Chi Yao's words struck him like a cold hammer of reality, shattering the last remnants of his hope. Indeed, in the face of true power, what were his and the thin monkey's lives worth? A discarded core, a mere token interception, in exchange for a nebulous chance, was already a gracious concession from Chi Yao. Observing the swift dimming of light in Song Bei's eyes and the tension in his clenched fists, the icy mockery on Chi Yao's face softened slightly. He picked up the dull remnants of the energy core from the table, idly toying with it, his gaze becoming inscrutable. After a moment of silence, just as Song Bei believed all hope was lost, Chi Yao's metallic voice resonated once more, bearing an almost condescending nonchalance. But since you have spoken, he lifted his eyes, his glance sweeping over Song Bei's face, which flickered with a glimmer of hope amidst its dimness, the corners of his mouth curling into a faintly indifferent arc. It is merely an additional spot for someone to meet their demise. Regardless, I am indifferent. Chapter 26. The caution. The cold rumble of the military vehicle's engine finally faded at the alley's entrance. Chi Yao's words lingered in Song Bei's mind after departing from the city guard headquarters. Indeed, every ruler is a predatory lion, formidable and challenging to contend with. Beige. Song Bei. Two anxious voices shattered Song Bei's reverie. The thin monkey and old Chun rushed towards him as if propelled by urgency. The monkey's gaunt face was taut, his eyes fixated on Song Bei with an intensity that seemed to bore into him, scanning him up and down in a fervor. Old Chin's brow was knitted in concern, his murky eyes brimming with unspoken inquiries. What happened? Did that bunch in armor not dismantle your bones? The thin monkey gripped Song Bei's arm tightly, the pressure sending a sharp pain through his recently bandaged wound, causing him to involuntarily gasp. Damn, did they really strike? The thin monkey, as if scalded, abruptly released his grip, his tone shifting, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Those damn city guards. It's all right, monkey. Song Bei suppressed the agony in his arm, his voice slightly hoarse, tinged with the fatigue of having just emerged from high-pressure interrogation. It was a scuffle with the shadow rat. It didn't end well. Leaning against the cold tool cabinet, he recounted his experience within the imposing, frigid structure of the city guard headquarters. Chi Yao's unfathomable gaze, akin to a probing needle, the nearly depleted energy core remnants, and the final transaction that felt akin to gambling, striving to convey it as plainly as possible. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. The thin monkey hardly registered the gleaming words Mecha Reserve as he slammed his fist into a nearby pile of discarded parts, producing a thunderous clang. Metallic components scattering across the ground. That dog official Chi. His eyes reddened, spittle nearly landing on Song Bei's face. Why the hell, Brother Bei? You risked everything to eliminate the shadow rat, only to be given this worthless opportunity? And what is this about a reserve? Who does he think he is? In my view, the reckless spirit of the two brothers surged forth once again. Enough, thin monkey. Old Chin's low roar cleaved through thin monkey's fury like a dull axe. His hands, caked with grease and calluses, slammed heavily onto the scarred workbench, causing a few small screws to bounce. His murky yet piercing gaze sliced through thin monkey's agitated face before settling heavily upon Song Bei. Steel weapons? Raid the city guard headquarters? Old Chin's voice rasped like sandpaper against cast iron, imbued with a hardened wisdom that pierced through worldly illusions. How much do you weigh in bone? Can you withstand a stomp from the armored sentinels at the entrance? Or endure a hail of bullets from their heavy machine guns? Thin Monkey appeared as if he were being choked, his face flushed crimson, struggling to retort with a stiff neck. His lips moved several times, yet ultimately, he succumbed to Old Chin's weighty gaze, lowering his head in defeat, his shoulders slumping. Old Chin's eyes turned to Song Bei, a tumult of complex emotions roiling within, with concerns settling like murky sludge at the bottom. Kid, his voice softened, carrying a gravitas akin to a solemn warning, I, Old Chin, have toiled and navigated through life for most of my years, and I shall impart some truths to you. He leaned forward, the potent scent of machine oil mingling with the musty aroma of aged sweat, pressing upon Song Bei. His gaze was strikingly sharp. Since you have chosen this path, there is no turning back. But remember this, when dealing with someone like Qi Yao, the only way to ensure your survival is to remain indispensable. Your worth must far exceed that of the surrounding rabble. It must be so high that he cannot bear to discard you as mere scrap. Each word from Old Chin struck Song Bei's heart like iron nails, firmly embedding themselves within. He met Old Chin's gaze and nodded vigorously, forcing out 2 dry words, understood. Upon returning home, the familiar atmosphere, tinged with the scent of aged wood and low-quality synthetic food, seemed to alleviate the weight upon Song Bei's heart. Old Song, sensing that his child was about to embark on a journey, had taken a leave of absence for half a month, escaping the post he had guarded for most of his life. Now, he hunched over the narrow stove, his gnarled and deformed hands silently stirring the viscous, cheap nutritional paste in the pot. The dim light illuminated his graying hair and deep-set wrinkles, resembling a silent statue. Back. Old Song did not raise his head, his voice dry and gravelly. Song Bei replied, removing his dust-laden coat and hanging it on a crooked nail. Old Song extinguished the fire and, with sluggish movements, spooned the thick, bubbling paste into 2 chipped earthenware bowls. Steam blurred his drooping eyelids. He pushed one bowl to the table's opposite side, in front of Song Bei, while taking the other bowl to sit across from him. Separated by the table, the inexplicable odor of the poor-quality nutritional paste, tinged with rust and a chemical sweetness, permeated the cramped space. Only the occasional scraping sound of the spoon against the bowl's wall broke the silence. After a long while, long enough for a thin skin to form on the surface of the paste, Old Song slowly set down his spoon and lifted his head. Under the dim, yellowish light, his eyes were deeply set within their sockets, clouded as if shrouded by a veil of perpetual ash. That gaze bore down heavily upon Song Bei's face, its weight causing a tremor in his heart. Have you packed everything? Old Song's voice rasped, as if he had not spoken in ages. Song Bei swallowed hard. Yes. Almost. A suffocating silence ensued, the air thick as if congealed. Old Song's fingers, cracked and calloused, mindlessly traced the rough rim of a bowl. He seemed on the verge of articulating something, his lips quivering, yet ultimately he inhaled deeply the stagnant air of the room, as if resolving to make a significant declaration. He lifted his gaze once more, revealing a tumult of incomprehensible emotions swirling within his murky eyes, pain, struggle, and a near-desperate clarity. His voice dropped to a whisper. Each word rested from the depths of his chest, heavy with the weight of blood. Once you step outside, he hesitated, as though the forthcoming words bore an immense burden. Song Bei held his breath. Remember, Old Song's gaze fixed unwaveringly on his son's eyes, a chilling sharpness glimmering deep within the murky depths. Do not trust anyone. His voice was as if ground down by a whetstone, imbued with an unsettling finality. Including me. Chapter 27. Departure. Song Bei understood that this was his father's farewell, imparting decades of wisdom forged through life's tempests on how to survive in this merciless world. Like the sage advice of Old Chun, though few in words, each served as a profound truth. This was the only farewell gift they could offer as elders. Days felt leaden, trudging forward with an unbearable weight. As the day of parting drew near, the mechanical repair shop and the cramped room became increasingly suffused with an intangible heaviness, pressing down on everyone's chest, making it difficult to breathe. Even the usually carefree and jesting Slim Monkey seemed to be silenced, his once lively banter now stifled. He continued to help Song Bei with the meager packing of his belongings, a few faded clothes and a set of worn-out tools, but the light-hearted quips had all but vanished. More often than not, he merely sat in silence in the corner, obsessively scraping at invisible grime on the floor with his prized spring knife, producing a harsh, grating sound against the metal surface. Occasionally, he would lift his head, meeting Song Bei's gaze, only to offer a grimace that was more painful than a smile. The weight of impending farewell hung in the air, like cold machine oil silently seeping into every corner, saturating the hearts of the four individuals, each burdened with their own thoughts. That evening, the dying rays of the sun reluctantly brushed a sickly orange-red along the edges of the murky sky over Mo Hui City. For the final time, Song Bei inspected his belongings, while Slim Monkey squatted beside him, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with the frayed strap of the backpack. The repair shop was filled solely with the low hum of old machinery and the monotonous clinking of old Chun tightening a component with his wrench. The silence was shattered by Song Bei's voice, slightly hoarse. Upon hearing it, the slender monkey abruptly raised his head, as if roused from slumber. The facade of indifference he had been feigning crumbled in an instant, only to be replaced by a more ferocious, reckless expression. He sprang to his feet, the spring knife snapping open with a sharp sound, waving it aimlessly through the air, as though attempting to sever some invisible thread. "Damn it, Bei Go. Why are you being so melodramatic?" His voice boomed, yet it resonated with a hollow bravado. As if merely exchanging one place for another to wield a wrench and handle rusty metal. Could it really get any worse than being mired in this wretched western district? At long last, the monkey's long-sealed lips were freed. He stepped closer, nearly pressing against Song Bei's face, his eyes wide and ablaze with a reckless fire. Hypothetically speaking, if misfortune were to strike and fate were cruel, he would meet his end there. He paused, his chest heaving dramatically, and his voice dropped to a near-cruel frankness. "So what? It's just death, right? I guarantee that I, the slender monkey, will die before you do. On the path to the underworld, I shall pave the way for you. With me here, what is there to fear?" This reckless vow, steeped in the scent of blood, seared into the softest part of Song Bei's heart like a hot iron. A wave of bitterness surged up his nostrils, and his eyes instantly burned. Without uttering a word, he reached out with his uninjured hand, gripping the slender monkey's frail, yet taut shoulder with all his might. The monkey's body stiffened momentarily before he reciprocated, gripping Song Bei's arm tightly, his nails nearly embedding into flesh. In the dimly lit repair shop, the two youths leaned on each other with all their strength, like two battered trees entwined in a fierce storm. A few days later, on a gray, hazy morning, the heavy screech of brakes pierced the usual clamor of the Western District. An armored military jeep, cloaked in deep gray, with menacing angles, crashed into the scene like a steel beast intruding upon a slum, brazenly halting before the oil-stained entrance of the repair shop. The door swung open with a bang, and a soldier clad in a crisp city guard uniform, his expression devoid of emotion, leaped out. His gaze, cold and penetrating like a searchlight, swept across the few individuals at the door, and his voice was flat and unyielding, devoid of any inflection. "Song Bei, Ho Ching, get in the vehicle. It's time." Song Bei cast one last glance at the repair shop, permeated with the scent of motor oil, metal shavings, and sweat, and at the familiar, oil-stained crates of parts at the entrance. He inhaled deeply, slinging the thin canvas bag over his shoulder, exchanging a glance with the slender monkey, who carried only a small pack. Together, they stepped toward the military vehicle, which emanated an aura of cold metal and energy fluid. Old Shin suddenly lunged forward, his graying hair swaying in the brisk wind. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the two youths about to embark on an uncertain journey. His lips trembled, as if 1,000 words were lodged in his throat. Ultimately, he managed to muster a few strange shouts, reminiscent of an injured beast's roar. "For heaven's sake, be sharp. Stay alive. Do you hear me? Come back alive. Parts can be replaced, but once a person is lost, everything is gone." The echoes of anguished cries reverberated through the narrow streets, imbued with a sense of despair and stubborn defiance. This coarse roar only served to accentuate the heavy silence of Old Song, who stood like a cold slab of iron in the shadow of the oil-stained doorframe of the repair shop. From the moment the military vehicle appeared, he had merely hunched his back, clad in a faded, patched police uniform shirt that enveloped his frail frame. His murky eyes fixated intently on Song Bei's face, as if he sought to etch every contour of his son into the depths of his cloudy gaze. No words were spoken, no superfluous movements made. Fear consumed him. He was truly afraid, yet his eyes brimmed with a profound, inscrutable resolve, as if silently severing some unseen bond. This silent scrutiny was far more suffocating than Old Chin's bellowing. It silently narrated everything, as if all had been deeply buried. Song Bei paused momentarily before the vehicle's door, casting a lingering glance at his father shrouded in shadow. His lips moved, yet no words emerged. He abruptly flung open the door and, with the thin monkey following closely behind, stepped into the cold confines of the vehicle, saturated with metallic scents and the unfamiliar presence of soldiers. The heavy armored door slammed shut with a resounding thud, sealing them off from the familiar, dilapidated world redolent of sweat and oil. The engine roared to life, a steel beast growling as it traversed the uneven streets of the West District, propelling the figures of the two youths and the stooped silhouette standing in the shadows into the encroaching, leaden-gray dust of the city. At that moment, the two 17-year-olds embarked on an irrevocable journey. Chapter 28. Mander base. Their skeletal frames were nearly rattled apart. The rigid seats of the military truck, combined with the jarring roads, were far worse than the most dilapidated alleys of East Imogue City. The thin monkey, Ho Ching, slumped in the corner of the cabin, his face pressed against the cold metallic wall, grumbling, "Damn it, my rear end feels like it's been split into 8 pieces. This isn't riding, it's torture." He twisted his stiff waist, feeling his spine crack and groan. Song Bei remained silent, eyes closed, quietly channeling the energy of his level 16 guiding technique. Indeed, he had reached a new breakthrough, yet he sensed that the residual power within him would barely suffice for a single level advancement. He hoped there might be some beneficial resources in the preparatory camp. As the scenery outside transitioned from the gray ruins of the city to undulating expanses adorned with dark red moss and jagged stones, the air grew thick with a bizarre amalgamation of rust and a faint hint of sulfur. After enduring several days of arduous travel, having changed vehicles countless times, the engine's roar finally subsided. When the heavy rear hatch slammed down with a clatter, blinding light, shimmering with metallic brilliance, flooded in, making it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. "Get down. Form a line. Hurry." The harsh command cracked like a whip against their eardrums. Song Bei and the thin monkey stumbled out of the vehicle, their legs nearly buckling beneath them, heavy as if filled with lead. They found themselves in an enormous metallic hall, the ceiling soaring to a daunting height. The frigid alloy floor gleamed with a mirror-like sheen, reflecting the countless glaring white fluorescent tubes above. The air was thick with the pungent scent of disinfectant, oil, and a faint charred aroma lingering from some energy weapons preheating. The hall was already teeming with a throng of young individuals, weary from their arduous journeys, their faces etched with fatigue and a palpable sense of bewilderment at this unfamiliar locale. The buzzing murmur of discussions surged through the hall like a tide. "Isn't this place enormous?" A lean figure rubbed his numbed calves, his eyes wide with astonishment, darting about in an attempt to comprehend the intricate architecture of this steel behemoth. Song Bei instinctively tightened his nerves, his gaze sweeping over the towering alloy walls adorned with surveillance cameras and the faint outlines of weapon platform interfaces, amplifying the weighty sensation in his chest. The atmosphere here was far more oppressive than that of the headquarters of the Imogue City Guard, exuding a chilling essence of a war machine stripped bare. Silence. A thunderous roar, amplified by loudspeakers, instantly quelled the cacophony, resonating through the hall and causing a painful throb in their eardrums. The murmur ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned toward the source of the sound. On the elevated platform at the front of the hall stood a man clad in deep gray military fatigues. He was not particularly tall, yet his physique was robust, the fabric stretched taut against his bulging muscles. His face resembled a rock sculpted by the elements, sharp and rugged, marked by coarse lines and a sinister scar slashing across his left brow. He sported a closely cropped hairstyle, his eyes like icy blades, coldly surveying each youthful face below him. Those caught in his gaze felt an icy shiver crawl up their spines. The scarred instructor wasted no time on pleasantries. Gripping the microphone, his voice rasped like metal grinding against metal, cold, direct, and tinged with impatience. "Welcome to the Mando base, novices. I am your chief instructor, Lei. You may call me King Lei." His lips curled into a humorless grin, the scar twisting grotesquely with the motion. "To keep it brief, I shan't squander my breath on the dead. You have a mere 3 months of training before you are thrust into the front line." His voice suddenly rose, laced with a cruel mockery. "You may find that you have only these 3 months of life left. The Blackwing defense line is nothing short of a colossal meat grinder. Not a bone will remain." A wave of suppressed gasps rippled through the crowd. King Lei appeared satisfied with the effect, his tone growing even colder. "The first month will be filled with a deluge of mech knowledge, coupled with relentless drills to push your pathetic bodies to their limits. 1 month later, a practical assessment awaits. I care not from which pitiful place you crawled out, nor who stands behind you. Only 150 will survive the assessment. Make yourselves clear, 150. He extended 3 robust fingers, shaking them emphatically in the air. Those 150 will earn the right to touch real mechs and serve as reserves, enduring further trials. And the rest? He emitted a short, piercing laugh, declaring that those fortunate enough would be relegated to logistics, spending their lives tending to the mechs and replacing their parts like mere screws. As for the less fortunate, he deliberately paused, his gaze slithering through the crowd like a venomous serpent, before uttering the final words. They would be swiftly packed off to the front lines, destined to become cannon fodder. He commanded them to use their wretched flesh to plug the gaps in the ranks of the loyal knights. His chilling remarks pierced the hearts of every new recruit like an ice pick. The hall descended into an oppressive silence, broken only by the heavy, labored breaths. The thin monkey instinctively swallowed. The sound of his atoms apple bobbing echoed unnervingly in the stillness, while Song Bei's fists clenched silently at his side. "Stop with the long faces," roared the Thunder King once more. "For the next 3 months, you belong to my mech squad at the base. They will take good care of you." The malice in his tone was unmistakable. "Now time to assign you. Let us avoid your incessant whimpering." He seized the electronic board handed to him by a nearby soldier, his fingers roughly gliding across it as he began to recite names in a voice as grating as a rusty bell. His speed akin to the rapid fire of a machine gun. Chao Xing, Fu Ming, Lu Guang. First squad, first group. Wang Hai, Zhang Ming. Third squad, first group. Names were hurled into the air, and one by one, individuals stepped forward, shoved along by the stern-faced base soldiers towards the various corridors at the side of the hall. Not a single name was familiar to him. They were all strangers. As the crowd thinned, the atmosphere grew taut like a drawn bowstring. The thin monkey anxiously tugged at Song Bei's sleeve, lowering his voice. "Brother Bei, let us not get separated." His voice trembled slightly. Song Bei remained silent, his eyes fixed on the podium, quietly calculating. A standard mech combat unit comprises 5 mechs, usually organized into small teams of 5 or 6 groups. The mech squad mentioned above likely commanded at least 5 such teams. This was the basic structure referenced in the inherited memories. The 3rd mech squad at Mander base was likely formidable. "Song Bei, Ho Qing." The Thunder King's voice finally called out to them. Song Bei's heart raced. 4th squad. 2nd group. The Thunder King didn't even lift his eyelids, tossing the names out as if discarding refuse. "Damn it. Brother Bei, 4th squad, 2nd group. We're together." The thin monkey instantly came alive, his earlier tension vanishing, nearly bouncing with excitement as he punched Song Bei's arm, his voice brimming with joy. "We didn't get separated. This is fantastic." Song Bei winced at the jab to his injury, his brow furrowing in exasperation, yet he inwardly sighed in relief. He grasped the overly exuberant thin monkey, but his gaze swiftly scanned the others assigned to the same group, his mind racing. The 4th squad was positioned prominently, and the 2nd group lay at the forefront of the squad. Such placement typically signified that this group would likely harbor a genuine core, a probable ace pilot capable of commanding a pseudomodel mech. Only such a backbone would be placed in such prominent positions, shouldering critical responsibilities. Song Bei's heartbeat quickened slightly. Was it an opportunity or a heavier burden? In the heart of this steel behemoth named Mander, the true challenges had only just begun to unveil their bloody curtain. Chapter 29. Team Leader Chi Hung. The cold alloy corridor resembled the intestines of a gigantic beast, expelling Song Bei, the lanky monkey, and several other new recruits into a somewhat smaller training ground. The air here was still thick with the mingled scents of metal, oil, sweat, and even the rust of blood, yet it bore a hint of humanity compared to the overwhelming vastness of the main hall. In the center of the arena stood 2 individuals, magnetically drawing the attention of all the new recruits. The figure on the left stood awkwardly, one leg trembling, a piece of grass stem held in his mouth, a carefree smile plastered across his face. That demeanor and posture were all too familiar to Song Bei. He could have sworn it was a mold of the lanky monkey basking in the sun on the streets of the East District. However, this individual was clad in a crisp black military training uniform, prominently displaying a menacing mech roaring emblem on his left breast, silently proclaiming he was no mere street thug, but a formal mech pilot of elevated standing. The lanky monkey noticed, instinctively shrinking his neck, muttering under his breath, "Damn, this guy looks even more like a ruffian than I do." Yet Song Bei's gaze remained firmly fixed on the individual on the right. Dressed in a similar black training uniform, it appeared as if it were a second skin, exuding an aura of readiness for battle. What was most surprising was his demeanor. As he surveyed the new recruits, there was none of the bone-chilling ferocity characteristic of Lei Yan Wang, nor the sardonic mockery of Yang Guang. Instead, his gaze radiated an almost serene tranquility. In this base rife with aggression and hostility, his presence felt incongruous, yet inexplicably reassuring. Before Song Bei could further contemplate the depth of that tranquility, the carefree pilot on the left was nudged by the person beside him, prompting him to straighten up. The calm-eyed figure in black stepped forward, his voice low yet resonant, clear to all ears, steady as a rock. "Welcome to Team 4, Group 2. I am the team leader, Chi Hung." A suppressed gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The lanky monkey exaggeratedly dropped his jaw, nearly letting it hit the ground. Song Bei's heart also skipped a beat. Was this individual truly the absolute core of Team 4, Group 2? The prodigy anticipated to pilot the pseudo-type mech? The reality stood in stark contrast to the formidable, imposing image he had envisioned. Chi Heng's calm gaze swept over the faces of the young recruits, some astonished, others bewildered, and a few tinged with defiance. Bypassing any introductory remarks and plunging directly into the stark reality. You are fortunate to be admitted to this mech preparatory training camp. He paused momentarily, his tone devoid of any emotion, as if stating an unfortunate fact detached from himself. The grim truth was that the original training period for recruits was at least 6 months. After a brief pause, a flicker of subtle weight seemed to pass through the depths of his tranquil gaze. On the front lines of the Blackwing defense, what was once a mere meat grinder has transformed into a pyre for the dead. Initially, the three factions maintained a tacit understanding, keeping the intensity at a level 1, precariously upholding a fragile equilibrium. His voice remained steady, yet each word fell like shards of ice upon the ground. However, a mere 2 months prior, on the outskirts of Lord Fortress, an unexploited titanium crystal deposit was discovered. Titanium crystals? A low murmur of intake echoed through the crowd. This strategic material was essential for the energy conduction cores of advanced mechs. Due to its scarcity, only foe-grade mechs could even begin to utilize it. Consequently, Chi Heng's tone carried an almost imperceptible chill, shattering the delicate balance in an instant. The intensity surged to level 2. It even bore the ominous threat of escalating to level 3. Casualties mounted daily, and the attrition rates of mechs were staggering. Thus, this batch of reservists became the unfortunate souls thrust into the fray. He expressed no sentimentality, merely stating the facts, yet the atmosphere grew palpably colder. Strive to secure one of the final 150 slots for mechs. Chi Heng's gaze swept over the crowd, though even if they succeeded, their survival at the level 2 intensity of the Blackwing front would be fleeting at best. His tone was as nonchalant as if he were commenting on the pleasantness of the weather, yet at least it was marginally better than other combat units. He slightly tilted his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the alloy walls of the training ground, reaching out to the distant and blood-soaked battlefield. For instance, reconnaissance soldiers and infiltration infantry typically had an average lifespan of merely 1 or 2 days. Silence enveloped the room. Even the lean recruits instinctively held their breath. Regarding your training, Chi Heng shifted the focus, pulling everyone back from the chilling predictions of death. Time was of the essence, and the information overload was overwhelming. I shall impart to you a single technique, the first of the 7 military arts, dragon capture. The 7 military arts? A whisper of confusion arose among the ranks. The most widely practiced fundamental combat method within the Azure military, Chi Heng elucidated, his tone devoid of condescension. Even those with E-grade capabilities could learn it. And F-grade individuals meeting the physical standards could also begin their training. It may sound elementary, does it not? He scanned the faces of several new recruits who displayed expressions of skepticism. Yet its true worth, Chi Heng's tone intensified slightly, lay in its mastery, when perfected. This dragon capture technique could unleash explosive power and lethality, rivaling many D-grade techniques. What? Gasps of astonishment filled the room. D-grade techniques typically required D-grade extraordinary individuals to wield their full might. This basic technique harbored such potential? Song Bei was not surprised. The formidable prowess of Blood Collapse was surely best articulated by Shadow Mouse, even if Shadow Mouse himself might prefer silence. As for D-grade techniques, Chi Heng calmly delivered the final blow. As of now, you cannot even touch the threshold. So, do you comprehend the value of this technique? Value? This is nothing short of a talisman for survival, a stepping stone to that elusive opportunity. The scorn in everyone's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by fervor and focus. Enough of the pleasantries. Chi Heng was evidently not one for lengthy discourse. He gestured towards the side, Yang Guang. Understood, boss. Beside him, Yang Guang, whose leg had been shaking restlessly, finally seemed to have awaited his moment to take the stage. With a playful grin, he acknowledged it with a casual remark and leaped a few meters in front of Chi Heng, assuming a loose and relaxed stance while pleading, "Boss, take it easy. Will you? Give your little brother some face." Before his words could fully dissipate, he suddenly pushed off the ground, launching himself like an arrow released from a bow, delivering a punch that cut through the air with a fierce wind, aiming swiftly and cunningly at Chi Heng's ribs. Oh my goodness! The crowd gasped in unison. This was no mere drill, it was undeniably an ambush. The speed and explosive power displayed far exceeded the imagination of all the new recruits present. Many of them hadn't even caught a glimpse of his movements. Chapter 30. Capturing the dragon. As that fierce and cunning punch was about to land solidly on Chi Heng's side, many new recruits felt their hearts leap into their throats. their minds conjuring images of their leader being caught off guard and retreating in disarray. However, Chi Hung made his move. He neither retreated nor blocked. At the very instant Yang Guang's punch approached, Chi Hung glided forward like a specter, stepping in half a pace. This half-step was executed with such finesse that it was akin to the finishing touch on a masterpiece. Not only did it cause Yang Guang's seemingly unstoppable punch to barely graze the edge of his training uniform, but it also instantaneously closed the distance between them to almost skin to skin. Yang Guang's face bore no trace of surprise, merely a cessation of his playful demeanor. Yet, in the fleeting moment when his previous strength waned and new energy had yet to arise, Chi Hung's hand, which had been hanging innocuously by his side, moved. His fingers spread slightly, not forming a fist, but adopting a peculiar capturing posture. His wrist twisted like a serpent emerging from its lair, so swift that it left behind only a fleeting shadow, precisely targeting Yang Guang's wrist joint, which had just delivered the force and had yet to retract, capturing the dragon. Song Bei's pupils constricted sharply. He observed with clarity Chi Hung's seemingly simple wrist capture maneuver, the taut lines of his arm muscles, the almost imperceptible yet explosively powerful angle of his wrist, and the precision akin to locking onto the vital point of prey. This was no mere showmanship. This was a genuine lethal technique. Gasp! Yang Guang inhaled sharply, feeling an immense force akin to the crushing of his bones the moment his wrist was captured, causing his entire arm to go numb. Though he instinctively yearned to twist away, Chi Hung's other hand was swifter. Like a parasite, it swiftly glided along the inner side of the captured arm, with fingers like knives, directly targeting the vulnerable point beneath his armpit. Yang Guang's body bristled with fear. The armpit was a region dense with nerve clusters. If struck with precision, it could incapacitate his arm entirely. "Boss, spare me," Yang Guang cried out, desperately leaning back to evade this lethal jab. Yet, just as Chi Hung's fingertips were about to make contact with Yang Guang's armpit, his movement halted abruptly. All strength, all murderous intent receded like a receding tide. He released Yang Guang's wrist, stepping back calmly, as if the perilous clash had never transpired. Yang Guang staggered slightly before regaining his balance, his complexion paling, and he rubbed his painfully squeezed wrist, dramatically thumping his chest. "You scared me to death, boss. The art of capturing the dragon has become increasingly perilous. Have you grasped the essence?" Chi Hung paid no heed to Yang Guang's antics, directing his gaze instead towards the wide-eyed recruits below. His voice remained steady. The true essence of capturing the dragon lies not in overpowering strength, but in close-quarters combat. It is about the decisive step that closes the distance, the precision in seizing vital joints at the moment of engagement, and the ruthless determination to determine victory or death within just a few moves. In the chaos of battle, there is little room for flamboyance. Opportunities often present themselves just once. He demonstrated the breakdown of movements once more, showcasing every point of force, the coordination of each step, and the subtle changes in finger positioning with utmost clarity. The movements appeared deceptively simple, yet the underlying techniques of force application and understanding of human anatomy instilled immense pressure upon all the recruits. "Now, pair up for practice," Chi Hung commanded. "Beidou." The lanky Ho Qing darted towards Song Bei like a cat startled by its tail, gripping his arm tightly as he warily scanned the surrounding recruits who were also seeking partners, their expressions ranging from fierce to furtive. "We must team up. My slender frame can hardly withstand the roughhousing of those brutes." He was evidently rattled by Yang Guang's earlier sneak attack and Chi Hung's ruthless demeanor, fearing that teaming up with someone else might lead to further misfortune. Song Bei nodded in agreement. As the groupings seemed to finalize, a voice filled with a whimpering tone pierced through. "Report. Instructor Yang, I have no partner." Everyone turned to the sound and beheld a towering, muscular recruit named Lu Chong, standing awkwardly and anxiously, resembling a clumsy bear lost among wolves. He had been slow to react, resulting in the others pairing off swiftly while leaving him behind. To compound his misfortune, the total number of recruits was odd, leaving him alone. Yang Guang's gaze swiftly fixed upon Lu Chong, his mischievous grin expanding into a deceptively warm expression. "Oh? A solitary little fledgling? No one wants you?" Lu Chong felt a chill run down his spine under Yang Guang's scrutinizing gaze, stammering. Yang Guang rubbed his hands together, emitting a chilling cackle, and advanced step by step towards Lu Chong. "Perfect. I didn't warm up enough earlier. My bones are itching for action. Come, fledgling. Let Brother Yang give you a proper spar. I guarantee it will leave a lasting impression, one you won't soon forget." His final words were nearly spat out through clenched teeth, his eyes glinting with unrestrained malice, eager to exact revenge for the humiliation he suffered at Chi Hung's hands. "Ha ha, Lu Chong, "You're truly unfortunate," exclaimed a familiar recruit, laughter mingled with a hint of nervousness. "Brother Yang, have mercy, leave him with a whole corpse." Lu Chong's face turned ashen as he beheld Yang Guang closing in like a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey, his legs trembling with apprehension. Instinctively, he assumed a clumsy defensive posture. "Ready, little darling?" Yang Guang cackled, his gaze sharpening suddenly. With a surge of power, he lunged at Lu Chong with the ferocity of a hunting cheetah, a formidable force that sliced through the air, leaving a phantom trail in its wake. The true nightmare had begun. Simultaneously, the venue erupted with a cacophony of shouts and the sounds of fists and feet colliding. Initially, many participants remained hesitant, their movements feeble and lacking precision, as if they were merely playing house. "Damn it, Wang Hao, are you just scratching an itch? Haven't you eaten? Li Chong, where are you striking? Are you giving me a massage?" Yang Guang, who was supervising the children, felt his temper flare. With hands on his hips, his voice thundered like a broken gong. "Give it your all. Fight fiercely. Anyone who continues to dawdle like a coward can step forward. I'll personally spar with them and ensure they soar." This threat proved more effective than anything else. Yang Guang's reckless demeanor, juxtaposed with Lu Chong's lifeless expression, left no doubt regarding the terrifying intensity of his training sessions. The atmosphere in the arena shifted dramatically. "What the hell, Zhang Hu, are you serious?" "Ah, Zhao Ming. You bastard, don't choke me. Damn it. Wang Hao, are you trying to take me down here? Are you looking to cripple me?" Gasps, furious curses, and pained groans echoed throughout the space. The previously timid movements transformed into fierce and decisive strikes, throat locks, wrist grabs, rib jabs, knee thrusts. Although their techniques were still far from the fluidity and precision of Qi Hong, the raw ferocity of their desperation was unmistakably unleashed. "Heh, Brother Bei, my apologies. I'm about to get serious." The thin monkey, sensing the charged atmosphere, chuckled mischievously, his eyes glinting with the familiar cunning and brutality of a street thug. Despite his diminutive stature, his movements were remarkably agile. He feigned a forward charge, then suddenly tripped, his right hand clawing forward with a swift and devious intent aimed at Song Bei's vulnerable area, a classic move reminiscent of a monkey stealing peaches. Although Song Bei was prepared, the thin monkey's strike was rapid and crafty, a product of street brawling, lacking any formal technique, yet startlingly effective. In a hurried twist, Song Bei evaded the critical blow but felt the sharp scrape of the thin monkey's fingers against his inner thigh. The impact was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. After all, even if one had mastered iron armor or a golden bell, instinct would still dictate a retreat when faced with such a predicament. Such is the vulnerability of a man, alas. "Hiss, you wretched monkey." Song Bei inhaled sharply, a mix of irritation and amusement swelling within him. This rascal had truly twisted the essence of capturing the dragon into something vile. He could no longer afford to be careless. Activating the energy of his level 16 guiding technique, his reflexes surged dramatically. As the thin monkey prepared for another underhanded tactic, Song Bei anticipated his move, swiftly altering his footwork to exploit the opening before the thin monkey could launch his attack, his left hand darting like lightning toward the wrist joint he had extended. His movements bore a striking resemblance to Qi Hong's demonstration. "Ouch, Brother Bei, be gentle." The thin monkey's wrist was captured, and he immediately felt a numbing sensation coursing through his arm, letting out a howl of distress. Chapter 31. Knowledge of Mech as the Cold. Metallic floor was painfully unyielding beneath them, every bone and muscle in their bodies groaning with soreness. Everyone lay sprawled on the ground, as if recently pulled from water, gasping for breath, with even the strength to move a finger nearly depleted. Even that reckless fellow Yang Guang plopped down onto the ground, leaning against the cold wall, his forehead and temples glistening with beads of sweat, his training uniform's collar drenched. He wiped his face with his hand, gasping for breath as he cursed. "Damn these little rascals, they really know how to wear me out, nearly drain me dry." His gaze swept across the exhausted new recruits sprawled on the ground, resembling dead dogs. He smirked, revealing a set of white teeth. "Well, I'm indeed worn out, but it's certainly better than standing outside like a fool, getting blasted by the cold wind. Get your act together. Don't look like wilted eggplants." He clapped his hands, the sound echoing loudly in the spacious training ground. It was still early, and outside, it seemed the night had just fallen. "Come on, sit up straight. I'm going to give you a lesson on mecha fundamentals. Don't go out there clueless. You'll embarrass me and risk your own lives." His words acted like a whip, compelling the weary individuals on the ground to struggle upright. After all, in this meat grinder of a frontline, knowing a little more meant a greater chance of survival. "Any questions? Now ask your chance while I'm in a good mood. Ask away." Yang Guang struck a pose, exuding a benevolent demeanor. Just as he finished speaking, a robust new recruit named Zhang Hu, who had shown a rather aggressive side during practice, eagerly raised his hand. A hint of excitement still lingering on his flushed face. Instructor Yang, I have a question. Yang Guang nodded, gesturing for him to speak. Zhang Hu licked his chapped lips, his eyes sparkling. Instructor, among the various factions in the Black Shadow 3, which mecha is the most formidable, the strongest? Is it our Azure? Hey, you little rascal. Yang Guang chuckled, playfully scolding him. Ambitious, are we? Asking that right off the bat? All right, I'll indulge you today. He cleared his throat, crossed one leg, and assumed a commanding posture. In the realm of Black Shadow 3, the true masters of core mecha technology, capable of manufacturing and modifying their own, are three entities: our Azure Technology Group, the Bond Consortium, and the indigenous folks residing in the Stone Castle, the mystical Loa Kingdom. The rest, like those freelance mercenary groups and petty warlords, are merely cast-offs leaking through the fingers of these three, or overpriced second-hand goods. He raised 3 fingers. Beginning with the Bond Consortium, those sons of guns are all about speed. For instance, their Hound model, that beast runs like a specter, designed for infiltration and surprise attacks. So fast that your gun can't keep up. And then there's the Vulture, equipped with large wings, actually a combination of gliding wings and powerful thrusters. It flies high, sees far, and excels in reconnaissance. Their defining traits are sheer speed and smooth maneuverability. He continued, now, about the Loa folks and their armored behemoths. Yang Guang scoffed, his tone tinged with disdain and a hint of wariness. They're fixated on one principle: invincibility in close combat. Their model, the Knight's Retainer. Just listen to that name. It's clad in the heaviest armor, standardly armed with a broad and hefty high-frequency cutting sword when it charges. It's like a hunk of iron. No matter your model, if it gets too close, you'll either be dead or at the very least, stripped of your skin. It is said that their advanced mechs are even more outrageous, with names like Gun Knight, Blade Knight, and Shield Knight, all reminiscent of bizarre contraptions. They are simply a band of melee maniacs. However, one cannot deny their prowess in close combat. Our blue faction has suffered significant losses on the front lines. He paused momentarily, a hint of melancholy shadowing his expression, but soon a proud smile graced his face as he pointed to his chest with a thumb. Ultimately, when it comes to us, the blue faction, huh? He straightened his back slightly, proclaiming, our approach can be summarized in one word: unity. What does comprehensive strength mean? It is embodied by us. Engaging in reconnaissance? We have the Grey Wolf. With its 4 steady legs, exceptional stealth, and sensors that rival those of Bond's Eagle, it excels. Engaging in firepower suppression? Behold the heavy artillery. That beast carries 2 high-caliber rapid-fire cannons on its shoulders and a munitions box strapped to its back, standing there like a mobile artillery platform. Its firepower can plow through the enemy lines. His voice rose, infused with genuine pride. But if we are to speak of the most iconic, the most durable, and the true representative of our blue faction, it must be the Iron Guardian. Why is it called the Iron Guardian? Because it is truly capable of enduring and fighting. Its armor is thick, its firepower formidable, with standard shoulder-mounted light autocannons, and it holds its own in melee, equipped with combat swords and alloy arm shields. It is our fundamental strength, the backbone of our forces. The advanced Iron Cavalry and Vanguard are even more striking. Their firepower is fiercer, and the electromagnetic cannon mounted on the Iron Cavalry is truly exhilarating. Their melee capabilities are enhanced as well, with the Vanguard wielding a chainsaw sword that roars. It possesses both firepower and close combat prowess, showcasing exceptional overall performance. Do you understand the significance of balanced development? And what of the advanced mechs? A captivated rookie in the corner could not help but interject, his eyes brimming with aspiration. Get lost. Yang Guang spat dismissively, yet his expression bore no anger. Only a touch of longing and resignation. Having lingered at the Mander base for so long, he had only caught a distant glimpse of what appeared to be an advanced mech. Like a ghost, it vanished in an instant. That thing is likely only reserved for the most elite units of the group. Perhaps only at the level of our squad leader would one have the chance to encounter the real deal. He waved his hand, redirecting the conversation. All right, let us not aim too high. The mainstream mech models across factions essentially boil down to those few basic variants. The advanced mech is the main force. The advanced mech is the sharp blade. However, his tone shifted, becoming grave. What good is merely knowing the model? The strength of a mech, beyond its inherent capabilities, is significantly determined by the equipment it carries. Equipment? The crowd perked up their ears. Yes, equipment. Yang Guang counted on his fingers, detailing close combat weapons. Will you wield a mere iron rod, or will you be equipped with a high-frequency particle vibrating blade? Firepower weapons. Will you utilize a waist-mounted cannon, a shoulder-mounted cannon, or a back-mounted cannon that fires small caliber bullets, or one that can demolish half a wall with a single particle blast? Radar. Are you a blind man feeling an elephant? Or can you lock onto a hideout from several kilometers away? Defensive equipment. Will you face it bare-chested, or can you activate an energy shield to provide some protection? He surveyed the circle, his voice laced with a chilling realism. These pieces of equipment also possess varying levels of quality. The most rudimentary type of equipment, referred to as colorless gear, is merely a heap of standard-issue junk piled high in the base warehouse. It is barely functional, with performance that is, at best, negligible. Yet, the majority of combat mechs are equipped with this colorless gear. Ascending the hierarchy, we encounter white gear. Yang Guang emphasized this with a weighty tone, asserting that such equipment possesses a modicum of technical sophistication. Its performance surpasses that of the colorless variant by a considerable margin. Allow me to enlighten you. Even the most basic model, the Iron Guardian, would see a significant enhancement in combat capability if equipped with a reliable piece of white gear, be it a superior melee weapon or a shoulder-mounted cannon with a longer range. Such upgrades could dramatically increase survival odds on the battlefield. He smacked his lips, his eyes revealing a glimmer of envy. Next in line is blue gear. He shook his head at this, admitting he had only heard tales of it, never having laid eyes upon it. What level of performance does it offer? It is said to enable a mech to unleash combat potential nearly on par with that of advanced models, or to empower a mech significantly. Such items are truly treasures. Not to mention, even our squad leader has likely seldom had the chance to handle them. Yang Guang's words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the fervor ignited within some of the new recruits. It seems that in the realm of mechs, the hierarchy is rigidly defined, and the disparity in equipment could very well represent the chasm between life and death. Therefore, Yang Guang's voice took on a somber tone, imbued with the weight of experience. Do not presume that merely advancing to the reserves in a month and gaining access to a mech will guarantee your safety. The path ahead is long. If you wish to survive, to pilot superior mechs and equip them with formidable gear, then you must fight with all your might. You must strive relentlessly in training, and even more so on the battlefield. Sacrifice your very essence in the pursuit of victory. He rose, brushing off the dust from his trousers, gazing at the contemplative young faces around him, some brimming with excitement and others marked by gravity. He smiled broadly, revealing a set of white teeth, though the smile bore an enigmatic quality under the harsh fluorescent lights. Today's lesson concludes here. Now all of you, get back to your quarters and rest. Tomorrow's drills will be doubled. Chapter 32, Sparring on the Training Ground. The air was rent by heavy breaths and the dull thud of flesh colliding. In the center, two lithe figures clad only in training shorts were locked in a rapid, intense struggle. One of them bore a myriad of scars, new wounds layered over old, while sweat trickled down these marks, glinting in the stark white light. Opposite him stood another figure, equally lean but with muscles defined as if sculpted by chisel and axe, exuding strength and resilience. A closer look revealed it to be instructor Yang Guang and Song Bei. How did they end up together? The story traces back to recent days. Despite Yang Guang's reckless demeanor, his keen eye for talent is unmatched. While others practiced their grappling techniques, he noticed that Song Bei was different. Though his movements still bore a hint of clumsiness, the ferocity he displayed, his instinct for delivering lethal strikes amidst combat, and his reaction speed and physical coordination far surpassing that of ordinary recruits, all captivated Yang Guang's attention. This is a promising candidate, far more engaging than sparring with those wooden dummies. With a sweeping gesture, he decisively removed the unfortunate Lu Chong from his list of key individuals to monitor, relegating him to the slender figure of Ho Qing. That Lu Chong. You're teamed up with Ho Qing. Make sure to train him well. As for whether the street-smart Ho Qing could withstand Lu Chong's brute strength, Yang Guang was indifferent. As long as Lu Chong didn't perish, that was sufficient. Meanwhile, Yang Guang, the instructor, eagerly took the opportunity to personally engage in training with Song Bei under the guise of focused cultivation. During their sparring session, their movements were so swift that they seemed to leave afterimages in their wake. There was no probing, no feigned attacks. Each strike was accompanied by a sharp slicing sound, aiming directly for each other's joints, throats, and ribs, vital targets. Fists, elbows, knees, and claws, every part of their bodies transformed into instruments of destruction, and each collision resonated with a bone-jarring thud. Bang! Yang Guang delivered a fierce elbow strike aimed at Song Bei's temple, who narrowly evaded by tilting his head, the fierce wind from the blow stinging his cheek. Seizing the moment, he crouched low, his right hand forming a claw, striking back like a venomous serpent, aiming for Yang Guang's vulnerable abdomen. Damn, how cunning. Yang Guang let out a cry, his abdominal muscles tightening like iron, absorbing the blow with only a slight stagger. Yet, the ferocity in his eyes intensified. His left leg lashed out silently like a steel whip toward the knee of Song Bei's supporting leg. It was poised to strike. If it landed, Song Bei would instantly lose his combat capability. In that critical moment, Song Bei's body seemed to blur strangely. It was neither a retreat nor a leap. Rather, it resembled a shadow gliding effortlessly along the ground, shifting half a foot in an instant. Yang Guang's determined kick, accompanied by a fierce gust, brushed past Song Bei's pant leg and missed entirely. What was that? Did I just imagine it? The surrounding new recruits, who were either practicing or resting, erupted in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Song Bei's evasion had surpassed their understanding, defying all logic. This was not the technique of the dragon seizing. Shadow step. A voice filled with surprise emerged from the crowd, belonging to a new recruit named Li Rue, who seemed to have some background knowledge. He stared intently at Song Bei's feet, disbelief etched on his face. That's from the 7 military techniques. How could he possibly know it? Shadow step. One of the 7 techniques. No way. Is this for real? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. They had recently heard Yang Guang boast about the 7 military techniques, knowing that each one held immense value. To learn the dragon seizing technique was already a stroke of luck, and yet this fellow named Song Bei could also execute the shadow step? What kind of background does he have? Only Ho Qing, in the corner, was busy fending off Lu Cheng's massive fists while stealing a glance. His heart already bursting with joy. An extraordinary background? A mechanic-esque background is indeed remarkable. Brother Bei is amazing. In the midst of it all, Yang Guang paused, retracting his missed kick, his gaze towards Song Bei brimming with wonder and intrigue. A mischievous smile crept across his lips. Well done, young man. You've kept your talents hidden. You even know the shadow step? What other secrets do you possess? Let us see them all. Song Bei's chest heaved violently, the extreme evasion just moments ago having drained him significantly. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice laced with exhaustion. That's it, Commander. Just this little bit. He spoke the truth. This incomplete shadow step was indeed taught to him by that ferocious tiger, and reflecting on it now, it truly was generous of him. Just a little bit? That's sufficient. Yang Guang's eyes burned with an intensified fervor for battle. Come again. He no longer held back, his speed surging dramatically. Even when deliberately restrained, the physical prowess of a D-level extraordinary being far surpassed that of Song Bei. Fists, feet, elbows, and knees rained down upon him like a tempest. Song Bei gritted his teeth, channeling the energy of his guiding technique to its utmost limit, his mind racing to capture Yang Guang's movements. Each evasion was fraught with peril, each block reverberating through his arms, sending his blood surging. The bruises on his body multiplied at a visible rate. He occasionally braced himself, attempting to counter with the dragon capture technique and locks. When evasion proved impossible, he resorted to the shadow step for extreme dodging. As for the broken dagger and bloodshed, he had to keep some tricks up his sleeve while out in the world. Bang! At last, Yang Guang executed a cunning jab that pierced through Song Bei's somewhat disordered defense, striking forcefully at his shoulder. The immense power rendered Song Bei momentarily blind, causing him to stagger back several steps until his back crashed against the cold alloy wall, barely managing to steady himself. A bitter taste filled his throat, and he forcefully swallowed a mouthful of blood. Defeat was inevitable. Yang Guang also took a slight breath, shaking his somewhat numb wrist. His gaze toward Song Bei now infused with genuine admiration. Well done. Tough enough. Quick enough. Though you only know that one shadow step, you wield it quite ingeniously. You're quite interesting. He approached and patted Song Bei's uninjured shoulder, noting that despite taking so many hits, he still stood firm. His bones were indeed sturdy. Rest for 5 minutes, then continue. Leaning against the wall, Song Bei gasped for breath, his muscles trembling uncontrollably, waves of excruciating pain washing over him. Yet, there was little trace of despondency in his eyes. Instead, they burned with a near-manic excitement and focus. Each blow from Yang Guang, a true master, and every extreme evasion deepened his understanding of the dragon capture technique and clarified his application of strength. This beating was worth it. What are you staring at? Yang Guang suddenly turned, bellowing at the wide-eyed new recruits. Jealous? Want me to personally guide you? Then hurry up and practice. Train until you drop. The crowd jolted, quickly averting their gazes, and the training ground erupted once more with fervent shouts and the sounds of bodies clashing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, another tragic scene unfolded. Brother Ho, take it easy. Easy. The burly Lu Cheng emitted screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. He had thought he could escape the clutches of Yang Guang, and that sparring with the lean monkey would be easier. Little did he know, this lean monkey, Ho Qing, was nothing short of a miniature, cunning version of Yang Guang. Short and slippery, the lean monkey did not engage Lu Chong head-on, but instead seamlessly blended the ruthless essence he had learned from Yang Guang with his street-fighting tricks and devious tactics. The joint techniques of the dragon capture were executed with remarkable finesse, targeting the delicate and elusive areas of Lu Chong's fingers, wrists, and ankles. "Hey Lu, don't howl," the instructor said to be ruthless. The lean monkey chuckled deviously, seizing the moment when Lu Chong bent in pain to swiftly slip under his armpit. His claw-like right hand aimed swiftly and insidiously at the vulnerable hollow of Lu Chong's supporting knee. The dragon capture groin technique, as the lean monkey unsavorily dubbed it, was executed with a sinister flair. Ow! Lu Chong felt his knee buckle, nearly collapsing to the ground, tears welling in his eyes as his voice trembled. "Ho gu. It's not the groin. It's the knee pit. That is crucial too. Of course. If it weren't vital, why would I bother hitting you?" The lean monkey retorted, with unwavering conviction, intensifying his assault. "Get up. Don't play dead. Instructor Yang is watching. Do you want him to personally attend to you?" At the mere mention of Instructor Yang, Lu Chong shuddered, gritting his teeth and dragging his weary leg to stagger back into the fray, bracing himself for the next round of the lean monkey's cunning and merciless strikes. In the training ground, amidst Yang Guang's relentless barrage, Song Bei endured with gritted teeth. Although the lean monkey also bore the brunt of Lu Chong's formidable punches, his unique monkey-style dragon capture inflicted equal torment, creating a symphony of anguish and collision, a brutal yet strangely endearing tableau of rookie training. One could only wish for such moments to last indefinitely. Chapter 33, Elimination Round Time. Crushed under sweat and pain, elongated and swiftly slipped away. The training ground echoed with cries of despair, yet each individual could distinctly feel the strength seeping from their bones. Growing day by day, the nutritional supplements provided by the base were no longer the insipid concoctions of the eastern district of Mo Hui City, but rather a minimum grade of blood essence, a true commodity. Each time Song Bei twisted open the metallic tube, he couldn't help but marvel at how, in Mo Hui City, Old Song would have to accumulate half a year's worth of credit points to acquire a single vial. Yet here, the supply was abundant. Song Bei deliberately restrained the advancement of his guiding technique level. The gentle flow of LV-16 energy coursed through his body, nourishing every sinew. He poured all his focus into honing his skills. Yang Guang's rigorous training served as the finest whetstone, as the power, angles, and timing of the dragon capture were etched into his very marrow through relentless punishment. The chaotic fragments of ancestral memories within his mind seemed to slowly dissolve under the stimulation of combat, granting him an ineffable intuition and understanding of martial techniques. Most surprisingly, the lean monkey, amidst the relentless bombardment of blood essence, silently approached the threshold of rank, radiating an undeniable ferocity. Damn it, with wealth and resources, even pigs can soar. The lean monkey gulped down a viscous vial of blood essence, smacking his lips, his face contorting in an expression of pain and pleasure. In the realm of low-tier guiding techniques, resources were the insurmountable divide that crushed all opposition. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The elimination round had arrived. The vast central hall once again brimmed with people, the air thick with the scent of masculinity and an almost palpable tension. Upon the elevated platform stood a row of instructors clad in dark gray training uniforms, resembling cold statues. The formidable Lei Yanwang stood at the forefront, the scar on his face glistening under the harsh light like a centipede. Qi Heng and Yang Guang were also present, their gazes calmly surveying the crowd below. "Newbies." Lei Yanwang's voice rasped like sandpaper against iron, instantly silencing the cacophony. "A month has passed. It's time to see if you are a mule or a horse. Let's bring you out for a trial. The rules are simple. Draw lots at random and engage in head-to-head battles. The victor remains, while the defeated must depart. This continues until we identify the final 150 who can still draw breath." He grinned, revealing a chilling, merciless smile. 7 rounds. Just endure through 7 rounds. Haha, may you find the luck of the devil. The cold electronic screen began to scroll numbers frantically. 532. Song Bei observed the holographic display that emerged on his wrist. "Brother Bei, I'm 137. We probably won TB match together." The skinny monkey sauntered over. A lewd grin plastered on his face. In this elimination round, there were no referees. No rules. Only the cold gaze of instructors from the high platform and the raw killing intent in the eyes of opponents. The arena was delineated into numerous simple alloy fighting circles. Some chose to engage barehanded, delivering blows that struck flesh. Others seized the standard alloy batons or daggers provided on the nearby rack, the glint of the blades dazzling to the eye, for the slim chance at a mech slot. No one held back. After all, whether one could ascend to greatness hinged on the ferocity of each clash. Songbei stood at the sidelines, his eyes sharply scanning the various fighting circles. The E-level energies fluctuated, with many even reaching the mid-E level. No wonder this training camp gathered the talents of the entire Black Wing's rear echelon. They were all formidable opponents. Contestant 137, Ho Ching, versus Contestant 54, Iron Tower. The electronic voice announced coldly. Here it comes. Brother Bei, watch as I set the example. The skinny monkey leapt into the designated circle with a relaxed demeanor. His opponent, a muscular giant towering over him, bore the code name Iron Tower and had just reached E-level, his gaze fierce yet somewhat reckless. Little monkey, with your spindly arms and legs, best admit defeat and scram, lest I beat the crap out of you, Iron Tower sneered, cracking his knuckles ominously. The skinny monkey flashed a smile, revealing his white teeth, while his eyes glinted like poisoned blades. Watch your words, old man. Be careful not to trip over your own tongue. Begin. Iron Tower roared, charging forward like a frenzied rhino, his massive fists aimed at the skinny monkey's face, intent on a swift victory. Coincidentally, the skinny monkey shared the same intention. At the very moment Iron Tower's fist was about to make contact, the skinny monkey sprang into action. He did not confront the attack head-on. Instead, his body slipped like a boneless eel, evading under Iron Tower's arm. Simultaneously, his right hand clawed out like lightning, viciously targeting the soft tendons behind Iron Tower's knee. Dragon capturing knee strike. The skinny monkey narrated his own technique. A howl escaped Iron Tower as his knee buckled under the searing pain, his massive frame stumbling. Seizing the advantage, the skinny monkey latched onto him like a stubborn adhesive, delivering an elbow strike to the ribs, thrusting a knee into his lower back, and deviously poking towards Iron Tower's eyes. The scene unfolds with street brawls, employing the most unscrupulous yet effective tactics. The Iron Tower, despite his sheer brute strength, finds himself at the mercy of the nimble monkey, whose underhanded strategies provoke roars of frustration, rendering him akin to a bear swatting at a fly, perpetually ensnared. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the monkey exploits a moment of imbalance, delivering a vicious sweeping kick that sends the Iron Tower crashing to the ground, shaking the metallic surface beneath. He lunges forward, pressing his knee firmly against the Iron Tower's lower back. One hand constricts around his neck, while the other rises ominously, poised to strike the back of his head. Do you surrender? The monkey's voice drips with a sanguine ferocity. I concede. The Iron Tower gasps, his face flushed, forcing the words through clenched teeth. Releasing his grip, the monkey leaps up, brushing off the dust from his trousers, and smugly gestures towards Songbei, who watches from the sidelines. How was that, Brother Bei? Clean and efficient. A slight smile graces Songbei's lips as he nods in approval. Shortly thereafter, an electronic announcement reverberates through the arena. Contestant 532, Songbei, faces off against Contestant 256. Yuyang. Songbei steps into the ring, confronting a brooding young man wielding two alloy daggers, who twirls them with a taunting glint in his eyes. Choose your weapon wisely, kid. Don't claim I'm bullying you. Before he can finish, Songbei springs into action. No wasted words, no flamboyance. In an instant, he closes the distance. The speed conferred by his level 16 guiding technique far surpasses that of an ordinary E-level combatant. Moreover, the awakening of his pseudo-violent ability enhances his physical prowess across the board, even without active activation, its residual effects far exceeding those of his peers. The brooding youth's pupils constrict sharply. He perceives a blur before experiencing a searing pain in his wrist. Crack. Songbei's dragon capture technique locks onto the joint of the youth's dagger-wielding right wrist with pinpoint accuracy, unleashing a terrifying force. The audible snap of dislocated bone rings clear. The dagger clatters to the ground. The young man's scream barely escapes his lips before Songbei's right knee crashes into his abdomen like a battering ram. Gasp. The youth's eyes bulge as bile mixed with blood erupts violently from his mouth, his body curling like a cooked shrimp before hurtling outside the ring. Crashing onto the alloy floor, unconscious. One strike. Instantaneous victory. The entire hall seems to hold its breath for a moment. On the elevated platform, Yang Guang whistles appreciatively, and Shi Hang's gaze lingers on Songbei for a brief second longer. In the ensuing rounds, Songbei operates like a cold, relentless machine of slaughter. Whether his opponents are barehanded or armed with sharp blades, whether they are early-stage or mid-stage E-level fighters, few can withstand more than 3 moves against his lethal precision and battle instincts honed through inherited memories. Clean, swift, efficient, it feels less like combat and more akin to disassembling machine components. Songbei's training uniform remains scarcely dusted. However, on the other side, the monkey encounters a formidable barrier in the 6th round, a clash that proves challenging. Contestant 137, Ho Qing, versus Contestant 89, Zhou Yang. I can't help but use my classmate's name, haha. Chapter 34, Valor and Pyrrhic Victory. A young man, dressed with evident sophistication and an air of arrogance in his demeanor, steps into the ring. His physique is well-proportioned, and his presence exudes a calm, profound aura. Song Bei's pupils narrow. This young man possesses at least LV-15 in the guiding technique, perhaps even higher. Moreover, the stance of this individual, along with the trajectory of his arm movements, exuded an essence distinctly different from the fundamental principles of the dragon capture technique. He had evidently mastered other combat styles, although not classified as a D level. He was more than capable of dealing with the wild and unruly approach of the thin monkey. Zhou Yang cast a disdainful glance at the thin monkey's faded training uniform and emaciated physique, a cold snort escaping his nostrils. I wonder what filthy insect crawled out from the depths to think it could touch a mech? Scram, before you tarnish my hands. Hey, you little brat. I emerged solely to thrash pretentious fools like you. The thin monkey was never one to be outdone verbally, yet his expression bore an intensity of gravity. He recognized that he was up against a formidable opponent. And then, Zhou Yang made his move. His actions were swifter than those of his previous adversary. His steps carried a unique rhythm as he closed the distance in an instant, delivering a quick and cunning straight punch aimed directly at the thin monkey's throat. The punch whistled through the air, imbued with a fierce, tearing energy. The thin monkey barely managed to tilt his head aside, the wind from the punch stinging his cheek. Just as he prepared to counterattack, Zhou Yang's leg swept towards his lower body like a venomous serpent. The speed of the transition was astonishing. Bang! The thin monkey barely lifted his leg to block, yet a tremendous force surged through, causing his calf bones to ache painfully as he staggered backward. Zhou Yang shadowed him relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of punches, elbows, and knees like a tempest, each strike accompanied by a sharp, slicing sound, delivered with lethal precision. He employed a high-tier E-level combat technique known as rending wind, far surpassing basic combat in power. The thin monkey found himself utterly dominated. He could only rely on the slickness honed from street brawls and his reckless ferocity to evade and block clumsily. Every collision sent blood surging through his veins, causing him to taste iron on his lips. He was like a small vessel amidst a raging storm, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Bang! A heavy elbow strike crashed into the thin monkey's chest. Gasping, he spewed a mist of blood, his vision darkening as he fell heavily to the ground. Zhou Yang stepped forward, his polished military boot delivering an insulting force, ruthlessly pressing down on the thin monkey's chest, forcing him back to the ground just as he attempted to rise. The agonizing pain nearly suffocated the thin monkey. From his elevated position, Zhou Yang looked down with unabashed contempt and delight, his voice as frigid as ice. Trash is simply trash. This is not a place for you. The gutter is your rightful home. Now, admit defeat, and I shall grant you the mercy to leave. The excruciating pain, the suffocation, and the weight of that boot trampling his dignity caused the thin monkey's eyes to fill with bloodshot fury. He had not come here to be subjected to such humiliation. A guttural growl erupted from his throat, not born of pain, but of profound humiliation. In that fleeting moment of Zhou Yang's triumph, as he believed victory was assured, an unforeseen twist occurred. The thin monkey, crushed beneath his foot, erupted with the ferocity of a dying serpent, launching a final, frenzied counterattack. He did not attempt to pry away the foot. Instead, his left hand shot out like a steel hook, executing the purest form of dragon capture with lightning speed, seizing Zhou Yang's ankle with relentless tenacity. Simultaneously, he thrust his head upward, baring bloodied teeth in a frenzy of mutual destruction, sinking his bite into the inner thigh of Zhou Yang's supporting leg. Ack! Zhou Yang could hardly fathom that his opponent would resort to such despicable tactics. Biting? Wasn't he that a method more suited for children brawling in the streets? The excruciating pain radiating from his ankle, held in a vice-like grip, and the agonizing sting from the bites on the inner thigh elicited a piercing, distorted scream from him. Instinctively, he attempted to withdraw his leg. Yet, the lean monkey had been waiting for this very moment. With a jaw-like grip on Zhou Yang's ankle, he yanked downward with ferocious force, leveraging Zhou Yang's own movement against him. Simultaneously, his free fist, clenched tightly, unleashed a barrage of merciless strikes against Zhou Yang's vulnerable side, each punch resonating with a sickening thud. The air was filled with the sound of their brutal collision, accompanied by Zhou Yang's anguished wails. "Let go, you mad dog! Let go!" Zhou Yang cried, tears streaming down his face as he frantically kicked at the lean monkey's head and shoulders. The lean monkey did not flinch. He clung to Zhou Yang's leg like a grotesque appendage, his teeth embedded deep into flesh, tearing away while enduring the relentless barrage of kicks raining down upon him. The bones beneath emitting a nauseating groan. The speed of his punches did not waver, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied light, embodying the ferocity of a cornered rat determined to drag its foe into the abyss alongside it. The scene transformed into a grotesque tableau of bloodshed and primal savagery. Zhou Yang's cries intertwining with the beastly growls emanating from the lean monkey's throat. The two grappled like a tumultuous ball, Zhou Yang desperately striving to free himself, attempting to utilize his LV-15 guiding technique to crush this mad dog clinging to him. However, the lean monkey's grip on his ankle rendered him incapable of exerting his full strength, and the excruciating pain and warmth seeping from the bite on his inner thigh signaled a grave injury. He was bleeding. This madman had truly bitten off a piece of him. The lean monkey, unfazed by the blows he received, was consumed by a singular thought: to annihilate his opponent, to bite, to claw, to ram, to employ every means necessary to ensure Zhou Yang fell first. Zhou Yang landed a punch on the lean monkey's eye, momentarily darkening his vision and sending stars dancing before him. Yet in retaliation, the lean monkey clawed viciously at Zhou Yang's carotid artery. Zhou Yang, gripped by terror, jerked his head to evade, but still bore several scratches that oozed blood. He raised his knee forcefully against the lean monkey's abdomen, eliciting a muffled grunt. But in that instant, the lean monkey seized the opportunity to bite down hard on Zhou Yang's knee. Zhou Yang's scream was almost unrecognizable, his mental fortitude crumbling. What strategies, what techniques? Under the lean monkey's frenzied, mutually destructive assault, all became a mockery. He only wished to free himself from this mad dog. Fear took hold of him. Get away, you lunatic. I surrender. He yearned to cry out in defeat, yet the lean monkey delivered another brutal headbutt to his nose. Crack. The sound of his nasal bone fracturing rang clear. Blood splattered across Zhou Yang's face. Pain and terror engulfed him entirely. He flailed helplessly, akin to a fish stranded on land, his strength rapidly depleting. Meanwhile, the lean monkey, drenched in blood, with multiple bones likely fractured, possessed eyes that glimmered with a terrifying intensity, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. He seized the fleeting moment of Zhou Yang's distraction and weakness, exerting his last ounce of strength to flip over and pin his opponent firmly beneath him. The bloodied and saliva-coated teeth lunged dangerously close to Zhou Yang's throat. I concede. I concede. Zhou Yang, gazing at the menacing, blood-scented fangs mere inches away, felt the icy touch upon his neck, and the last vestiges of his will to resist shattered completely, erupting into a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, tears and snot mingling with blood streaming down his face. The weight pressing down on him suddenly lifted. The slender monkey staggered to his feet, wobbling for a moment before finding his balance. His body was drenched in blood, his face swollen and bruised, one eye reduced to a mere slit, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, and several ribs likely fractured, each breath akin to the sting of a blade. Yet he stood tall, spitting a mouthful of bloodied saliva at Zhou Yang, his voice hoarse and grating, yet brimming with a fierce defiance. Where the hell were you, son of a bitch? He struggled to turn his head, peering through the swollen slit of his eye at Song Bei, who stood at the edge of the arena, fists clenched, knuckles white. With a grimace that was more painful than a smile, he rasped, Brother Bei, did you see? Even your little monkey can turn the tables. After his shout, his body wavered, unable to support itself any longer, darkness enveloping him as he fell straight back. Medical robots, having anticipated this moment, rushed onto the scene, lifting him onto a stretcher. This little monkey has a bit of spirit. Not bad, not bad, Lei Yanwang remarked, smacking his lips, marking his only positive appraisal of the event thus far. Chapter 35. Challenge. Song Bei observed the slender monkey being carried away, then glanced at Zhou Yang, who lay sprawled in a pool of blood, dazed and defeated, his pants soaked in fear. There was no flicker of emotion in his eyes. His tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed, deep imprints from his nails etched into his palms. Contestant 532, Song Bei, versus Contestant 147, Sun Hao. The electronic voice resonated once more. Song Bei stepped into the new combat arena with an impassive expression. His opponent, Contestant 147, Sun Hao, was not without strength, likely at the upper tier of the E-grade. Yet, upon gazing into Song Bei's eerily calm eyes and recalling the earlier brutal clash, he instinctively swallowed hard, his hand trembling slightly around the weapon. Begin. Song Bei moved. There were no superfluous actions, akin to a cannonball being fired. His speed surpassed that of before. Sun Hao felt an overwhelming aura of lethal intent wash over him. and in the blink of an eye, his wrist was seized in excruciating pain, the weapon slipping from his grasp. Almost immediately, his abdomen was struck as if by a heavy hammer. With a thud, he flew backward like a ragged sack, collapsing outside the ring, unconscious before even uttering a sound. Song Bei did not spare a glance at his fallen opponent, his gaze calmly shifting to the high platform, awaiting the next electronic announcement. The hall was enveloped in silence. His solitary figure standing like a blade freshly stained with blood, eager for the next bout of carnage. Within the frigid confines of the alloy fighting arena, Song Bei moved like a specter. Another opponent fell victim to his precise and ruthless technique, the dragon seize locking onto the wrist joint, followed by a brutal knee strike, resulting in a muffled groan as the adversary crumpled to the ground. This marked the sixth. The new recruits observing from the sidelines wore expressions of complexity. There was reverence, fear, and predominantly, a sense of numbness. The might of Song Bei had surpassed their comprehension of a novice, resembling a chilling and relentless onslaught. On the elevated platform, Lei Yong, the King of Thunder, leaned back with his arms crossed, the scar on his mouth contorting into a sinister grin. As he watched Song Bei prepare to eliminate his final opponent and secure a place among the last 150, his eyes reflected not satisfaction, but rather an intensified interest laced with a barely perceptible irritation. Hey, number 532. Lei Yong suddenly seized a loudspeaker that had mysteriously appeared beside him, the shrill sound shattering the tranquility of the hall, drowning out all murmurs and breaths. You're fighting like it's a game, akin to chopping vegetables, aren't you? All gazes instantly converged on Song Bei. Just as he stepped down from the fighting arena, his pace faltered upon hearing the taunt, and he raised his head towards the platform, his face devoid of expression, only sweat trickling down his chin. Lei Yong's voice dripped with blatant provocation and temptation, akin to a venomous hook. How about we play a high-stakes game? I'll select someone, and you'll face him. If you win. He deliberately elongated his tone, relishing the sudden attentiveness of the audience below. In the armory, choose any white-tier weapon you desire. What do you say? Are you bold enough to wager? White-tier weaponry. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The value of such equipment had long been dissected and explained by Yang Guang. It was a treasure capable of exponentially enhancing the combat prowess of a basic mech. For the new recruits, it was akin to a windfall. Yet, standing beside Lei Yong, Yang Guang's expression darkened. He vigorously signaled to Song Bei, his lips moving in silent urgency, clearly conveying, "Don't agree, fool." Even the usually composed team leader, Chi Hung, furrowed his brows deeply, casting a disapproving glance at Lei Yong. They understood the King of Thunder all too well. Beneath his brutish exterior lay a sharp intellect, capable of calculating to the point of squeezing every last drop from a person's essence. He would never offer a favor without a hidden agenda. This so-called challenge was undoubtedly a trap. Song Bei's gaze swept across the platform. The urgency in Yang Guang's eyes, the gravity in Chi Hung's expression, and the unabashed, predatory grin on Lei Yong's face were all vividly apparent. To gamble? For that white-tier weapon? His heart skipped a beat. A surge of overwhelming heat, long suppressed and nearly tearing through his chest, surged forth. From Mo Hui City to this damn Mando base, he had endured Yen Su's abandonment, endured the Liu family's scheming, endured the pressure from the city guards, and endured the relentless beatings and life-or-death eliminations in this training ground. Because he was so weak enough to struggle for survival like an ant in the crevices of life. The bloody uprising of the thin monkey was like a searing brand, searing fiercely into his repressed heart. That roar awakened the primal ferocity and defiance within him, which had been nearly extinguished by reality. He craved a battle, a genuine, reckless, and exhilarating fight, not to prove anything, but simply to expel this pent-up frustration with great force. The opportunity for the King of Thunder coincided perfectly with this impending explosion of fury. Good. Song Bei's voice, though not loud and somewhat hoarse, sliced through the cacophony, resonating in every corner of the hall. Good. Ha ha ha. Lei Yong erupted into a thunderous laugh, as if he had heard the most amusing of tales. His laughter brimmed with delight, exuding a sense of bravado. I relish soldiers with grit. As his laughter subsided, he pointed sharply to a corner of the stage, his tone suddenly turning frigid. Li Qing, step down. Have some fun with this kid. At the mention of that name, Yang Guang's eyes widened in shock, nearly leaping from his seat. Old Lei, are you out of your mind? Li Qing, he is a formal member of the base mech squad. He is not one of us reserve trainees. Even more alarmingly, Li Qing belonged to another squad that had always been at odds with their fourth team. The King of Thunder's move was not just merciless, it was akin to using an enemy's weapon to strike them down. This battle held no room for mercy. He would not hold back. Qi Heng's brows furrowed tighter, his gaze toward Lei Yong laced with a hint of coldness. A man, dressed in a slightly different style from Yang Guang and his companions, with a patch emblazoned with the roaring mech insignia, emerged silently from the shadows. He was of average build, his features unremarkable, perhaps even somewhat dull, yet his eyes resembled two desolate wells, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, embodying the chilling calm of a true warrior. With deliberate steps, he entered the fighting arena where Song Bei stood, each footfall resonating with a steadiness that suggested he tread upon a battlefield paved with flesh, not alloy. "Kid, don't say I didn't warn you." Lei Yong's voice carried a hint of mockery. Li Qing, a formal mech team member, recently underwent D-class gene treatment, a bona fide D-class threshold. Though he may not have completed his full transformation yet, he is certainly not someone of your E-class caliber that you can compare with. Huh, of course. To avoid bullying you, you may use a weapon. Song Bei did not respond. He simply walked to the weapon rack at the edge of the arena. His gaze swept over the cold alloy batons and standard combat blades. He did not overreach. Instead, he grasped a hefty alloy combat blade, its edge lined with fine serrations. The icy touch coursed through his palm, cooling the boiling blood within him slightly. Li Qing also stepped into the ring, making no move, merely watching Song Bei silently. Like a lifeless statue, this silence bore a more oppressive weight than any provocation. "Begin." Lei Yong's voice held a tinge of eager cruelty. The moment those words fell, Song Bei sprang into action. The flame suppressed within his chest transformed into the sharpest of blades. There were no feints, no false moves. He was like a hunting leopard, the energy of his level 16 guidance technique coursing through him, endowing him with speed and explosive power far surpassing that of an ordinary E-class. The alloy combat blade in his hand tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek as its glint coalesced into a blur, aimed directly at Li Qing's throat. With a swift twist of his wrist, he angled the blade, slashing towards his opponent's abdomen. Following through, he brought it down, aiming for the knee. The three strikes flowed seamlessly, as rapid as lightning, executed with cunning precision and lethal intent, all aimed to incapacitate. Yet, in the face of this relentless onslaught capable of instantaneously annihilating a mid-level E-class warrior, Li Qing's reaction was chillingly understated. He merely tilted his body slightly, his neck arching back ever so slightly, allowing the cold blade to glide past his skin, severing a few strands of hair. As Song Bei aimed for his abdomen with the second strike, Li Qing simply twisted his waist, the blade grazing his training uniform, leaving only a shallow cut. For the third strike aimed at his knee, he hardly moved at all, his calf muscles tensed instantaneously, akin to tempered steel. Clang! A deafening clash of metal echoed. The alloy sword struck Li Qing's shinbone with such force that sparks flew. The tremendous recoil sent a jolt of pain through Song Bei's grip, nearly causing him to lose hold of the hilt. It felt as if he had struck a block of forged alloy. Li Qing's body merely swayed slightly. His expression remained impassive, his eyes, like deep wells, reflecting not a flicker of emotion. Was this truly the strength of a D-class body? This was the D-class standard? Unbelievable. Song Bei's blade hadn't even broken the skin? Gasps of shock rippled through the onlookers. The earlier display of Song Bei's prowess in swiftly dispatching his opponent now appeared utterly feeble against Li Qing's near-impenetrable defense. A heaviness settled in Song Bei's heart. With LV-16 of the guiding technique combined with the sharp alloy blade, he had unleashed his full power, yet he couldn't even force his opponent to budge an inch. The D-class barrier truly was an insurmountable chasm, but there was no hint of retreat in Song Bei's eyes. Instead, a fiercer flame ignited within him. If LV-16 of the guiding technique proved insufficient, then he would ascend to a higher level. He inhaled sharply, his chest swelling like a bellows. Within him, the energy of the guiding technique, long suppressed and already at its LV-16 limit, erupted like a lit powder keg. Buzz! An invisible wave of energy radiated from Song Bei, causing the alloy ground beneath him to emit a faint groan. Guiding technique LV-17. Everything fell into place. Strength. A more ferocious sense of power surged through his entire being. Fragmented blade. A primal roar escaped his throat. Gripping the sword with both hands, his arm muscles bulged, his entire body taut like a drawn bow. In a flash, the blade split into two indistinct afterimages in the blink of an eye. One surged straight for Li Qing's heart, while the other, like a stealthy serpent, aimed silently at the wrist of the hand wielding his weapon. Though he was unarmed, Song Bei's target was the hand intended for blocking. This maneuver, both feigned and genuine, was a true killing blow aimed at incapacitating his opponent's blocking hand. For the first time, a flicker of genuine surprise crossed Li Qing's otherwise calm eyes. He seemed taken aback that this E-class recruit could unleash such an unexpectedly cunning strike. He instinctively chose to endure the seemingly fatal strike to his heart. While his left hand shot out like lightning, fingers curling like claws, precisely grasping the blade aimed at his wrist. A dull thud echoed as the blade plunged into flesh. To his astonishment, Song Bei's strike toward the heart was merely a feint. At the last possible moment, his wrist twisted at an incredible angle, driving the blade viciously into the outer side of Li Qing's right arm, which he had attempted to block. Blood erupted instantaneously. Yet, before a smile could bloom on Song Bei's face, it froze in an instant. Li Qing's outstretched left hand, like an iron clamp, firmly grasped the true lethal strike aimed at his wrist. The alloy battle blade was gripped tightly in his calloused palm. The sharp serrations even cut through his skin, drawing blood, yet the blade remained utterly immobilized as if welded in place. "You nearly succeeded." Li Qing's voice emerged for the first time, low and hoarse, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet imbued with a chilling aura. "Unfortunately, after reaching D level, I was the first to achieve extraordinary enhancement with these hands." With a sudden surge of strength, his fingers exerted a terrifying force along the blade. A sickening crack resonated. The finely crafted alloy battle blade was crushed in Li Qing's bare hands. The tip remained embedded in the muscle of Li Qing's right arm, while Song Bei was left with only a cold, severed hilt. All his trump cards had been revealed. The blade lay broken. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone was rendered speechless by the horrifying spectacle of the bare-handed blade shattering. On the platform, Lei Yong's sinister grin widened, as if everything was under his control. Yang Guang slammed his fist against the railing, muttering curses under his breath. "Damn. Without his blade, Song Bei is like a tiger stripped of its fangs." Li Qing's eyes, resembling desolate wells, now clearly locked onto Song Bei, no longer calm but brimming with indifferent malice, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. He moved, without any flamboyant maneuvers. He stepped forward, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. A single punch. A straightforward straight punch. Its speed shattered the sound barrier, compressing the air into a piercing crack. Before the fist even arrived, the overwhelming pressure left Song Bei breathless, his chest constricting. The true D-level power surged forth without restraint. Song Bei's pupils constricted. The energy of the level 17 guiding technique surged to its zenith, and the half-formed shadow step was forced to unleash unprecedented potential under the pressure of life and death. His body became weightless, sliding along the ground as if a shadow, narrowly evading disaster. Boom! Li Qing's fist grazed the tip of Song Bei's nose, crashing violently into the alloy floor. The unyielding alloy crumpled under the impact, leaving a distinct imprint, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating over a meter. Debris flew. Song Bei narrowly escaped, his back drenched in cold sweat. He had no doubt that had that punch connected, he would have been obliterated on the spot. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Li Qing's onslaught was akin to a tempest, relentless and unyielding. Fists, feet, elbows, and knees. Each strike pierced the air with a thunderous howl, while every miss elicited a pained groan from the metallic floor. Song Bei pushed the shadow step technique to its utmost limits, darting left and right within the confined fighting arena, akin to a fragile boat amidst a tempest, on the brink of being torn asunder. He could only evade, having entirely lost the capacity to counterattack. Each extreme dodge drained immense physical and mental energy. His training uniform was shredded by the fierce gusts, leaving his skin stinging where it had been grazed, even drawing blood. To the onlookers, Song Bei appeared utterly beleaguered, merely clinging to life, with defeat imminent within the next heartbeat. Yet, within the chaos of frantic evasion, his gaze became increasingly calm and bright. Though he seemed to be on the defensive, his mind operated at lightning speed, resembling a finely tuned machine, calculating the trajectory, force, and imperceptible gaps of each of Li Qing's assaults. He was waiting for a chance, a moment that could turn the tide, an opportunity to reveal his trump card. He contemplated which card would yield the greatest return and best showcase his worth. "Enough, kid." Li Qing's icy voice declared the impending conclusion, seemingly weary of the relentless chase. He seized upon a brief moment of rigidity following one of Song Bei's evasions, his body exploding forth like a spring compressed to its limit. A powerful punch, infused with all his strength, surged through the air with a terrifying might aimed directly at Song Bei's unguarded chest. This blow was swift, brutal, and precise, sealing off all avenues of escape for Song Bei. On the platform, Lei Yong's lips curled into a vicious smile, anticipating victory. Yang Guang shut his eyes in anguish, while Qi Heng clenched his fists. Was it over? Had the purpose of the King of Thunder's sharpening been achieved? Would Song Bei, this sharp blade, inevitably shatter beneath a mightier hammer? just as the punch, imbued with destructive D-class power, was about to collide with Song Bei's chest, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The seemingly exhausted Song Bei, who had been evading passively, suddenly radiated a terrifying brilliance from his eyes. He did not retreat. He did not evade. Instead, in a near-suicidal manner, he faced the cataclysmic fist, slightly turning to present his shoulder and arm to meet it head-on. Simultaneously, a deep, suppressed roar erupted from his throat, reminiscent of an ancient beast's growl. A ferocious, indescribable aura exploded forth, akin to a dormant volcano erupting. The air around Song Bei warped instantaneously, becoming searing hot. With a rip, his already tattered training uniform was torn apart by an unseen force from within, transforming into a flurry of flying fabric. What was revealed was not a muscular physique, but a shocking, vivid red. A wave of scorching energy surged outward, carrying a peculiar odor of sulfur mixed with blood. This was pure fury. Chapter 37. The trump card Song Bei's bare torso was a shocking crimson, not the bruised remnants of wounds, but akin to a glowing iron brand. As if the magma coursing within him had burst forth. Beneath the skin, the blood vessels surged like awakening dragons, grotesquely protruding against a backdrop of crimson, pulsating with life. A wave of searing heat abruptly spread forth, carrying with it an unusual stench, a mingling of sulfur and blood. Li Qing's fist, powerful enough to pierce steel, struck fiercely against Song Bei's outstretched crimson arm. Contrary to expectations, there was no shattering sound of broken bones, only a dull thud that resonated ominously, akin to a hammer striking a red-hot iron. For the first time, Li Qing's expression shifted dramatically. He felt as if his punch, imbued with D-class power, had collided with a molten iron mountain. A violent, searing, and insatiably consuming force rebounded through his arm with ferocity. Staggering back uncontrollably, he retreated 3 large steps, each footfall leaving distinct imprints on the alloy floor. An intense, aching numbness coursed through his entire arm. Meanwhile, Song Bei merely swayed slightly, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground. Slowly raising his head, his once calm and dark eyes now bore an alarming blood-red hue. A near-manic grin spread across his face, his voice hoarse and deep, scraping like heated gravel. Li Gu, now it is my turn. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the central hall of the Mando base. As if a pause button had been pressed, all the recruits, including those injured and eliminated, stood frozen, their eyes wide as if about to burst. Mouths agape, yet unable to produce a sound. On the platform, Lei Yong's triumphant grin froze, resembling a poorly crafted plaster mask on the verge of shattering. His arms, once crossed, had dropped to his sides, now gripping the cold railing with white-knuckled intensity. The grotesque scar twisting beneath his furrowed brow radiated disbelief. Is this truly ferocity? Yang Guang abruptly leaped from the railing, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets, his voice piercing the air with a sharp, strained edge, overwhelmed by shock. He fixated on the figure bathed in crimson, as if emerging from a furnace, sensing a creature that defied comprehension. Qi Heng, whose gaze was typically as steadfast as stone, now stirred with tumultuous waves of shock. His clenched fist trembled slightly, his piercing gaze locking onto every detail of Song Bei's transformation, the fiery skin, the pulsating veins, and especially those blood-red eyes ablaze with inhuman fighting spirit. His throat constricted, and with an unprecedented gravity, he spoke, tinged with a hint of horror. This is not mere ferocity. This energy reaction is C-class bloodthirsty frenzy. Bloodthirsty frenzy. Nearby, several seasoned instructors gasped in shock, their complexions draining to a pallid hue. As mid-level officials of the base, they had certainly heard whispers of extraordinary abilities. In the name of bloody frenzy, it signifies not merely an augmentation of violent power, but a terrifying existence that consumes all energy, even at the cost of burning one's own life essence to sustain combat. Each activation is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, borrowing from the clutches of death. Damn it, old Lei, you've really messed up this time. You've stumbled upon a treasure, a colossal treasure, yet also an enormous headache. Yang Guang suddenly turned, bellowing at the dazed Lei Yong, his voice a tumultuous blend of ecstasy and dread. In the arena, Li Qing steadied himself, gazing at the transformed Song Bei before him, whose previously wooden expression now bore an unmistakably grave demeanor. The searing and numbing sensations radiating from his arm had yet to dissipate, as the overwhelming chaos and fury emanating from his opponent instilled a profound sense of threat even within this genuine Class D warrior. Song Bei offered him no respite. Power. An inexhaustible torrent of strength surged within him, roaring like molten lava breaching its confines. The energy from his level 17 guidance technique was enwrapped by this tumultuous force, resulting in a remarkable qualitative transformation. The current state far exceeded the prior frenzy activation. Evidently, the absorption of that psychic core had catalyzed the evolution of his abilities. The alloy floor beneath him groaned under the strain, instantaneously yielding clear, charred footprints. With a primal roar, Song Bei unleashed a sound that transcended humanity, transforming into a crimson blur as he lunged toward Li Qing. His speed had more than doubled. The air was rent asunder, producing a deafening crack. There was no technique, no strategy, only the rawest, most ferocious force unleashed. A single punch, his scarlet fist, akin to a blazing meteor, bore down upon Li Qing's face with the might to incinerate all, before the fist even reached him. The searing wave of heat threatened to ignite Li Qing's hair and eyebrows. His pupils constricted in alarm. He dared not take this evidently abnormal blow head-on. Channeling his energy, the Class D extraordinary speed erupted to its zenith, narrowly evading to the side. Boom! Song Bei's fist crashed violently into the alloy wall behind Li Qing. That specialized alloy wall, designed to withstand light machine gun fire, was melted and smashed as if it were mere parchment. A distinct, deeply indented fist mark, edged with molten traces, formed as cracks spiderwebbed across several meters. Scalding air and metallic debris scattered in every direction. All who witnessed this scene felt their hearts lurch in their chests. Is this really a human? Just as Li Qing barely dodged this terrifying punch, Song Bei's second strike was already upon him like a shadow. He resembled an inexhaustible war machine devoid of pain, his crimson legs striking through the air with a shriek, akin to a burning steel whip aimed at Li Qing's midsection. Too swift. The ferocity of the blow was overwhelming. Li Qing could only cross his arms in a desperate defense. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed, shattering the very marrow of those who heard it. Li Qing felt as if he had been struck head-on by a high-speed mech. The bones of his arms emitted a lamentation under the overwhelming strain, as an immense force lifted him off his feet, propelling him like a baseball soaring through the air, crashing violently against an alloy wall a dozen meters away. Boom! The wall crumpled once more. Li Qing felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood involuntarily spewed forth. His complexion turned ashen, his eyes filled with terror. In just 2 blows, this D-class extraordinary had sustained internal injuries. The amplification of such ferocious power was utterly unfathomable. Song Bei did not pause for a moment. His blood-red gaze fixated on Li Qing, embedded in the wall, akin to a predator locked onto its prey. Roaring as he charged once again. Enough! A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the hall, infused with undeniable authority and a hint of urgency. A figure appeared like a specter between Song Bei and Li Qing in an instant. The speed eclipsed Song Bei's current berserk state. It was Qi Heng. He did not attack. Instead, his right hand spread wide, palm facing the oncoming Song Bei, as an invisible yet colossal force field unfolded instantaneously, akin to an ethereal barrier of the deep sea. Thud! Song Bei's crimson fist, powerful enough to shatter walls, struck fiercely against this intangible force field. The field quaked violently, distorting and emitting a piercing hum. Qi Heng's body swayed imperceptibly, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. The ferocity of Song Bei in his berserk state was indeed terrifying. Awaken! Qi Heng's voice resonated like a resounding bell, carrying a unique vibrational force that penetrated the chaotic energy field and collided forcefully with the tumultuous depths of Song Bei's consciousness. Poof! Song Bei erupted, spewing a copious amount of blood. As it splattered onto the ground, it hissed and emitted wisps of white smoke. The frenzied crimson in his eyes receded like a receding tide, revealing a profound fatigue and weakness beneath. The violent power vanished as swiftly as it had come, replaced by an onslaught of excruciating pain, frailty, and an icy chill that penetrated to the bone. His body swayed, and the world before him was suddenly engulfed by dense darkness. Before his consciousness sank entirely, his last blurred vision captured Qi Heng's serious profile as he withdrew his hand. Lei Yong's astonished expression rendered speechless, Yang Guang rushing towards him, and from the shadow behind the high platform, a pair of cold, mechanical-like electronic eyes silently observed him, their ghostly blue glow flickering and disappearing. In the next moment, the boundless darkness completely consumed him. He fell backward like a marionette with severed strings. Chapter 38. Official mecha team member. His eyelids felt as heavy as if welded shut, every attempt to lift them accompanied by waves of dizziness and a splitting headache. The acrid scent of disinfectant mingled with the bitterness of some medication, assaulting his nostrils. Song Bei struggled to open his eyes. In his blurred vision, a swollen, purplish face, bound with several layers of bandages, was nearly pressed against his nose. Brother Bei, damn! You finally woke up. The emaciated figure of Ho Ching, his eyes swollen to slits, erupted with joy, his voice hoarse as if a broken gong, tinged with the sobs of one who had narrowly escaped death. He himself was also covered in bruises, with one arm in a sling, and his face marred by injuries. Yet at this moment, he paid no heed, gritting his teeth, cautiously wanting to touch, yet afraid to approach Song Bei. How are you feeling? Is everything intact? Any leaks? I heard from those rascals that you ended up fighting with the instructor, and you actually won? Incredible. Song Bei's throat was parched, and he struggled to speak, managing only to emit a series of rasping gasps. He turned his eyes, glancing past the excited face of the thin monkey, and spotted two others standing by the bed. Yang Guang stood with his arms crossed, wearing his characteristic cheeky grin, albeit with a hint of complexity, a mix of relief and trepidation. Meanwhile, team leader Chi Hung remained as composed as ever, though his deep, tranquil gaze now rested intently on Song Bei's face, filled with scrutiny and gravity. Good to see you awake. Chi Heng's voice shattered the fervent atmosphere of the ward, calm as a still pond. How do you feel? Song Bei swallowed hard, moistening his parched throat, and hoarsely replied, I'm not dead yet. That's good to hear. Yang Guang interjected with exaggerated enthusiasm. You truly have a hard life. Do you know that last blow of yours made Li Qing cough up blood? The old face of the Thunder King turned as colorful as a dye house. Chi Hung raised a hand, signaling Yang Guang to be quiet. He stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if intending to dissect Song Bei's being to uncover his deepest secrets. Song Bei, the state you erupted into in the arena was an awakening of your abilities. It was bloody and violent, wasn't it? Song Bei's heart raced. Here it comes. He forced himself to remain calm, allowing just the right amount of confusion and frailty to flicker in his eyes, nodding slightly. This was precisely the outcome he desired. To draw everyone's attention to the bloody and violent ability he had deliberately exposed, which seemed to come at a great cost. As for the true secret of the devouring core within him, it must remain tightly concealed. Bloody violence. Chi Hung's brow subtly furrowed, his tone imbued with a barely perceptible heaviness. This ability can grant you power far beyond your own level in a short span of time. A veritable tool for turning the tide in dire situations. However, the cost is equally immense. Each eruption drains your life essence, burning your very foundation. After the frenzy, you will be plunged into an abyss of weakness, potentially leaving irreversible damage. Moreover, its erosion of willpower is exceedingly terrifying. A moment's carelessness could reduce you to a beast that knows only slaughter. Chi Heng's words pierced Song Bei's heart like a cold needle. The price he described echoed the weakness and chill he had felt when forcibly unleashing that devouring power within. The guise of bloody violence was utterly seamless. The heavy stone that had hung in his heart finally fell away. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, it all depends on how you wield it. Chi Hung gazed deeply at Song Bei, as if he had discerned something, yet also as if to merely caution him. Remember, power is always a double-edged sword. I understand. Team leader, Song Bei replied, his voice weak but resolute. Enough of this, old Chi. Don't frighten the kid anymore. Yang Guang interjected at the opportune moment, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he winked at Song Bei. Good news. In light of your outstanding performance during the elimination rounds, particularly the exhilarating moment when you delivered those well-deserved punches to Li Qing, and with Chief Chi advocating for you despite opposition, you, Song Bei, are now officially a member of our fourth team, second group. He paused momentarily, leaning in closer and lowering his voice with a hint of pride. The members from the first and second teams are green with envy, eager to snatch you away. I reckon that old fellow Lei Yanwang is regretting his decisions deeply. But given our captain's significant influence, how do you feel about this, kid? Are you moved? Are you resolutely choosing to stick with me? Song Bei observed Yang Guang's playful expressions and then glanced at the composed Chi Hung before finally nodding. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Instructor Yang. I accept. Me too. Me too. The slender monkey eagerly raised his uninjured arm, shouting with a hoarse voice, I can pilot a mech too. I want to join the fourth team. Wherever Beiga goes, I will follow. Yang Guang shot him a sidelong glance and scoffed, you little rascal. First, you should focus on getting that fragile frame of yours in shape. Don't worry, you won't be left behind. I'm quite curious if you'll also try to bite that iron lump when you hit the battlefield. Haha. The group reminisced about the slender monkey's previous battle, acknowledging his fierce spirit, though the comedic aspects of his performance were undeniable. PSH, Instructor Yang, rest assured, if I ever face an unbeatable foe on the battlefield, I'll risk my life. But surely, they'll be missing limbs. The monkey declared, thumping his chest with fervor. Days later, the intimidating bandages on Song Bei and the slender monkey were finally removed, although they still felt some lingering pain. The remarkable efficiency of the base's potent medications and nutrient solutions accelerated their recovery. Clad in brand new, deep gray training uniforms emblazoned with the roaring mech insignia, they followed Yang Guang into the core area of the Mando base, the mech training ground. Beneath the expansive dome, the air was thick with the essence of steel, nearly tangible. In the center of the arena stood dozens of mechs, resembling a forest of iron. They had finally awaited this day. Chapter 39, Mech Training. These mechs were not the valiant iron guards that Song Bei had encountered at the headquarters in Mo Hui City. Rather, they appeared more rugged, even somewhat rudimentary. Heavy armor plates enveloped their sharply defined bodies, with hydraulic rods exposed at the joints, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Their paint was chipped and marred, with visible signs of repairs, exuding a sense of time-worn practicality. Here, meet this one, Yang Guang announced, patting the sturdy armor of a mech's leg. Producing a dull thud, iron skin, a first-generation mech, an antique from the lineage of the Iron Guards. Durable and easy to maintain. Its simple structure means you won't feel bad if it gets damaged, perfect for you rookies to hone your skills. The training ground buzzed with excitement. In addition to the newly appointed reservists from the 4th team, members from several other teams filled the space, their emotions of exhilaration and anticipation palpable in the air. A technical instructor stood atop a raised platform at the front of the training ground, utilizing a megaphone to expound upon the foundational theories of driving. His words flowing with rapidity. Human-machine collaboration is paramount. Once the neural connection is established, the mech becomes an extension of your very body. Do not merely think of operating it, but rather aspire to become it. Remember, the mech is not a tool, it is a partner, and indeed, a second life on the battlefield. The theoretical discourse was akin to force-feeding, inundating the trainees with a deluge of information. Yet for Song Bei, who possessed fragmented ancestral memories and an innate intuition for mechanical structures, these theories seemed to awaken something deep within his veins, rendering comprehension effortless. In stark contrast, the lean recruit, known as Shouho, fidgeted in agitation, muttering incessantly about terms like neural domains, neural bundles, and collaboration ratios, his face a portrait of despair. All right, novices. No matter how much theory you absorb, it remains mere rhetoric. Whether it's a mule or a horse, let us see you take the controls. Yang Guang's bellow heralded the onset of the most exhilarating phase. The eager new soldiers, unable to contain their enthusiasm, swarmed into their assigned metal cockpits with the assistance of seasoned veterans and robotic arms, clambering through elevators and climbing frames in a chaotic flurry. Bang, clang, crash, ouch. A farcical yet harrowing spectacle unfolded in an instant. The first machine had just completed its neural connection when the pilot attempted to take their inaugural step. The massive iron foot lifted, only to come crashing down at an exceedingly awkward angle. The colossal mech immediately lost its balance, akin to a drunken giant. And with a thunderous crash, it toppled sideways, sending tremors through the ground and clouds of dust into the air. A shriek of terror emanated from the cockpit. Next, the second machine wobbled its way forward with trepidation, taking 2 hesitant steps before its right leg joint emitted a cringe-inducing grinding noise at the 3rd step, causing the entire leg to bizarrely fold inward. The enormous body lurched forward, crashing down with a resounding thud, landing in a most undignified manner. The 3rd machine fared slightly better, managing 4 or 5 steps, but the pilot, feeling a surge of confidence, attempted a turning maneuver. However, the excessive motion caused a sudden shift in balance, and the mech spun clumsily like a disoriented top, ultimately collapsing heavily onto the ground, nearly causing the unfortunate occupant within to regurgitate their previous meal. In a cacophony of metallic crashes and the alternating cries of shock and frustration from the pilots, the training field descended into chaos. Yang Guang stood at the sidelines, hands on his hips, laughing uncontrollably, tears nearly streaming down his face. Ha! I told you. Is this hunk of metal so easy to operate? Fall. Go ahead and fall hard. Fall until you gain experience and skill. Just don't break my mech. Amidst the toppled metal behemoths, Song Bei's assigned mech, designated Iron Skin 07, appeared strikingly out of place. He was the last to enter the cockpit. As the heavy hatch sealed shut, the slightly outdated instrument lights flickered to life. The cold neural connector helmet fitted snugly against his head, a subtle tingle of electricity spreading through him. He refrained from hastily initiating any movements. Instead, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The energy of guiding technique LV-17 coursed gently within him, soothing away the last vestiges of tension. In his mind, fragments of inherited knowledge regarding mecha structures. The dragon-catching power techniques demonstrated by Yang Guang, and the human-machine collaboration concepts discussed in the recent theoretical class coalesced like a flowing stream. When he reopened his eyes, his gaze had transformed into one of profound tranquility. The ironclad foot of Mecha 07 slowly lifted, its movements deliberate and somewhat sluggish, imbued with the heavy sensation characteristic of an old hydraulic system. All eyes, particularly those of the 4th Squad members and Yang Guang, were irresistibly drawn towards it. The ferocity that Song Bei exhibited in the combat arena just days prior lingered in everyone's minds, and they were eager to witness whether this formidable creature would also display some extraordinary folly while piloting the mecha. With a resounding thud, the heavy steel foot firmly landed upon the alloy floor, producing a deep, solid echo. The colossal form of the mecha stood utterly still, akin to an iron tower rooted in the earth. A murmur of confusion arose from the sidelines. Was it not toppling? Was this mere luck? Unfazed, Song Bei commanded the mecha to lift its other foot. Thud! The second step descended, still as steady as a mountain, the weighty structure exhibiting not a hint of tremor. A sharp intake of breath could be heard from the onlookers. And then came the third step. The fourth. Mecha 07 moved like a giant taking its first steps, each footfall a testament to its newfound steadiness on the training ground. Though its movements bore the awkwardness and rigidity of a novice, the core sense of balance was astonishingly impeccable. Yet this was merely the beginning. Under the astonished gazes of all present, Mecha 07 approached a relatively open area and gradually raised its enormous metallic arms. The motion, though slow, was remarkably coordinated. Unlike other novices who might flail about, it assumed a foundational combat stance imbued with a unique rhythm. It was unmistakably the starting posture of the dragon-catching technique, albeit magnified upon the towering steel form. The metallic joints emitted a low, resonant hum under hydraulic power, and the robust steel arms traced a solid trajectory through the air. The actions, though clumsy, exuded an ineffable sense of coordination and strength, as if this cold, steel construct had indeed been endowed with the spirit of combat. The entire training ground fell into an eerie silence. Only the heavy, steady footfalls of Mecha 07 and the whoosh of air stirred by its swinging arms echoed through the vast space. Yang Guang's smile froze in disbelief. His mouth agape as if one could fit an egg inside. His eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the mecha that stood resolutely, striking a combat pose. After a long pause, he finally managed to squeeze out a few incredulous words. Goodness, could it be that you are the progeny of a mecha? Chapter 40. Intelligent Assistance System. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, the steel foot of Mecha 07 continued to strike the alloy ground with a steady, resounding noise. With each lift and descent, the deep hum of the hydraulic rods was distinctly audible. Inside the cockpit, beads of sweat began to form on Song Bei's forehead as he concentrated intensely. He felt the inertia brought about by the massive steel construct, weighing several tons. With each shift of its center of gravity, as well as the subtle vibrations and tilting tendencies transmitted through the neural bundles back to his brain. Cautiously, he maneuvered the mech into a lateral slide. The movement remained somewhat rigid, akin to wearing oversized iron shoes, yet the core balance remained steadfast. Subsequently, he tentatively raised his left arm. The heavy metallic limb ascended slowly under hydraulic drive, fingers splayed clumsily as if attempting to grasp something. Well done, Bei-gu. This iron lump moves more steadily than my own 2 legs, came the envious voice of the lean monkey, Ho Ching, from the cockpit of the mech numbered Iron Skin 13. His machine was awkwardly half-squatting on the ground, struggling multiple times before it shakily regained its footing. Metal joints emitting a jarring screech, evidently having suffered a significant fall. Through the observation window of the cockpit, Song Bei witnessed the scene in the training ground, which could only be described as catastrophic. Yang Guang, with an energy bar dangling from his mouth and arms crossed, strolled along the sidelines. A smug grin plastered on his face, occasionally shouting into the communicator, "Damn it, Wang Hao, is that leg borrowed? Move it. Yes, just like that. Oh, come on. Down on your knees again. Weak knees, huh? Li Chong, are you spinning around like a top? Walk in a straight line. Xiaoming, are you piloting a mech or dismantling one? Be gentle. That mechanical arm is precious." Observing the chaotic training ground, Yang Guang shook his head, his voice resonating through the public communication channel. All right, all of you, simmer down. Stop flailing about. Look at you, all of you. He approached the center of the field, tapping a recently assisted iron skin leg with a clanging sound, capturing everyone's attention. Look at this sorry sight. Do you know why? Do you really think it's your clumsiness? Nonsense. He pointed at the rugged, joint-exposed, aesthetically unpleasing iron mechs around him. Open your eyes and see clearly. What you are piloting is not an advanced machine. It's scrap metal. It's a relic from the ancestors of Iron Guard. Purely mechanical, hydraulically driven. The feedback is as sluggish as a plodding ox. Balance is entirely reliant on the pilot's instinct. Understand? This contraption lacks any intelligent driving assistance system. Intelligent driving assistance system? Many recruits murmured in confusion within their cockpits. Yes, that is precisely it. Yang Guang raised his voice. Our current mainstay, Iron Guard. And even more advanced models like Iron Cavalry and Vanguard. Do you know why they are deemed superior? Why can you rookies expect to operate them after just a few months of training on the battlefield? It's all because of that, he animatedly explained. As if painting a vivid future. That system connects to your neural bundles, effectively equipping your brain with a super aid. It can automatically assist with basic balance maintenance, posture adjustments, and even some standard evasive maneuvers. As soon as the thought of shifting left crosses your mind, the system has already calculated the center of gravity shift, the force exerted by the joints, and executed the movement with impeccable precision. There is no need to struggle like one would with this wretched metal shell. Painstakingly considering each joint, controlling every motion, exhausting oneself like a fool and tumbling about clumsily. Thus, Yang Guang surveyed his surroundings, questioning what you are practicing while stumbling on this rusted contraption. What you are honing is your fundamental awareness of the mech's most rudimentary physicality. You are training to ascertain whether, in the absence of intelligent assistance, you can stabilize this hunk of metal using your own instincts. You are cultivating an intrinsic understanding and mastery of the mech itself. Master this, and when you eventually pilot the Iron Guardian with its intelligent support, it will be akin to wings being bestowed upon you, achieving a seamless integration of man and machine. Do you comprehend? He paused, his tone becoming slightly more serious. As for close combat techniques, you observe how that lad, Song Bei, performs with flair, do you not? That is due to his exceptional talent, coupled with a solid foundation in combat. As for you, he scoffed, do not harbor dreams. On the battlefield, what is the primary mission of our mechs? It is fire coverage. It is remote support. It is precise elimination. It is battlefield maneuverability. It is not about engaging in close quarters combat with a mere blade against the enemy mechs. That is the task of those knights and their tin cans. Remember this. Yang Guang's voice rang with conviction. On the battlefield, survival is paramount. There is a saying that has been passed down through generations. And today I impart it to you. The front lines do not require heroes, only beasts who can survive to see tomorrow. If it can be resolved from a distance with artillery, do not approach. Do not emulate that freak, Song Bei. He is an exception. Whoever tries to mimic him will meet an untimely demise. Silently, Song Bei listened to Yang Guang's admonitions, resonating deeply within him. He gazed at his calloused hands, tightly gripping the rough control stick, feeling the significant lag and force feedback with each movement of the metal shell. Indeed, this primitive method of control starkly contrasts with the seamless integration he experienced in the fragmented memories of human-machine synergy, where every motion was fluid and instinctual. If an intelligent assistance system could alleviate the burdensome tasks of balance and posture maintenance, the pilot could devote more energy to battlefield awareness, tactical decision-making, and weapon handling, resulting in an exponential enhancement of combat efficacy. He attempted to instruct Iron Shell 07 to perform a simple knee bend, leaning forward as he imitated a basic assault posture from his memories. However, the mech's massive form merely swayed awkwardly, the motion distorted and far from the nimble agility he displayed in hand-to-hand combat. Mech combat, particularly in close quarters, demands a high level of physical coordination, spatial awareness, and the performance of the mech itself. Yang Guang was correct. This endeavor cannot be hastily mastered through sheer effort alone. Both talent and equipment are indispensable. Abandon any futile musings about your superficial tricks. Yang Guang's voice suddenly resonated in Song Bei's private communication channel, tinged with a hint of mockery. Hurry up and guide your inept teammates, especially that thin monkey. If he tumbles again, the base's repair budget will be utterly depleted. Song Bei smiled helplessly, guiding his Iron Shell 07 towards the spinning Iron Shell 13 of the lean monkey, extending his massive metal arm to awkwardly steady the other's swaying shoulder armor. Monkey, lower your center of gravity. Don't take too big steps. Feel the ground beneath you. The days of training whirled by amidst the relentless metallic clamor, the hissing of hydraulics, Yang Guang's roars, and the lean monkey's howls of despair. Through countless tumbles and rises, the cumbersome Iron Shell gradually revealed its temperament to the new recruits. Although their movements remained clumsy and rigid, resembling a group of unsteady steel infants, they at least managed to walk and run with relative stability, albeit at a painfully slow pace, and executed some basic tactical evasive maneuvers. They could barely control the shoulder-mounted low-power laser pointer for fixed-target shooting. That afternoon, training was in full swing. Song Bei was piloting his Iron Shell 07, instructing the lean monkey on the simplest techniques for evasive movement and point shooting. The communication channel buzzed with the lean monkey's shouts and the groans of his mech's joints straining under the load. Suddenly, a base guard hurriedly dashed across the edge of the training ground, coming directly beneath Song Bei's mech, and shouted upwards, "Song Bei, Chief Instructor Lei Yong wants you to come to his office immediately." Chapter 41. Reward. At the end of the cold alloy corridor, the heavy door slid open silently, revealing the interior. The moment Song Bei stepped in behind the guard, he instinctively caught his breath. It was enormous. This was no office. It was practically a miniature command center. Beneath the lofty dome, the space was vast enough to accommodate mechs. A whole wall was a massive floor-to-ceiling observation window, overlooking the busy takeoff and landing pads of the base and the desolate dark red mountains in the distance. The opposite wall was densely packed with tactical holographic projections and communication screens, flickering with cold streams of data. Seated with an imposing presence behind a grand desk was Lei Yong, the King of Thunder. He was leisurely polishing an exaggeratedly designed hand cannon that crackled with azure arcs. Upon hearing footsteps, he did not lift his head but instead grunted with a voice as rough as sandpaper, "You're here? Sit." Song Bei dared not approach the luxurious leather sofa that looked rather expensive. Instead, he stood rigidly in front of the desk like a javelin. The guard quietly exited, and the alloy door closed once more. Lei Yong finally finished polishing his prized hand cannon and casually tossed it onto the desk, then lifted his gaze. His sharp and calculating eyes scanned Song Bei from top to bottom, a cryptic smile spreading across his lips. "Kid, waiting these past few days must have been tough, huh?" Don't worry. Lei Yong, keep my word. One promise is worth two from others." Leaning slightly forward, an invisible pressure emanated from him across the wide desk, his tone laced with an unmistakable allure. "So how about it? Winning against me, Lei? Just a whiteboard outfit is too little for you. Interested in joining my guard unit? Stick with me, and in no time, no, within a year, I'll ensure you're piloting a genuine second-generation machine. Choose between the Iron Cavalry or the Vanguard. It's entirely up to you. You are 100 times more formidable than the Iron Guards of the Chi Hang's 4th Squad." To bolster his assertion, Lei Yong spread his rough right palm. With a faint crackle, a shimmering orb of blue and white arcs of electricity materialized in his palm, twisting and flickering with a wild energy that distorted the surrounding air, emitting a soft crackling sound. The ferocious power of the lightning abilities. "Do you see this?" Lei Yong's voice resonated with the arrogance and allure characteristic of the strong. His innate abilities were rare, 1 in 1,000. Tremendous potential. Unlike us, who awakened through painstaking effort and genetic serums, our paths are far more limited. Follow me, and I shall personally guide you. Combine your bloodthirsty ferocity with my tempestuous lightning, and the Blackwing defense will allow you to stride boldly. Song Bei's heart raced at the enticing prospect of mentorship from a peak C-class ability wielder. Such an opportunity would drive any rookie to madness. Yet, he swiftly recalled the murky yet profound gaze of old Song from the repair shop in Mo Hui City. Remembered team leader Chi Hang's caution regarding the double-edged nature of power, recalled Yang Guang's seemingly reckless yet protective shouts on the training grounds, and the foolish yet trustworthy smile of the lanky monkey who would risk his life for him. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the turmoil within, responding with unwavering steadiness. "Thank you, Commander Lei, for your kindness. Team leader Chi Hang treats me well. I'm quite content in the 4th Squad." In an instant, the smile on Lei Yong's face froze, as if doused with cold water. The lightning sphere in his palm extinguished with a soft pop, and the electric tension in the office dissipated. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Song Bei for several seconds, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if attempting to see through him. All right. Lei Yong suddenly slammed the table, producing a resounding thud, reclining heavily against the broad chair's back. The pretense of cordiality vanished, replaced by irritation and a hint of anger. "You have spirit. What kind of mind-altering potion did Chi Hang feed you?" "Humph. Unappreciative. You'll regret this later." A chill ran down Song Bei's spine. "Oh no, the old devil is angry. Will the promised white gear turn to dust? Or will it be the most wretched of items?" As anxiety gnawed at him, Lei Yong waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. "Get lost. Just the sight of you annoys me." Zhang Xian, the guard who had guided him earlier, silently appeared at the side door, standing at attention. "Take this kid to the Z District Equipment Depot," Lei Yong instructed brusquely, pointing at Song Bei. "Let him pick a white weapon. If the warehouse manager asks, just say it's my order." A wave of surprise washed over Song Bei, instantly dispelling his unease. Almost instinctively, he adopted the most sincere, albeit somewhat stiff, tone he could muster and blurted out to Lei Yong's foul visage. "Thank you, Commander Lei. You truly are the most handsome and trustworthy man at our Mando base." The moment the words left his mouth, he was taken aback. A wave of indescribable embarrassment surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He, Song Bei, a tough guy from the repair shop in the western district of Mo Hui City, had never before resorted to such flattery. The skin on his face flushed uncontrollably. All due to that damned white equipment. In his mind, Song Bei silently shifted the blame. Lei Yong was evidently taken aback by the unexpected praise. His expression of anger momentarily froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he were on the verge of a smile but forced himself to suppress it. Ultimately, he let out a heavy snort through his nostrils, waving his hand impatiently. "Get out of here, smooth talker. Hurry up and take your things and scram. Don't obstruct my view." Zhang Xian maintained a serious facade, though the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched conspicuously. He quickly gestured to Song Bei, "Follow me." It was not until they exited the oppressive office, the alloy door closing behind them and severing the unpleasant aura of Lei Yong, that Song Bei felt his breath ease. He let out a quiet sigh of relief, rubbed his slightly stiff cheeks, and his mind was consumed by a single thought: the white equipment. It was within reach. Zhang Xian guided Song Bei through a labyrinthine path within the base, traversing numerous heavy alloy security doors and scanning zones, until they finally arrived at an area marked by a colossal Z symbol. The guards here were even more vigilant, and the air was thick with the distinct scent of high-grade lubricants and energy weapons. Following identity verification and Lei Yong's command, the heavy alloy gate slowly ascended. A chilling breeze, imbued with metallic and energetic qualities, rushed forth. Song Bei's pupils dilated instantaneously. Before him lay an extraordinarily vast space, with an astonishing height. Rows of silvery gray alloy shelves extended like a forest of steel into the depths, seemingly endless. Upon these shelves, various shapes of equipment were meticulously arranged, gleaming with a cold metallic luster or emanating a faint glow of energy. Each piece of equipment exuded a commanding presence far surpassing the tattered, colorless items found on the training grounds. Although merely classified as the lowest tier of white, the collective visual impact was still overwhelmingly striking. This was the armory of the base, a treasury of power. The quartermaster, a stoic figure clad in a gray uniform, held an electronic tablet, verified the information, and gestured towards the vast expanse of equipment. His voice was flat and devoid of emotion. Authorization confirmed. You may select any one white weapon. Time limit, 10 minutes. Exceeding the limit will result in automatic lockdown. 10 minutes. To choose a life-saving item within this steel jungle. Song Bei's heart began to race uncontrollably. Chapter 42. The Chapter of Shadows. Song Bei's heart thundered in his chest. He forced himself to remain calm, his gaze sharp as it swiftly scanned the cold temptations on the shelves. A massive shoulder-mounted cannon gleamed ominously, its heat dissipation patterns menacing. It was capable of reducing a mech's exterior to rubble. Beside it lay a streamlined, high-frequency, vibrating cutting blade, its edge shimmering with a pale blue energy glow. An ideal tool for close combat. Further down were heavy arm shields engraved with energy circuits, capable of withstanding the barrage of light machine guns. Each item radiated an aura of safety and lethality, making them the most reliable choices for rookies. Song Bei's fingers glided over the icy edges of the alloy shelves, almost coming to a halt at a fearsome white-grade single-barrel cannon. This piece was designed to be mounted on a mech's shoulder, promising exceptional firepower. Just then, Yang Guang's mischievous face, with its exaggerated expressions, and his whispered admonition from days prior on the training grounds, inexplicably intruded upon Song Bei's mind. Listen to me, kid. If you're going to choose, don't just fixate on the mundane artillery pieces. The opportunity you've painstakingly earned deserves a selection of the rarest items. Within the realm of white equipment, there exists a category known as extraordinary auxiliary gear. Do you understand? It may not be as imposing as a cannon or as resilient as armor, yet it could very well save your life at a critical moment. It could turn the tide. Rest assured, our squad has a little treasure trove of resources to bolster your basic firepower. Extraordinary auxiliary gear is indeed scarce. Song Bei inhaled deeply, and his gaze instantly sharpened. He swiftly retracted his finger that had nearly brushed against the cannon and turned on his heel, striding toward a relatively desolate section of the armory, marked for special function auxiliaries. The items there were conspicuously fewer and far less ostentatious. Activating the electronic selection screen embedded beside the shelves, Song Bei unhesitatingly checked the option for extraordinary auxiliary gear, white. The screen hummed as it refreshed. The previously dense list of equipment instantly became sparse. Within the expansive armory, there were a mere 8 solitary pieces of white-tier extraordinary auxiliary gear. Song Bei's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, they were rare. He focused intently. The first item, the lightning absorption device, panel, boasted enticing attributes, passive effect, partial immunity to lightning damage, not complete. Upon active activation, it could absorb electrical particles from the environment during a thunderstorm, temporarily providing high-intensity charging to one's weapon or defensive apparatus, significantly enhancing its power or protective strength, effect dependent on the amount absorbed and the quality of the target equipment. Quality white. Goodness gracious. Song Bei couldn't help but exhale sharply. Partial immunity to lightning damage, the ability to actively absorb and charge in certain specific environments. This item was nothing short of miraculous. Just imagine, during a thunderstorm, energizing an ordinary machine gun could unleash a force that might truly touch the threshold of white-tier equipment. This effectively meant that one piece of gear could serve the purpose of 2 at critical times. The temptation was immense. Yet, Song Bei's finger hovered above the screen, hesitating to confirm. He furrowed his brow. Does the Blackwing defense line experience many thunderstorms? The opportunities here are far too unpredictable. Moreover, the primary enhancements were for weapons or defenses, which did not align well with his personal combat style. Suppressing his fervor, he continued to explore further. Gravity anchor, single use upon activation, it can create a strong gravitational field in a small area, restraining the target's movement for several seconds. Quality, white, single-use item. Limitation, short binding time. The effect diminishes against stronger targets. Pass, high-frequency sound wave jammer, wrist-mounted emits sound waves within a specific frequency range, disrupting certain precision instruments and mechs that rely on sound perception. Quality white. Limitation, highly specialized, ineffective against non-sound-based enemies. Pass, optical refraction film, spray type. When sprayed on the surface of a mech, it generates slight optical refraction, reducing the probability of being remotely optically locked. Quality white. Limitations, effects are restricted, ineffective for close-range detection and energy sensing. Pass, after examining several items, each possessing unique utility that may prove pivotal in specific situations, they either suffer from excessive limitations, singular effectiveness, or are merely consumables. Song Bei's brow furrowed increasingly tight. As time ticked away, although the quartermaster did not press him, the silent gaze brought forth an undeniable pressure. Was he really to revert to selecting that cannon? Just as Song Bei was on the verge of surrender, his gaze swept toward a corner of the shelf, and an unremarkable, even somewhat damaged piece of equipment abruptly caught his eye. It was a palm-sized, irregularly shaped metal sheet, its edges bearing signs of fracture, crafted from a material neither metallic nor iron, exuding a profound, light-absorbing matte black hue. The surface exhibited no luminous energy flow, only some exceedingly subtle engravings, reminiscent of circuitry or runes, easily overlooked upon cursory inspection. It was carelessly placed in an inconspicuous compartment, with a label bearing a single line of small text, Shadow Chapter, Remnant. Remnant? Song Bei's heart stirred, and he immediately activated the adjacent electronic screen to view the detailed description. Shadow Chapter, Remnant type, collective invisibility, field generator. Function, upon activation, it can construct a special field with a coverage radius of approximately 50 meters, enabling the optical, thermal, and partial energy wave concealment of up to 10, maximum. Mech is connected via an internal local network. Note, the quality of the mecha must not exceed grade D, i.e., first-generation models and their derivatives. Effects, visual invisibility, shielding against most conventional detection methods. There exists a risk of being detected by certain high-tier active scans or special perceptions. Limitations, in the concealed state, the mechas are unable to activate any offensive weapon systems. Otherwise, the field will collapse instantaneously. Single activation, with a maximum duration of 30 minutes. Energy consumption is substantial, requiring connection to the mecha's main power source or an external high-energy battery pack. Remnant limitation stability of the field decreases. When subjected to high-intensity energy impacts or severe physical vibrations, there is a probability of premature failure. Quality, white, exceptional. Collective invisibility, covering 10 mechas. Song Bei's breath caught instantly. His heart felt as though it were gripped fiercely by an invisible hand. By heavens, he nearly gasped aloud, his eyes fixated on every word on the screen, confirming it repeatedly. A collective device, such a rarity among white equipment. Although it bore a multitude of restrictions, including limitations to first-generation mechas, inability to fire, a short duration, immense energy consumption, and being a defective item prone to failure, its core functionality was simply astounding. Optical invisibility, thermal shielding, partial energy concealment. What did this imply? It meant that on the battlefield, 10 mechas could stealthily infiltrate enemy lines like phantoms or quietly extricate themselves from dire straits. They could evade most patrols and fix checkpoints. They could catch the enemy off guard or carve a path to safety when surrounded. This marks a qualitative transformation at the tactical level. It is a powerful instrument capable of influencing the dynamics of small-scale battlegrounds. Moreover, this is a piece of exquisite white rarity. If a fragment possesses such formidable power, one can only imagine the magnitude of the complete shadow chapter. Blue, perhaps even beyond. An overwhelming ecstasy momentarily engulfed Song Bei. What of cannons, arm shields, or lightning absorption devices? In this moment, they were all cast aside into oblivion. Yang Guang's words about selecting the rare item that could save your life echoed frantically in his ears, urging him to turn the tide. This object seemed tailor-made for his comeback. Coupled with his innate combat intuition and the ability to move stealthily, how many intricate maneuvers could he perform on the battlefield? It was decided. Song Bei resolutely confirmed his choice on the screen regarding the shadow chapter fragment. His voice laced with uncontainable excitement as he pressed down firmly on the confirmation option. The supply officer approached, his expression devoid of emotion as he verified the screen. Casting a fleeting glance at the inconspicuous black fragment, a glimmer of surprise passing through his eyes before he quickly returned to his stoic demeanor. He carefully placed the shadow chapter fragment inside a specially designed shockproof box for transport and then handed the key to Song Bei. Item confirmed, shadow chapter fragment. White quality auxiliary equipment. Authority transfer complete. The tone remained monotonous. Song Bei accepted the key, feeling as though he held a treasure of immeasurable value. He suppressed the urge to examine it immediately, nodded at the supply officer, and then turned to stride purposefully out of the cold steel jungle. The transport vehicle followed suit. Chapter 43. The hidden vault. As soon as he stepped through the heavy gates of Zone Z, and before he could round the corner of the passage, a familiar figure approached stealthily. It was Yang Guang. Hey there. What precious treasure did you choose? Let me see. Yang Guang rubbed his hands together, his face alight with curiosity and anticipation. Song Bei remained silent, quietly opening the unassuming shockproof box. Inside lay a deep, matte black, damaged metal fragment, devoid of any luster. Yang Guang's smile instantly froze, his eyes widening as he leaned closer to scrutinize the label, then abruptly looked up at Song Bei, his tone shifting. What the? The shadow chapter? And it's a fragment. How did you end up picking this thing? With a decisive snap, Song Bei closed the box, gripping it tightly in his hand, his face betraying little, yet the spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Instructor Yang, didn't you ask me to choose something rare? This is indeed rare, and I believe it's worth more than 10 cannons. Yang Guang regarded the matte black fragment within the shockproof box, his mouth twitching slightly. Before he finally managed to utter, well, forget it. Collective invisibility sounds impressive. If one day luck turns against us, and we are sent to scout in that metal can, it might just come in handy, better than having nothing at all. He patted Song Bei on the shoulder, his tone tinged with resignation and self-reassurance. All right. As long as you have the item, hurry back and train. The day of summoning is only a few days away. You don't want to be clumsy, even with metal scraps. Song Bei paid no heed to Yang Guang's banter, carefully securing the box containing the shadow chapter fragment close to him. This frigid object, though harsh against his skin, inexplicably instilled a sense of assurance within him. He hastened back to the training grounds, continuing to refine his synchronization with the iron behemoth amidst its clumsy roars. Time swiftly slipped away, enveloped in the scent of machine oil and the sounds of metal grinding. With less than a week remaining until the call to arms, the tension in the air was almost palpable. On this day, training was abruptly halted. All members of the second squad of the 4 small teams were led by Yang Guang to a significantly smaller, yet heavily guarded area. The imposing alloy door bore a bold numeral 2 alongside the emblem of a roaring mech. Welcome to our little treasury, Yang Guang exclaimed, swiping his access card with a hint of pride, albeit tinged with reluctance. Keep your eyes peeled. Don't touch anything recklessly. Inside was a space that, while not extensive, was exceptionally neat. Several rows of sturdy alloy shelves displayed an array of weapons and equipment components, glimmering with a cold sheen. Unlike the vast, frigid industrial atmosphere of the Z District Armory, these items bore the imprint of human touch, many showing signs of prior use, their edges smoothed, and even exhibiting subtle repair welds. The shelves were organized into distinct sections. The largest segment housed the colorless equipment, brimming with standard base alloy melee spikes, shoulder-mounted laser cannons, basic alloy arm shields, and universal external armor plates. Though ample in quantity, the craftsmanship of these colorless items was evidently superior to the dilapidated gear found in the training grounds outside, they were meticulously maintained. What caught the eye most was a solitary small safe tucked in the corner, indeed small compared to the larger warehouses. Yang Guang inputted a complex code, and the door slid open to reveal 5 pieces of equipment lying quietly within. They emanated a distinctly different aura. Their energy fluctuations were subtle yet stable, and their material and craftsmanship were visibly superior to that of the colorless gear. Astonishingly, there lay 5 pieces of white equipment. The eyes of the lanky Ho Qing and Lu Zhong widened in disbelief, their breaths growing heavy. Even Song Bei couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Was this the source of Yang Guang's confidence? Do you see? Yang Guang exclaimed, hands on his hips, gesturing towards the 5 pieces of white equipment and then to the fine colorless items outside. These are the hard-earned treasures of our predecessors in the second squad, retrieved bit by bit from the battlefield at the cost of their lives, frugally saved up. He surveyed the room, his gaze flitting over Song Bei, Ho Qing, and finally landing on the sturdy, somewhat naive yet anxious face of Lu Zhong. Indeed, he was the chubby lad who had endured rigorous training under both Yang Guang and Ho Qing, and through sheer tenacity, had survived the elimination round to become the firepower operator of the second squad. You 3 have struck an extraordinary stroke of luck. Yang Guang's voice rose, laced with an urgency that mirrored a visceral pain. You are well aware of the dire situation on the front lines with the Black Wings. The intensity is such that it could reduce bones to dust, and your training time has been woefully short. The team leader, being compassionate, fears that you novices might become mere fodder, hence this exception has been made. He raised a finger, his tone shifting to one of grave seriousness. 1 piece of white equipment for each of you. Now, immediately, choose. After the logistics personnel finished their selections, they began equipping the mechs, 1 for each person. The slender monkey's voice trembled with excitement. White gear. Instructor Yang, you're like a brother to me. Lu Chong rubbed his hands together, grinning widely, clearly taken aback by this immense surprise. Don't celebrate too soon. Yang Guang interrupted them sternly. Do you really think this is a freebie? Is it raining dumplings from the sky? Dream on. This is a loan. It's an advance. Do you understand? He glared at them. Once you're on the battlefield, you better come back alive. Use the gear you have to earn it back. Return an equivalent quality piece of equipment and replenish our squad's treasury. This isn't just for me. It's for the brothers who will join our squad in the future. Do you comprehend? Understood. The 3 responded in unison, their voices filled with both excitement and seriousness. This rule was fair and very much in line with Squad 2's ethos. Good. Now enough chit-chat. Hurry up and pick. Time is of the essence, Yang Guang commanded with a wave of his hand. The 3 immediately rushed toward the 5 pieces of white equipment. Chapter 44. Iron Guard 07. As Song Bei surveyed the white equipment before him, his gaze quickly darted across the items. One was a substantial arm shield, brimming with energy circuits and boasting formidable defense. Another was a streamlined light propulsion unit, capable of briefly enhancing the mech's mobility. A third was a viper-shaped shoulder cannon, with a slender barrel exuding a chilling aura. The fourth was a large external composite armor plate. And the final piece was a set of white alloy exoskeleton lining integrated into the chest armor. Without hesitation, Song Bei pointed decisively at the viper-shaped shoulder cannon. Its sleek lines and modest caliber belied the menacing glow of its spiral rifling, clearly designed for maximum penetration. This one, he declared succinctly. Long-range fire support had always been his relative weakness. This shoulder cannon was compact, preserving the mech's overall balance and agility in close combat, while its configuration of 2 high-explosive armor-piercing rounds was sufficient to severely damage a mech or breach the vital armor of large machines in critical moments. Precise, lethal, and straightforward, this aligned perfectly with his combat style. Good eye. The Viper, a fine instrument for stealthy shots. Yang Guang raised an eyebrow. The slender monkey, however, was torn between the arm shield and the exoskeleton armor, his innate cowardice prevailing over his desire for offense. Ultimately, survival instincts won out as he clutched the alloy exoskeleton lining, exclaiming, I want this. Survival is paramount. Survival is paramount. Yang Guang scoffed. What a promising lad. Monkey brain. Lu Chong, lacking such preoccupations, was more straightforward. Sturdy and powerful, he favored a brute force approach. He set his sights on the largest, most imposing single-barreled cannon in the colorless equipment zone, asking in a deep voice, Instructor Yang, can I choose that big one outside? He gestured toward a rugged, oversized heavy cannon with a barrel as thick as an adult's waist. Yang Guang glanced at the hulking piece of artillery, then back at Lu Chong's robust physique, grinning broadly. All right, you've got the strength. That LLB are mobile artillery for Squad 2. However, that contraption is colorless, boasting formidable firepower, yet suffering from significant shortcomings in accuracy and rate of fire. Practice is essential. Having selected their equipment, the logistics team of mechanics swiftly arrived at the mecha maintenance area, pushing carts laden with tools and spare parts. There, 3 pristine Iron Guard Mark I mechs stood ready. They were no longer the rusted, exposed jointed tin shells of the training grounds, but rather cloaked in deep gray special alloy armor. Their robust lines exuding an aura of power and industrial elegance, true war machines. Weapon interfaces were reserved on the shoulders, universal mounting points graced the backs. Reinforced armor encased the leg joints, and a single-eyed sensor on the head flickered with a chilling red light. The designations Iron Guard 07, Iron Guard 13, and Iron Guard 19 were emblazoned upon their chest armor. Lean Monkey and Lu Chong excitedly circled their respective mechas, touching this and tapping that. Their voices filled with awe as they boasted about how they would vanquish foes in the future. Monkey, from now on, I've got your back. When those tin cans from Luya come, I'll blast them to smithereens, Lu Chong declared, thumping his chest and pointing at his Iron Guard 19, which was soon to be outfitted with a massive cannon. Oh please, don't blow yourself apart with that shot, Lean Monkey retorted, though unable to hide his grin as he carefully caressed the chest area of his mecha, where his life-saving exoskeleton armor would soon be embedded. Meanwhile, Songbei stood quietly beside his Iron Guard 07, not joining in the exuberant antics of Lean Monkey and the others. His gaze remained fixed on the industrious mechanics. The mechanics moved with practiced speed and precision. The lift platform elevated the mecha. The specialized cutting and welding torches hissed as they deftly cut a preset interface into the armor plate of Iron Guard 07's right shoulder, sparks flying. Another group meticulously hoisted the Viper shoulder cannon, calibrating its position and securing it with high-strength alloy bolts and energy lines, welding and sealing it into place. As the circuits connected, a ghostly blue energy indicator light on the cannon's rear flickered to life, emitting a faint hum. The installation of the internal exoskeleton armor on Lean Monkey's mecha was more intricate, requiring the partial disassembly of the chest armor to embed the plates within the internal structure before reinforcing and integrating the circuitry. Lu Chong's massive colorless cannon installation was the most complex, necessitating enhancements to the mecha's back-mounting structure and energy supply lines. Songbei watched with utmost concentration. The angles and force used to tighten the bolts, the sequence for connecting the energy lines, the methods for lubricating the joint bearings. These details were etched into his mind like a brand. The experience accumulated in the repair shop of Mo Gray City, coupled with a profound understanding of mechanical structures, was awakened, validated, and elevated at this moment. He could almost comprehend each step, even anticipating what the mechanics would do next and the reasons behind their actions. As a young mechanic conducted the final checks on Iron Guard 07's leg joint, the laser calibration device in his hand seemed slightly misaligned. Instinctively, Songbei spoke up. His voice clear yet soft. Adjust the pre-pressure of the right side, third bearing up by 5 standard units. Otherwise, there will be a slight noise during high-speed turns. The mechanic paused, looking up at Songbei, the novice pilot, with a distinctly skeptical expression on his face. Yet he still, with a hint of skepticism, re-examined the readings with his instrument. Moments later, a gasp of astonishment escaped his lips, and his gaze towards Songbei transformed. Silently, he picked up the tools and made the fine adjustments as instructed by Songbei. Yang Guang leaned against the wall, arms crossed, observing this scene with a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This lad is indeed remarkable. As the final bolt was tightened and the last circuit tested, 3 iron sentinels, equipped with weapons and gear, stood silently in the maintenance area, akin to armored warriors preparing for battle. The pristine armor gleamed with a cold, steely hue under the lights, while shoulder cannons, howitzers, and reinforced chest plates added an air of grim determination. Shou Ho and Lu Chong cheered, eagerly rushing toward the lift, yearning to experience the cockpit. However, Songbei remained rooted in place. He slowly raised his hand, calloused and stained with grease, gently pressing it against the cold, unyielding armor of Iron Sentinel 07. The chilling metallic surface transmitted a slight tremor through his palm, akin to a heartbeat, the pulse of the mech's internal energy core stabilizing. Cold steel, warm palm. In that moment, the wrench-wielding boy from the repair shop in Mo Hui City and the roaring steel beast, Iron Sentinel 07, completed their first silent communion. Chapter 45. Mission: The heavy tracks ground over the charred earth, ravaged repeatedly by artillery fire, emitting a dull and persistent rumble. The massive mech transport vehicle resembled a colossal steel beast, jostling forward across the smoke-filled, dusty wasteland. Inside the cargo hold, 5 deep gray iron sentinels were securely locked in specially designed braces, akin to slumbering steel knights. Chi Hung stood at the tactical platform in the center of the cargo hold, where a holographic projection clearly displayed the simulated topography of the Keller factory and its surrounding areas. The factory was marked into 5 vast zones, resembling a steel spider crouching upon the earth. His voice resonated through the encrypted communication channel, steady and calm, connecting to each pilot's neural interface helmet. Mission briefing repeats. Target: Keller Factory. Phase 1, penetrate Zone 3, conduct high-precision scans, ascertain the main defense nodes, energy core location, and the disposition of enemy forces. Phase 2, utilizing the scanning data. Coordinate with subsequent units to seize and control the factory. The underground of the factory connects to the main titanium crystal vein, holding immense strategic value. Damn, what a rotten deal. Send out for reconnaissance. Ho Ching's voice immediately filled the channel, laden with barely concealed complaint. Captain, this task is dirty, exhausting, and perilous, with little glory and plenty of blame. Why does our second team always get stuck with such thankless jobs? Why can't we charge in like Team 1 and slice through like cutting melons? Silence, monkey. Yang Guang's voice followed swiftly, infused with his usual irreverence, but tinged with heightened seriousness. Sending a weaker team for reconnaissance would be futile. They wouldn't grasp the situation, making it no different from a death sentence. Dispatching the strongest team, like Team 1, would be wasteful and risk alarming the enemy. Our second-tier team, which is neither the best nor the worst, is precisely suited to serve as the scouts on this mission. He paused momentarily, his tone tinged with a hint of self-deprecation and resignation. Accept your fate, little monkey. This is the rule of the Black Wing defense line. Sacrifice your life for intelligence, then exchange that intelligence for victory. Shi Hung disregarded the banter between the two, his voice unwavering and imbued with an undeniable command. Check the status of your mechs, weapon systems, and energy reserves. We will arrive at the drop point on the edge of Zone 3 in 10 minutes. The operational plan is to advance in a 3-2 formation. Song Bei, Yang Guang, you will spearhead the assault, clearing obstacles and drawing fire. I will maneuver in the center, responsible for battlefield awareness, fire support, and responding to unforeseen threats. Ho Ching and Lu Chong, you will trail behind, providing fire suppression and precise data collection. Is that clear? Yes, Captain, came the synchronized response from the 4, including the feeble voice of the lanky one. Inside the cockpit of Iron Guard 07, Song Bei felt the cold nerve interface helmet pressed against his forehead. Silently, he activated the self-diagnostic program, watching as data cascaded across the holographic display. Engine output was stable. Armor integrity stood at 100, and the energy core was delivering a power output of 95. The standby indicator light of the Viper shoulder cannon flickered with a steady azure glow. He took a deep breath, suppressing the slight tremor of excitement at stepping onto the true battlefield for the first time, his fingers unconsciously grazing the core's control stick. The oil residue from the repair shop in Mo Hui City seemed to linger in his fingertips, yet before him loomed the steel furnace ready to consume lives. Meanwhile, in the third area of the Keller factory, what was once a vast processing center now lay in ruins, a mere shadow of its former self. With crumbling walls and twisted steel skeletons, the massive wreckage of a crusher resembled the carcass of an ancient beast, with rusted conveyor belts drooping from the air. Reconnaissance squads belonging to a certain infantry regiment of the Azure were ghosting through the shadows of the ruins. Among them, a dozen individuals clad in dirt-stained combat uniforms moved with caution and speed. Leading the group was an old soldier with a prominent scar across his face, known by the codename Old Knife. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, constantly signaling to his team behind him to remain concealed and vigilant. A rookie squad leader followed closely behind Old Knife, his voice trembling with barely suppressed fear as he pointed towards the eerily quiet depths of the factory. Why isn't there a single shadow in Zone 3? It's too quiet. It's unsettling. Shut up, Old Knife snapped, turning abruptly to hiss in a low voice. His expression devoid of the rookie's naivety, replaced instead by profound gravity and a barely perceptible hint of despair. If you want to live, mind your tongue. Stay close to me, and keep your eyes sharp. This is what they call the calm before the storm. Do you understand? As a veteran who had endured 3 rounds of hellish missions in the reconnaissance squad, Old Knife was all too familiar with this eerie silence. It was not a lack of defenses, but rather a meticulously laid death trap. Behind every collapsed steel beam and shattered window, there could lie a deadly muzzle or cannon barrel, but he could not retreat. Their mission was to touch this invisible line of death with their flesh and blood, to illuminate the red markers on the map that represented firepower points with their very lives. This is the fate of the reconnaissance soldier, the most brutal and inexpensive tax of intelligence on the Black Wing defense line. In the distance, on a relatively concealed high ground, Songbei's Iron Guard 07 and 3 other mechs lay still like silent boulders, shrouded in camouflage nets in the shadows of ruins. Their optical sensors sharply captured the minuscule reconnaissance squads, scurrying like ants amidst the carcasses of colossal beasts. Chi Heng's voice crackled through the channel, imbued with the coldness of reality. Do you see? This is infantry reconnaissance. We cannot intervene, nor should we. The moment the mechs reveal their positions and fire prematurely, not only will we alarm the enemy and expose our strategic intentions, but the factory's defenders will also swiftly adjust their deployment and potentially call for more formidable reinforcements. Our mission is to ensure our concealment, to acquire the information on the initial wave of firepower they sacrifice their lives for, and then complete our scanning. Yang Guang's voice, tinged with suppressed anger and helplessness, muttered, "Damn those office-bound cowards in Azure, always sending infantry to fill the gaps. It's infuriating." The thin monkey and Lu Chong remained silent behind him, yet the weight of their breaths in the channel grew heavier. Watching their comrades march to their deaths, this sense of powerlessness was more suffocating than facing the enemy head-on. At that moment, the two vanguards of the reconnaissance squad, under Lao Dao's signal, cautiously stepped onto a relatively open area paved with shattered concrete slabs. They were less than 30 meters from the entrance of a factory, partially collapsed from an explosion. "Stop!" Lao Dao suddenly barked, a surge of intense crisis prickling the skin on his scalp. But it was already too late. Boom, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. Chapter 46. Bait. The silence was instantaneously shattered. From 3 different directions, at least 3 well-concealed firing positions unleashed deadly tongues of flame simultaneously. The explosions of small rapid-fire cannons sent dirt and debris flying, while bullets from heavy machine guns rained down like a metallic storm, instantly engulfing the open ground. Thud, thud, thud. The screams abruptly ceased. The 2 foremost vanguards had no time to react, their bodies torn apart in an instant amidst the hail of bullets and explosions. Flesh and shattered equipment mingled with the dust, scattering in all directions. "Conceal yourselves." Lao Dao's roar was drowned out by the deafening cacophony of gunfire. He reacted swiftly, hurling himself behind a twisted heap of rebar at the moment the fire erupted, bullets ricocheting off the steel, creating blinding sparks, while debris and searing metal shards pelted his helmet and armor. The other team members frantically sought cover, but 2 of them, slightly slower, fell to the ground, twitching in a pool of blood, caught in the crossfire. The new recruit who had just asked a question, paralyzed by fear, was struck directly by a round from a rapid-fire cannon. Boom! A blinding flash erupted, leaving only a charred crater and a few burning rags in its wake. The veteran, Lao Dao, huddled tightly behind the cover, hearing the whistling bullets and the sounds of explosions around him, feeling the searing heat of death brush past him. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the open ground that had swallowed his comrades, his teeth grinding audibly in frustration. He survived, but the cost was exorbitant. He understood that their sacrifices had delineated at least 3 precise coordinates for firepower in the rear. In the rear, at the temporary command center of Azure, a vast holographic sand table flickered with a faint glow representing the model of Area 3 of the Keller factory. An officer pointed at the 3 glaring red points just marked on the sand table and reported at a rapid pace. "Commander, on the eastern side of Area 3, at the northwest and southwest corners, 8 heavy firepower points have been confirmed. They are configured as a combination of Scorpion rapid-fire cannons and Ripper heavy machine guns. Preliminary assessment indicates fixed defensive nodes. The infantry reconnaissance squad has suffered heavy losses, but has completed initial firepower probing." The officer seated at the command post, his countenance as unyielding as iron, displayed no sign of emotion. He gazed at the 3 newly marked red dots on the sand table and cast a glance at the 4 blue markers representing the positions of Squad 4's mechs, which were quietly advancing towards the edge of Area 3. "The firepower coordinates have been synchronized with the assault team," the officer added. A glint of cold light flashed in the commander's eyes, and without the slightest hesitation, he decisively uttered 2 words: "Attack." "Yes." The officer stood at attention and immediately relayed the order. Almost simultaneously with the issuance of the command, the cry rang out, "Fire!" The order from the temporary command center descended like a cold iron hammer. Boom, 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 boom. The mechanized assault team, lying in wait behind the Azure position, erupted with a deafening roar. Dozens of self-propelled artillery and rocket launchers roared in unison, their barrels belching forth brilliant flames and thick smoke. The sky was instantly torn apart by piercing shrieks. Rows of shells cascaded down like a torrential meteor shower, carrying devastating force as they accurately struck the heavy firepower coordinates in Area 3, marked with the lives of the infantry reconnaissance squad. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled. Violent explosions merged into a singular cacophony, blinding fireballs leaping amidst the ruins. Dense smoke mingled with earth, rubble, and metal fragments, soaring into the heavens. The locked Scorpion rapid-fire cannon positions and Ripper machine gun fortifications, along with surrounding cover and debris, were instantly shredded and obliterated under the frenzied barrage, as if they were mere toys made of paper. The screams of the defenders were swallowed whole before they could even escape into the air, consumed by the roaring explosions. The front line of Area 3, which had just arrogantly spat fire, was transformed into a burning hellscape. Damn it! In a reinforced command shelter deep within the factory, an officer with gleaming insignia slammed his fist onto the alloy table, his face ashen. Those treacherous bastards of Azure, again employing this despicable tactic of using infantry as bait, only to plow the ground with heavy artillery. Every single time. Every single time. Beside him, another officer wore a similarly grim expression and spoke rapidly. Commander, the exposed fixed firepower points at the front have been systematically eliminated, and the enemy's mechanized forces are advancing at high speed. The defense line of Area 3 is at risk of collapse, requesting deployment of mech forces for interception. Otherwise what? To everyone's astonishment, the commander seated in the command chair, a middle-aged man with a stern visage and eyes as sharp as an eagle's, bore not a trace of despondency. Rather, the corners of his mouth curled into a near-excited arc. He fixated on the tactical screen, where a multitude of markers represented the Azure soldiers, his eyes shimmering with the predatory gleam of a hunter witnessing prey stepping into a trap. They wish to ascertain our mech deployment, do they? The commander's voice dripped with icy mockery. Very well, let them behold. I hope they are not too astonished. He abruptly lifted his head, casting a sweeping glance across the command room. Orders. The 3rd Night Brigade, 1st Combat Team, launch immediately. Target, the advancing infantry and armored vehicles of the Azure faction. Strike fiercely and shred their cover. 2nd Combat Team, hold your position. Stand by for the emergence of the Azure mechs. Their iron guard shall be our feast today. Yes. The orders were swiftly disseminated. The acrid smoke of artillery fire had yet to dissipate, the air thick with the pungent scent of charred remnants and blood. Under the cover of the mech assault, the Azure infantry and armored vehicles cautiously advanced along the path ravaged by bombardment, victory seemingly within grasp. The surviving veteran, Old Dow, remained tightly curled behind the initial steel fortification, his blood-stained face devoid of any relaxation. Through the crevices of the ruins, he fixated intently on the seemingly vacant depths of the factory area, the knuckles of his fingers turning white from the force of his grip on the weapon. Do not raise your heads. For heaven's sake, do not raise your heads. He rasped into the communicator, warning the nearby soldiers who had also survived but were restless, thinking that the absence of a firing point meant all was well. Nonsense. That was merely an appetizer. The main course has yet to emerge. On the modern battlefield, mechs are the true protagonists. As if to validate his warning, a deep, resonant, metallic roar of engines suddenly erupted from the depths of the factory. Like a slumbering steel beast awakened. Following closely, from the ruins of the shattered overpass leading to the core area, 4 massive figures emerged, akin to steel knights clawing their way out of the inferno of hell. Chapter 47. The first battle. They were entirely enveloped in thick, dark brown armor with sharp contours. The joints were encased in robust reinforced plating, and their heads featured closed sensors reminiscent of medieval knight helmets. Most striking were the colossal, broad alloy swords they wielded, glinting with a cold, menacing light. The sword blades were hefty, with fine serrations along the edges, clearly designed for violent cleaving. They were none other than the mainstay melee mechs of the Kingdom of Roya, the Knight Retainers. Yes, the Knight Retainers. Panic-stricken screams echoed through the communication channels. The 4 Knight Retainers roared to life, engines rumbling without a hint of hesitation. Like 4 uncontrollable heavy war chariots, they leaped from the broken overpass with crushing momentum. The heavy bodies crashed to the ground with a deafening roar, stirring clouds of dust into the air. Their target was set squarely on the advancing Azure infantry and armored forces. Scatter, quickly scatter. The desperate screams of the infantry commander were drowned out. At the forefront, a knightly squire raised a massive alloy sword high above, cutting through the air with a piercing howl, and struck down fiercely upon an armored personnel carrier attempting to maneuver. The sound of a thunderous crack echoed as the heavy armor was torn apart like mere paper. The entire vehicle was cleaved in 2, its internal munitions igniting in a catastrophic explosion, instantly transforming it into a colossal fireball. The soldiers inside did not even have time to scream in agony. Another knightly squire charged like a rampaging bull, its heavy shoulder armor crashing violently into the side of a light tank. The metallic clang of distortion rang out, and the tank was sent tumbling over, its turret askew. The fate of its crew remained uncertain. High-caliber machine gun bullets struck the knightly squire's robust armor, merely sparking and leaving shallow white marks, failing to inflict any significant damage. Infantry anti-mech rockets whistled through the air, yet were deftly deflected by the small arm shield on the squire's arm, or evaded by its relatively agile sidesteps. A massacre, an overwhelming slaughter. The once advancing Azure infantry and armored units were suddenly thrown into chaos, suffering tremendous casualties. The cacophony of screams, explosions, and tearing metal melded together. The enemy mech forces had emerged, confirmed to be for first-generation knightly squires, ruthlessly decimating our infantry. In the rear command channel, the observer's report, tinged with urgency yet remaining composed, broke the brief silence. A cold, steady voice soon followed. Chi Hung, Yangguang. Stop watching. It's time for you to stretch your limbs. Go, dismantle those tin cans for me. Understood. Chi Hang's voice was devoid of any emotion. He chuckled, finally. After waiting so long. Grandson, your grandpa Yang is here. Yangguang's odd laughter erupted over the channel. Just as the infantry gazed despairingly at the four steel reapers wielding their swords, four enormous, deep gray figures descended from above, akin to deities alighting upon the earth. Leaping from the edge of a relatively intact factory rooftop, the heavy iron guard mechs, propelled by immense kinetic energy, crashed into the battlefield like four meteors, shaking the remnants of burning vehicles into the air. A swirling dust cloud formed a circular shockwave. Songbei's Iron Guard 07, Yangguang's Iron Guard 03, Chi Hang's Iron Guard 01, and Shouho's Iron Guard 13 stood as four towering steel barriers, instantly interposing themselves between the rampaging knightly squires and the beleaguered Azure infantry. One-on-one, steel against steel. No superfluous words, not even a moment's pause. The battle erupted the instant they landed. Yangguang's target was the knightly squire that had just cleaved the personnel carrier. His Iron Guard 03 roared with a ferocious growl, the multi-barreled cannon on its left arm spinning wildly, unleashing a torrent of bullets to suppress the enemy. Simultaneously, the chainsaw sword on its right arm emitted a shrill roar as the rapidly spinning serrated blade aimed directly for the elbow joint of the opponent's sword-wielding arm, a standard joint-locking technique. Grandson, watch the sword. The knight's attendant reacted with remarkable swiftness, wielding a massive alloy blade that whirled in a deflective arc clang. The piercing sound of metal clashing resonated, accompanied by a shower of sparks. The serrated edges of the chainsaw sword gnawed relentlessly at the thick sword's body, producing a disconcerting grinding noise. The tremendous force of the two mechs collided, causing the ground beneath them to crack instantaneously. Meanwhile, Chi Hang's Iron Guard 01 displayed an even greater composure and efficiency. He did not rush into close quarters. Instead, the dual-mounted laser cannons on his shoulders swiftly locked onto the leader of the opposing knight's attendants. Zing! Two searing crimson beams struck precisely at the joint connecting the opponent's sword-wielding arm to its shoulder. The intense heat melted a portion of the armor, releasing a plume of white smoke. The knight's attendant visibly faltered, emitting an enraged mechanical roar. The slender Iron Guard 13, filled with fury, struggled to adjust the angle of its multi-barrel cannon, aiming at the third knight's attendant attempting to breach the formation. Meanwhile, Songbei's Iron Guard 07 faced the final knight's attendant, which charged forward with an imposing presence, seemingly larger than the rest. The adversary had evidently singled out this newcomer, bringing down the gigantic alloy blade with a momentum capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, devoid of any embellishment. The weighty gust from the sword pressed down, making it difficult to breathe. Songbei's pupils constricted. This was his first encounter with true mech-to-mech combat. Instincts honed from inherited memories roared within him. He did not attempt to endure this powerful strike head-on. With a sudden burst, the hydraulic pistons beneath him propelled Iron Guard 07, revealing an agility starkly contrasting that of a training dummy. He executed a standard tactical sidestep. Boom! The colossal sword grazed Iron Guard 07's shoulder armor, crashing down onto the ground, cleaving the solid concrete as though it were mere tofu, sending fragments flying. At that moment, just as the opponent's initial force waned and their new strength had yet to manifest, Songbei surged into action. His Iron Guard 07 advanced like a hunting cheetah, lunging forward a step. Instead of targeting the opponent's vital points directly with the massive alloy combat spear, he struck with lightning speed at an exceptionally tricky angle, aiming for the hydraulic joint of the adversary's sword-wielding wrist. The maneuver resembled a colossal version of dragon seizing in mecha combat. Break! Songbei's low growl echoed within the cockpit. Clang! The combat spear accurately struck the target joint. Yet, the anticipated devastation did not occur. Instead, it left behind a deep dent and a spray of sparks. The knight's attendant's armor was far too thick, with joint protection exceeding that of training targets. The pilot of the knight's attendant seemed incensed by this precise and cunning strike, letting out a deep mechanical roar, simulated through the mech speakers. The massive machine twisted violently, and the arm struck by the combat spear swung forcefully. A tremendous force transmitted through the combat spear. Song Bei's Iron Guard 07 was jolted, nearly losing its balance, as the other colossal metallic fist, propelled by a fierce wind, smashed towards his cockpit. The shadow of death loomed instantaneously. Chapter 48. A life for a life. As the opponent's iron fist was about to descend, Song Bei maneuvered the mech, exerting force through its legs and sidestepping in a peculiar rhythm to evade the impending strike. At first glance, there seemed to be a certain elegance reminiscent of shadowy footsteps. Goodness, is this fellow a transformed loach? After several failed assaults, the knightly squire pilot, locked in combat with Song Bei, could not restrain his expletives even within the confines of his helmet. Codenamed Grey Bear, he was a seasoned veteran of the knightly order, rated D2 in close combat, and had anticipated an easy victory over a mere rookie. Yet, the Iron Guardian 07 before him was astonishingly elusive. Each of Song Bei's evasive maneuvers perfectly intersected with his strikes, while every counterattack precisely targeted vulnerable joints and hydraulic lines. The alloy bayonet struck like a serpent's tongue, its angles cunning and speed unnerving. Although the squire's heavy armor absorbed much of the damage, the dents at the joint connections and the incessant warnings flashing on the sensors caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Damn it. This rookie has mastered the dragon capture's transformations and the shadow step striking techniques. Instincts honed from close-quarters combat, all executed flawlessly under the pressure of life and death. At this moment, his focus was solely on the target, devoid of any distractions. Beneath the helmet, icy nerves connected with his thoughts, and sweat had thoroughly soaked his temples. He was eager to dispatch his opponent, for on the public channel, the shrieks of the lanky monkey, Ho Ching, had turned desperate. Damn, 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 I can't hold on. This cursed blade is too fierce. My armor is about to crack. Leader, help, bang, clash. The lanky monkey's Iron Guardian 13 was being ruthlessly hacked at by a knightly squire. He was in a dire predicament. His specially designed alloy skeletal armor marred by deep gashes, with the overload alarm of the energy shield generator flashing frantically. Each block reverberated through his cockpit, making his arms numb. He could only retreat desperately, relying on the armor to absorb the blows, utterly powerless to counterattack. This was, in truth, the rookie's real script. Monkey, hold on. Yang Guang's voice rang out as he clashed with another squire, sparks flying amidst the roar of chainsaw blades. I'll finish this soon. The response came from their leader, Chi Hung. Although the opposing squire was evidently stronger than the other three, he had not yet reached the threshold of a true knight. For Chi Hung, it was merely a matter of time before he would be dealt with. In the command center of the Luoya, the commander observed the stalemate on the screen, particularly the two exceptionally active and technically skilled Iron Guardians, Chi Hung and Song Bei. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by a deeper coldness. Azure Elites? Humph, what a pleasant surprise. He tapped the control panel. However, the game is about to end. Second combat unit, deploy. Target those 4 Iron Guardians, leave none behind. Especially that number 01. On the battlefield, just as Grey Bear found himself in disarray. Overwhelmed by Song Bei's relentless and precise assaults while attempting to distance himself and regroup, a deep rumble echoed from the depths of the factory. Amidst the smoke and dust, for similarly dark brown knightly squires surged forth like long-hidden cheetahs, racing towards the battle group. Their targets were clear, directly charging at the combat team. Particularly, 2 of them aimed straight for Chi Hung. Be careful, there are ambushers. Chi Hung's warning reverberated through the channel. The pressure on Chi Hung surged abruptly. He found himself engaged in combat against 3 knight attendants simultaneously, compelled to create distance. The white-tiered, dual-mounted laser cannon continuously fired to disrupt, while his heavy pulse rifle spewed flames, forcing the adversaries to refrain from launching a coordinated assault. Yet, he remained ensnared, unable to extricate himself for rescue. Another knight attendant, codenamed Venom, grinned malevolently, with engines roaring, raising a colossal alloy blade high, seizing the splendid opportunity as Song Bei struggled with the grizzly. Venom struck like a bolt of brown lightning towards the cockpit of Iron Guard 07. Should this blow connect, Song Bei would either perish or be gravely injured. Die, brat. Venom's roar echoed through the mech speaker, a lethal sense of crisis cascading over Song Bei like a deluge of icy water. His pupils constricted instantly. The inherited combat instincts and muscle memory honed through countless training sessions erupted at that moment. He did not attempt to fully block Venom's fatal strike, but instead locked onto the grizzly, which had momentarily hesitated due to the unexpected ambush. Now was the moment. A flicker of mad resolve flashed in Songbei's eyes. Viper. Fire. He bellowed internally. Whoosh. Whoosh. On Iron Guard 07's right shoulder, 2 Viper shoulder cannons, long in standby, ignited with blinding crimson light. 2 long-charged, high-explosive armor-piercing rounds tore through the air with the precision of true serpents, hurtling towards the vulnerable connection point beneath the grizzly's chest armor, close to its core power chamber. What? The grizzly had not anticipated that the opponent would dare to counterattack in such dire circumstances. Even more shocking was the lethal accuracy of the assault. He barely managed to instinctively position his alloy blade horizontally in front of him. Boom. Boom. The deafening explosions erupted almost simultaneously. The first Viper round collided violently with the grizzly's blade, the immense force causing it to recoil sharply against its own chest armor. The second round struck like a relentless parasite, crashing into the exposed seam between the chest and abdominal armor. Crack. Boom. Blinding flames erupted, accompanied by the terrifying sound of metal being torn apart. A massive gash was blown open in the grizzly's chest, internal wires and components spewing forth amidst thick smoke. No. The grizzly's scream was drowned out by the cacophony of explosions. Yet, this was not the end. At the very instant the Vipers were launched, Songbei's Iron Guard 07 leveraged the recoil from the shoulder cannons, advancing instead of retreating. Leaning forward, he channeled all his strength into his right arm. The alloy blade forsook all defense, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, executing the ultimate technique of the shattered blade. Swoosh! The alloy combat stab pierced through the grizzly's chest with the precision of a red-hot branding iron through butter, penetrating deep into its internal structure, aiming straight for the cockpit. A short, piercing scream abruptly severed from the communication channel. Chapter 49, Retreat. Boom. The core of the bear's nightly companion suffered a catastrophic explosion, erupting into a massive fireball, with fragments of steel scattering in all directions. However, the cost to Songbei was equally devastating. The venomous blade, intent on securing its target, failed to entirely strike the cockpit due to a miscalculation of Songbei's maneuvers, but nonetheless struck decisively at the connection of the left shoulder joint of Iron Guard 07. A piercing roar of metal tearing apart accompanied the violent explosion, as the left arm's weaponry and energy conduits were obliterated. The entirety of Iron Guard 07's left arm, along with the shoulder armor, was brutally severed, leaving only twisted metal remnants and crackling arcs of electricity as the detached mechanical arm, still bearing the weight of its alloy gauntlet, crashed heavily to the ground. The tremendous impact felt as if Songbei were struck by a colossal hammer, causing his insides to feel dislocated, his helmet violently colliding with the back of the seat, rendering his vision momentarily dark. Agonizing pain radiated from the left side of his body, and on the holographic screen, the module representing his left arm instantly turned a glaring red, with paralysis alarms flashing frantically. You dare! The furious roar of venomous Fong echoed, as he was completely taken aback that his opponent would resort to such a life-for-a-life tactic, ruthlessly eliminating the bear right before his eyes. Songbei, little Song. The exclamations of Chi Hung and Yang Guang rang out simultaneously in the channel. The situation had rapidly deteriorated. The armor durability of the thin monkey finally plummeted below the critical threshold, its alloy skeleton groaning under the strain, as it was cleaved away by the adversary, crashing heavily into a pile of debris, temporarily incapacitated. Chi Hung found himself encircled by 3 knightly companions, their laser cannons and pulse rifles unleashing a relentless barrage, perilously close to catastrophe. Yang Guang was also ensnared by a newly arrived companion, unable to extricate himself. Meanwhile, venomous Fong, alongside another intact companion, fueled by an inferno of rage and the roar of engines, charged at the incapacitated Songbei, intent on crushing him. Crush him. Damn it. It's too much, Chi-Tu. We can't hold on. We need to retreat. Yang Guang shouted desperately as he struggled to fend off the assault of 2 slashing swords. Chi Hang's voice remained steady but quickened, imbued with undeniable resolve. Execute the evacuation plan. Lu Chong, take action. Understood, came the deep, resonant voice of Lu Chong, who had been lurking in the background, nearly forgotten. Just as the 3 knightly companions were about to enter the attack range against Songbei, a cataclysmic roar erupted, numerous formidable energy beams, and a barrage of high-explosive rockets, trailing fiery tails, burst forth like a volcanic eruption from a collapsed section of ruins at the battlefield's rear flank. It was a saturation strike. Its targets were not precisely aimed at the mechs, but rather at the vast area before and to the side of Chi Hung and Song Bei. The intense explosions instantaneously transformed that region into a sea of flames, with scorching shockwaves and heat waves sweeping outward. The three knightly companions, caught off guard, were violently repelled by this sudden onslaught of ferocious firepower. Countless sparks and white marks erupted across their heavy armor. Damn it! There's an ambush. Venomous Fong furiously maneuvered his mech to evade. Immediately following this, a plethora of specially designed smoke grenades erupted from the back-mounted launcher of Liu Chang's Iron Guard 15, detonating precisely in the central battlefield and along the retreat path. In an instant, a dense, grayish-white smoke, interspersed with unique, disruptive particles, spread forth like a rolling wall of clouds at an astonishing speed. Visibility was utterly obscured within mere seconds. Smoke cover. Retreat. Follow the predetermined route. Quickly. Chi Hung commanded sharply, his Iron Guard 01 unleashing its twin laser cannons at full power, forcing back the encroaching enemies as it surged boldly into the shrouded fog. Monkey, can you move? Yang Guang bellowed, his mech enduring a sword strike, sparks flying from the armor as he seized the opportunity to break free from entanglement. Not dead yet. My legs are intact. The lean monkey's voice echoed with pain and the breath of survival, his mech struggling to rise from the rubble, limping towards the smoke. Song Bei, keep up. Chi Hang's voice resonated in Song Bei's private channel, laced with an almost imperceptible concern, gritting his teeth against the searing pain and dizziness. Song Bei clutched the control stick with unwavering determination. The remaining right arm of Iron Guard 07 provided scant support, its damaged engine emitting an erratic hum as it staggered forward, yet resolutely plunged into the swirling haze. Thinking of escaping. Chase them. They cannot get away. Duyo roared in fury, leading the remaining attendants in a futile attempt to breach the smoke. However, the thick fog not only obscured their vision, but also severely disrupted their radar and thermal imaging. Erratically fired bullets and energy beams traversed the smoke, but finding their mark proved elusive. The dense, acrid smoke enveloped the entire front line of Zone 3 like a heavy curtain. Visibility was compressed to less than 10 meters. The radar screen cluttered with static and interference, while thermal imaging was rendered ineffective by the special particles, capturing only blurred and distorted outlines. Damn it! Liu Chang's smoke is potent. Yang Guang's voice crackled through the encrypted channel, heavy with labored breaths and coughs, as his Iron Guard 03 navigated cautiously through the fog, its chainsaw sword hanging low, acutely aware of its surroundings. Deep gashes adorned the armor, crackling with electrical sparks. Behind him, the heavy footsteps and engine roars of the Loya Knight attendants lingered at the smoke's edge, bullets and energy beams occasionally slicing through the haze, striking the surrounding debris with a resounding clang. Yet no mech dared to venture recklessly into this completely unknown terrain, potentially harboring lethal firepower. Duyo, furious, maneuvered his mech in an attempt to lock onto a target, but the smoke and intense interference rendered him powerless. Damn it, there's strong interference in the smoke. Thermal imaging is failing. Should we pursue? A hesitant voice from another pilot inquired. Fool, Duyo snarled. Do you wish to walk into an ambush? The Azure mech is not fully incapacitated. That heavy artillery gunner is still there. Withdraw. Report to command. They cannot escape far. Though reluctant, he feared falling into a trap. The crippled 07 rookie mech left a deep impression on him, reminiscent of a madman willing to exchange lives for victory. Chapter 50. Intelligence at the base. In the mech maintenance area, the heavy pressure doors hissed open, allowing the air imbued with the sense of gunpowder, machine oil, and a faint hint of blood to seep in. For battered, deep gray Iron Guard mechs staggered in, resembling colossal beasts returning from a bloody battlefield. Quick! Stretchers! Medical team! The energy conduits are severed. Prioritize the left arm breach of Unit 07 to prevent a short circuit and fire. Unit 13 has a jammed leg actuator. Assess the skeletal armor damage. Multiple penetrative wounds on Unit 03. Inspect the internal modules. Logistics personnel surged forward like a swarm of agitated ants, shouting in urgency. Under the cold glare of the searchlights, the mech's numerous scars were striking. Charred craters, deep gashes exposing internal structures, twisted and deformed armor plates, and exposed conduits emitting wisps of smoke. With a hiss, the hatch opened. The lean figure of Ho Qing tumbled out, nearly rolling onto the ground. His face pale and drenched in sweat. He collapsed onto the lift platform, gasping for breath. Damn it. Ho Yi almost met his end there. Those bastards have heads of iron. He anxiously touched the nearly cleaved armor plate on his mech's leg. The warning lights of the defense system had long since extinguished. The durability completely depleted. Yang Guang leaped down as well, his usual bravado replaced by exhaustion. Stretching his sore neck, he cursed, "Damn. If I ever have to be the tip of the spear against these tin cans again, I better get paid more." A tear in his combat suit at the shoulder oozed faint traces of blood, a result of the violent jolts from the battle. Songbei was assisted down by 2 logistics personnel. The left side of his body felt nearly numb, sharp pains rendering his lips pale, cold sweat soaking his forehead. Dripping down his chin, he stumbled upon landing but was steadied by his companions. He cast a glance at his Iron Guard Unit 07. The gaping wound on its left arm grotesquely evident, charred and blackened, as repair personnel anxiously sprayed fire-retardant foam and coolant. This grim scene silently narrated the ferocity of the earlier conflict. "Hey, Songbei kid." Members of the 4th Squad, who were repairing other mechs, noticed him and gathered around. Their faces a mix of awe and admiration. "First time on the battlefield and you take down a subordinate? Impressive." Heard the ruckus over the radio. "Hard-hitting? Bold move. That shoulder cannon into melee was spectacular. How did you train for that? Truly extraordinary. No wonder old Chi has his eye on you." Songbei mustered a faint smile. His voice hoarse. "Just luck, just luck." He was not in the mood to engage. His heart raced from the earlier skirmish and the peculiar sensation coursing within him. He desperately needed a quiet place to gather his thoughts and comprehend what had transpired. "Apologies, I need to attend to my wounds." He pushed away the supporters, enduring the pain, his steps unsteady yet resolute as he made his way towards his rest area. Yang Guang watched Songbei's retreating figure, wiping the sweat from his brow, and remarked to Ho Qing, "That kid is something else. The look in his eyes doesn't resemble that of a rookie who just killed for the first time." Ho Qing weakly waved his hand. "Let him be. Right now, I just want to lie down. My bones feel like they're falling apart." He was not surprised by Songbei's performance. It's no wonder, just reaching E rank and daring to take down a well-known fugitive single-handedly. He is clearly not ordinary. Rest area. As the door closed, isolating him from the cacophony of the outside world, Songbei leaned against the cold metal panel, gradually sliding down to the floor. He tugged at the collar of his combat uniform, gasping for breath. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead into his eyes, bringing a sharp sting. This was not an illusion. Inside the cockpit, when he personally eliminated the mech pilot codenamed Grizzly, that familiar, chilling palpitation in his heart surged once more. It was even clearer and more direct than the last time he encountered the fragments of the psychic core in Mo Hui City. A stream of unfamiliar information forcefully flooded into his mind. This time, the method of memory absorption was through slaughter. There was no need to touch the psychic core. Simply killing the target allowed him to seize their core memories and combat experience. This bizarre ability could even evolve. With no time to dwell on these thoughts, he closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into the chaotic fragments of memory that had just surged in. Codename, Grizzly. Identity, member of the 3rd Night Brigade of the Kingdom of Luya. Close combat rating, D-Class. Core memory fragments. First, D-Class mech swordsmanship techniques, including basic and advanced combat skills such as armor-piercing slash, spinning block, and cross-thrust, along with practical application insights. These memories fused instantly into Songbei's combat instincts like a brand. Next, a partial underground defense map of Keller Factory Area 3 unfolded in his consciousness. A complex network of reinforced tunnels, hidden mech standby locations, thickly clustered, preset ambush points, and escape routes connecting to the old underground mine. Finally, there were some critical intelligence pieces. This? A chill surged up his spine, instantly replaced by an overwhelming sense of urgency. He had acquired some extraordinary intelligence that needed to be reported immediately. Without delay, struggling to stand, he ignored the searing pain in his left arm and staggered toward the communicator, connecting to Chi Heng's dedicated channel, his voice slightly distorted by urgency. "Captain, it's me, Songbei. I have urgent intelligence." Chi Heng had just exited the tactical briefing room, his face bearing the fatigue and gravity of his report. The perilous nature of the battle, the destruction of mechs, especially Songbei's reckless fighting style, weighed heavily on his mind. He was about to check on Songbei's injuries when the communicator crackled with Songbei's frantic voice. "Captain, it's me, Songbei. I have urgent intelligence." Chi Heng halted, his brow furrowing instantly. There was an unusual urgency, even a hint of panic, in Songbei's tone. "Speak," he replied succinctly, turning to stride towards a relatively secluded corner. On the communicator, Songbei's voice was strained as he suppressed his gasps. "When I took down that night's attendant pilot, it was during the final strike. I inadvertently intercepted fragments of his mech log signal and the residual radio transmission from the last few seconds before his death. Inside, there is critical intelligence regarding the factory." Chi Heng's gaze sharpened. "What intelligence? Be specific." Chapter 51. Thunderclap Song Bay spoke rapidly, relaying the most essential parts from Grizzly's memories under the guise of intercepted information. First, there is a vein of titanium crystal remnants underground in the factory. Their purity is exceptionally high, and there is a substantial quantity. Secondly, their unwavering defense is attributed to the fact that this batch of goods has yet to be relocated. To mitigate unforeseen circumstances, Luoya has additionally dispatched 3 mechanized squads specifically to guard the mining area. The current defensive strength within the factory exceeds 100 first-generation mechs, not including their original security forces. Thirdly, they have constructed fortifications utilizing the old mine tunnels, and a retreat route is already prepared should the situation deteriorate. They are ready to evacuate with the minerals. Each word struck Chi Hang's heart like a chilling bullet. Titanium crystal remnants? Just mined and not yet transported? Over 100 first-generation mechs. This far surpasses the originally estimated scale. It starkly contrasts with the assessments he had just reported to the command center, based on prior reconnaissance and battlefield engagement. If the intelligence is accurate, the 70-odd mechs of the Azure might collide headlong into a dire aftermath. The entire eastern offensive of the Blackwing defense line could potentially collapse as a result. Is the source of this intelligence reliable? Chi Hang's voice was low and foreboding, each word laden with gravity. Reliable. Song Bei's tone was resolute. The fragments of logs contained assessments of cargo quantity and records of guard deployments, with the identifiers of the 3 newly added squads clearly traceable. I deduced that they are steadfastly holding their ground, centered around the mineral vein, awaiting reinforcements. He could not elucidate the source of his knowledge, only assert its validity. He was gambling, wagering that the upper echelons of Azure would dare to take the risk. Very well. Rest for now. Await my news. Without the slightest hesitation, Chi Hung abruptly severed the communication. The fatigue etched on his face dissipated, replaced by the absolute calm and steely sharpness of a soldier confronting a grave crisis. He turned sharply, no longer heading towards the medical area, but rather racing at full speed back to the tactical briefing room, simultaneously connecting to a higher-level encrypted channel. Lay 2. Urgent situation. This is Chi Hung. There may be significant changes at the Keller factory. I request immediate presentation. The circumstances are both surprising and perilous. His voice, transmitted through the communicator, bore the weight of steel. Deep within the base, in an independent office, Lei Yong, known as the Thunder King and captain of the 4th Mechanized Squadron, furrowed his brow as he scrutinized a battle damage report. The communicator crackled with Chi Hang's urgent message, causing Lei Yong's thick eyebrows to raise sharply. Chi Hung, the ace leader under his command, was known for his composure and would never speak without cause. Enter, Lei Yong commanded in a deep voice, simultaneously pressing the door access button. The door slid open with a whoosh, and Chi Hang burst in like a gust of wind, his military boots beating an urgent rhythm on the floor. He did not even bother to salute, rushing straight to Lei Yong's desk, recounting Song Bei's intelligence with rapid precision, emphasizing the presence of over 100 mechs, a significant quantity of titanium crystal, and the readiness of their escape route. Initially, Lei Yong listened with a stern expression, but as the details unfolded, his countenance darkened, ultimately becoming as grim as the bottom of a pot. He abruptly stood, his broad palm striking the alloy table with a resounding bang, causing the cups atop to jump. What absolute nonsense. The Keller factory possesses titanium crystal, and it remains unshipped? The roar of Lei Yong reverberated through the room, his forehead, veins bulging. Are you certain that Boy's intelligence source is reliable? Is he not merely fabricating tales out of sheer fright? I am certain. Chi Hung stood tall, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking eyes with Lei Yong. The intelligence obtained by Song Bei was at the cost of his life. His final strike indeed obliterated the core area of the enemy's cockpit, significantly increasing the likelihood of accessing internal data streams. Moreover, the structural details of the underground mine he reported aligned perfectly with the deep layer abnormal vibrations we detected from our peripheral scans. Logically, it all adds up. Latour, I would rather trust its veracity. If the intelligence is true and we fail to report it, the consequences are beyond our capacity to bear. Lei Yong fixed his intense stare on Chi Hung, his chest heaving violently. He understood Chi Hung and was acutely aware of the weight of such intelligence. Whether it pertained to that titanium crystal remnant or the deployment of over 100 mechs, this was no longer a decision that rested solely with a squad leader. It could potentially overturn the entire battle deployment. A few seconds of profound silence ensued. The fury and suspicion in Lei Yong's eyes ultimately crystallized into a cold resolve. He seized the red confidential communicator from the table, his fingers turning pale from the pressure. I have received the intelligence. I will report it immediately. His voice resonated like thunder. Chi Hung, you must return at once. Instruct Song Bei to draft a comprehensive written report, meticulously reconstructing all the information he intercepted, especially that structural diagram. Every word must be accounted for. This is an order. Understood. Chi Hung stood at attention, saluted, and strode out. Lei Yong watched the door close. Inhaling deeply to suppress the tumultuous emotions within, he pressed a button on the communicator, invoking the highest level of authorization. An awaiting symbol for an encrypted connection appeared on the screen. Moments later, a holographic image of a middle-aged man with a stern countenance, hawk-like eyes, and adorned with a star on his shoulder, epaulette materialized. It was General Lu Qi, the main combat officer of the Black Wing Defense Line. General Lu. Lei Yong's voice bore an unprecedented gravity, tinged with a barely perceptible hoarseness. The second team of the 4th Mecha Brigade, led by Chi Hong, has just returned with urgent intelligence regarding the Keller factory, sourced from a highly reliable origin. The content of this intelligence is exceedingly significant and may alter the course of the battle entirely. I request to report to you in person immediately. In the holographic image, Major General Lu Qi's brow furrowed slightly as his piercing gaze penetrated the screen, landing on Lei Yong's face, which was etched with the gravity of the situation. He slowly uttered 2 words, "Come over." Chapter 52. Testing the waters. Lei Yong set down the communicator, feeling a cold sweat break out on his back. The 2 words from Major General Lu, "Come over," carried an invisible weight of pressure. He dared not delay for a moment, bursting from his office and bellowing down the corridor. "Jeeps. Prepare the fastest armored jeep for me. To the front command post, now." Engines roared as the military jeep sped through the base's corridors. Lei Yong sat in the passenger seat, his fingers unconsciously drumming rapidly on his knee, his face a tapestry of anxiety and eagerness. The intelligence from Song Bei shone like a beacon, suddenly illuminating the fog of the battlefield. The titanium crystal remnants. They have yet to be transported. This was no ordinary assault. It was a race against time for supremacy. Yet those 100-odd mechs pose a tangible threat. In the frontline command center, the atmosphere was so tense it could have dripped with water. On the immense holographic sand table, the Keller factory flickered ominously with a crimson glow. Lei Yong swiftly recounted the intelligence, focusing entirely on the untransferred high-purity titanium crystal remnants and the augmentation of over 100 first-generation mechs to safeguard the mine. The command room erupted in a cacophony. Titanium crystals? Is the information credible? An elderly advisor, his hair gray with age, stepped forward with a quivering voice, inquiring about the reserves and purity. Absurd. Another young officer, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, expressed skepticism, forcefully pointing at the sand table. A novice could breach such a core resource and defensive data in a single strike? It seemed far too coincidental, technically implausible. Could it be a trap? Not necessarily false. An older advisor nearby indicated several markers on the factory's periphery. Our seismic wave detectors had been persistently registering unusual deep vibrations. The pattern resembling large-scale mineral extraction and transportation rather than natural geological activity. The timeline matched perfectly. Nevertheless, the existence of over 100 mechs was undeniable. Another voice emerged. Filled with concern, our current troop strength could scarcely withstand a direct assault. If we charged in, not only would we fail to seize the mine, but we might also be utterly crushed. Was this intelligence a pie-in-the-sky offer or a trap? Could it be that the rookie under Captain Lei was preposterous? Lei Yong slammed his hand on the table, his voice resonating like thunder. Song Bei's background is impeccable. The soldiers emerging from Mo Hui City have risked their lives for this information. I trust him. That batch of titanium crystals lies beneath us. Yet to sprout legs and flee. Yet, the guards of Loya present a challenge. Breathing heavily, he cast a fervent gaze over everyone. The pressing question is not whether to believe, but whether to seize. How shall we do it? The value of that mine could sustain our entire Eastern Front forces for half a year. If we miss this opportunity, I shall regret it deeply. The advisors were embroiled in heated debate, the air oscillating violently between greed and caution. Enough. A calm voice pierced through the clamor, like an icy blade severing all noise. Major General Lu Qi, seated in the commanding position, silently tapped his fingers against the armrest. His gaze swept over the disputing subordinates, ultimately fixing upon the flickering red dot on the sand table, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Is it true? Lu Qi's lips curled into a cold, calculating smile. We shall find out. Wasting no further time, he locked his eyes onto the sand table, issuing commands with a chilling clarity. Order, Lu Shi's Mechanical Regiment, in collaboration with the 7th and 9th Infantry Regiments, is to launch a probing assault on the surface defenses of Keller Factory immediately. Firepower shall concentrate on Zones 3 and 5, with a primary focus on verifying the entrances to the underground mine and its fortifications. I want to know how their minerals are entering and exiting. Order. Lei Yong, your 5th mech squad is to advance immediately, conducting high-intensity fire reconnaissance. Provoke actively. Testing the defensive responses of the factory, particularly the mobilization speed and scale of mechs around the mining area. I require the most accurate data on troop density. Strike precisely and withdraw promptly upon obtaining the information. Order. Communications officer, contact the guard team, Zheng Chong, at once. With urgent directives issued, 121st generation machines were secretly mobilized to assemble at the northwest sector of the factory, poised for action. They were to be ready at a moment's notice to engage in the mineral acquisition operation. The command was clear: all ground reconnaissance units, including underground scanning units, sonic detection devices, and micro-drilling reconnaissance tools, were to be activated. Every old mineral vein passage and potential underground exit must be closely monitored. Upon discovery, immediate blockade was imperative. We cannot allow that shipment of titanium crystals to escape from beneath the earth. He paused, his voice imbued with an unmistakable resolve and ferocity. Luoya has run out of luck. We have caught them off guard. The mine is as good as ours. He sneered at the 100 mechs, stating, if they know what's good for them, they will yield. If they obstruct our path, we shall dismantle them. Action. Yes, Commander. The orders were swiftly disseminated, and the command center transformed into a tightly wound war machine, roaring to life amidst the immense temptation and peril. At the base, in the mech maintenance area, the sector inhabited by the 4th Squad remained relatively tranquil. The Iron Guardian 13, piloted by the lanky Ho Ching, lay in disarray, with the repair technician grumbling as he replaced the nearly ruined leg drive and the completely wrecked alloy skeletal armor. Be gentle, that's my leg, Ho Ching grimaced, directing the technician. Shut it, or I'll weld a metal lump onto you. The technician retorted irritably. Yang Guang leaned against his Iron Guardian 03, a cigarette unlit between his lips, observing the technician as he mended the armor, marred with ghastly gashes and bullet holes, his gaze somewhat vacant, lost in thought. The Iron Guardian 07, piloted by Song Bei, bore the most grievous damage. A makeshift cover had been welded onto the left arm's interface, resembling a vast scar. Internal wiring and hydraulic systems were undergoing frantic repairs. Meanwhile, he sat cross-legged in a quiet corner by the mech's foot, eyes closed, breathing long and steady. The warm current brought by his LV-18 guiding technique circulated within him, nurturing his wounded body and spirit, while continually solidifying the newly acquired D-class mech blade techniques. Each simulated swing of the blade saw the combat experiences of the grizzly bear merging rapidly with his own understanding. The threshold to D-class transcendence seemed tantalizingly close, merely a thin veil away. In the distance, the roar of engines and the cacophony of gunfire echoed. The probing assault had commenced. Song Bei opened his eyes, casting a calm, yet subtly sharp gaze toward the factory. He understood that the validation of intelligence had begun. Chapter 53. The General Offensive at the Frontline Command Center. The immense holographic sand table displayed a fierce collision of blue arrows, representing the probing assault, as they advanced, faced resistance, and surged forward once more across the map of the Keller factory. Red dots illuminated various regions of the factory, representing the reactive maneuvers of Luo Yu's mechs. Akin to a disturbed hive, their numbers far exceeding previous estimates. The atmosphere was suffocating, akin to the stillness before a tempest. The staff fixated on the screen, scarcely daring to breathe, the only sounds being the hum of the instruments and the intermittent reports filtering through the communication channels. Report. Mechanical Core, Lu Shi reporting. Multiple large reinforced passage entrances discovered beneath the main factory structure in Zone 3, with evidence of recent heavy equipment activity, suspected core mineral vein. The entrance is fiercely guarded. Report. The 5th Mechanized Squadron's raid was met with a formidable counterattack, with at least 15 nightly sentinels detected simultaneously on the periphery of Zone 3. The density of firepower was extraordinarily high. The 5th Squadron suffered the loss of 1 unit, and 2 others were severely damaged, forcing a retreat. Report. The ground reconnaissance team has confirmed the existence of a large underground structure in the B7 area, with energy readings consistent with high-purity titanium crystal luminescence scattering characteristics. This undoubtedly confirms the main or vein passage. Additionally, several suspected escape routes have been discovered nearby, and defenses have been discreetly established as per the plan. Report. The Security Mechanized Squadron led by Zheng Chong has reported that all 101st generation units have been deployed to their designated positions and are on standby. Each piece of information struck the hearts of everyone in the command center like cold iron blocks. The passage is real. The mine is indeed still below. To guard this considerable wealth, Luo Ye has invested forces beyond imagination. Standing behind Lu Qi, Lei Yong's chest heaved violently. He gazed at the underground structure on the sand table, marked prominently to represent the titanium crystal deposits, his eyes nearly ablaze with fervor. It was not merely a mine. It was the assurance of troop sustainability and the bedrock of countless victories. It must be seized. However, the more than 100 mechanized units standing guard were as unyielding as bedrock. Seated at the helm, Major General Lu Qi displayed no emotion. Yet deep within his gaze flickered a glint of icy malice and a barely perceptible thrill. He slowly rose to his feet. The probing was over. His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the command room, carrying the weight of finality and confirming the intelligence as accurate. We have stumbled upon great fortune, yet also hit a hard wall. Luo Ye's forces have not yet managed to transport away the treasures they unearthed. He paused, surveying everyone present. His gaze sharp as a drawn sword. They can't transport it away? A cruel smile crept upon Lu Qi's lips. Then let us do the transporting. Order. His voice suddenly surged like thunder. Lei Yong, mobilize all operational mech from your 4th Mechanized Squadron, including the Qi Hung team, and push them to the front. The target is the main or passage entrance in the 3 zones. Tear open the underground fortifications. Order. Zhengchang's Security Mechanized Squadron. 100 reserve units. Follow closely behind the 4th Squadron in successive waves. Once Luo Ye's main mechanized cluster appears, strike them fiercely. Devour them. Order. All infantry regiments and mechanized units. Abandon ground clearance. Concentrate all forces to support the mechanized troops and gather at the main entrances of the 3 major or passages. Secure the entrance, clear the passage, and establish a fortified stronghold, continuously pushing reinforcements in to overturn the underground. Order. Ground support units. At the B7 area passage. Should there be any detection of large-scale energy reactions or vibrations, immediately detonate the lockdown devices. No rat shall escape through the back door. Order. All rear long-range firepower units. Lock onto all suspected support points and anti-air positions in the periphery of Zone 3 and execute saturation coverage. Eliminate their eyes and claws. Lu Qi slammed his hand on the edge of the sand table, his voice resonating like clashing steel. Full assault. Commence. The target is the underground of the Keller factory. I want all of Luo Ye's mechs and that batch of titanium crystals. Leave none behind. Yes, Commander. A thunderous response reverberated through the command room. The gears of the war machines ground together with a deafening roar, unleashing a cataclysmic force. In the base, within the mecha maintenance zone, piercing alarms blared incessantly. The red battle signal lights spun wildly. All units. Level 1 combat readiness. Repeat. Level 1 combat readiness. Target. The 3 main sectors of the Keller factory. All personnel mobilize. The voice over the broadcast was urgent and cold. Damn, it has finally arrived. Yang Guang discarded his unlit cigarette, his gaze instantly transforming into that of a fierce wolf. As he leapt onto his Iron Guardian 03, the chainsaw sword roared to life with a piercing howl. I haven't finished the repairs yet. The scrawny mechanic lamented, staring at the half-assembled leg of his mecha. Enough chatter. As long as it can move, make it crawl if necessary. The maintenance technician barked, his movements swift as lightning. Song Bei, the power in your left arm of Unit 07 has not fully restored. It can only maintain basic equilibrium. Caution. The logistics personnel shouted at Song Bei, who was already seated in the cockpit. Understood. Song Bei's voice resonated through the speakers, remarkably steady. The neural interface helmet clicked into place, the frigid touch sharpening his focus to a razor's edge. The damaged engine of Iron Guardian 07 emitted a somewhat muffled roar as it gradually rose to its feet. The mecha appeared slightly unbalanced, yet Song Bei maneuvered it, taking the first step with unwavering steadiness. The warm current of guidance surged within him, and the perceptual enhancement brought by LV-18 allowed him to control the mecha with exquisite precision. In his mind, the swordsmanship experience of the grizzly bear was strikingly vivid. Qi Hang's Iron Guardian 01 stood like a silent mountain at the maintenance zone's exit, its dual shoulder-mounted laser cannons flickering with a ghostly glow as they charged. Team 4. Group 2 assemble. Target. The entrance of the main mining tunnel in Sector 3. Mission. Breach the gap. Return alive. Move out. Yes, Captain. 5 battle-worn, yet fervently determined Iron Guardians merged into the steel torrent of the base's passage. The roar of engines coalesced into a deafening battle hymn, as tracks and iron feet thundered against the ground, producing a deep rumble. Countless deep gray steel figures surged forth like a torrent unleashed, breaking free from the base, charging toward the distant, smoke-filled, artillery-ridden sectors of the Keller factory with fervor. The decisive battle, hastened by a single piece of intelligence from Songbei, was at hand. The clash of steel and will was poised to ignite the most fervent sparks deep within the earth. Chapter 54. The Death Passage. The sporadic resistance on the factory floor swiftly crumbled under the relentless onslaught of the iron tide. Amidst the shattered structures and twisted conveyor skeletons, the air was thick with the scent of smoke and charred remnants. Yet, all eyes remained fixed on the three underground entrances, akin to the throats of colossal beasts. Entrance 1, Entrance 2, Entrance 3. The remnants of Lei Yong's mecha squadron, over 70 deep gray iron guardians, stood like silent sentinels before the entrances. Further back, a dense formation of infantry and armored vehicles loomed, the atmosphere of grim determination nearly solidifying the air. Squad 4. Follow me. Target, Entrance 3. Captain Li Qiu's voice resonated over the public channel, steady and powerful. His chariot, a mech adorned with sharp lines and embellished with silver-gray stripes, stood out distinctly, leading the charge. The 4 squads of Qi Hung followed closely, with Songbei's somewhat mismatched Iron Guard 07, featuring a damaged left arm, amongst them. At the entrance of the 3rd mining tunnel, the sight was breathtaking. The colossal, rust-covered remnants of a stone crusher lay toppled by the Loya defenders, intertwined with broken steel beams and poured quick-setting concrete, sealing the entrance tightly, leaving only a narrow gap. Assault team, firepower unit, move in and blast it open. Li Qiu's command was crisp and decisive. Lu Chong, it's your turn. Qi Heng's voice rang out. Yes. Lu Chong's Iron Guard 15, bearing a massive cannon, thundered forward, joining several other heavy mechs as their barrels began to charge, emitting a deep hum. Target, the weakest point of the obstruction, prepare for a volley. Li Qiu's vanguard raised an arm, and a precise laser pointer illuminated a cracked section of the concrete barrier. Fire. Boom, 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 boom. Several robust energy beams and heavy projectiles roared simultaneously. The blinding brilliance instantaneously engulfed the targeted area. As the acrid smoke began to dissipate, a gaping breach, wide enough for 2 mechs to pass side by side, and edged with flowing molten metal, emerged before everyone's eyes. Beyond the breach lay a dark, steeply inclined corridor, seemingly bottomless. Pulse minefield. An experienced infantry officer exclaimed over the comms. The ground and walls of the corridor are buried with mines. Stepping on them could fry the mech circuits. Immediately, a team member proposed, let the infantry squad go first to clear the mines, or send someone to mark a path. Shut your trap. The lean figure of Ho Qing exploded first on the channel. You want to use lives to clear mines? Are you even human? Both Songbei and Qi Heng's brows furrowed in response, evidently opposed to such a suggestion. Just as a dispute was about to erupt, Li Qiu's voice resonated again, imbued with an undeniable calmness. Silence. 4th squad, assume a protective formation. The back armor of his vanguard mech opened, revealing a silver, intricately designed honeycomb device that rose, its surface shimmering with a soft white glow. Honeycomb activated. Deploying worker bees. Li Qiu's voice carried a metallic resonance. Buzz. A dense sound akin to countless bees buzzing filled the air. Dozens of palm-sized silver drones, glimmering faintly, surged forth from the device like a swarm, swiftly darting into the dark corridor. White Elite Auxiliary Device Honeycomb. Interference reconnaissance drones, a knowledgeable team member whispered in awe. The silver worker bees, seemingly alive, deftly skimmed along the corridor-esque ground and walls at high speed. The special interference waves they emitted acted like invisible keys, precisely triggering the concealed pulse mines. Zing, zing, zing. In the depths of the corridor, dazzling blue arcs of electricity ignited instantaneously. Like countless electric serpents writhing wildly upon the ground and walls, explosions erupted incessantly. The detonations merely represented the release of energy from triggered landmines, causing no significant damage. Moments later, as the arcs of electricity dissipated, the corridor was left shrouded in wisps of smoke and the acrid scent of charred material. Most of the worker drones had fulfilled their purpose, either destroyed by shockwaves or expending their energy and plummeting to the ground. The corridor had been cleared. Advance. Li Qiu's vanguard was the first to breach the opening. The colossal machine sliding down the sloped passageway, its treads screeching against the metallic floor. Squad Qi Hung and other mechs, along with infantry, followed closely behind. Songbei maneuvered the Iron Guard 07, meticulously maintaining balance with nerves taut. The corridor was dimly lit, illuminated only by the searchlights of the mechs and the helmets of the soldiers. The 100-meter-long passage seemed endless, resonating with the heavy footsteps and the rumble of engines, creating a profound sense of oppression. At last, the path opened up. At the end of the corridor lay a vast underground expanse. The dome was supported by sturdy alloy beams, high enough to accommodate the leaps of mechs. The ground was level, reminiscent of a former or processing platform. At that moment, at the center of the platform, stood rows of deep brown steel figures, the Knights of the Kingdom of Roya. Their numbers were dense, rivaling the recently arrived Azure Mech Battalion. They resembled a silent forest of steel, exuding a chilling intent to kill. At the forefront, a larger mech, heavily armored in dark gold and wielding an exaggeratedly large double-edged sword, stood like a monarch. Its head sensors flickered with a crimson glow, firmly locking onto the leading Lichio's vanguard, the Roya II mech, the formal knight, the Blade Knight. The beams of both parties' searchlights clashed like swords in the dimly lit space. The air felt as if it had solidified, filled only with the low rumble of engines and the faint hum of weapon systems in standby. Soldier against soldier, commander against commander. A great battle was on the verge of eruption. Chapter 55. Old rivals clash again. Silence reigned in the immense underground chamber. Only the deep growl of the mech engines reverberated. The beams of the searchlights intertwined like frozen swords amidst the cold steel forest. Lichio's iron cavalry faced off against Roya's Blade Knight, the invisible tension palpable, thickening the air. Suddenly, the massive double-edged sword of the Blade Knight slowly rose, its tip aimed directly at the iron cavalry. A cold, electronically modulated synthetic voice echoed through the public channel. The Azure Crawlers have indeed discovered you. But welcome to your grave. Attack. Lichio's voice remained unwavering, imbued with a steely resolve. Boom. The silence was instantly shattered. Both mechs surged forward like barrels of gunpowder ignited, their engines roaring with ferocity as their heavy forms collided. The metallic torrent crashed with a thunderous sound. Kill. For Roya. Crush them. Roars and cries in various tongues erupted across the channel. Songbei's Iron Guard 07 charged into the fray under Chi Heng's cover. Despite the injury to his left arm, which compromised his balance, the keen perception afforded by the guiding technique LV-18, coupled with the combat expertise gleaned from the Grey Bear's swordsmanship, enabled him to maintain an extraordinary focus. His right hand wielded an alloy combat dagger with the precision of a striking serpent, deftly parrying the downward slash of an approaching ordinary attendant, then executing a cunning thrust that accurately penetrated the hydraulic line at the joint of the opponent's leg. A sudden spray of high-pressure hydraulic fluid erupted forth, causing the attendant to stagger and collapse. Well done, Songbei. Yang Guang's voice resonated through the nearby channel. As his chainsaw sword clashed violently with another attendant's blade, sparks flying in the fray. However, before Songbei could catch his breath, a menacing aura suddenly locked onto him. A knightly attendant, larger and quicker than the others, charged through the chaotic battlefield like a rampaging rhinoceros, bearing down upon him. The alloy sword in its grasp sliced through the air with a piercing sound, aimed directly at him. You think you can escape this time? A voice filled with malice and fury erupted in Songbei's private channel. It was Poison Fang. Songbei's pupils contracted. He maneuvered the mech into a clumsy roll to the side. Boom. The sword struck violently at the position he had just vacated, carving a deep gash into the ground. Without a moment's pause, Poison Fang's mech swept the sword horizontally, pursuing the trajectory of Songbei's roll. With his Iron Guard 07's right arm braced against the ground, he narrowly evaded yet again, the mech swaying precariously from the imbalance. Evade. Let us see how long you can last. Poison Fang sneered, relentlessly closing the distance with his mech, the sword swinging in an unyielding flurry, yet maintaining a subtle distance just beyond the effective range of Songbei's shoulder cannon. Learning. Are we? Songbei smirked within the cockpit, sweat trailing down his brow. He discerned Poison Fang's intent. The opponent was wary of his shoulder cannon and sought to engage him in close combat, aiming to exhaust this one-armed man. Without that broken cannon, you're nothing but a cripple. Poison Fang taunted as he launched a frenzied assault, the sword repeatedly grazing the armor of Iron Guard 07, igniting brilliant sparks. I'll chop you to bits and feed you to the dogs. Silently, Songbei defended and dodged, his movements appearing frantic yet bolstered by the Grey Bear's swordsmanship experience. He successfully deflected lethal strikes, minimizing damage. His gaze, however, was that of the calmest hunter, sweeping across the tumultuous battlefield. Soon, he identified his target, not far off. The slender figure of Ho Qing. Although the leg of the slender figure's Iron Guard 13 had been repaired, he was evidently still not at his peak, being pressed hard by another attendant wielding a sword. The driver of that attendant displayed exceptional skill, delivering heavy strikes that left Ho Qing struggling, fresh scars marking his alloy skeletal armor, while the communication channel echoed with his exasperated curses. Damn it. Is this never-ending? You think you can bully me just because my legs are slow? Hang in there, monkey. Yang Guang attempted to assist, but was ensnared by two attendants. An opportunity. A glint of cold light flashed in Song Bei's eyes. He maneuvered his mech, laboriously fending off Poison Fang's relentless onslaught, while subtly adjusting his position to draw the whirlpool of battle gradually toward the direction of Ho Qing. As the venomous fangs of the adversary witnessed Song Bei being relentlessly pressed back, his delight turned into unrestrained arrogance, intensifying his offensive. What? Seeking assistance? Too late. Now is the moment. Suddenly, Song Bei's Iron Guard 07 stepped back sharply, seemingly to create distance. Simultaneously, the barrel of the Viper shoulder cannon on his right shoulder lit up with a blinding crimson glow, signaling another surprise attack. Dream on. The venomous foe had anticipated this. Almost instantly, as the cannon flared, his mech executed a swift lateral maneuver, positioning the colossal alloy slashing sword defensively before him, ready to withstand the impending assault. He sneered, eagerly awaiting the futile bombardment from Song Bei. However, whoosh, whoosh, two searing white beams of energy did not target the venomous adversary. Instead, they sliced through the chaotic battlefield with surgical precision, striking fiercely at the engine's heat exhaust of the attendant mech that was pressing the lean monkey, Ho Qing. In a relentless attack, boom, boom, a violent explosion erupted behind the attendant mech, propelling it forward with tremendous force. Although it was not completely destroyed, the engine sustained severe damage, causing a drastic drop in power output, rendering its movement sluggish. What the hell? Who? The pilot of the attendant mech shrieked in shock and fury over the channel. Ho Qing, initially taken aback, soon erupted with joy, gazing at his adversary. Now rigid and emitting thick smoke, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Ha! It's my brother Bei to the rescue. Grandson, the tides have turned, it's my time to shine. He let out a wailing cry, controlling Iron Guard 13 with the fervor of a rejuvenated warrior, wholly abandoning defense. The alloy skeletal armor groaned under the strain as the chainsaw sword, propelled by a spirit of mutual destruction, charged wildly towards the damaged attendant mech. In that instant, he managed to force his opponent into a series of retreats. The venomous foe was utterly bewildered, maintaining his perfect defensive stance. He watched in disbelief as his firepower went astray, inadvertently aiding his opponent. A wave of humiliation and rage surged through him, shattering his rationality. You dare mock me again? Twice now. His furious roar distorted across the channel, filled with hysterical madness. I will tear you to pieces. No longer concerned with distance or defensive measures, the massive knight attendant mech roared with an overloaded engine, akin to a rampaging bull, dragging its heavy slashing sword as it charged violently towards Song Bei's Iron Guard 07. The sword howled with the promise of obliteration, descending with lethal intent. This time, it was a fight to the death at close quarters. He aimed to cleave this cunning, loathsome rookie and his mech in twain. As the raging venomous foe charged forth, Song Bei displayed no hint of fear. Instead, a cold, fierce battle spirit ignited within him. Drawing a deep breath, he activated his guiding technique to its fullest potential, elevating his perception to extraordinary levels. The experience of the Grey Bear's swordsmanship felt imprinted upon his very nerves. Come on, he growled lowly, raising the combat stinger of Iron Guard 07, his body slightly sinking into a foundational stance, rich with infinite possibilities for defensive counterattacks. For Song Bei, the true moment of decisive victory had arrived. Chapter 56. The second kill. The metallic shriek, the roar of engines, and the piercing wail of energy weapons merged into a cacophony, transforming the vast underground space into a steel meat grinder. In the midst of the fierce battle, the temporary seal at the left arm joint of Iron Guard 07 had long been dislodged amidst the intense clashes, but the internal hydraulic and power lines had been hastily repaired by the logistics personnel, restoring basic functionality. Although its agility was considerably diminished, it still provided essential balance support and auxiliary defensive capabilities. However, the battlefield situation was not optimistic for the Azure. As the mid to long-range firepower of both sides fell silent due to the melee, they were forced into a brutal, close-quarters combat of iron against iron, blade against blade. The Knight Squire, equipped with heavy armor optimized for melee, superior joint power, and an alloy blade more suited for slashing, began to reveal its advantages. Many Iron Guards were overwhelmed in the clash, their armor torn apart, and joints damaged. Venom had keenly identified this weakness, no longer fearing the Viper's shoulder cannon. His eyes blazed with the fire of vengeance as he controlled the mech to relentlessly advance. The massive slashing sword howling through the air as it rained down furious blows upon Song Bei's Iron Guard 07. Die, 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 Venom roared over the comms, his assault akin to a tempest. Clang, clang, clang. Song Bei maintained a steady grip on the mech, his right hand wielding the alloy combat spear with precision to deflect each lethal strike, while the repaired left arm raised the alloy gauntlet to assist in blocking or executing minor pushes to dissipate force. With each block, the tremendous force reverberated through the cockpit, the neural interface helmet transmitting powerful impacts. Yet, Songbei's gaze grew ever brighter and more composed. The perception enhancement from his level 18 guidance technique allowed him to seemingly hear the hydraulic flow of the opponent's mech joints, anticipating their attacking trajectory. The D2 level swordsmanship experience from the Grey Bear instinctively infused every dodge, block, and counterattack he executed. Venom's unease escalated with each strike. Something was amiss. This was profoundly unsettling. This kid was clearly a rookie. Last time, he relied on that damned shoulder cannon and desperate tactics. Yet how could his close combat skills be so refined now? The angles of his blocks were so cunning that they frustrated Venom, and his occasional counters struck precisely at the weak points during the mech's movement transitions. The alloy combat spear in his hand seemed like a venomous serpent brought to life. Moreover, this kid's strength appeared to have increased. Each collision sent tingles through Venom's arms. Damn it, this was absurd. Venom cursed inwardly. The disdain he once held had vanished, replaced by a weighty sense of disbelief and dread. The rate at which this kid was progressing was extraordinary, almost inhuman. Yet, Songbei found himself growing more adept with each exchange. Having absorbed the Grey Bear's spiritual energy, his understanding of swordsmanship had already surpassed D2, touching the threshold of D3. Although Venom was stronger and more experienced than the Grey Bear, at this moment, to Songbei, his movements were not flawless. A flaw. A cold light flickered in Songbei's eyes. After parrying a diagonal slash from his opponent, Iron Guard 07 suddenly lunged forward. The remaining right arm muscle simulation module was instantaneously overloaded. The alloy combat bayonet, thrust with an exceptionally cunning angle and propelled by the full force of the body and the explosive energy of guidance techniques, fiercely lunged forward. The shattering blade surged forth. Buzz. The combat dagger tore through the air, creating two visible waves of distorted air. Its penetrating and destructive power was alarmingly close to the might of a D-class supernatural technique. What? A supernatural technique? The pupil of Poison Fong constricted sharply. He had not anticipated that a mere recruit could execute such a cunning and formidable supernatural strike. This was a technique he had yet to master himself. In a moment of haste, he could only raise his slashing sword to block. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing resonated. Poison Fong's mech was violently pushed back by the tremendous force. Alarms blared distressingly within the cockpit. A deep dent was forcibly created in the blade of the slashing sword, causing the entire mech to lose its balance. Songbei seized the moment to press the attack. The Iron Guardian 07 engine roared, closing in like a relentless predator. The combat bayonet transformed into a harbinger of death, continuously stabbing at the exposed joints of the opponent after losing balance. Thud! Thud! The hydraulic pipe of the left knee burst. The drive shaft of the right shoulder was pierced. Ugh! Poison Fong let out a desperate scream. His massive frame crashed to the ground. Songbei's gaze was icy, devoid of hesitation. Boom! A dull explosion erupted from within. Poison Fong's cries abruptly ceased. The deep brown mech slumped completely, smoke billowing from the cockpit. Second kill. Almost simultaneously, a tremendous roar echoed from a distance. Chi Hang's Iron Guardian 01 executed an exquisite dodge against a thrust, severing the mechanical arm of the sword-wielding attendant in a fierce struggle. The opponent was successfully incapacitated. Well done, Chi Hung, Songbei, Yang Guang shouted amidst the chaos, while their battle raged fiercely. The true center of the battlefield remained the clash between Li Qiu's Iron Riders and Loya's Blade Knights. The confrontation of the second-generation mechs was astonishing, with energy weapons unleashing beams and the shockwaves from physical weapon collisions forcing surrounding mechs to evade. The two were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Loya's underground command center. The commander observed the screen displaying the incessant signals of the Azure mech streaming in, alongside the dwindling points of his own forces. Instead of showing anxiety, a cold smile crept across his face. They have all arrived. Splendid. If they desire my titanium crystal ore, they shall first exchange it for over 70 mechs. He tapped the control console, his voice laced with bloodthirsty excitement, issuing commands. Knight's second squadron, engage. Leave no one behind. Yes. On the battlefield, just as Li Qiu skillfully evaded a powerful dual-blade strike from the Blade Knight and prepared to counterattack, an unexpected change occurred. A glimmer of pale light, akin to a venomous sting from the underworld, shot forth without warning from the shadow of a collapsed massive condenser. The speed was so extraordinary that it surpassed the limits of the naked eye. The target was aimed directly at the cockpit of the Iron Rider. Caution! Li Qiu's perception had reached its zenith, yet the distance was too short, and the ambush came too suddenly. The Iron Rider could only execute an extreme lateral evasion maneuver. A piercing sound of metal tearing filled the air. The pale-boned spear, akin to a glowing iron brand, penetrated the Iron Rider's hastily raised right arm. The immense kinetic energy twisted and deformed the entire alloy mechanical arm, causing internal components and energy conduits to erupt like a fountain. In an instant, the entire right arm, along with its weapon system, was rendered inoperative. Ugh! Li Qiu let out a muffled groan as the tremendous impact caused the cockpit to shake violently. From the shadows emerged a mech, entirely cloaked in a ghastly white bone armor, its form slender and sharp, wielding an astonishingly long pale-boned spear, advancing like a specter. Its elongated sensor flickered with a cold, ghostly light, locking onto the Iron Rider, now disarmed and off balance. The second-generation Luoya mech, the Knight of Guns. Captain Li, the team leader. Just as Song Bei and Qi Heng had dispatched their opponent, they simultaneously witnessed this scene. Their hearts plummeted to the depths of despair. Another second-generation mech. The situation had taken a dire turn. Chapter 57. Life or death struggle. The appearance of the gun knight was akin to pouring a ladle of ice water into a boiling pot of oil. Its chilling murderous intent instantly lowered the temperature in the heart of the battlefield. With the Iron Rider having lost its right arm, its combat capability was severely diminished. Facing a fully operational Blade Knight was already a struggle, and now with the addition of a gun knight, renowned for stealthy ambushes and lethal strikes, they were in a dire predicament. In the Keller Factory Area 3, the presence of the second Luoya second-generation mech, designated as the gun knight, was confirmed. Captain Li Qiu's mech was gravely damaged. Urgent reinforcements were requested. Repeat. Urgent reinforcements needed. Qi Heng's voice resonated urgently through the highest priority channel. At the Azure Front Command Center, on the massive screen, the signal representing Area 3 was in disarray, with the number of light points indicating Luoya mechs rapidly increasing. The staff officer's voice was laced with shock. Sir. Confirmed. All underground guards of Luoya have emerged. The number of mechs has surged, approaching 100. Team Li Qiu was besieged by 2 second-generation mechs, and the situation was perilous. Major General Lu Qi stood before the war table, his gaze sharp as a blade, his expression devoid of emotion, with his jawline taut as iron. Without hesitation, he issued a decisive command. Order, Zhengchang's Guard Mech Squad. Target Area 3 of the Keller Factory. Full-speed assault. At all costs, break through. Coordinate with Lei Yang's squad to annihilate the Luoya mech cluster. Yes, annihilate. The orders, imbued with lethal intent, were dispatched. On the battlefield, Qi Heng and Song Bei exchanged glances, without a moment's hesitation, piloting their mechs to stand in front of the gun knight, fully aware of the necessity of counteracting the threat posed by a second-generation mech on the battlefield. The pilot of the gun knight, named Kalen, glanced through the elongated sensor at the 2 first-generation Iron Guardians blocking his path. His electronically altered voice echoed through the public channel, laced with palpable disdain and mockery. Oh? 2 first-generation tin cans dare to obstruct me? Truly, they have no sense of their own insignificance. He casually twirled the pale-bone gun in his hand, the barrel slicing through the air, emitting a chilling shriek that sent shivers down one's spine. Delay the time. Await reinforcements. Qi Heng's voice crackled through Song Bei's private channel, terse and urgent. This was their sole glimmer of hope. Understood. Song Bei gritted his teeth, his right hand gripping the combat dagger with unwavering determination. Confronted by the terrifying pressure of the second-generation machine, his guiding technique surged within him, LV-18 energy coursing through his veins as his mind sharpened to a razor's edge. Humph. Delay? Kai Lin seemed to pierce through their intentions, sneering coldly. That depends on whether you possess the capability. Die? No sooner had the words left his lips than the engine of the gun knight emitted a low, eerie hum, the machine surging forward like a specter. The pale-bone gun transformed into a blurred afterimage, imbued with a chilling aura as it lunged toward Qi Heng's Iron Guard 01. The speed was breathtaking. Qi Heng's pupils constricted. Iron Guard 01 unleashed its full power, executing a tactical maneuver with utmost precision. The massive machine displayed astonishing agility, narrowly evading the deadly gunpoint. The force of the near miss even sheared off a piece of armor from Iron Guard's shoulder. Almost simultaneously, Song Bei launched an attack from the flank. The alloy dagger embodying the ferocity of the grisly knife technique, aimed directly at the elbow joint of the gun knight's wielding arm. Clang! With a mere flick of his wrist, Kai Lin deftly deflected Song Bei's dagger with the gun's handle, akin to a viper striking back, perfectly countering his assault. A tremendous force surged forth, causing Iron Guard 07's entire right arm to tingle with numbness, the machine staggering backward uncontrollably. Just one move. The disparity in performance between the generations was stark, like a chasm. Evasive maneuvers. Do not engage head-on, Chi-Hung bellowed, maneuvering the mech to increase the distance between them and Song Bei, utilizing the ruins and his own mech as cover, constantly shifting positions. Thinking of escaping? Kai Lin's voice dripped with the mockery of a cat toying with a mouse. He paid no heed to the other minor players. The gun knight clung to the two like a leech. The bone gun struck with the ferocity of a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, each thrust calculated and deadly. Swift as lightning, the gun point tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Song Bei and Chi-Hung strained their nerves to the limit, dodging and parrying amidst the onslaught of gunfire. Each evasion was fraught with peril, each block triggering a cacophony of alarms from their machines. Their mech capabilities were utterly overwhelmed, relying solely on experience and sheer will to endure. Bone erosion style, Kai Lin seemed to have lost his patience, issuing a low growl. The tip of the pale bone gun suddenly glowed with an eerie green light. The thrusts became even more erratic and elusive, as if countless venomous serpents were simultaneously striking. A deadly sense of crisis sent chills racing down Song Bei and Chi-Hung's spines. This was unmistakably a transcendent technique, and judging by its intensity, it was likely beyond degrade. Shattered Blade's second wave. With no other options, Song Bei pushed his guiding technique to its limits. The combat dagger once again unleashing two violent waves of energy, charging toward a swarm of gunfire. Flashblade. The pulse-piercing sword of Chi-Hung erupted with a blinding radiance, transforming into a swift streak of light in an attempt to block. Boom. Sizz. The violent clash of energies ensued. Green light, shockwaves, and luminous trails erupted. Song Bei's combat thrust was corroded by a chilling force, emitting a hissing sound. Chi-Hung's stabbing sword was struck on the side, the tremendous force almost causing it to slip from his grip. Two armored sentinels were violently hurled away by the shockwave of the explosion, crashing heavily onto a heap of metallic debris, their armor severely deformed, alarm sirens wailing mournfully. Oh, it can actually withstand bone corrosion? Kylan's voice carried a hint of surprise, swiftly transforming into a deeper intent to kill. Both of you have touched the threshold of D-class pinnacle? Very well, then you must not be allowed to live. Today, I shall extinguish the potential of these two future C-class champions right here. As the words fell, the armored knight's machine suddenly underwent a bizarre transformation. Ethereal blue energy patterns illuminated the pale bone armor, sprawling like veins. A presence far colder, more refined, and more terrifying erupted with a thunderous force. The surrounding air seemed on the verge of freezing. A thin layer of white frost even formed on the ground. The mecha transcended. This was a forbidden technique that temporarily fused the driver's extraordinary power with the mecha's energy core, unleashing combat prowess that far exceeded conventional limits, a capability unique to extraordinary beings of C-class and above. Song Bei also felt an icy chill penetrating his armor, reaching toward his very marrow. Looking at the gun knight exuding a menacing aura, akin to an ice and snow demon, a glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes. There was no retreat for Chi-Hung now. Song Bei's voice echoed in the private channel, imbued with a resolute calmness. Let us fight for our lives. Chi-Hung fell silent for a moment. Then a voice equally resolute responded. Agreed. I will flank left, you take right. Target the gunman. Even if we die, we must take a piece of it with us. The two battered, underperforming sentinels, under the overwhelming pressure of the second-generation transcended mecha, struggled like moths drawn to a flame, their engines emitting a mournful wail as they fought to rise from the ruins. Their remaining weapons were raised, aimed at the pale bone gun radiating a chilling, deathly aura. It's time to fight for our lives. Chapter 58. Mecha Transcendence. The frigid blue energy patterns flowed over the gun knight's pale bone armor, emanating an aura that could freeze the soul. Each sweep of Kylan's bone gun conjured a piercing cold wave, the gun's tip imbued with a venomous green bone-corrosive energy. Song Bei and Chi-Hung appeared as two leaves caught in a blizzard. The tactic of flanking was rendered utterly powerless in the face of such absolute strength and speed disparity. Chi-Hung's Sentinel-01 charged at the forefront, its pulse-piercing sword glimmering with a determined light, attempting to disrupt Kylan's gunman. Yet, the performance of his mecha ultimately fell short. Get out of the way. Kylan's cold voice rang out. The bone gun spun at an incredible angle, the handle crashing down with immense force against the side of Sentinel-01. Boom. The jarring sound of twisted metal echoed. Chi-Hung's mech was struck as if by a battering ram, causing the entire side armor to cave in. and the massive body spun and flew away, momentarily incapacitated. Chi-Tour. Song Bei's eyes widened in fury. He beheld the bone spear radiating a lethal chill, akin to a venomous dragon, swiftly pursuing and thrusting towards the fallen Chi-Hung. Seemingly resolved, he had no time for contemplation. With his right arm, he controlled the combat knife, pushing the guidance technique to its pinnacle at level 18, boldly charging forward. Shattered blade wave. Here it comes again, futile. Clash. A deafening roar erupted. The blast of air collided with the frigid current. Contrary to Kylan's expectations, Song Bei's Iron Guard 07 had not been instantly shattered. Although the mech trembled violently, frost accumulating thickly on the combat knife and groaning under the strain, it had withstood the blow. However, Chi-Hung keenly sensed that something was amiss with Song Bei. Through the public channel, the sound of heavy, rapid breathing emerged, rasping with an inhuman quality. What weighed heavily on his heart was the ominous, viscous crimson glow emanating from Song Bei's battered Iron Guard 07. This radiance was not the cold, energy-exuding transformation characteristic of Kylan, but rather seemed to seep from within the mech, imbued with an primal, ferocious, and destructive aura. Bloodthirsty and violent, Chi-Hung roared in the private channel, overwhelmed with fear and a sense of helplessness. Ultimately, Song Bei had resorted to this desperate ability. Oh! Kylan also sensed the anomaly, his elongated sensors locking onto Song Bei's mech, forcibly triggering its transformation through the ability. Quite the prodigy, but alas, a path to ruin. You shall not escape. He flicked his bone spear, the eerie green glow intensifying, and the bone erosion technique activated once more. The spear's shadow, like countless venomous serpents, enveloped Song Bei. He aimed for a swift resolution to eliminate this variable. However, the ensuing confrontation proved to be troublesome for Kylan. The bloodthirsty and violent Song Bei seemed like a different person altogether. His speed, strength, and reflexes surged dramatically. The battered Iron Guard 07, under his command, unleashed a ferocity that surpassed all limits. The combat knife transformed from precise strikes into a pure, frenzied instrument of slaughter. Each swing cut through the air with a piercing shriek, its immense power causing Kylan's bone spear to hum ominously. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks erupted wildly. Frost and crimson energy collided and annihilated. Song Bei completely abandoned defense, opting to counterattack with reckless abandon. A life-for-a-life struggle. The combat knife descended upon the gun knight like a torrential storm, coupled with Chi-Hung's desperate attempts to rise and provide what little firepower remained for distraction. Kylan found himself momentarily flustered. The bone armor even bore deep scratches from the wild strikes of the combat knife. A madman. Truly a madman. Kylan cursed inwardly. He recognized the state of bloodthirsty frenzy, a forbidden technique that forcibly squeezed potential and the core of the mech, with atrocious side effects. The user is on the brink of mental collapse, their body deteriorating, and the mech is overloaded and on the verge of destruction. Let us see how long you can remain in this frenzy. Kylan altered his strategy. No longer rushing in with brute force, he began to dance around Song Bei, leveraging the extraordinary speed of the gun knight to engage in a battle of attrition. The bone spear struck like a viper's tongue, incessantly prodding and harassing, sapping the duration of Song Bei's frenzied state as he patiently awaited the moment of lethal backlash. The battlefield underwent a tumultuous transformation. Song Bei surged forward like a crimson tide, relentlessly pursuing Kylan with frenzied attacks, each strike a desperate gamble, oblivious to his own injuries. The blood-red glow on the surface of the Iron Guard 07 intensified, the engine emitting a piercing wail of overload, while the armor cracked under the strain of ferocious power output. Meanwhile, Kylan moved like a phantom in the snow, elusive and unpredictable. Each thrust of his spear left a new frostbitten scar on Song Bei's mech. Time was drawing near. Kylan silently counted in his mind. Suddenly, he noticed a barely perceptible lag in Song Bei's offensive, a hint of disarray in that frenzied aura. At this moment, following a fierce lunge, Song Bei's movements abruptly faltered. The combat spear froze midair, the entire mech swayed slightly. Inside the cockpit, a muffled groan of suppressed pain escaped. Now is the moment. A cold glint ignited in Kylan's eyes. The prey was exhausted. Kid, the side effects are kicking in, aren't they? A madman without clarity. This must come to an end. He grinned wickedly, closing the distance in an instant. The gun knight's engine roared to life, the pale bone spear, imbued with an icy current and a deadly, corroding radiance, shot forth towards the cockpit of Song Bei's Iron Guard 07, as if issuing the judgment of death. This shot contained the entirety of his transcendent power, a lethal strike. However, just as the spear tip was about to pierce the cockpit. Inside, Song Bei's bloodshot, yet remarkably clear eyes snapped open. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Who told you I wasn't clear-headed? A low growl erupted, akin to the roar of a wounded beast, exploding in Kalen's private channel. Blood collapse. Chapter 59, Reversal Blood Collapse. Song Bei's growl resonated like thunder, reverberating through Kalen's private channel. A surge of power, far more terrifying, violent, and destructive than before, erupted like a dormant volcano. The viscous blood light on the surface of Song Bei's Iron Guard 07 ignited instantaneously, transforming into a blinding crimson inferno. The mech's engine emitted a terrifying roar that surpassed all limits, akin to a dying behemoth. The remaining muscle simulation module in his right arm overloaded and expanded, producing a deafening sound of metal tearing apart. The alloy combat blade was enveloped in a dense, almost tangible blood energy, resembling a burning blood-red demonic blade. This was not a loss of control. This was a meticulously planned ultimate explosion. Using himself and the mech as an altar, he ignited the core of life and machinery to exchange for a moment of destructive brilliance. Kalen's pupils constricted to pinpricks. A lethal sense of crisis pierced his very marrow. He understood in an instant. What side effects? What exhaustion? All mere facades. This kid was very much awake. The intention was to draw him in close, to execute this mutually destructive finishing move. No, Kalen, in a state of panic, attempted to withdraw and draw his weapon. Yet, could the momentum of a full-force thrust be halted on a whim? The distance was far too close. At this critical moment, Song Bei, Chi Hang's roar resonated. His Iron Guardian 01, which had just struggled to its feet, emitted a mournful wail from its overloaded engine. The machine, disregarding all else, lunged forward with reckless abandon. Its damaged left arm and intact right arm resembling iron pincers, tightly embracing the gun knight's right arm and half of his body. Seeking death, Kalen was engulfed in rage and terror. His bone spear was restrained, and with his other arm, the metallic claws clawed furiously at the armor of Iron Guardian 01. The screeching sound of scraping metal and the tearing of alloys filled the air. The armor of Iron Guardian 01 was shredded like parchment. Internal components and pipelines bursting forth in a violent spray. The cockpit warped dramatically, alarms blaring in a chilling cacophony. Yet, Chi Hung held on tightly. With the remnants of his mech, he secured a fleeting opportunity for Song Bei. Kill. Song Bei's roar was laced with boundless killing intent and resoluteness. The remaining right arm of Iron Guardian 07, wielding a blazing crimson blade, surged forth like a blood-red thunderbolt, disregarding Kalen's hurried attempt to block with his left arm. Ignoring the final ice-blue shield that erupted from the gun knight's bone armor. With an unstoppable momentum, it forcefully pierced the very center of the knight's chest armor. Connecting to the power core and cockpit, a deafening sound erupted. The blinding crimson light collided violently with the ethereal blue energy, annihilating and then exploding. The gun knight's remarkably resilient pale bone armor shattered like fragile porcelain. A massive gaping wound, with molten metal and crimson energy spilling forth, was blown open at the core. The entire second-generation mech crumpled as though its spine had been severed, collapsing into a heap of broken framework and curling smoke. Kalen's terrified, despairing. An incredulous scream was abruptly silenced amidst the explosion. A cold and pure stream of spiritual energy, infused with insights into marksmanship, mech control, and even a hint of bone-eroding extraordinary techniques, surged into Song Bei's mind. New inherited memories. The cost was that Iron Guardian 07's right arm, after delivering this ultimate strike, was completely twisted and deformed, trailing smoke and electric sparks as it hung limply. The blood-red flames on its surface quickly extinguished, the engine emitting a low, mournful whimper, clearly devoid of any further combat capability. Inside the cockpit, darkness enveloped Song Bei, as a fierce backlash and overwhelming fatigue crashed over him like a tidal wave. He struggled to remain conscious, but his awareness began to blur. Kalen, the rider of the Sword Knight, engaged in fierce combat with Li Qiu's Iron Cavalry, witnessed this scene through the sensors, his mind shaken to its core. He could hardly believe that the formidable gun knight Kalen had been outmatched by two first-generation mechs, one of which was crippled. The immense shock caused a momentary lapse in his actions, a prime opportunity. Although Li Qiu had lost an arm, his combat experience was invaluable. The remaining laser cannon on the shoulder of the Iron Cavalry and the shock hammer of the left arm erupted simultaneously. The relentless assault forced the Blade Knight to retreat repeatedly. This madman, though filled with both shock and fury, soon caught sight of reinforcements at the entrance of the corridor. The 2nd Battalion of the Knight's mech units had arrived in overwhelming numbers. A flicker of calm returned to his mind. Even without Kalen, the advantage still lay with us. However, before he could finish his threatening words, a thunderous roar, far more ferocious than any engine before, erupted like distant thunder from the entrance of Area 3, approaching with a tempestuous force. Following that, a barrage of formidable energy beams and high explosive rockets cascaded down like a waterfall of destruction, instantly engulfing the vanguard of the 2nd Battalion of the Loya forces that had just entered the battlefield. The intense explosions illuminated the dim underground space as if it were daylight. The unsuspecting Loya mechs were swiftly consumed by the inferno and shockwaves, their screams and the sound of tearing metal utterly swallowed by the cacophony of blasts. 1 mech, 2 mechs, 3, a total of over 80 deep gray iron guard mechs, emblazoned with the insignia of the guard squadron, surged forth like a torrent of steel, ready to obliterate all in their path. Leading them was an exceptionally tall mech, from which bellowed the robust and valiant voice of Zhengchang. Blue Guard Squadron, your orders are to annihilate them completely. Leave none alive. Kill. In the underground command center of Loya, the alloy cup in the commander's hand clattered violently onto the ground, splashing water everywhere. He stared intently at the screen, where the signal representing the gun knight had vanished entirely, replaced by a tide of blue mechs surging in numbers far exceeding their own. His complexion turned as pale as parchment. Lu Qi, how dare you? You've even summoned the guard's mechs. His voice was hoarse, filled with disbelief and overwhelming frustration. The trap he had meticulously laid was on the verge of successfully eliminating the blue main force, only to be entirely overturned at the last moment by this sudden influx of fresh troops. Commander, the vanguard of the 2nd Battalion has suffered heavy losses. The blue forces are too fierce. We cannot hold. The voice of an aide trembled with panic. The commander's expression shifted, ultimately transforming into a visage of despair and ruthless determination. He slammed his fist onto the control panel. If we lose this battle, we lose our lives. Order the 3rd Battalion to provide cover at all costs. The 2nd Battalion must abandon the outer positions and retreat to protect the core titanium crystal mines from the B7 corridor. Hurry. Take whatever you can carry. Withdraw. Yes, Commander. The order was relayed in haste. Within the command center, a profound silence enveloped the room, heavy with the weight of defeat and the impending loss of the titanium crystal mines. At the heart of the battlefield, witnessing the surging tide of the guard squadron mechs, observing the Blade Knight ensnared by Li Qiu and the re-emerging Qi Hong, gazing at the smoking wreckage of the Gun Knight and the one-armed Iron Guard 07. Battle-worn, yet still standing defiantly despite its twisted arm and billowing smoke, the morale of the surviving Loya mech pilots crumbled instantaneously. Retreat. Quick, retreat. The chaotic cries echoed through the Loya channel. The scales of victory, after a harrowing cost, finally began to tilt toward the blue. Chapter 60. Victory. The bloody melee deep underground gradually subsided, leaving behind a landscape strewn with smoldering wreckage, twisted steel, and the acrid scent of gunpowder. The remnants of the Loya mech battalion, having paid a heavy toll, finally managed to evade the ferocious pursuit of the Azure Guard squadron. Retreating in disarray towards the designated escape route, the B7 shaft. Commander Surway, a figure of authority within the Loya kingdom, sat within his command mech, his expression dark enough to draw tears. Through the cracked observation window, he gazed at the scattered and battered mech forces trailing behind him, his heart bleeding. Once accompanied by over 100 steel lions, now only a pitiful 50, including his own 2nd-generation command mech, could follow him out. Many were wounded. The 2nd and 3rd squadrons of the Knights were nearly obliterated. Useless. All of them, utterly useless. Surway slammed his fist onto the control panel, leaving a shallow dent in the alloy surface. He had intended to leverage the formidable mech forces guarding the titanium crystal mine, relying on the underground fortifications to deliver a devastating blow to the Azure attacking forces and even push them back. Yet, he had not anticipated that the enemy seemed to have foreseen everything. Their assault was swift and precise, entirely circumventing his predetermined advantageous battlegrounds and striking at vital points. Not only did he fail to eliminate the Azure main forces, but he was also countered, losing even the gun knight Kalen. The only solace he found lay in the core storage, where a trove of high-purity titanium crystal ore remained firmly in the hands of the rear guard and the transport mechs. As long as they could bring it back, the losses might still be bearable. Commander, we are nearing the B7 passage exit. The voice of his aide carried a hint of relief from their narrow escape. Accelerate. Burst out of the passage and immediately disperse. Retreat along the designated route. Prioritize the transport team. Surway suppressed his inner fury, issuing his orders in a low voice. As long as they could escape this cursed underground labyrinth and enter an open area, there was hope to evade their pursuers, thanks to the mech's mobility. The mech engines emitted a weary roar as they sped along the upward-sloping passage. Ahead, a glimmer of daylight was faintly visible. The exit, however. Just as the foremost mechs were about to break free from the passage, a surge of alarm gripped Serway's heart. A profound sense of unease enveloped him. It was too quiet. The outside was eerily still, not even a whisper of wind. Alert! His anguished roar shattered the communications channel. A seasoned veteran. Yet it was already too late. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The piercing sound, reminiscent of death's sinister laughter, tore through the air. From the high ground flanking the passage exit, from the surrounding ruins and cover, dozens of thick, lethal projectiles gleaming with deadly metallic glints rained down like a torrential storm. Their target, the Loya mechs that had just poked their heads out. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous explosions instantly engulfed the passageway. The power of these armor-piercing rounds was terrifying. Designed specifically to shred the heavy composite armor of the mechs, the vanguard of knightly retainers was instantaneously struck by a volley of armor-piercing rounds. Their heavy breastplates were rent asunder, as if crafted from mere parchment, and pierced through. The internal energy cores and cockpits erupted in violent conflagrations, transforming into vast fireballs. Fragments of shattered metal and remnants of human bodies mingled with the billowing smoke, scattering in all directions. In just a single barrage, at least 10 Loya mechs were rendered utterly incapacitated, reduced to smoldering scrap iron that obstructed the passageway. The subsequent mechs halted in terror, clustering together in confusion. What is happening? Serway's eyes widened in disbelief. Through the swirling smoke of the explosions, he caught sight of the iron behemoths concealed behind camouflage nets and ruins, low-slung. Robust, tracked war machines with elongated cannons. Their hulls were emblazoned with the fearsome insignia of the meteorite. The meteorite tanks. A surviving Loya officer let out a desperate scream. They were the nightmares of the first generation. The Azure Elite Anti-Armor Unit. Luci! Luci! Serway's roar was infused with unparalleled fury and incredulity. How audacious! Not only had he summoned the mech guards, but he had also brought forth the meteorite tank battalion stationed at the rear. Did he not fear that their homeland would be plundered? In a well-concealed command post with a clear line of sight, Major General Luci lowered his binoculars, his stern visage finally revealing a barely perceptible sigh of relief. Beside him, his staff officer excitedly reported, "Commander, the 1st Battalion of Meteorite has executed 3 volleys. The target area is now sealed. The remnants of Loya are trapped in the passage." Luci responded nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on Serway's conspicuous command mech signal displayed on the screen. A glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he resolved to swiftly and decisively eliminate them. He gently waved his hand. With a low hum, 5 colossal mechs, surpassing the iron guards in size, with more fluid lines and formidable armor, emerged from the rear of the meteorite tank position, like ancient beasts awakening from slumber. They were adorned in the deep blue livery of the Azure Elite, with the roaring griffin emblem emblazoned on their pauldrons, 2nd-generation heavy mechs directly under the Azure military command. The Griffin Guardians. The 5 Griffin Guardians advanced with heavy and resolute strides, like 5 mobile fortresses of steel, crushing towards the ensnared remnants of Loya, now trapped like fish in a barrel. The heavy pulse cannons in their hands and the multi-launch missile pods on their shoulders radiated an aura of devastation. As Serway gazed at the approaching steel giants and then at the predatory meteorite tank battalions surrounding him, along with the blocked passage behind, a chilling despair enveloped him completely. The retreat route was irrevocably severed. In the base's medical area, the pungent odor of disinfectant could not mask the lingering scent of smoke and blood clinging to Song Bay. He lay within the treatment pod, his complexion pallid, connected to various monitoring lines. The backlash from the overuse of blood frenzy and blood collapse was severe. Multiple organ hemorrhages, torn muscle tissue, and intense neural shock plagued him. Medical personnel were busily operating the equipment, administering high-energy nutrient solutions and repair nanobots. Chi-Heng's condition had improved slightly, but he had fractured 2 ribs and suffered internal contusions. Lying on the adjacent hospital bed receiving treatment, he turned his head to gaze at Song Bei, who lay in the treatment chamber with his eyes tightly shut. His expression a complex mix of emotions. This young man was incredibly tenacious. Yet, it was precisely this determination that had carved a slender path to survival even in dire straits, to the extent of taking down a 2nd-generation mech. Chi-Heng, along with Yang Guang, the emaciated monkey, and Lu Chong, stood anxiously outside the ward, their faces etched with concern. Lu Chong's mech had sustained the least damage, and he himself was relatively unharmed. He would survive. Chi Heng's voice was hoarse, the result of overexertion, requiring time to recuperate. At that moment, Song Bei in the treatment chamber suddenly furrowed his brows tightly, his body twitching involuntarily. The data on the monitoring instruments fluctuated violently. What was happening? The medic was startled. Chi Heng struggled to sit up. At that moment, Song Bei's consciousness was ensnared in a tumultuous vortex. Chapter 61. Declass the Immense. Frigid energy infused with a fierce martial will that surged into him at the time of Kalen's death felt like an uncontrollable flood, crashing violently within his body. This power far surpassed the grizzly bear energy he had previously absorbed, laden with corrosive intensity and a sense of unyielding resentment, threatening to shatter his very spirit. Excruciating pain. A tearing agony spread from his brain to every limb and sinew. This was far more unbearable than any physical injury. He could not allow it to spiral out of control. Song Bei's dwindling will screamed in desperation. He instinctively, recklessly pushed the guiding technique to its limits. The LV-18 warmth, in the face of this violent C-class energy, resembled a mere trickle attempting to halt a tsunami. Yet, it was this extreme exertion at the precipice of life and death that became the final straw to shatter his limitations. Amidst the tumult of energy and the frantic operation of the guiding technique, the invisible barrier separating the mundane from the extraordinary emitted a distinct cracking sound. Buzz. A brand new, far more potent and pure power erupted from the depths of Song Bei's being, like a life breaking free from its cocoon. It forcefully organized, devoured, and transformed the violent spiritual energy left by Kalen. The realm of the guiding technique surged wildly. LV-19, LV-20, LV-21 ultimately, it stabilized at LV-26. D-class extraordinary. Mid-tier. Outside the treatment chamber, the medics and Chi Heng were astonished to witness the readings on the life sign monitoring instruments shift from violent fluctuations to an astonishingly stable and robust state, even surpassing that of a healthy condition. His pallid complexion visibly regained its rosy hue, as if radiating a gentle, luminous glow beneath the surface. What is this? The medic was left speechless. A flicker of understanding and profound shock crossed Chi Heng's eyes. This young man, in his unconscious state, had forcibly broken through to D-class extraordinary. He needed silence. Chi Heng solemnly instructed the medic, gesturing for Yang Guang and the others to remain quiet. Everyone quietly exited the treatment room, silently hoping that Song Bei would emerge transformed like a butterfly from its chrysalis. Less than a day had passed. Suddenly, Song Bei's eyes flew open. A fleeting spark flashed within them before clarity returned. The excruciating pain and overwhelming weakness that had plagued him have diminished significantly, replaced by an unprecedented sense of vitality and acute awareness. The world appeared to him in sharper clarity. Even the minuscule particles suspended in the air were vaguely discernible. He felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, as the warm currents of the level 26 guiding technique flowed like a gentle river, nourishing every inch of his battered physique. Midway through the D stage, it was a natural breakthrough, not a forced elevation through genetic enhancement, but the culmination of countless life and death struggles. The foundation was remarkably solid. A touch of deep blue indeed. Have I transcended? Song Bei murmured to himself, an overwhelming joy swelling in his heart. He had truly crossed the threshold into the extraordinary. The medic nearby stared in astonishment as Song Bei effortlessly removed the monitoring tubes from his body and gracefully rose from the treatment pod. How do you feel? You need further observation, the medic began, but his words were cut short. I feel absolutely fantastic. Song Bei grinned broadly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. He moved his limbs, a gentle crackling sound emanating from his joints, brimming with vigor. The lingering pain in his internal organs and the internal bleeding had significantly diminished under the powerful life energy that surged during his breakthrough, leaving only some muscle soreness. What delighted him most was the transformation of his body. He noticed a sticky layer on the surface of his skin and, upon closer inspection, discovered it was a thin layer of dead skin tainted with dark red blood. I need to take a shower, Song Bei exclaimed eagerly, jumping out of the treatment pod with an agility that belied his previous injuries, leaving the medic utterly bewildered. In the shower, warm water cascaded down, washing away the remnants of his ordeal. Song Bei scrubbed vigorously, layers of dark, slightly odorous dead skin peeling away to reveal fresh, new skin underneath. This newly revealed skin was fairer, smoother, and radiated a healthy rosy glow, as delicate as that of an infant yet imbued with remarkable resilience. Standing before the mirror, he wiped away the steam. The reflection of the youth looked familiar, yet his demeanor had subtly shifted. His gaze was more profound and piercing, his stature appeared slightly taller, and the contours of his muscles were more defined and taut, exuding a contained strength. The rough marks left by long hours in the gray city repairing machinery and the smoke of battle had faded considerably, rejuvenating his entire being. Perhaps he could even venture into the entertainment industry they spoke of. This was the D-stage transcendence. Song Bei caressed his smooth, firm chest, feeling the relentless energy within him. A smile creeping onto his lips. The level 26 guiding technique flowed effortlessly, granting him an unprecedented mastery over his body. He was confident that now, even without reliance on mechs, he could easily overpower his former self using solely his physical prowess and combat skills. Just then, a series of loud knocks echoed on the shower door, and the unmistakable excited voice of the wiry Ho Ching penetrated through the sound of water. Brother Bei, stop washing. Come out. A monumental piece of good news. Hastily, Song Bei dried himself off and donned a clean uniform. As he opened the door, he was immediately seized by Ho Ching's arm. Ouch! Ah, Brother Bei, your skin is exquisite, even more delicate than that of a young maiden. The thin monkey exclaimed excitedly. Hurry, the base cafeteria is hosting a celebratory banquet today. Barbecue, beer, all you can consume. Approved by King Lei himself. It is meant to reward our squad and the guard team. If we arrive late, there won't be any meat left. Dragged along by the thin monkey, Song Bei couldn't help but smile. Barbecue and beer are indeed rare commodities on the tightly controlled Blackwing front line. Where's Chi Tudu? Song Bei inquired. Chi Tudu has a broken rib and can't drink, but Lei Tudu has graciously permitted him to savor the aroma in the cafeteria. Haha. Yang Guang and Lu Zhong have already gone ahead to secure a spot. The thin monkey's eyes sparkled with excitement. Today, we are the stars. Your feat of defeating the second-generation aircraft has spread far and wide. Even the proud guards look at us differently now. The cafeteria was already a cacophony of voices, bustling with activity. The monkey had dashed off, ostensibly to supervise their logistics, but in reality, he was sneaking snacks, while Song Bei stood quietly observing. At the base, enormous grills sizzled as grease dripped onto the coals, producing a tantalizing sound, and the rich aroma of meat mingled with the spicy notes of cumin and chili powder. Wafting through the air, cases of chilled beer were being brought in, the froth joyously bubbling over the glasses. Yang Guang was engaged in a drinking contest with a burly guard, both men downing massive beer mugs amidst the cheers of the crowd. Lu Zhong silently tended to a grill, clutching several skewers of sizzling meat, his face gleaming with satisfaction as he indulged. Chi Hung sat at a table, a glass of juice before him, watching the lively scene with a faint smile. Though he could not partake in the meat and drink, the joy of victory resonated with him as well. At that moment, Song Bei's musings were interrupted once again by the thin monkey. Haha, Brother Bei, over here. The meat is almost ready. He waved vigorously, one hand clutching a handful of skewers, the other brandishing a bubbling beer mug, his face glistening with oil. Snapped out of his reverie, Song Bei was momentarily dazed by the overwhelming sense of smoke and food. The tension that had gripped him for so long began to ease under the spell of victory and culinary temptation. He navigated through the lively crowd toward the corner occupied by the fourth squad. The aroma of chilled beer mingled with the spiciness of cumin and chili, creating a vibrant atmosphere. This was no mere synthetic protein bar, but meat from livestock specially raised at the rear, and the beer was craft brewed. General Lu Qi had indeed invested significantly this time. Here, Brother Bei, while it's hot. The thin monkey thrust several perfectly grilled, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside skewers, and a full mug of beer into Song Bei's hands. Thank you, Song Bei said, just as he bit into a steaming, juicy piece of meat. Before he could swallow, he caught sight of Yang Guang, Lu Zhong, and Chi Hung exchanging knowing glances. Chi Hung retrieved an object from beneath the table, a makeshift cake base fashioned from a military ration box, adorned with a wobbly candle that appeared somewhat fragile under the cafeteria lights. What is this? Song Bei blinked in surprise. Ha ha ha, Brother Bei, happy birthday. The slender monkey was the first to leap up, making strange sounds and clapping his hands. Happy birthday, Song Bei. Yang Guang exclaimed with a smile as he set down his cup. Lu Chong also lifted his head, grinning broadly. Happy birthday, Brother Bei. Chi Hung lit a small candle, its feeble flame flickering gently amidst the raucous atmosphere. He gazed at Song Bei, his voice steady. Song Bei, 18 years old, an adult now. Given the circumstances, let us make do. Happy birthday. Song Bei was utterly taken aback. With a morsel of meat still lodged in his mouth and a skewer of meat in one hand alongside his cup, he stared blankly at the dancing candlelight. His 18th birthday? He had nearly forgotten the significance of the day. Struggling for survival in the city of Mo Hui, skirting death along the Blackwing defense line. Each day felt like a fight for life, and the concept of time had long since blurred. An indescribable warmth surged up his nostrils. causing his eyes to momentarily sting with emotion. He quickly bowed his head, using the act of eating to mask his feelings. Brother Bei, hurry, make a wish. The slender monkey urged excitedly, more thrilled than if it were his own birthday. Song Bei took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. He set down the skewer and cup, approaching the humble yet invaluable cake before him. The dim candlelight illuminated his youthful face, already etched with the trials of life. He closed his eyes and clasped his hands together. The clamor of the cafeteria seemed to fade away in that moment, leaving only the sound of his heartbeat and the soft crackle of the burning candle. He wished silently to survive, to grow stronger alongside his brothers, and to protect what he held dear. Then, opening his eyes, he extinguished the small candle. Good. Happy birthday, Song Bei. You're 18 now. Welcome to adulthood. Haha. The members of the surrounding squad, along with many others who knew Song Bei, gathered around, erupting into enthusiastic applause and well wishes. Some patted him on the shoulder, while others offered him beer. Well done, young man. At just 18, you've already taken down a second-generation machine. Your future is limitless. An old soldier approached with a cup in hand. Exactly. Brother Bei, look out for us in the future. Another young pilot chimed in, grinning. Happy birthday. Cheers to our hero. Surrounded by this unexpected fervor, Song Bei, usually composed, revealed a somewhat bashful yet genuine smile, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. This blessing, steeped in the harsh realities of the battlefield and imbued with the scent of gunpowder, moved him more than any finely crafted gift ever could. The slender monkey sidled up to Song Bei, winking and lowering his voice mischievously. Brother Bei, surely your wish includes a little something for me, right? Hee hee. And what about our goddess Yen? Yen Su, the goddess. Before Song Bei could react, he wriggled like an eel into the crowd, leaving behind a trail of laughter. Song Bei was at a loss, his cheeks slightly flushed. The image of Yen Su, the girl with whom he had shared a brief encounter in Mo Hui City and who was now far away in Qingxi City, quietly crossed his mind in the bustling cafeteria at this moment of his 18th birthday. Just then, a figure wrapped in bandages parted the crowd and approached. It was Li Qiu. His left arm was tightly bandaged and hung across his chest. His complexion appeared somewhat pale, yet his spirit remained resilient. Song Bei. Li Qiu's voice was imbued with gratitude and a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. I raise a glass to you. And to Qi Hong. He lifted a cup of clear water from the table. Clearly, alcohol was off the table for him, directing his words towards Song Bei and Qi Hong. Were it not for your valiant efforts to intercept that gun knight, my life, and this vanguard, would surely have perished in that damned place. A bitter smile crossed his lips as his tone grew somber. Thanks to you, I have reclaimed my life, but my spiritual energy has been utterly depleted. It seems I can no longer engage with mechs. I suppose I shall return to a mundane clerical position. His words were laden with the resignation and unwillingness of a fading hero. Yet, he quickly regained his bravado. I know you envy my early retirement. So live well in my stead. Song Bei and Qi Hong exchanged glances, each recognizing the complexity reflected in the other's eyes. The battlefield was ruthless, and the old soldiers were fading. They uttered no comforting words, but silently raised their own glasses, Song Bei with beer, Qi Hong with water, respectfully clinking them firmly against Li Qiu's cup. Take care, Captain Li, Song Bei said solemnly. Until we meet again. Qi Hong's voice remained steady, yet bore respect. The crisp sound of their toast was drowned in the surrounding revelry, yet it resonated distinctly, a farewell belonging to warriors. Ha. Good. You all keep drinking. I'll take a break. Li Qiu forced a smile, downed the water in his cup, patted Song Bei on the shoulder, and slowly exited the cacophony of the cafeteria, his silhouette tinged with a sense of solitude. Chapter 63. Two worlds. The atmosphere in the cafeteria fell briefly into a somber silence after Li Qiu's departure, only to be swiftly engulfed by a more fervent revelry. Alcohol, barbecued meats, and the joy of victory enveloped the room like a gossamer veil, momentarily obscuring the pain of lost comrades and the uncertainty of the future. Laughter, shouts, and off-key singing filled the air as people clinked their glasses together, seemingly intent on releasing all their pent-up emotions that night. Song Bei sat in a corner, cradling half a cup of beer. The thin monkey continued to engage in drinking games with the security squad, while Lu Zhong quietly consumed his meal. Qi Hong closed his eyes to rest. The earlier laughter and blessings had been genuine, yet now, a weighty heaviness pressed upon Song Bei's heart. Huzi was gone. At some point, Yang Guang had taken a seat beside Song Bei, his voice thick with nasal tones, and his eyes slightly reddened. He clutched an empty bottle, his knuckles turning white. That rascal Zhang Hu, always so cheeky, would slack off during training, but when it came to the battlefield, damn, he showed no fear. He was hit by the chain cannon while covering a rookie's retreat. Not even a whole body was left behind. Yang Guang's voice choked with emotion, and he took a hefty swig of alcohol, coughing violently. The surrounding noise seemed to diminish slightly. As many people heard him, the joyful smiles on their faces froze, their expressions dimming. The price of victory was the disappearance of familiar faces. Brother Bei, if it weren't for you. A rookie from the 4th squad, red-eyed, spoke to Song Bei. If you hadn't brought back that intelligence, many more of our brothers would have plunged into the depths below. Thank you truly. Yes, Song Bei, you are a true hero. Brother Bei saved us all. Surrounding voices resonated with sincere gratitude. Song Bei forced a smile, shaking his head. His voice a touch hoarse. We are all brothers. Surviving is what matters. He tilted his head back and downed the remaining beer in his glass. The icy liquid slid down his throat, yet could not suppress the surging bitterness and sense of helplessness within. His gratitude was genuine. Yet the death of Zhang Hu and the sacrifices of his comrades pierced his heart like thorns. He felt utterly inadequate. If only he could be stronger. If he could wield power akin to those legendary high-tier extraordinary beings, perhaps he could effectuate greater change. He clenched the empty beer glass tightly, his knuckles turning white. The mid-tier of D rank was still far from sufficient. Meanwhile, in the distant azure, stood Morning Light City. This metropolis, one of the most prosperous within the territory of the Azure faction, dazzled with neon lights and bustling traffic, the air thick with the sense of perfume, gourmet cuisine, and wealth, contrasting sharply with the smoke and blood of the Blackwing frontline. At the heart of the city, a vast manor was ablaze with light. The grand nameplate of the Yen family estate shimmered under the illumination, showcasing the owner's illustrious power and riches. Inside the main hall of the manor, an exquisite and lavish banquet was underway. Crystal chandeliers refracted dreamlike glimmers. Soft classical music flowed through the air, while elegantly dressed men and women held flutes of champagne, engaging in hushed laughter. The atmosphere was rich with the fragrances of high-end perfumes, rare cigars, and decadent desserts. The evening's centerpiece was a young lady standing in the center of the hall, Yin Su. She donned a tailored light blue dress that accentuated her snow-like complexion. Standing at 1.67 meters, she exuded a graceful presence, her demeanor gentle yet imbued with an elusive coolness. Her delicate features appeared as if they had stepped out from a painting, yet within her gaze lay a barely perceptible distance. Little Su, a happy early 18th birthday to you. A lavishly dressed, bejeweled matron beamed as she presented a beautifully wrapped gift box. Thank you, Auntie. Yen Su replied with a gentle smile, her politeness impeccable. Miss Yen, happy birthday. A small token, with my best wishes. Sister Su, happy birthday. I hope you enjoy this gift. Instantly, a throng of young noblemen surrounded her, eagerly presenting various precious gifts, limited edition jewelry, the latest smart devices, and intricately crafted artifacts made from rare minerals, all piled high on a nearby table. At the center of the banquet hall stood a colossal 9-tier birthday cake. The cake, pristine white and adorned with golden frosting and edible gem-like sugar crystals, resembled a work of art, exuding an alluring sweetness. Uniformed attendants carefully adjusted the decorations atop the cake. Little Su, come, let us cut the cake, beckoned Yen Su's father, Yen Shihong, the composed patriarch of the Yen family, with a warm smile. All eyes converged upon her. Surrounded by well-wishers, Yen Su approached the cake, grasping the specially made cake knife. The light from the crystal chandelier enveloped her, reminiscent of a princess under the spotlight. She wore an impeccable, gentle smile, yet beneath, that coolness seemed to deepen evermore. She gazed at the lavish spectacle before her, a sight so grand it bordered on the ethereal, while insincere blessings and flattery echoed around her, leaving her heart inexplicably hollow. As she gently sliced the first piece, applause and well-wishes erupted once more. The champagne tower began to cascade, and the band struck up a lively waltz. Meanwhile, in the humble cafeteria of Mander Base, the slender candle that Song Bei had extinguished had long since snuffed out. The modest cake had been devoured by the crowd, leaving only an empty box. The air was thick with the aroma of grilled meats, the malty scent of beer, and the tang of sweat. Amidst the laughter, there were muffled sobs for fallen comrades intertwined with raucous songs. In the Yinshi manor of Chengxi City, a 9-tiered cake was cut into small pieces, elegantly served on fine bone china. The air was infused with the fragrance of champagne, the allure of perfume, and the whispers of high society. Applause and music drowned out all genuine emotions. It was also an 18th birthday, a celebration marked amidst the chaos of war and steel, illuminated by humble candlelight, brotherly blessings, and shadows of sacrifice. A stark contrast to another celebration enveloped in wealth and power, welcomed with opulent cakes, hollow praises, and exquisite cages, candlelight and starlit skies. Fireworks and champagne. The brink of life and death amidst splendor. Two worlds, as cold as a razor's edge, cleave through the brutal realities beneath the same sky. The empty wine glass clenched in Song Bei's hand reflected the dancing glow of the cafeteria's bonfire. Yen Su's fingers, having set down the cake knife, appeared particularly slender and pale beneath the dazzling crystal chandelier. The wheel of fate was propelling them toward utterly divergent destinies. Chapter 64. The War Report as dawn broke. The chill lingered in the air. Song Bei's biological clock roused him at the appointed hour. His body, having undergone extraordinary transformation and reposed overnight, was devoid of fatigue and brimming with vitality. Just as he finished arranging his combat uniform, familiar footsteps resonated outside. Song Bei, are you up? It was Chi Hung's voice. Song Bei opened the door. Team leader. I was just about to stretch. Do you need something? A rare smile of ease graced Chi Hung's face. Perfect timing. Saves me the trouble of calling you. Come, let us head to the command room. The higher-ups have summoned us. The battle report must have arrived. Song Bei felt a stirring in his heart and nodded, understood. He quickly tidied his appearance and followed Chi Hung through the base's corridors, which still basked in the afterglow of victory but had resumed a wartime order. At the command room entrance, the guard verified their identities before the heavy alloy door slid open silently. A blend of the hum of electronic devices, tobacco, and the imposing aura of authority enveloped them. The room was brightly lit, with the massive tactical screen now dark. Before them stood Captain Lei Yong, known for his fierce demeanor and nicknamed Thunder King, who was now slightly hunched, wearing a near-fawning smile as he conversed with a middle-aged man clad in crisp general's attire. The man's features were stern, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, and a shining star on his shoulder epaulette marked him as Major General Lu Qi, the chief commander. Upon noticing the two newcomers, Lei Yong straightened up, cleared his throat, and abruptly shifted from his ingratiating grin to a serious expression, albeit somewhat awkward. His voice boomed as he introduced, General Lu. These two are Chi Hung and Song Bei. Lu Qi's gaze was like a tangible spotlight, instantly honing in on its target. Chi Hung fared better. Lu Qi's attention briefly lingered on him before shifting, ultimately locking onto Song Bei. That gaze was profound and piercing, imbued with scrutiny and a hint of inquiry, as if it sought to penetrate flesh and bone to unveil the secrets nestled deep within the heart of this miraculous 18-year-old. An invisible pressure descended like a mountain. Song Bei felt a slight chill in his heart, yet having endured the trials of life and death on the battlefield, transcended the D-level, and absorbed the legacies of the Grizzly and Kalen, his spirit had long surpassed that of his peers. He did not intentionally resist that gaze, nor did he flinch. He simply met it with calmness, his eyes clear and resolute like a steadfast rock. Though only a few months had passed, Song Bei was no longer the young mechanic in Mo Gue City who had to tread carefully around the Lu family's affairs. Lu Qi's gaze lingered on Song Bei's face for a full 3 seconds, the silence in the command room palpable. Even Lei Yong held his breath. At last, the corners of Lu Qi's stern mouth curled slightly upwards, revealing the faintest hint of a smile, and with it, the oppressive pressure dissipated. Indeed, Lu Qi's voice was low yet resonant, befitting a youthful hero. In this battle for the Keller factory, your crucial intelligence played a monumental role in turning the tide and conquering this formidable stronghold. He paused, his gaze sweeping across Song Bei and Chi Hung. Speak. Having achieved such great merit, what do you desire? The question was posed directly and forthrightly, infused with the authority of a superior. Without a trace of hesitation, Song Bei straightened his back, his voice clear and steady, neither servile nor arrogant. Report, Commander. As a soldier of the Azure Army, my duty is paramount. All achievements stem from your adept leadership and the dedication of all soldiers. Song Bei dared not claim credit, ready to heed the commander's arrangements. Oh. Lu Qi's brows arched slightly, genuine surprise and admiration flickering in his eyes. This young man was not only courageous, but also remarkably composed and astute. Had he deftly returned the challenge? He laughed heartily, the sound shattering the command room's tension. Ha! Good lad, quite clever. Passing the challenge back to me, he composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor. Since you defer to my discretion, let me first discuss the outcomes and rewards. Clearly, since leadership is inquiring, this matter is already set in stone to some extent. In this engagement, our forces successfully seized the strategic stronghold of the Keller factory, annihilating over 100 first-generation mechs and 4 second-generation mechs, while capturing more than 70 reparable first-generation night attendants of the Liao model. As for resources, we acquired 1,843 high-purity titanium crystal ores. However, these are not the most significant details. The paramount aspect lies in the immeasurable strategic value of this engagement, which has laid a solid foundation for our subsequent advance towards Banquet City. His gaze returned to Songbei. As for you personally, Songbei, your battlefield performance is evident to all. You independently dispatched 2 first-generation mechs, and, alongside Sergeant Chi Hong, successfully eliminated a Luoya second-generation gun knight, demonstrating remarkable achievements. In addition to the basic point rewards, Lu Chi's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. His words astonishing. The remains of that gun knight will be entrusted to you and Chi Hong for disposal. Its equipment, including that extraordinary bone spear, will be at your disposal. In the command room, muffled gasps echoed. The value of a second-generation core's remains, particularly that unmistakably extraordinary bone gun, at least classified as blue equipment, is simply incalculable. The rewards are exceedingly generous. However, one would assume that this would be the end of the accolades. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Chi shifted his tone, his gaze piercing as it locked onto Songbei, presenting a startling query. Songbei, do you aspire to hold an official position? Chapter 65. Team Leader Song. Lu Chi's question reverberated like a stone cast into still waters, creating ripples throughout the command room. Songbei appeared momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, but he swiftly regained his composure, refraining from an immediate response. Lei Yong and several advisors widened their eyes in disbelief, alternating their glances between Lu Chi and Songbei, a fresh recruit, only 5 months into service. Considering a position of authority, seemingly oblivious to the astonished reactions, Lu Chi continued with an air of undeniable authority. I, Lu Chi, promote based on merit, not on tenure. Songbei, from this day forth, you are elevated to the position of leader of the mech combat team. Leader. Him. Exclamations erupted almost simultaneously. Lei Yong could no longer restrain himself, stepping forward. Sir, this Songbei is an excellent material, valiant in battle and sharp-witted. But is this promotion not a bit too rapid? He has only been here for 5 months. A team leader bears responsibilities, leading others. How can a mere rookie command respect? Lu Chi raised his hand, his gaze sweeping over Lei Yong like a bolt of lightning, carrying an invisible pressure. Too fast? Do you find him too young? When I was promoted to second lieutenant, I was even 3 months younger than he is now. Trust your subordinates. If you doubt them, do not employ them. It is settled. The specifics of your command structure will be assigned to you once subsequent support arrives. For now, your original team shall remain intact. He turned his attention to Chi Hong, who was equally stunned by the news. Sergeant Chi Hong, present. Chi Hong instinctively stood at attention. You have diligently served for many years, with commendable battle achievements. With Li Chiu retiring due to injury, the position of squad leader in his unit is now vacant. Lu Chi regarded Chi Hong, stating, from this day forth, you shall take over as the leader of the 4th mech team. Leader. Chi Hong was genuinely astonished, feeling as though he had been caught in the crossfire of unexpected news. He quickly replied, Sir, I am not yet at C rank. I fear I may not be up to the task. Strength? Lu Chi's lips curled slightly as he turned to Lei Yong. Captain Lei, has Chi Hong accumulated enough battle points over the years, including this operation, to surpass 1,000? Still preoccupied with Songbei's situation, Lei Yong answered in a subdued tone. Report, sir. Yes, he has. Excellent. Lu Chi addressed a nearby advisor. Note this down. Immediately grant Chi Hong access to C-rank genetic serum exchange privileges, specifically 1 unit of the Pancher 3 type. The issue of strength is thus resolved. Lei Yong observed the instant illumination in Chi Hong's eyes, feeling a tumult of emotions within. He understood the promotion of Chi Hong. He was a seasoned veteran, stable and reliable, merely lacking an opportunity. However, he could not help but voice his concerns regarding Songbei once more, this time with deep confusion in his tone. Sir, I have no objections to Chi Hong's promotion. His qualifications and abilities are sufficient. Yet, while I acknowledge that he is a fine weapon, sharp and unmatched, to appoint him directly as a team leader, this is not merely placing him in command. It is akin to thrusting him into the fire. How old is he? How will those seasoned veterans below him respect him? Are you sharpening a blade, or are you nurturing a tiger? He cast forth his greatest doubt. Lu Chi's method of nurturing Songbei is exceedingly unconventional. It resembles not the cultivation of a mere dagger, but rather the endowment of power. Lu Chi cast a deep glance at Lei Yong, then turned to the silently resolute Songbei, and slowly articulated, Lei Yong, when you look at Songbei, you see only a dagger. A dagger is commendable, yet it remains merely a tool. Once used, it is sheathed, awaiting the next occasion. What I desire is not a mere blade. He advanced towards Songbei, his gaze piercing. Songbei, I ask you, do you aspire to hold office? I do not inquire whether you seek power. I ask you if you are prepared to bear the lives of countless others. Are you ready to engage in a game of chess on a grander board against more formidable adversaries? Power serves as both a whetstone and a touchstone. If honed well, it can cause dragons to roar across the heavens. If poorly, it can lead to utter destruction. Do you dare to accept this whetstone? Meeting Lu Qi's gaze, Song Bei did not flinch, his chest swelling with resolve, his voice resolute. Reporting, Commander. Song Bei dares. Excellent. Lu Qi slammed his hand upon the table, decisively affirming. The appointment is effective immediately. Song Bei shall temporarily assume the position of Qi Heng, serving as the leader of the mech combat team. Qi Heng shall take Li Qiu's place as the captain of the 4th mech squad. Now, go at once to the military merit exchange to collect your due rewards. Do not linger here. Yes, Commander. The two suppressed the tumultuous waves within, saluted in unison, and turned to leave. Watching their departing figures, Lei Yong opened his mouth, only to exhale a long sigh, muttering softly, "Is this whetstone nurturing a tiger or a dragon?" The frigid morning breeze seeped into their collars, and Song Bei and Qi Heng finally emerged from the shock of the command room. They stood at the doorway, exchanging silent glances, both bearing a hint of bewilderment, as if questioning the sanity of the world. "Captain Qi," Song Bei tentatively called, the title feeling foreign upon his tongue. Qi Heng's lips twitched slightly as he raised his hand and delivered a firm pat on Song Bei's shoulder, not lacking in force. "Cut that out. You group leader Song?" "TSK." He shook his head, his tone complex. "I toiled for 5 years to attain the position of group leader. And you? In just 5 months. You must have taken a rocket to get here." Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. There was no envy in his words, rather a sense of marvel tinged with the absurdity of witnessing history unfold. He then adopted a serious demeanor, patting Song Bei's shoulder. "However, I must commend Commander Lu's audacity. But this burden is immensely heavy. You must quickly rise to the occasion, understand?" "Understood, Captain." Song Bei nodded earnestly, feeling the weight upon his shoulders grow heavier. Being a group leader signifies no longer charging into battle alone, but rather leading a cohort of comrades who entrust their lives to him. This pressure eclipsed that of facing a cavalry. Enough of such thoughts, they are of no use. Let us secure something tangible. Qi Heng shook his head, casting aside the heavy musings, and resumed his usual brisk demeanor. "Let us proceed to the exchange. The rewards bestowed by Commander Lu must be swiftly claimed." The military merit exchange was bustling with activity, the recent victory attracting a multitude eager to redeem their points. As Qi Heng and Song Bei entered, the previously buzzing conversations immediately quieted, many gazes swiftly converging upon them, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, admiration, and reverence, all intertwined. The celebrity effect of this battle was instantaneous. "Ah, Captain Qi, Group Leader Song. Good morning." The diligent Wang, responsible for the exchanges, keenly leaned out from the window, radiating warmth and enthusiasm, evidently well informed. Come. Right this way. The privileges specially authorized by Commander Lu are all prepared for you too." "Good morning, Wang." Qi Heng nodded, guiding Song Bei directly to the dedicated window. Bypassing the queue, Wang swiftly manipulated the touchscreen. "Captain Qi, your exchange privilege for the C-level gene serum has been activated. The Rock 3 model. How fortunate. There is but one left in stock." "Leader Song, your authorization for the allocation of 2nd-generation machine remnants and equipment is also in effect. The ownership of the Frostbone gun has been confirmed without error. Moreover, the procedures for your rank promotion and new identification codes are being expedited in the background." Chapter 66. Exchange the Frostbone gun? The name piqued Song Bei's attention. Indeed, it is registered in the system as a 2nd-generation close combat weapon from Luya, boasting the extraordinary characteristic of bone erosion, rated exceptionally high. Wang praised, giving a thumbs up. Taking a deep breath, Qi Heng suppressed the fervor swelling within him. "Let us proceed with mine first. The gene serum." The screen displayed Qi Heng's personal information, and he tapped on the points section, 1168. Exactly enough for one Rock 3 model. A barely perceptible tremor laced his voice. Years of accumulation, the moment of fruition lay before him. Wang promptly confirmed the exchange. One Rock 3 gene serum. He turned and carefully retrieved a palm-sized, deep blue-sealed box from a silver alloy safe, which flickered with a low-temperature maintenance indicator. The surface of the box felt icy to the touch, and through a small observation window, a transparent reinforced tube contained a deep blue liquid, within which tiny specks of energy like stardust swirled slowly, emitting a disquieting resonance. With a trembling hand, Qi Heng solemnly accepted the box, clutching it tightly to his chest. He closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. The threshold of sea level was finally within reach. "Congratulations, Captain." Song Bei sincerely expressed his joy. "Now it's your turn, Leader Song." Let us see what you've got. Chi-Hing opened his eyes, a glint of excitement shimmering within, indicating for Song Bei to proceed. Song Bei accessed his information on the screen. The number that appeared in the points section momentarily stunned him. 902. How much? Chi-Hing leaned closer, equally astonished. 902. You rascal. He counted on his fingers. 2 first-generation machines, each worth 100, totaling 200 second-generation machine achievements, the same as my brother and me, 500. And 200 for intelligence. Song Bei was equally taken aback. Intelligence is worth that much? Of course. Chi-Hing lamented, his tone complex. Without your intelligence, we'd probably be lying in coffins by now. 200 points for a life. How inexpensive. Wow, you've amassed over 900 points in just 5 months, leader. It took me years to gather enough for 1 serum, he exclaimed, shaking his head in a half-joking, half-serious manner. Song Bei chuckled, not responding. As his attention shifted to the exchange list, the screen was filled with a dizzying array of items. Pharmaceuticals, D-grade universal gene enhancer, 100 points. C-grade rock, 3 gene enhancer, 1000 points. Number 5 psionic compound, rapid energy replenishment for mechs 50 points. Mech equipment, partial list, white sharp alloy battle blade, melee 120 points. White rock shoulder additional armor, defensive 150 points. White gravity field generator, range limiting device 180 points. Blue Viper 2 high energy shoulder cannon, ranged 850 points. Blue phase shift shield generator, defensive 900 points. Others, refined titanium crystal, unit 50 points. Song Bei's gaze swept over the gene enhancers. Having already surpassed D-grade, he found them temporarily unnecessary. However, thoughts of the lanky monkey crossed his mind. If that fellow knew he could exchange for a D-grade gene enhancer, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Song Bei's mouth. Mr. Wong, what is this now? 5 psionic compound, Song Bei inquired, pointing at the list. Oh, this. A marvelous item, Mr. Wong explained. It's specially designed for mech pilots. When your psionic energy is nearly depleted on the battlefield, and you feel your mind dulling and reactions slowing, a quick injection of this will swiftly replenish part of your psionic energy, akin to refilling your mech's power. It can be a lifesaver in critical moments, albeit a bit pricey. He gestured with his hand to indicate the cost. Song Bei's eyes brightened. This item is incredibly useful. Without hesitation, he declared, I'll take 3. Wow. Team leader Song, how generous. Mr. Wong praised while processing the transaction. That will be 150 points. Deductions made. As Song Bei observed his points decrease to 752, he continued browsing through the equipment. The white gear started at over 100 points, while the blue gear began at over 800. Despite seeming like a substantial amount, his points were merely sufficient for a single piece of blue equipment. Lu Chi's gift of the second-generation mech's remains was indeed an extraordinary boon. He quickly sifted through the options, harboring a glimmer of hope. Were there any other fragments of the Chapter of Shadows? The shard at his heart pulsed faintly with warmth. However, there was evidently no such item on the list. Mr. Wong, does this list contain any fragments of special items? Perhaps a certain seal? Song Bei tentatively asked. Mr. Wong paused for a moment, then shook his head. Seals? I've not heard of such. These pieces of equipment are either produced by rear research institutes or a standard issue captured from the Loa side. The special items you mentioned would likely require luck or scouring the black market over in Loa. Song Bei silently noted this. With a clear objective in mind regarding his equipment choices, he recognized his proficiency in close combat, necessitating enhancements to his instantaneous burst and control capabilities. His gaze fixed upon white gravity field generator, 180 points, exchange. White sharp alloy battle blade, 120 points, exchange. His points swiftly dwindled to 452. Team leader. The gravity field has a limited range, a short activation duration, and average control effects. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Mr. Wong kindly reminded him. That will suffice. I only need it for critical moments, Song Bei replied with satisfaction. Coupled with his explosive prowess, this minor control might prove to be the difference between life and death. With over 400 points remaining, he found he lacked sufficient points for blue equipment. As Song Bei perused the list, his gaze traversed various categories, until an unremarkable subdirectory piqued his interest. Extraordinary Techniques, Chapter 67. Extraordinary Techniques? His finger halted upon the luminous screen, selecting the inconspicuous subdirectory. The list refreshed, revealing a more concise array of contents. Basic D-Class, Psychic Impact, Mental Projection Attack 150 points, Basic D-Class, Flash Sword, Mechanical Swordsmanship Attack 150 points, Basic D-Class, Mental Barrier, Foundation for Psychic Defense 160 points, Basic D-Class, Dynamic Vision Enhancement Temporary increase in reaction speed 170 points. Advanced C-Class. Scorching Touch. Inflicting fire damage to melee weapons 300 points. Advanced C-Class. Frost Breath. Area-wide. Slowing and freezing effect 350 points. Incomplete C-Class. Phantom Step. Short distance rapid displacement. Incomplete 400-point Song Bei recalled the flash sword that Captain Chi Hung had previously employed, marked as above average in D-Class, redeemable for 150 points. A surge of excitement coursed through him. His eyes sparkled with newfound determination. This was precisely what he needed. Gene enhancement elevated his physique, equipment upgraded his mech. Yet the extraordinary techniques would directly enhance his combat prowess. The mid-tier power of D-Class required corresponding skills to master. Wong, are these extraordinary techniques available for direct learning? Song Bei's voice trembled with urgency. Wong leaned in for a closer look. These are all techniques derived from the Research Institute or gleaned from elite practitioners on the front lines. Upon redemption, you will receive an encrypted psychic resonance chip for personal study through mental focus. The effectiveness varies by individual. The foundational techniques are relatively easy to grasp, while the advanced ones are considerably more challenging, demanding both insight and affinity. As for the incomplete ones, he shrugged, it's a matter of luck. Some may be completed, while others might spend a lifetime without mastering them. Extraordinary techniques. This was the true essence of a transcendent being's power. Although he had grasped the formidable technique of the fractured blade in battle, it remained an ultimate application of force rather than genuine energy manipulation. Each time he recalled the sinister bone erosion technique from Kalen's memories, he felt an insatiable longing. He had the incomplete shadow step for agility, the foundational fractured blade for swordsmanship, but firearms remained temporarily unusable. He quickly assessed his strengths and weaknesses in close combat. Should he lose his weapon or find his mech unusable in confined spaces, he would be left defenseless. His long-range capabilities were equally weak. Relying solely upon the Viper's 2 shots, which had limited range, an unfortunate setup, should he become a target. His focus sharpened, swiftly filtering through the options. Soon, one extraordinary technique captivated him. D-Class upper tier, disarmament technique, specializing in close-quarters combat against mechs. This technique employs psychic perception and precise force to effectively dismantle the enemy mech's joints, hydraulic lines, and energy transmission nodes. Objective, rapidly incapacitate or dismember the opposing mech. Redemption points, 200. This is it. Song Bei's eyes gleamed with excitement. It was practically tailor-made for him. Coupled with his close combat style and the keen perception from his guiding technique at level 26, its power would surely multiply. Wong, I wish to redeem the disarmament technique. Sure thing. The D-grade superior unarmored technique imprint is available for 200 points. With swift efficiency, Officer Wong executed the operation, reducing Song Bei's points to 252. Having addressed his shortcomings in close combat, Song Bei now grappled with the challenges of ranged combat. Most ranged extraordinary techniques in the list revolved around enhancing energy cannon capabilities, such as energy beam shots and armor-piercing trajectory corrections, relying on shoulder cannons or handheld firearms as their mediums. Was he truly expected to carry another cannon? Song Bei furrowed his brow. He sought mobility, and an additional heavy weapon would hinder his speed, just as he was mired in indecision. An entry with a markedly different style caught his eye. Basic D-grade superior technique, flowing rainbow arrow, mecha archery. It promised to achieve extreme initial velocity and ultra-long range, utilizing psychic energy to compress, shape, and imbue arrows with the flowing rainbow characteristic, granting them far greater initial velocity and effective range than conventional firearms. Along with remarkable penetrating power, its instantaneous firing feature stood out. Cost to exchange, 260 points. Mecha archery. Song Bei was taken aback. What arrow was this? Archery? Yet the terms like extreme speed, ultra-long range, instantaneous firing, and penetrating power electrified his senses. Officer Wong, is this flowing rainbow arrow reliable? Song Bei pointed at the entry, his tone laced with disbelief. Officer Wong leaned in to take a look, his expression somewhat peculiar. Oh, this one is rather niche. It is said to have been developed by an elderly researcher skilled in blending ancient martial arts with mecha technology. The theoretical data is impressive. Its maximum range can exceed that of most standard sniper rifles. Its penetrating power is formidable. And the instantaneous firing feature means you can shoot as soon as you draw the bow, without the delay of energy weapon charging. He paused, but, Director Song, you know well that the current landscape is dominated by energy weapons. First, you need a bow capable of withstanding the power of the flowing rainbow, and secondly, arrows are consumables, less versatile than energy magazines. Most critically, those who master it are exceedingly rare. Many deem it too antiquated and obscure. Officer Wong's implication was clear. While it appeared appealing, it was, in reality, a trap. Yet Song Bei's heart was tinged with excitement. The attributes of extreme speed, ultra-long range, instantaneous firing, and penetrating power perfectly compensated for his vulnerabilities in ranged combat. Moreover, it would catch opponents off guard. Who would anticipate a mecha suddenly drawing a bow for an ultra-distant strike? This was it. With a determined grit of his teeth, Song Bei confirmed the exchange. His points dwindled to 0, leaving him in deficit of 8 points, having previously stood at 252. What? Officer Wong was flabbergasted. Director Song. 260 points. Are you certain? This is insufficient. Insufficient points? Song Bei belatedly realized, having been swept away by excitement. He stared at the glaring aid on the screen, feeling a bit embarrassed, yet the decision had been made. Officer Wong, please keep a note of this. I will replenish the points shortly. I am determined to acquire this flowing rainbow arrow. He promptly retrieved his communicator and dialed into Chi Hang's secure channel. Captain, I need urgent assistance. Chapter 68. A new crisis on the other end of the communicator. Chi Hang's voice came through, slightly breathless, as if engaged in some preparatory exercise. Song Bei, what is the matter? Is there an issue with the exchange? Captain, I'm short on points. I've set my sights on an extraordinary technique, but need an additional 150 points. Could you lend me some for now? I promise to repay you. Song Bei spoke rapidly, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Short 150? Chi Hang's voice was laced with amusement. What have you set your sights on, you rascal? All right, no problem. I still have surplus points. I'll transfer them to you right away. The access code will be sent to your private channel. Thanks, Captain. Song Bei exhaled in relief and promptly relayed the access code to Officer Wong. Captain Chi has transferred 150 points to you. The transaction is complete. Officer Wong glanced at the system notification, smacking his lips. Leader Song, your spending power is truly remarkable. He gave a thumbs up. The points dwindled to 142. Without delay, Song Bei declared, Officer Wong the bow. I wish to exchange for a mech bow. A white grade will suffice. Officer Wong swiftly scoured the equipment list. The bow is here. The Eagle Falcon Standard Energy Composite Bow, white quality. It features high-strength titanium alloy and specialized carbon fiber composite limbs, equipped with a miniature energy conduction amplifier, capable of withstanding D-grade extraordinary energy infusion. It comes standard with a set of high-strength alloy arrows, 12 pieces. Exchange cost, 120. That's the one. Exchange. Song Bei did not hesitate. The points settled at 28. Soon, Officer Wong delivered the disarm technique and the 2 psychic sensing chips for the flowing rainbow loss, along with the sleek, all-black Eagle Falcon composite bow that gleamed with a metallic cold light, and a heavy container of alloy arrows to the transport vehicle. Leader Song, the bow is excellent, but the arrows are consumables. You'll need to replenish them yourself. Logistics sells them, but they're not cheap, Officer Wong reminded him. Also, you really ought to practice your archery skills. Understood, thank you, Officer Wong. Song Bei accepted the items, feeling a significant weight lift from his heart. With the disarm technique for close combat, the flowing rainbow loss for ranged attacks, the shadow steps for mobility, and the gravitational field for restrictions, coupled with the freshly acquired Eagle Falcon bow, his combat system finally began to take shape. Though his points were once again depleted, it was worth it. Just as Song Bei turned to leave the exchange area, a familiar boisterous voice burst in like a cannonball, nearly colliding with him. It was the lanky monkey, Ho Ching. His face flushed and breathless, evidently having sprinted over, clutching a half-eaten meat bun. Monkey, what brings you here? Song Bei asked in surprise. The lanky monkey rushed forward, his eyes wide with excitement, darting between the precious box in Chi Hang's arms and the equipment box Song Bei held, finally settling on the insignia on Song Bei's shoulder. Even though the new insignia had not yet been issued, he clearly knew. His words tumbled out in a jumbled rush of excitement. It's true. The news is spreading like wildfire outside. They say Brother Bei has become the leader. My goodness. 5 months leader. Song Bei felt a slight headache from his exuberance and casually pulled a D-grade universal gene enhancer from his bag, shoving it into his hands. Here. This is for you. The lanky monkey accepted the enhancer, staring at the familiar energy aura, trembling with excitement. This is a D-grade gene enhancer. Brother Bei, you truly are my own brother. Reborn parents. He lunged forward again, wanting to express his gratitude. Song Bei was prepared. He pushed against his forehead with one hand. Hold on. Wipe your nose, and here is this. He produced a number 5 energy composite agent, handing it over. For self-preservation. 50 points each. Use it sparingly. 50. The slender monkey inhaled sharply, gazing at the 2 vials of elixir in his hands as if they were rare treasures. His eyes welling up with emotion. Brother Bei, enough, enough. Save the sentimental talk for when we break through to D tier. Song Bei interrupted him, urging him to return and adjust his state for the genetic agent. In a few days, there is an important matter to discuss. He referred to the formation of his own team. Understood. Leader Song will ensure the task is accomplished. The slender monkey immediately straightened his back, adopting a serious demeanor as he saluted. Cradling the elixirs, he turned back 3 times, reluctant to leave, murmuring, I too shall ascend to D tier. Watching the monkey's retreating figure, Song Bei smiled. For this loyal brother who followed him to this perilous front without complaint, his actions needed no justification. The bond of brotherhood answered everything. He then returned to his new rest area. As the leader, he had a private chamber. Fixating on the 2 extraordinary technique chips, his eyes brimmed with anticipation. He needed time to thoroughly absorb his recent gains and master newfound powers. In the distant Bankai city, at the Eastern Military Command of the Luya Kingdom, within a lavish yet oppressive command room, a middle-aged man donned in ornate ducal attire, his demeanor a mix of authority and fury, slammed a battle report onto the polished alloy table with great force. Useless. Serway is a complete failure. Duke Otto von Hohenzollern's voice roared like a lion, causing the crystal chandelier to tremble. 2 entire nightly squads, over 100 mechs, and precious titanium crystals, just squandered at the Keller factory. And we lost 4 valuable official knights. Was Serway's title bought with money? The officers below fell silent, not daring to breathe. A chilling fire burned in Duke Otto's eyes. Did he think that capturing the Keller factory would allow them to lay siege to Bankai City? A delusion. He abruptly turned, his crimson cloak slicing through the air, and barked an order at the standing aide. Command the reserve nightly squad, composed of the absolute elite from the first generation. To mobilize immediately. Target the perimeter of the Keller factory. Relentlessly harass them day and night. Disrupt their supply lines. Destroy their outposts. Let them not have a moment's peace. They wish to calmly digest their spoils and gather their forces? I will ensure they can't even sleep soundly. Yes, my lord. The aide stood at attention, acknowledging the command. And Duke Otto added, his gaze sharp, notify the Dark Ravens to initiate the divine descent plan. I want the Azure people to understand that seizing the Keller factory is merely the beginning of their nightmare. A new shadow, born of Duke Otto's wrath, loomed over the recently acquired Blackwing defense line, which had just enjoyed a brief respite. The tranquility that Song Bei and his comrades hoped for would not last long. A new crisis was already brewing. Chapter 69. Ambush. The calm that followed the occupation of the Keller factory was as fragile as a thin layer of ice, vulnerable to shattering with the slightest provocation. Although the core area of the factory has been secured, the surrounding abandoned towns and mining sites still conceal remnants of the Loya forces and watchful eyes lying in wait. Lu Qi remains exceedingly cautious, deploying mech squads to comb through these peripheral zones like a fine-toothed comb. Meanwhile, Song Bei's Iron Guard Unit 07 is undergoing extensive repairs and modifications in the logistics workshop, while he himself is immersed in seclusion, diligently absorbing the newly acquired extraordinary techniques and solidifying his mid-D tier realm. Qi Hing is at a critical juncture, on the verge of breaking through to C tier, and thus both he and Song Bei are precluded from participating in the patrol and cleanup tasks. That afternoon, the sun was obscured by heavy clouds, casting a gloomy pall over the landscape. Yang Guang, the most seasoned member of the second team in the 4th squad, with Qi Hung promoted to captain and Song Bei in seclusion, temporarily assumed command, joining forces with the lanky Ho Qing, Lu Chong, and another 5-member team led by Lu Hao, totaling 8 mechs as they patrolled along the designated route. Suddenly, a frantic distress call crackled through the airwaves. Emergency! From the direction of Bin Town. Coordinates B7. We are under attack. The public channel erupted with a cacophony of static and abrupt cries of anguish, followed swiftly by a loss of signal. The distress beacon on the tactical map flashed with fervor, its source identified as Su Kai's team. Su Kai and his team. A pang of anxiety gripped Yang Guang's heart. Bin Town. Wasn't he that just swept clean a few days ago? Lu Hao's voice tinged with confusion. The signal is gone. Something is amiss. Yang Guang made a swift decision. Lu, report the ambush location and the disappearance of Su Kai's team to headquarters. We must proceed immediately to investigate. Maintain the highest state of alert. Understood. Lu Hao quickly connected to the command channel to relay the report. The engines of the 8 mechs roared to life, veering towards the ruins of Bin Town at breakneck speed. Bin Town lay in eerie silence. The collapsed buildings resembled the skeletal remains of colossal beasts, while the streets were strewn with shattered debris and rusted metal. The air was thick with dust and a faint, metallic scent of blood lingered. Following the last signal emitted by Su Kai's team, They arrived at a relatively open square at the town center. The sight before them elicited a collective gasp of shock. 3 Iron Guard mechs belonging to Sukai's team stood silently in the middle of the square, their bodies intact, with scarcely any visible signs of battle. Yet, all their hatches were wide open, revealing an empty interior. The pilots' helmets and fragments of combat suits lay scattered across the seats, with even congealed blood visible. Where are they? Ho Qing's voice trembled with horror. Alert! Highest level of caution! Yang Guang and Lu Hao shouted in unison. Too late. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of piercing sounds shattered the silence. From the shadows of the surrounding structures, and behind crumbling walls, several menacing alloy spears, glinting with lethal intent, shot forth like venomous serpents. Their targets, the outermost mechs. Clang. Thud. The quicker mechs managed to deflect the incoming projectiles, while those slightly slower were brutally impaled in non-lethal areas of their armor. The tremendous force caused the mechs to stagger backward. One mech's armed limb was skewered by a spear, sending its weapon flying. A pained groan emanated from the cockpit. Enemy attack. Scatter. Find cover. Yang Guang roared with fury, maneuvering his mech into a roll to take cover behind a partially collapsed wall. The shoulder cannon swiftly locked onto an attack direction and fired. Boom. The explosion stirred up dust and debris, yet it appeared to have missed its target. William, your throwing skills have noticeably deteriorated. You couldn't even puncture a tin can. A voice laced with mockery and a metallic timbre echoed, spoken in the language of Loya. The crowd turned to see 4 mechs, entirely black and distinctly modified, emerging like specters from the shadows of the ruins. They bore no standard weaponry. One wielded a colossal broadsword, another sported fearsome alloy claws on both arms. A third was coiled with glimmering alloy chains, while the last carried several long spears that had just been hurled. The knight-errant squad, Lu Hao exclaimed, his voice tinged with shock and gravity, having recognized these non-standard modified mechs as the elite of the Loya Knight-errant Guard, tasked specifically with infiltration, sabotage, and assassination missions, far surpassing ordinary retainers in capability. Correct, my Azure friend. Alas, there is no reward, cackled the mech bearing the spears. Before the words faded, the 4 black mechs roared to life, engines growling like a predator, pouncing upon the nearest Azure mech. The broadsword descended with devastating force. Claws tore through the air toward the cockpit, and the chain grapple coiled around the mech's leg like a venomous serpent. William, meanwhile, hurled another spear, aimed directly at the wall where Yang Guang was sheltered. The battle erupted instantly. The cacophony of metal clashing, the shrieks of energy weapons, and the roars of mechs intertwined. Yang Guang, the thin monkey, Lu Chong, and Lu Hao struggled to resist. 8 against 4, they had the numerical advantage, yet the pressure escalated dramatically upon engagement. The pilots of these knight-errants exhibited exceptional skill and seamless coordination, while the performance of their modified mechs was exceptionally cunning. The broadsword struck with overwhelming might, each slash numbing the opponent's arms. The clawed mech targeted joints in the cockpit with relentless precision. The chain grapple was elusive, restricting movement, and William's spears consistently disrupted at critical moments. Damn it, these bastards are tough. The thin monkey's Iron Guard 15 was struck by the claws, leaving deep gashes and sparks flying as he clumsily rolled to evade. Don't fight head-on. Stay mobile. Cover each other, Yang Guang shouted, deflecting William's thrown spear with his chainsaw sword. A growing unease weighed heavily on him. Were there only 4 of them? The Shuekai squad's 3 mechs had been silently eliminated, yet only 4 appeared here? Moreover, their ferocity seemed restrained, more akin to a tactic of delay. Just then, Virum. The roar of engines grew louder, approaching rapidly. 2 Azure mech squads, having received orders from headquarters, charged into Bin Town Square, totaling 9 mechs. Reinforcements have arrived, a team member exclaimed joyfully. However, Yang Guang and Lu Hao's hearts sank. This is bad. It's a trap, Lu Hao shouted in alarm. Indeed. Haha. The fish has finally taken the bait. Nearly 20 of them, enough to give Azure quite a headache. William's voice dripped with cruel excitement. Captain, it's our turn to take the stage. Another chilling voice resonated through the Loya channel. At the edge of the Bin Town Square, atop a relatively intact 5-story ruin, 7 dark, imposing figures of mechs stood silently like vultures. The foremost mech was slightly larger than the others, its armor displaying a bizarre hue of black tinged with crimson under the dim light, with elongated sensors on its head flickering ominously in scarlet. Proceed. Do not keep our guests waiting, a cold voice emanated from within the black-red mech. The 7 mechs leapt from the high platform like arrows released from a bow. Their heavy forms crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Their target was the 9 Azure reinforcements that had just rushed into the square, still in disarray. The true hunt was only beginning. William and the 4 decoy mechs instantly unleashed their full combat power, their assault becoming ruthlessly lethal. The slashing sabers danced. Chain hooks whistled through the air, and claws tore through armor. They clung tightly to Yang Guang and his team, denying them the chance to join their reinforcements. Chapter 70. The Carnage. Damn it. Yang Guang's eyes widened in horror. He witnessed one of the reinforcements mechs being pierced through the chest by a punch from the descending black-red mech. An explosion erupted, flames shooting skyward. Run. If you can escape, do so. Don't mind us. Take the message back. Yang Guang roared over the public channel, his voice filled with despair and determination. He knew today was to be a disaster. Damn it. I'll fight to the end. Lu Hao watched as his team members sustained heavy damage under the relentless assault. One mech was ensnared by a chain hook, and in an instant, the cockpit was torn apart by a clawed mech. His eyes reddened with fury. Yang Guang, get your brothers out of here. Lu Hao violently shoved aside a teammate's mech blocking his path, his own iron guard engine screeching in overload. A blinding red light flaring across its surface. A surge of furious energy radiated outward. Lu Hao, what are you doing? Don't be reckless. Yang Guang shouted in shock. High-energy bomb. This bastard has strapped a bomb to his mech. Scatter quickly. For the first time, William's voice trembled with fear. Boom. The deafening explosion was more ferocious than any artillery shell. The blinding fireball instantly engulfed Lu Hao's mech and the 2 nearest Black Knight mechs. A terrifying shockwave sent several surrounding mechs flying. Smoke and debris filled the air. Amid the chaos and shock created by the suicide explosion, Yang Guang, suppressing his sorrow and dizziness, bellowed, retreat. Quickly retreat. The remaining Azure mechs, bearing scars and unconscious comrades, fled like frightened dogs towards the outskirts of the town. Behind them lay the cold pursuit of the night squad and the burning wreckage of their comrades. In the medical area of the Mander base, piercing alarms blared. Red lights spun wildly. Doctor! Doctor! Someone come quickly! Yang Guang's voice was hoarse, akin to a broken gong, his body drenched in blood, his left arm grotesquely twisted. Yet he clung desperately to the edge of the stretcher. On the stretcher, Lu Chang's combat mech suit was soaked with blood, his chest marred by a grotesque tear. And he lay unconscious. Beside him, another stretcher bore the pale figure of Ho Qing, whose complexion was as white as paper. His abdomen had been pierced by some sharp object, and his breath was faint. Make way, quickly. Transport to emergency room 1 and 2. The patient's vital signs are unstable. Prepare the cardiac stimulant. Plasma. Sergeant Yang Guang, you are injured as well. Immediate attention is required. The medic attempted to pull Yang Guang away. I'm fine. Save them first. Save Lu Chong and the monkey. Yang Guang's eyes were bloodshot and filled with fury as he fixated on the closed doors of the emergency room, as if he could pierce through them with his gaze. His own injuries were severe, several wounds deep enough to reveal bone, significant blood loss. Yet, an overwhelming sense of responsibility and guilt as the elder brother and team leader fortified him, dulling the pain. Watching as Lu Chong and Ho Qing were wheeled into the emergency room, the closing doors signified the activation of the life support system. And it felt as if a taut string in Yang Guang's nerves had snapped. His body swayed, and darkness crept into his vision. Yang Guang, are you all right? Lei Yong and several officers rushed to support him. Team leader Yang Guang wanted to say something, but felt the world spinning around him. A sweetness filled his throat, and he spat blood, plunging into complete darkness as he collapsed. The breath that had sustained him dissipated. Yang Guang, quickly, to emergency room 3. Lei Yong's roar echoed in the corridor. Deep within the base, the heavy alloy door of the psychic meditation chamber slid open silently. Song Bei emerged slowly, his eyes gleaming with a restrained intensity. His aura was harmonious and steady, indicating a fruitful retreat. He had gained preliminary mastery over the armor removal technique. The flowing rainbow loss and the shadow step fragment. Stretching his limbs, a satisfied smile graced his face. However, the unusual stillness of the corridor outside the meditation room caused him to furrow his brow. At this hour, Ho Qing should have already sprung out like a monkey. Chattering away. Strange, Song Bei mumbled to himself as he headed toward the resting area of Team 4. Along the way, he encountered a logistics female soldier rushing past, nearly colliding with him while clutching a file box. Xiaozhong, why the rush? Song Bei recognized her. The soldier looked up, momentarily stunned upon seeing him. Then relief mixed with urgency crossed her face. Team leader Song, you've finally come out. Something terrible has happened. What is it? A sudden jolt of foreboding gripped Song Bei's heart. The patrol team in Bin Town was ambushed. It was a night squad from Luoya that set up an ambush. The entire Shui Kai group has been lost. Team leader Lu Hao self-destructed. Sergeant Yang Guang's 2 squads suffered heavy losses. They're bringing back many injured. The soldier spoke rapidly, her voice tinged with tears. Buzz. Song Bei felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer. Yang Guang, Ho Qing, and Lu Chong were attacked and gravely injured. Where? The medical area's emergency room? Song Bei's voice shifted pitch, trembling with an emotion he was unaware of. Yes, rooms 1 and 2. The soldier had not finished her sentence when Song Bei's figure shot out like an arrow released from a bow. The speed was astonishing, leaving only a fleeting shadow in its wake. The explosive power of a D-rank extraordinary being was unmistakable. His mind was a blank slate, echoing only the words of the female soldier. Urgent rescue for Yang Guang, unconscious and emaciated Lu Chong. Run. Faster. The corridor of the base rapidly retreated before him, the rush of wind howling in his ears. He had never felt the path to the medical area to be so interminable. Clear the way. Clear the way. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Bei pushed aside those obstructing his path, carelessly toppling a trash bin in the corridor. Ouch! Who is that? Is it Captain Song? What's going on? The startled exclamations of bystanders fell on deaf ears. As he turned a corner, something seemed to trip him. Thud! Song Bei lost his balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Pain surged through his elbows and knees, but he could not afford to dwell on it. He barely registered the sensation. He scrambled to his feet, not bothering to brush off the dust clinging to him, and resumed his frantic sprint. A singular thought screamed within him. Please, let them be all right. You mustn't be hurt. Monkey. Brother Chong. Brother Yang. Wait for me. Chapter 71. Retribution. The pungent scent of disinfectant in the medical corridor mingled with the metallic tang of blood, weighing heavily upon Song Bei's chest. He nearly slammed open the door to the emergency area, his hurried breaths forming clouds of mist in the frigid air. Around the corner, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure sitting on a bench brought him to an abrupt halt. Chi Hung sat there, his back straight as a statue repressing a storm. A lit cigarette dangled from his fingers, its crimson glow flickering in the dim light. Song Bei had never seen the captain smoke before. On the floor lay countless twisted cigarette butts. Hearing the footsteps, Chi Hung slowly raised his head. Beneath the lights, the bloodshot veins in his eyes resembled a spider's web. His lips cracked, and his jaw clenched tightly. Captain? Song Bei's voice caught in his throat, dry and painful. He glanced over Chi Hung's shoulder, fixated on the glaring red light above the emergency room door. Monkey, Brother Chong, Brother Yang. Each name sliced through him like a knife. Chi Hung took a deep drag from his cigarette, the ember flaring brightly before quickly dimming, ash falling silently. He exhaled a long plume of grayish smoke, his voice raspy as if sandpaper had scraped against metal. Lu Chong is critically injured, his chest and abdomen penetrated, organs damaged. Monkey has a section of his intestines severed, losing too much blood. Yang Guang's internal organs are shaken. He has lost blood, and his left arm is shattered. He is exhausted and unconscious. Each word fell like a cold stone upon Song Bei's heart, darkening his vision, causing him to stagger, and he barely steadied himself against the frigid wall. Will they survive? He heard his own voice tremble. Chi Hung took another forceful drag on his cigarette, the tip glowing urgently. Their lives hang in the balance. For a fleeting moment, Song Bei's heart sank, but Chi Hung's next words yanked it back up sharply. Commander Lu Chi has urgently allocated 3 vials of Type 3 gene therapy. Chi Hung's voice lowered, heavy with fatigue. Without them, it would be time to cover them with white cloth. 3 vials. Song Bei's pupils constricted. Who in the base is unaware of the value of that item? It is the epitome of hard currency. 300 points for a single unit. 3 lives, a staggering total of 900 points. We owe Commander Lu Chi 3 lives. Chi Hung extinguished his cigarette, but his movements imbued with an almost ferocious determination. His bloodshot eyes finally turned towards Song Bei, brimming with pain, anger, and a chilling, explosive desire for vengeance. A wave of icy dread surged from the soles of Song Bei's feet to the crown of his head, instantly freezing his limbs, only to be ignited by the roaring flame of wrath that erupted from within his chest. He abruptly straightened, his nails digging deep into his palm, almost piercing the flesh, as the last remnants of warmth in his gaze solidified into a poisonous shard of ice. Who did this? Loya. Chi Hung spat the name, as if it were 2 bloodied shards of ice. An elite squad of knights, specializing in infiltration, assassination, and sabotage. The scoundrels among them are all peak D tier. Their hands stained with blood. They excel at outnumbering their foes. Had it not been for the inadequacy of the second-generation mechs, they would be piloting them. He struck the metal wall beside him with a fist, producing a dull thud, his knuckles instantly paling. The Shuekai team was silently slaughtered. Lu Hao, Lu Hao. Chi Hung's voice faltered, abruptly turning his head, his shoulders heaving violently, as if he were suppressing something. He had activated himself and the mech. They managed to tear a hole, allowing Yang Guang and a few others to crawl back with half their lives. At that moment, a flurry of hurried, chaotic footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, accompanied by strained gasps and the jarring sound of metal scraping against the floor. The two men abruptly looked up. Several mech soldiers, covered in smoke and grease, staggered into view, supporting one another. Their combat uniforms were tattered. Some had their faces smeared with grime and blood clots, while others hung their arms limply, their eyes filled with an overwhelming terror and the bewilderment of having narrowly escaped death. Among them, an officer being helped by two others had a helmet askew, one side of his face grotesquely swollen, blood still clinging to the corner of his mouth. Recognizing Chi Hung, he struggled to report in a hoarse voice, "Captain Chi, Captain Yuan Kai, their mission has failed. Bin Town was a trap. High-energy explosives shielded us. We fell into an ambush. The losses were catastrophic. We only managed to take down 3 of their mechs." "What?" Chi Hing sprang up, his face instantly turning ashen. "Over 20 mechs exchanged for just 3 of their lives." Song Bei's voice emerged like a growl from between clenched teeth, laced with incredulity and fury. He fixed his gaze on the officer, demanding, "Where is Yuan? Where's the team?" Captain Yuan was severely injured and taken for emergency treatment. "The only brothers who could retreat are us few." The officer's voice dwindled, almost dissolving into a whimper, overwhelmed by immense defeat and the sorrow of his fallen comrades. The air in the corridor became thick, heavy with the labored breaths of the wounded and the monotonous beeping of medical instruments. The news of failure drenched the already suffocating anger like a bucket of ice water, yet it instantly evaporated, rising into a more intense and perilous atmosphere of bloodshed. Chi Heng's facial muscles twitched violently, yet he uttered not a word, abruptly turning on his heel and striding purposefully towards the command center of the base. In Song Bei's eyes, the icy veneer shattered completely, leaving only boiling magma in its wake. He cast one last glance at the tightly shut door of the emergency room, the glaring red light searing into his retina like a branding iron. Pressing his lips together in silence, he pivoted and closely followed Chi Heng's silhouette. The heavy alloy doors of the command center glided open soundlessly, revealing an atmosphere thick with the scent of tobacco and a palpable low pressure, reminiscent of an impending storm. Before the vast tactical sand table stood Lu Chi, his back to the entrance, his shoulders taut like wrought iron. At his feet lay a shattered ceramic cup, amidst a mess of water stains and ash. Several aides stood in the corner, breath held, not daring to make a sound. Chi Hung and Song Bei entered quietly, coming to a standstill like 2 javelins thrust into the ground. Were they to stand there as guardians of the door? Lu Chi did not turn around. His hoarse voice carried the weight of gunpowder, as if suppressing a volcano on the brink of eruption. "Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. What time is it?" "The Keller factory, our lifeline. The headquarters has issued strict orders to consolidate defenses. Not a single second-generation machine is to be moved. Any first-generation machines sent out will only serve to deliver supplies to those scoundrels. Wait for reinforcements. Understand? Wait for reinforcements." He abruptly turned, his eyes ablaze like a thoroughly enraged beast, his jawline taut as if chiseled from stone. Song Bei stepped forward, his movements sharp and decisive, slightly bowing alongside Chi Hong. His voice clear and resonant. "Commander, we have come not to exert pressure upon you." Lu Chi's bloodshot eyes fixed sharply upon them. Chapter 72. Request for orders. Song Bei raised his head, his gaze unflinching, carrying a weighty gravity. "We are here to express our gratitude for your timely intervention. Without your Type 3 serum, Lu Chong, Ho Qing, and Yang Guang would not have survived." Upon finishing, he and Chi Hung took a step back in unison, bowing deeply to Lu Chi, their waists bending at a perfect 90 degrees, lingering in that position for an extended moment. The command room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the low hum of the ventilation system. Lu Chi's rage froze on his face, his expression shifting with complexity. He regarded his 2 subordinates, one a seasoned captain he relied upon, and the other a promising new recruit. His chest heaved violently as he abruptly seized a crumpled pack of cigarettes from the table, extracting one and placing it between his lips. The lighter clicked several times, the flame flaring up only to extinguish repeatedly. His hand trembled slightly. After several attempts, he finally ignited the cigarette. Lu Chi inhaled deeply, the rich smoke billowing forth, obscuring his ashen visage. Irritated, he waved his hand dismissively, his voice still harsh, yet lacking the murderous intent. "Enough. Don't think a mere bow will suffice. 3 vials of Type 3, 300 points. 900 points. You've emptied my treasury. This debt, Neither of you can escape. Do you hear me? Yes, Commander. Song Bei and Chi Hung straightened up, their voices resolute and unwavering. Song Bei gazed at Lu Chi's tired yet fervent eyes obscured by smoke, and spoke again, his tone laced with a barely perceptible urgency. Commander, if we wish to repay our debts, we must first devise a means to earn money, do we not? He paused, his gaze sweeping over the glaring markers on the tactical map representing Bin Town. A large-scale mech operation would be too conspicuous and fraught with peril, playing right into the enemy's hands. What if it were just Chi and me? A smaller target, more agile. Engaging in precision warfare to eliminate that quasi-night squad would sever the grasp of Loa, thereby ensuring Keller's safety. The debts could indeed be settled. Precision warfare? Nonsense. Lu Chi instinctively cursed, his fingers clutching the cigarette, tapping restlessly against the table, producing a staccato sound. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, falling into silence, the cigarette's ember flickering between his fingers as if he were contemplating the viability of the proposed plan. The command room was filled only with the sound of his heavy breathing and the rhythmic tapping of his fingers against the table. Time passed, oppressive and suffocating. Abruptly, Lu Chi crushed the half-smoked cigarette into the ashtray with great force, sparks flying. He appeared to have made a resolute decision, raising his head, his gaze turning razor-sharp, akin to a drawn blade, fixating intently on Song Bei and Chi Hong. Damn it, he bellowed, slamming his fist heavily against the adjacent metal console, the hard alloy surface groaning under the impact, creating a shallow dent. You think you can swagger away after killing my men? Dream on. He pointed fiercely at Song Bei and Chi Hong, his voice booming like thunder. I offer you a single opportunity. Just one. The armory. Choose the finest equipment at your discretion. Mechs. He gritted his teeth, his facial muscles twitching. I can only provide you with first-generation models, but I shall equip you with the best engines and the thickest reactive armor. Arm those scraps to the teeth. No second-generation models will be touched. That is non-negotiable. Lu Chi took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over them. You are but two in number. Li Xian from Team 2 sought me earlier with fervent eyes. Lu Hao is his sworn brother. Including him, that makes 2 C-class operatives, plus you, my little monster. His eyes lingered on Song Bei for a moment. The 3 of you go? Retrieve what is owed to me. Bring me the severed heads of those miscreants. He leaned forward, hands braced against the edge of the console, his bloodshot eyes fixed on them, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an unyielding iron will. If you succeed, I shall personally commend you. If you fail or perish out there. He paused, his voice rising sharply, imbued with an almost ferocious charge. Regardless, return alive. You still owe me 900 points. Do you hear me? Get moving. Yes, Commander. Song Bei and Chi Hung straightened their backs simultaneously, the repressed flames in their eyes finally breaking through the ice, erupting into a brilliant blaze. Thank you, Commander. Song Bei's voice quivered slightly, a subtle tremor revealing the pent-up murderous intent finally finding an outlet. The two exchanged no further words, executing a crisp salute before striding purposefully out of the command center. The alloy doors closed behind them, shutting out the heavy scent of smoke and the oppressive atmosphere within. Lu Chi's bloodshot eyes fixated intently on the now closed door, his chest heaving violently, akin to a cornered beast pushed to the brink of a precipice. Suddenly, he slammed his fist onto the control panel, which emitted a painful groan in response. Stop hitting it. Stop hitting it. If you continue, it will truly break. Determined with a sense of irrevocable resolution, he seized the communicator and nearly shouted, "Connect me to Lei Yong. Immediately. Right now?" A hint of surprise and gravity seeped through the voice on the other end. Yes. Commander. The bright lights of the corridor outside were somewhat blinding. The solemn expressions of the two men vanished in an instant, as if the ice and snow had melted away, leaving only the chilling aura of impending murder, with deep-seated flames of vengeful wrath ready to erupt. Song Bei and Chi Hung exchanged a glance. No words necessary. Everything was understood in silence. Blood must be repaid with blood. Chi Hung's voice, like his current gaze, was laced with icy resolve. Without hesitation, they strode directly towards the stationed area of the second squadron. As they turned a corner, they beheld a tall figure leaning against the cold metallic wall, arms crossed and head bowed. It was none other than the captain of the second squad, Li Xian. Scattered at his feet were several flattened cigarette butts. Hearing their footsteps, Li Xian abruptly looked up. His usually silent, even somewhat wooden face was now taut as iron, his eyes bloodshot and veined. He fixed his gaze on Chi Hung and Song Bei, gravelly words escaping his throat, like stones grinding together. I will follow your lead. Each word bore the weight of profound hatred and reckless determination. Chapter 73. The Dark Knight Assassin. The three men exchanged no words, heading straight for the armory. The heavy alloy gate gradually rose, revealing a cold forest of steel within. Officer Chen had been waiting there, his expression grave, holding a shimmering electronic list. Permissions granted. Commander Lu Qi's special approval. He spoke rapidly, his eyes sweeping over the trio's fierce faces. White equipment is unlimited. Blue equipment is limited to 1 per person. This is the utmost limit the commander could secure. Chen's voice paused, carrying a subtle plea. Make sure to return alive to avenge our brothers. Songbei, Qihong. And Li Xian nodded silently. That nod was heavy, akin to a promise of life and death. Inside the armory, efficient mechanical arms moved swiftly along their tracks. The 3 men piloted their mechs with a clear objective, without a hint of hesitation. Songbei advanced toward the long-range weapons section, his gaze scanning the display racks until it settled on a sleek, elongated composite bow with a chilling, azure metallic sheen. The bow's arms were elegantly curved, with precision energy conduits subtly visible within. Without hesitation, he took it down, his fingers gliding over the cold bow body before he grabbed several specially designed armor-piercing arrows and explosive arrows, swiftly stowing them in the quiver on his back. His movements were clean and decisive. Qihong strode purposefully toward the defense area. He set his sights on a formidable tower shield, its surface a deep, somber blue, with energy patterns swirling incessantly around its edge. He grasped the shield with one hand, the weight causing the mechanical arm to tremble slightly. The complex energy-damping mechanism on the inner side of the shield emitted a low, resonant hum. With his other hand, he picked up a short-handled, heavily spiked warhammer, its head glinting with a cold, hard light. Li Xian's choices were direct and fierce. He strode to the heavy weaponry section, his gaze fixated on an astonishingly lengthy, 2-handed chainsaw sword. The serrated edge resembled the fangs of a colossal beast, shimmering with a chilling brilliance. He maneuvered the mech to lift the heavy weapon, the teeth slicing through the air with a faint, teeth-gritting hiss. After weighing it in his hands, he also took a comparatively smaller arm shield, ready to attach it to the left arm of the mech, its surface similarly adorned with energy-enhancing patterns. The Iron Guardian mech was now fully prepared. The trio of first-generation mechs had been urgently reinforced by the logistics team. Their hoods were opened to reveal larger, more powerful thrusters, with thick pipelines exposed. The once dull gray armor had been welded with additional heavy reactive armor plates, sharply defined, giving the mechs a somewhat bulkier appearance, yet exuding a primal sense of sturdiness. The engine roared to life, a deep, powerful rumble echoing within the hangar. As the last rays of the setting sun sank beneath the horizon, the 3 Iron Guardian mechs, clad in extra armor and resembling steel mammoths, surged forth from the Keller factory, like 3 silent shadows of vengeance, racing towards the blood-soaked ruins of Bintown. In the depths of the desolate ruins of Bintown, a relatively intact Building S basement had been transformed into a temporary lair. Several menacingly designed, pitch-black modified mechs lurked in the shadows, akin to slumbering behemoths. The captain, William, and his team had been out on patrol for some time. A pilot in a mech equipped with alloy claws activated the communication, his voice betraying a hint of nonchalance. The blue crew has lost over 20 mechs to us. They're probably huddled in the factory like turtles now. Shouldn't we consider relocating? Seated in a slightly larger mech, its armor subtly exuding a dark red sheen, was Schenkel, whose elongated sensors flickered with a cold red light. He did not respond immediately, fingers gently tapping on the control panel, seemingly calculating something. After a moment, he finally spoke, his voice low and steady. Yes. Let us execute one more operation and disperse the remaining bait. Once the cooldown for Chapter of Shadows is over, we'll move immediately. The mention of Chapter of Shadows caused a slight tension in the lair. This advanced piece of equipment capable of widely jamming signals and creating optical illusions was crucial for their repeated ambush successes. And it was their greatest assurance in daring to operate under the watchful eyes of the Blue. If Songbei were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for it was precisely the key to the equipment he possessed. Captain, you're being overly cautious. William's characteristic metallic voice rang out in the channel. Evidently just returned from patrol, his mech positioned at the lair's entrance. What about the meager strength of the blue mechs? Apart from sheer numbers, what else do they possess? Just yesterday, we dispatched over 20 of them with the ease of slicing through melons. I propose we linger here for a few more days, luring their patrol teams one by one into our grasp. William speaks the truth. The Azure softies are hardly formidable. The voices of the other team members chimed in, infused with the arrogance of victory and disdain for the Azure mechanized soldiers. The sensor emitted a flickering red light, its voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable coldness. Execute orders. William, take your team and continue your triad patrol. The rest of you, take this time to recuperate. Yes, Captain. William drawled his response, the nonchalance and indifference in his tone almost unmasked. His mech engine let out a low growl, and off he went, mates. Off for a stroll. 3 black mechs, belonging to William's squad, roared to life, like phantoms gliding through the labyrinthine ruins of Bintown under the cover of night. Approaching the outskirts of Bintown, they entered a forest devastated by artillery, where only charred tree trunks remained. 3 ironclad guardians, adorned with heavy additional armor, lay concealed in the dense shadows like sprawling steel behemoths. The signal was captured. Song Bei's voice resonated through the encrypted team channel, as calm as a block of ice. 3 of them, northwest direction, 7th District, moderate speed. Target, William's squad. The detection array on his mech's shoulder rotated silently, evidently a top-tier radar device of pristine white. Chi Heng's heavy tower shield was firmly positioned before him, energy patterns glowing faintly along the shield's edge. According to plan, Oldley, you are responsible for cutting off their escape route. Do not allow a single one to flee and report back. Li Xian gripped his chainsaw sword tightly, the serrated edges vibrating slightly, emitting a low, ominous hum. He said nothing, but the sensor on the head of his mech suddenly illuminated, like the eye of a ferocious beast opening in the darkness. Captain, Song Bei's gaze was fixed on the 3 moving light points on the tactical map. Once they enter the designated area, activate the gear and initiate the magnetic storm immediately. The window of opportunity is brief, only 15 seconds. Understood. Chi Heng's voice was as steady as a mountain. Leave it to me. You all must act swiftly. The engines of the 3 vengeful mechs were dialed down to the minimum, merging with the night as shadows, stealthily advancing towards the ambush point preset in the 7th District. A crossroads surrounded on 3 sides by towering ruins, resembling the bottom of a natural bowl. Chapter 74. The might of thunder. The 7th District lay desolate and silent, with only the heavy thud of mech feet echoing across the shattered pavement. William piloted his black mech, adorned with several long spears, leading the way with an almost languid demeanor. As he walked, he incessantly complained over the internal channel. TSK, the boss is far too cautious. There isn't even a ghost in this wretched place. What's the point of patrolling? Might as well head back for a nap. William, perhaps you should tone it down a bit, just in case the captain is monitoring the channel. A slightly anxious pilot wielding a saber behind him cautioned. What is there to fear? William, in his nonchalant demeanor, was about to retort when an unforeseen anomaly struck. A disconcerting, eerie hum, reminiscent of a dull buzzing, suddenly enveloped the entire intersection without warning. This sound appeared to directly affect the metal and circuitry in the cockpit of William's mech. All screens were instantly obscured by blinding static. The communication channels erupted with piercing electrical crackles before descending into complete silence. Even the roar of the mech's engine was distorted and suppressed by this invisible force. Cursed be it. William's terrified roar was swallowed by the electromagnetic storm. He frantically pounded on the control panel, his vision consumed by a blinding chaos. And it was at this moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 ethereal beams of azure light tore through the tumultuous air, shooting forth from the shadow of a partially collapsed building. Swift, precise, ruthless, they aimed directly for the cockpit. True to his reputation as a seasoned member of the elite night squad, William instinctively maneuvered his mech to the side in a desperate bid for survival. Whoosh. An armor-piercing arrow grazed the edge of his cockpit, sparks flying as it embedded itself deep into the wall behind, its tail quivering violently. His comrades, however, were not as fortunate. A brief, anguished cry escaped the driver wielding a broadsword. Thud. An arrow struck with unfathomable accuracy, penetrating the vulnerable joint of the mech's neck and aiming straight for the cockpit. Another mech's shoulder joint was brutally pierced, rendering the entire weapon-laden arm useless as it clattered to the ground. Enemy attack. William's frantic shout finally pierced through the interference, erupting on the public channel with sheer terror. He raised his hand to retrieve the alloy spear strapped to his back, but alas, it was too late. Boom. Like a fortress of steel in motion, Chi Heng's Iron Guardian, brandishing a hefty dark blue tower shield, charged ferociously from the rear of a shattered wall. The heavy frame crushed the ground beneath it, exuding an overwhelming force as it collided violently with William's unbalanced mech. The tremendous impact sent William's mech toppling to the ground as if struck by a battering ram. Simultaneously, a roar, suppressed to its utmost limit, akin to a wounded beast, erupted on the channel. Li Xian's mech leaped forth from the rear of William's squad like a demon from the depths of hell. Gripping a colossal chainsaw sword in both hands, the rapidly spinning teeth emitted a soul-rending shriek. Within that sound lay an uncontainable fury for Lu Hao's vengeance. The blade descended like a blood moon, targeting the black mech, which had sustained shoulder damage and was attempting to turn. No. The driver's terrified scream was drowned out. Thud. Crack. The jarring sound of metal tearing and bones shattering melded together. The chainsaw sword violently cleaved through the upper half of that mech's cockpit. Blood and shattered mechanical parts erupted like a fountain. In less than 10 seconds, 2 elite knights perished. William's mech, having been toppled by Chi Heng's charge, struggled to rise. Just as he managed to lift half of his body, whoosh. Thud. A spectral blue arrow pierced through the knee joint of his mech's right leg with pinpoint accuracy. Hydraulic oil mixed with coolant gushed forth, and in an instant, the right leg of the mech lost its support, crashing heavily back to the ground. Ah! William screamed in agony. Whoosh. The left knee joint followed suit. Whoosh. The right arm's shoulder joint was penetrated in a futile attempt to brace himself. Whoosh. The left elbow joint was also impaled. In the blink of an eye, the once formidable black mech of William lay incapacitated, its limbs rendered useless. Akin to a fish skewered on a chopping board, writhing helplessly upon the ground. Inside the cockpit, William was drenched in sweat, his eyes wide with incredulity and contorted by the excruciating pain. Who? Show yourself. Have the courage to reveal yourself. He howled in desperation, futilely writhing his disabled mech's head in search of the death that lurked in the shadows. The only response was the piercing shriek of the final armor-piercing arrow slicing through the air. Whoosh. The arrow transformed into a frigid blue line, unerringly penetrating through the observation port of his mech's head. Thud. The sound was dull and brief. Within the cockpit, all of William's roars and terror were abruptly frozen. The outcome had long been predetermined. Only then did Song Bei's figure appear, like a specter, slowly emerging from the shadows of the half-collapsed building. The string of his composite bow still trembled slightly in his grasp, his cold gaze sweeping over the 3 iron carcasses pinned to the ground, as though they were nothing but a heap of cold refuse. He approached the wreckage of William's mech, extracting his arrow and wiping the blood on the relatively pristine armor of the opponent's mech, his movements marked by a chilling calmness bordering on cruelty. With the task completed, Song Bei's voice resonated over the encrypted channel, devoid of any emotion. In the depths of Bin Town, within a temporary hideout, Xing Lu sat inside his black and red painted mech, the elongated crimson sensor flickering faintly. An inexplicable sense of unease gripped him without warning. It was too quiet. William, the chatterbox, had been out on patrol for nearly 3 minutes, yet there was not a hint of static on the channel. This was abnormal. How long had it been since William's last radio report? Xing Li's voice echoed in the internal channel, tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Captain, it's only been a little over 2 minutes, a team member replied, his tone lighthearted. Are you perhaps too anxious? We've just severely injured the enemy. They wouldn't dare show themselves to meet their demise. Xing Lu fell silent for a few seconds. The 5-minute radio report was a rigid rule he had established. The time had indeed not elapsed. Yet, that ominous premonition grew ever stronger. Contact them again. Immediately. Xing Li's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable command. Yes. The communications officer promptly switched the channel. William, please respond. The captain is inquiring about the situation. A faint crackling of static filled the communicator, followed by a somewhat indistinct yet relatively clear voice. Received. Captain, all is normal. No anomalies. Instantly, the tense atmosphere within the hideout relaxed. See, Captain, I told you. You're too anxious. Another team member chuckled. Schiller's taut nerves seemed to relax just a fraction. Perhaps the pressure had indeed been overwhelming. No. Chapter 75. An eye for an eye. No. A fleeting thought, almost imperceptible, pierced his mind like an icicle. That rebellious William never referred to him as captain in private, only as boss. A chill surged from Schiller's tailbone to the crown of his head. Who are you? Where are William and the others? Schiller's voice erupted on the public channel, infused with astonishment and a trace of panic he was unaware of. A brief silence ensued. Then, a distorted voice echoed once more, laced with mockery and a chilling intent, clearly reaching Schiller and all his team members. Oh? Have you figured it out? Quite a quick response. ISNT it, William and the others? The voice paused, emitting a soft chuckle. I'm waiting for you down here. Enjoy your evening, you scum of Loa. Zing. The communication was abruptly severed. Silence. A deathly hush enveloped the lair. All team members were stunned by this sudden turn of events and the icy words, their scalps tingling. Damn. One of the team members cursed. Assemble. Everyone, gather immediately. Schiller's roar shattered the silence, filled with an unprecedented urgency and a hint of disarray. Locate Williams Group's last patrol position. Sector 7. Move. Target area. Maximum alert. Maintain distance. If anything seems off, retreat immediately. Repeat, retreat at once. 5 dark mecha engines growled ominously, like startled serpents, bursting forth from the lair and racing towards Sector 7 with astonishing speed, several times faster than their usual patrol. As they rounded the final corner and plunged into the bowl-shaped intersection of Sector 7, the sight before them plunged everyone into an icy abyss. The silent square was thick with the stench of blood and the acrid scent of burnt metal. 2 familiar black mecha remnants knelt in a humiliating posture, their bodies violently dismantled, the cockpits torn asunder, revealing a horrific interior. Further away, William's lance-bearing mecha was cruelly pinned to a relatively intact wall by several thick alloy spears, his own weapons, gruesomely impaled. Clear puncture wounds marked the joints of its limbs, and the cockpit's viewing port was stained a deep crimson. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Schiller's voice, twisted with sheer horror and fury, left no room for hesitation. The mecha engines erupted into a thunderous roar. Full speed ahead. Leave the coastal town. Now. The 5 black mechas surged forth like frightened birds, engines at maximum. Fueled by an overwhelming dread, racing towards the outskirts of the coastal town with even greater velocity. Damn it. What the hell happened to William and the others? Captain, did we encounter a ghost? It's only been a few minutes. Silence. Full speed. Full speed. Schiller's shout trembled. For the first time, he felt a bone-deep chill. The enemy's ability to silently annihilate William's group in mere minutes was a terrifying testament to their elite prowess. Escape. Flee. As they burst forth from the desolate ruins of the town, stepping onto the gravel road leading to the wilderness, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the darkness of the night. Whoosh. 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 5 shrill sounds of something slicing through the air echoed from behind them. The speed was akin to lightning. Yet, astonishingly, the target was not them. Boom. 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 5 deafening explosions erupted almost simultaneously from the towering remnants of the buildings flanking the street they had just traversed. A terrifying shockwave surged forth, carrying countless fragments and debris, cascading down like an avalanche or a tsunami. In an instant, their path of retreat was irrevocably sealed. A cloud of dust soared into the sky, forming an immense, insurmountable barrier of doom. Damn it! Xingla's eyes widened in fury. Their escape route had been severed. The screech of brakes echoed as 5 black mechas abruptly halted on the dust-choked gravel road. Indeed, mechas could brake as well. The engines growled uneasily. They were trapped. Captain, what now? A team member's voice trembled with fear. Xingla's crimson sensors fixed intently on the dust-laden ruins behind them, then scanned the seemingly empty but perilous wilderness ahead. His heart sank to the depths. Their adversaries intended to trap them, with their escape route cut off. Forcing their way into the unknown held even greater risks. Gritting his teeth, he spoke with the ferocity and determination of a cornered beast. We cannot retreat. Prepare to engage the enemy. They will not afford us much time. Everyone, stay alert. If we wish to survive, we must fight with all we have. Lord Sate is already on his way. Hold your ground. He forcibly suppressed his fear, striving to uplift morale. Everyone, gather around me. Prepare for battle. The 5 black mechas swiftly adjusted their stances, forming a defensive circle with their backs against each other, weapons pointed towards the dust-filled rear. The engines roared, and the glow of energy weapons charging illuminated the darkness like the fangs of a trapped beast. The air was thick with despair and madness. As the dust gradually settled, the heavy, rhythmic sound of mecha feet striking the ground resonated like the ominous beat of death from the rubble behind them. 3 steel figures, outlined by the dust, emerged as if returning from the depths of hell, slowly advancing. Leading them was Chi Hong, his formidable tower shield firmly positioned before him, dark blue energy patterns undulating like insurmountable mountains. In his right hand, he wielded a polyhedral warhammer, its head glinting with a cold, menacing light. To his left was Li Xin, dragging his chainsaw greatsword along the ground, the rapidly rotating teeth screeching against the gravel, sparking flames in their wake. The sensors on the mecha's head radiated a predatory gleam. To the right stood Song Bei, having stowed his ethereal blue composite bow, now brandishing an alloy cleaver angled toward the ground. The blade shimmered with a lethal intent in the dim light. The 3 mechas remained poised, an invisible aura of lethal intent enveloping the entire wilderness road, leaving the 5 back-to-back black mechas feeling as though they were ensnared in an icy abyss. A swift resolution was imperative. The cold voice of Song Bei reverberated through the encrypted channel, succinct as a death sentence. Captain Li Go, I entrust the remaining 4 insignificant fish to you. Understood. Chi Hung replied, his voice steady as a mountain. Leave it to me. Li Xion's voice was laced with an uncontrollable, bloodthirsty excitement that threatened to erupt. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Three distinctly different beams of light suddenly erupted from the three modified Iron Guard mechas. Chi-Heng's mecha shimmered with a heavy, earthy yellow glow. Resembling a bastion of the earth, Song Bei's mecha surged with a furious crimson light, akin to the flames of vengeful wrath. While Li Xian's mecha was enveloped in a flowing silver-gray sheen, exuding an aura of unparalleled speed and sharpness. The mechas transcended their ordinary limits. 3 C-class combatants. 3 C-class. Hung Lu gasped in disbelief, a mixture of astonishment and a tinge of despair in his voice. What a grand gesture from Aolon. To deploy 3 C-class for our small team? They truly hold us in high regard. Chapter 76. Iron Fist. Without further ado. Kill. Chi-Heng's low roar sounded like the clarion call to attack. He charged forward with his tower shield, akin to a frenzied bull, embodying the spirit to crush all in his path as he collided fiercely into a corner of the enemy's defense. His target was a mecha equipped with fearsome metallic claws on both arms, alongside another wielding a massive chain hammer. He aimed to take on 2 foes at once. Roar. Li Xian unleashed a primal roar, a sound that transcended human utterance, meant to amplify the intensity. The blood-red mecha shot forward like a cannonball, the chainsaw greatsword trailing a blinding red light, driven by an insatiable frenzy to shred everything in its path. As it lunged at the 2 nearest black mechas, one adorned with a chain hook at its waist and the other wielding dual-bladed battle axes, he intended to tear them apart. Meanwhile, Song Bei's gaze was as cold as a probing needle, already fixated on the black-red adorned, slightly larger Captain Mecha, Hung Lu. Instead of rushing in, he took a few measured steps forward, and under the watchful eyes of Hung Li's scarlet sensors, executed a move that took everyone by surprise. Clang. The alloy slashing knife in his hand was casually thrust into the rubble at his side, embedding itself deep. Song Bei's mecha slowly raised its massive fists, clad in heavy armor, adopting a pure combat stance. The blood-red, transcendent energy flowed like molten lava, enveloping his fists and emanating a disquieting, sanguine aura. He intended to fight Hung Lu barehanded. Hung Li's elongated scarlet sensors suddenly tightened. A surge of rage born from utter contempt obliterated the last remnants of his fear. His Bloodfang mecha's most formidable weapon was the pair of specially reinforced alloy fists equipped on its arms, designed for close-quarters slaughter. Seeking death. Hung Li's furious roar erupted across the public channel. The black-red mecha's engine emitted a deafening roar. The machine surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, propelled by a frenzied force, charging towards the unarmed Song Bei. The pair of alloy iron fists, gleaming with a perilous crimson light, tore through the air, accompanied by a high-frequency resonance, aimed directly at the cockpit of Song Bei's mech. It seemed as if he intended to reduce this arrogant blue-skinned individual and his mech to mere scrap metal with a single blow. Song Bei's silver-gray mech maintained its combat stance, showing no inclination to evade the terrifyingly powerful iron fist that sliced through the air. The steel fist, enveloped in silver energy, boldly met the blood-red iron fists of Schiller, delivering a resounding strike. Bang! The 2 colossal iron fists collided with a thunderous impact, producing a deafening metallic clash that resonated like a storm. The violent shockwave rapidly spread from the point of contact, stirring a cloud of debris and dust. The ground beneath their mechs instantaneously cracked and collapsed. After several exchanges, exhilarating, Schiller's sinister laughter erupted over the public channel, brimming with bloodthirsty excitement. He unleashed the full power of the high-frequency resonance-tearing device on his iron fists, attempting to reduce Song Bei's fist and arm to mere scrap metal. Black-red energy swirled around them like boiling blood mist. Under the tremendous force, Song Bei's silver-gray mech slid back half a step, its alloy foot leaving deep grooves in the rubble-strewn ground. Yet, the mech's posture remained unyielding, its cold sensors firmly locking onto the opponent. The warm-up concluded. Song Bei's icy voice pierced through the metallic cacophony, clearly reaching Schiller's ears. Buzz, buzz. 2 short yet powerful engine bursts erupted from the outer side of Song Bei's mech's calves. 2 blazing white tail flames erupted forth instantaneously. These were temporary white-grade booster engines installed before departure. Though not particularly powerful, their sudden thrust was sufficient to alter the course of the battle. Whoosh! In the astonished gaze of Schiller, Song Bei's silver-gray mech glided sideways like a wraith. The speed was such that it left a blurred afterimage in its wake. Schiller's fists, imbued with an intent to crush and the terrifying force to tear, struck down fiercely where Song Bei's mech had previously been, leaving only 2 deep craters and web-like cracks in the ground. What? With Schiller's strike missing, his old strength waned while new strength had yet to manifest. Would Song Bei allow him a moment's respite? Harnessing the terrifying maneuverability provided by the booster engines, he darted back like a relentless wraith. This time, he did not confront with a fist. Shredder. Song Bei's cold voice resonated like the whisper of death. His mech's arms converged into knife-like formations. The silver-gray energy enveloping them instantaneously transforming into a viscous, coagulated crimson. It bore an intent sharp enough to rend all defenses. The blood-red blades sliced through the air with an agonizing shriek. Swish, swish, swish. Swift as lightning, the blood-red blade struck with precision, repeatedly slashing at the relatively vulnerable connections of Schiller's mech's chest and shoulders. Each strike ignited blinding sparks and the harsh sound of metal being forcibly torn apart. Schiller's black-red mech was forced to retreat repeatedly, its body trembling violently as terrifying gashes, deep enough to reveal internal structures, marred its armor. Ugh! Within the cockpit, Schiller emitted a painful grunt. Despite the barrier of the mech, the violent impact relentlessly surged through the neural connections, striking his body with ferocity. Do you think you can shatter my armor? Dream on. Enduring the agony and terror, Schiller let out a furious roar. Asserting that his ascension to captain was not solely reliant on caution, he suddenly summoned a surge of energy, an extraordinary power. A resonant hum echoed as a peculiar wave, akin to metallic reverberation, rapidly spread from within Schiller's mech. The surface of his armor, marred by jagged wounds, subtly shimmered with a chilling metallic sheen, becoming denser and more formidable. As Song Bei unleashed a series of cunningly angled crimson blades, they produced dull clangs, leaving only shallow white marks, failing to penetrate further. Degradability, iron bones. Schiller's voice bore a hint of pride and madness, significantly enhancing his physical resilience. Your blades cannot breach my tortoise shell. He steadied his retreating form, channeling energy into his left fist, now radiating a high-frequency red glow, and struck forcefully at Song Bei's mech abdomen. Oh, tortoise shell? Song Bei's icy tone revealed no surprise, rather a hint of mockery. Then let me try and overturn your shell. Chapter 77. Bloody armor removal in the face of Schiller's ferocious counterattack. Song Bei's mech advanced rather than retreated. Lowering his stance, his silver-gray energy-clad arms slithered out like serpents, precisely positioning themselves on the elbow and shoulder joints of Schiller's oncoming strike. Dragon capture. A peculiar yellow light, imbued with immense adhesive and pulling force, swiftly replaced the silver-gray and crimson, enveloping Song Bei's mech claws. Schiller's powerful punch seemed to sink into an invisible quagmire, its force redirected and neutralized. What in the world is this? Schiller gasped in shock, attempting to retract his arm. Too late. Song Bei's mech clung to Schiller's arm like a persistent leech. The claws, glowing with yellow light, firmly gripped the vital joints. Armor removal technique. Song Bei uttered a low command. The yellow light suddenly contracted inward, becoming immensely concentrated, resembling two invisible demolition pincers specially designed for dismantling armor. Crack, crack. The agonizing sounds of metal fracturing and twisting filled the air. A hefty piece of reactive armor from the outer side of Schiller's left elbow joint was violently torn away by an unseen force, accompanied by severed cables. It crashed to the ground with a clang. Schiller's anguished scream resonated within the cockpit. The neural connections transmitted the excruciating pain of the forcibly removed armor directly to him, a sensation akin to having one's bones brutally snapped and flesh torn apart. The intense agony contorted Schiller's movements. He attempted to retreat and create distance, his right fist wildly swinging in a desperate attempt to repel Song Bei. However, Song Bei seemingly anticipated his actions, utilizing the pull of the dragon capture technique to spin like a top, effortlessly evading the erratic right fist. While the yellow glowing claws once again accurately latched onto the connection point of Schiller's right shoulder and a section of armor along his waist. No. Schiller emitted a desperate howl. Crack, crack. Two more sounds echoed. The armored plates protecting the cockpit's rear side at the shoulder and a guard plate at the waist were forcefully torn away, exposing the fragile internal structure and pipelines within. The anguished cries of Xingla had become unrecognizable, his immense pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. His mech resembled a fish stripped of its scales, rapidly losing its protection under Song Bei's precise and merciless disarmament techniques. Song Bei's movements were relentless, cold as a finely tuned instrument of death. He relentlessly ensnared the contorted and vulnerable Xingla mech, each grapple accompanied by the ripping away of another piece of armor. The wails from the cockpit grew increasingly desperate. Finally, when the last substantial piece of armor, akin to a heart shield, was violently torn away by Song Bei, revealing the fragile cockpit observation window behind it. A chilling light surged in Song Bei's eyes. His steel fist, enveloped in silver-gray energy, bore the weight of concentrated power and boundless murderous intent, crashing forth like a siege hammer, directly targeting the now defenseless cockpit. Death. Boom. A sound resounding with such intensity it could halt a heartbeat. The observation window of Xingla's black-red mech, along with the alloy wall behind it, was instantly penetrated as though made of paper. The colossal fist, infused with wild power and silver-gray energy, forcefully plunged into the cockpit. Inside, Xingla's screams abruptly ceased. In that moment of complete obliteration of his consciousness, a cold, chaotic surge of fierce resentment and violent intent, like a flood breaking free, surged through Song Bei's fist and violently crashed into his mind. Those were the remnants of Xingla's legacy, fragments of memories lingering on. Song Bei furrowed his brow, retracting his bloodied fist with a sudden jerk. Xingla's battered mech, resembling a crab stripped of its shell, crashed backward, raising a cloud of dust. He shook off the unknown liquid clinging to his fist, his cold sensors redirecting to the battlefield. On the other side, Qi Heng's earthy-hued mech stood immovable as a mountain. The heavy tower shield steadfastly deflected the relentless assault of the clawed mech, while the multifaceted armor-piercing hammer seized a minuscule opening, striking with a thunderous roar at the junction of the opponent's chest and abdomen. Crack! The horrifying sounds of bone fracturing and metal shattering erupted simultaneously. The clawed mech collapsed, as if its bones had been stripped away, instantly rendered powerless. Without a glance, Qi Heng executed a fierce horizontal sweep with his tower shield, sending another mech attempting a side ambush. The chain hammer mech, hurtling away, crashing through half a crumbled wall, silencing it completely. Meanwhile, the battle on Li Xian's side raged with even greater ferocity. His silver-gray mech resembled a mad beast. The chainsaw sword erupted with a frenzied roar. The hooked chain mech was relentlessly suppressed by his savage sword strikes, its claws severed, and its body cleaved open with massive gashes. Ultimately, Li Xian delivered a powerful diagonal slash, cleaving through from shoulder to waist. In a fierce display of power, another dual-edged battle-axe mech. Under the relentless assault of Li Xian, who disregarded defense in his pursuit of annihilation, succumbed in less than 10 seconds, its cockpit shredded by the whirling teeth of destruction. The battle concluded far more swiftly than anticipated. On the desolate highway, only 5 remnants of the Loya quasi-knight mechs remained, either burning or silent, mingling with the unbearable stench of blood and the acrid scent of scorched metal. 3 battered iron guard mechs, their armor marred with scratches and dents, stood solemnly in the center of the battlefield. All foes had been vanquished, all resolved. Qi Heng's composed voice resounded over the comms, as the colossal tower shield thudded heavily against the ground. Li Xian, dragging his blood-soaked chainsaw sword, approached the wreckage of William's mech, impaled against the wall. He cast a silent glance before forcefully cleaving the spears that held it in place. The remnants crashed to the ground. Let us depart. Li Xian's voice was low and hoarse, imbued with a sense of emptiness and gravity after avenging a great grievance. It was time to return home. Several kilometers away from the edge of the ruins of Bin Town, in a relatively flat expanse of wilderness, 2 colossal mechs, akin to moving fortresses, faced each other in silence. A heavy sense of oppression filled the air, as if even the wind had ceased to exist. One mech was encased in thick, dark blue armor, its lines sharp and its angles defined, resembling an unyielding rock. The massive engine ports on its shoulders emanated a steady blue glow. This was the pseudo-third-generation mech, Thunder Guardian, piloted by Lei Yong. The other mech was an entirely different spectacle. Its elongated form was adorned with resplendent armor intertwined in silver and pale gold, shimmering under the starlight with a cool, lunar radiance. A pair of enormous energy wings, reminiscent of angelic feathers, gently unfurled behind it, exuding a soft yet disquieting pressure. This was the Loya's Moonlight Knight, piloted by one of the true leaders of the Loya Knight Corps, the pinnacle C-rank transcendent, Knight Captain Sate. Furthermore, this mech's performance was alarmingly close to that of a true third-generation machine. The terrifying presence of 2 peak C-rank warriors clashed like invisible titans on the wilderness, compressing the very air around them into a palpable tension. Chapter 78. The Hero's Return. Lei Yong. Sate's voice resonated through the external speaker, clear and melodious, yet laced with a chilling undertone and a hint of barely perceptible suspicion. You possess remarkable audacity. Have you forsaken your retreat at the Keller factory to provoke a decisive battle on my territory? His crimson sensors scanned Lei Yong's Thunder Guardian, seeking to discern the intentions behind this solitary appearance. Likewise, Lei Yong's voice was deep and resonant, akin to thunder rolling across the land. He adjusted the posture of the Thunder Guardian slightly, the massive tower shield firmly directed forward, deep blue energy coursing across its surface. Are you not the one who has forsaken the comforts of your grand encampment to wander these wilds? Are you here to rendezvous with someone? At that moment, a hidden communicator within Sate's cockpit flickered urgently. His elongated crimson sensor tightened abruptly. An explosive aura of fury erupted from his resplendent moonlight night, tinting its lunar glow with a shade of crimson. Lay, Yone. Sartre's voice suddenly rose, filled with a deep-seated resentment and murderous intent, the facade of coldness utterly shattered. You have done well. I will not let this go. The energy wings behind the radiant knight erupted with a blinding light, and the machine transformed into a silver streak, tearing through the night sky. Yet, it did not charge towards Thunder's Thunderer, but instead surged away from Bin Town, away from the Keller factory, racing toward the Loya control zone at an astonishing speed. In an instant, it vanished into the vast darkness, leaving only a dissipating trail of energy. Thunder's Thunderer remained steadfast, its deep blue sensors quietly observing the direction in which Sartre had disappeared, the shield unwavering. Only when the powerful energy fluctuation completely faded from the perceptive range did he slowly exhale a breath of relief. The mech's engine emitted a low hum, gradually lowering its power. Inside the cockpit, Thunder's resolute expression revealed little, with only his fingers, which gripped the control stick tightly, loosening slightly. Only he understood the immense pressure he had endured during that confrontation. The might of the Radiant Knight was no mere boast. Had it not been for the seemingly disastrous news received by the opponent, likely the annihilation of that knightly squad, who was disinclined to continue the battle, the outcome could have been dire. He adjusted the mech's direction, the deep blue sensors now gazing toward the ruins of Bin Town, as the heavy, rock-like mech began its return journey with steady steps. Commander Lucci's concerns were indeed justified. Had he not appeared at the critical juncture of Sartre's path, frightening him away along with Song Bei and the others, they might have faced grave peril. The night breeze swept across the wilderness, dispersing the remnants of energy and murderous intent. The morning at Keller Factory was still shrouded in a lingering layer of gray mist, the horizon barely revealing a hint of dawn, the chill still palpable. Atop the towering watchtower, the guard who had stood vigil all night rubbed his weary eyes and, as was his habit, scanned the barren horizon with binoculars. Suddenly, he froze, his body tensing as if to press the binoculars into his eye sockets. Look, what is that? His hoarse voice, laced with disbelief and shock, reverberated through the communication device across the defensive wall. The factory's alarm system was instantly activated, its low, urgent buzzing tearing through the morning's tranquility. Countless startled soldiers emerged from their barracks, bleary-eyed as they grabbed their weapons and rushed toward the fortifications, anxiously gazing in the direction indicated by the sentinel. On the gray horizon, 3 steel figures, moving with heavy and deliberate steps, pierced through the mist, approaching the factory gates. Closer, ever closer. At the moment they were discerned, a wave of shock surged through everyone. These were 3 battle-worn iron sentinels. The once imposing additional armor was now marred with horrific scratches, dents, and torn openings, some parts even scorched and twisted by intense heat. Viscous oil, coolant mingled with dark red. Unidentified stains dripped slowly from the edges of the armor. They stumbled forward, resembling ancient behemoths, bloodied from battle and utterly exhausted. Even more shocking was what they dragged behind them. A formidable mech, bound by robust alloy chains, drags along the twisted, ebony remnants of 2 deformed machines. Simultaneously, 2 others each haul 3 lifeless steel coffins, also belonging to the Loya faction. The heavy bodies carved deep furrows into the gravel-strewn ground, producing a jarring frictional sound, leaving behind sinuous trails akin to vast scars. A total of 8. The 8 modified mech carcasses of the Loya Junior Knight Squad. They resemble slain behemoths, towed by triumphant hunters, symbolizing the glorious outcome of last night's bloody vendetta. Silence reigns. The entire factory's defensive walls descend into an eerie stillness. Only the weary growl of mech engines and the harsh clashing of metal against the ground echo in the air. In the next moment, it is as if boiling oil has been splashed into icy water. It is the Chi Squad, the Li Squad, and the Song team. A young soldier is the first to recognize the 3 battered, yet still upright steel silhouettes, his voice trembling with excitement, tinged with a cry as he shouts. They have returned, victorious. They have triumphed. My heavens, they have vanquished all those wretches. The long-suppressed volcano erupts with a thunderous roar. Cheers, frenzied howls, incredulous screams, and sobs of joy converge into a boiling sea of sound, breaking through the morning mist and soaring into the heavens. Soldiers wildly wave their arms, patting their comrades beside them. Some are so overwhelmed with emotion that they leap into the air, tossing their helmets skyward. The heavy factory's main gate rises with unprecedented speed amidst the screeching of gears. Within the gate, a figure, equally deprived of sleep, stumbles forth. It is Lu Qi. His uniform is wrinkled, his eye sockets sunken, and fearsome red veins mar his visage, with stubble adorning his chin. Yet at this moment, all his fatigue is eclipsed by a fervent excitement. He rushes to the forefront, standing at the center of the open gate, his chest heaving violently. Fixated on the three approaching steel giants and the heavy spoils behind them that symbolize victory and revenge. The three iron guards come to a steady halt just a few meters before Lu Qi. The roar of their engines gradually subsides, leaving only the faint sizzling of cooling metal. Click, click, click. Three crisp sounds of hatches unlocking resonate almost simultaneously. Songbei, Qihong, and Li Xian leap from their respective cockpits in succession. Their combat suits are similarly marred with stains and dried blood, their faces etched with profound fatigue. With Songbei's left arm wrapped in a makeshift bandage. Yet their spines remain straight, their gaze as sharp as ever. The three approach Lu Qi, their movements synchronized, raising their hands in salute. Songbei's voice, raspy from the fierce battle, rings clear as bell, cutting through the surrounding cacophony. Commander, mission accomplished. We have fulfilled our duty. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Lu Qi repeats the word thrice, his voice resonant, yet trembling. In his bloodshot eyes, there is excitement, satisfaction, and a profound sense of relief, as if a heavy stone has finally been set down. He suddenly spread his arms wide, forcefully slapping the shoulders of Songbei and Qihong, then grasped the arm of the silent, yet fervently gazing Li Xian with great intensity. The sheer force caused all three to stagger momentarily. Magnificent, absolutely magnificent. Lu Qi's voice resonated throughout the venue, infused with a triumphant exuberance. He abruptly turned, pointing at the 8 remnants of the La mechas that had been dragged back, particularly at the black and red captain's mecha of Xingla, marred and battered beyond recognition. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying cold light as he roared at all the soldiers, as if proclaiming, "Do you see this? This is the fate that befalls those who dare to challenge our azure." With a sweeping gesture, his booming voice echoed across the entire factory. "Hang these 8 wrecks. Hoist them to the highest crane in the factory. Let that rabble from Lia open their eyes and behold. Let them remember this vividly." Lu Qi's voice thundered like a storm, carrying the scent of iron and blood. "Those who offend our azure shall face relentless retribution. Retribution, retribution, retribution." After a brief silence, a tidal wave of furious roars erupted from the chests of every soldier. The shouts soared higher and higher. Countless clenched fists pointed toward the sky. Countless eyes glistened with a fervor for vengeance, reddened with emotion. Wind, wind, wind. The ancient and resounding battle cries reverberated through the skies above the Keller factory once more. It was a shout of victory, a roar of blood and valor, and a stern warning to all adversaries. Amidst this deafening cacophony, the rising sun finally pierced through the last remnants of mist, casting golden rays upon the 3 bloodied mechas and the 8 disgraceful remnants behind them, illuminating every face interwoven with excitement, pride, tears, and blood. The heroes have returned, bearing the corpses of their enemies, proclaiming an inviolable dignity. Chapter 79. New recruits. The clamor of the Keller factory gradually subsided, and the 8 Leon mecha remnants, suspended from the towering crane, became the most glaring warning. The Blackwing defense line fell into an eerie calm, with minor skirmishes between both sides all but vanishing. However, within the factory's command room, Lu Qi's gaze upon the sand table grew increasingly grave with each passing day. He understood that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Lia was waiting, biding their time for an opportunity to counterattack Keller. He too was waiting, anticipating his reinforcements, eager to swallow the adversary whole. The massive main gate of the factory rose again with a heavy rumble, and this time, what poured in was not smoke and wounded soldiers, but a fresh tide of steel and the vibrant voices of the inexperienced. One by one, newly painted mass-produced Iron Guard mechas reflected a harsh, cold light as they were slowly hauled into the hangar. Following closely behind were the roaring armored personnel carriers and heavy trucks laden with supplies. Beside the vehicles stood rows of young faces clad in pristine training uniforms, their expressions a mix of curiosity, excitement, and a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. With bulging backpacks, they formed a somewhat disorganized line, curiously surveying the vast, battle-scarred steel fortress. On the open terrace of the second floor of the factory living quarters, 3 wheelchairs were parked side by side, providing an unobstructed view of the bustling activity below. "Oh, fresh blood has arrived," The lean figure of Ho Ching sat in one of the wheelchairs, one leg encased in a plaster cast. Yet his spirit was undeniably high as he craned his neck to peer downwards. Goodness, has significant investment been made in this number? Beside him, Yang Guang, with his left arm slung across his chest, appeared visibly healthier than before, though he furrowed his brow at the sight. There may be a considerable number. Yet the vigor and spirit seem rather tender. Most of them are mere rookies. His gaze swept over the brand new mechs, the latest batch of mass-produced models. Is this arrangement intended to transform our location into a training camp for fresh recruits, or perhaps a reserve force? Lu Zhong occupied another wheelchair. His injuries the most severe and recovery the slowest. His complexion remained somewhat pale, yet his eyes exuded steadiness. Just as he was about to offer an analysis of potential strategic considerations from the rear, a sudden exclamation from Ho Ching interrupted him. Look, quickly. The lean individual lowered his voice, brimming with excitement as he discreetly pointed towards a figure below, clad in a medic's uniform, diligently counting boxes of medicine. The figure was slender and tall, with soft facial features and a few strands of hair cascading down her forehead, exuding a serene beauty amidst the busyness. Where? Yang Guang instantly forgot his earlier worries, stretching his neck just like Ho Ching, his eyes sparkling. Indeed, she is quite striking. Even Lu Zhong, typically composed, couldn't he help but steal a couple of glances, nodding in agreement. The three of them huddled in their wheelchairs, pointing and commenting as if they were cats who had discovered a beautiful goldfish. Months of recuperation, the relief of recovering from severe injuries, coupled with Lu Chi's special extended leave, allowed them to temporarily let go of their taut nerves. Especially after learning that Qi Heng and Song Beijing had avenged their grievances thoroughly, the three men had once wept together in the hospital room, declaring it was all worth it. While they enjoyed a tranquil passage of time, the command room was a realm of contrasting emotions. Lu Qi faced the encrypted communicator, his face flushed and veins throbbing at his temples, his voice strained yet laced with sincerity. Leader, my esteemed leader, you must listen, he nearly wailed, recalling the promises made. An entire mech squadron, 5 second-generation mechs, complete with personnel and equipment. And now, just 3 small teams, only 2 second-generation mechs, and they are all rookies. How are we supposed to fight this war? A calm, reassuring male voice emanated from the communicator, evidently from someone of considerable standing. Little Lu, remain composed. You must understand the challenges faced by the military. Which front line is not under strain? Which sector does not require troops and equipment? The Keller factory is of utmost importance, and we are all aware of this. Although the mech squadron has not yet arrived, you have been granted the rapid response authority of the 119th Airborne Division, correct? You have the command of an entire mechanized motorized brigade, have you not? 5 integrated infantry regiments are under your allocation, right? Along with your existing forces, that amounts to nearly 50,000 troops. Little Lu, this is the maximum support I can secure for you. You must show understanding. As Lu Qi listened, he felt as though his teeth might shatter from the strain. 50,000 people may sound impressive, yet it is ultimately those iron behemoths that can truly withstand the onslaught of the elite forces of Luoya. No matter how well-trained the recruits are, without the crucible of battle, they are merely living targets on the battlefield. Nevertheless, he understood that the headquarters had indeed exerted considerable effort. Thank you, leadership. Thank you. I comprehend. Lu Qi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging frustration, his voice returning to normalcy. After hanging up the phone, he irritably raked his fingers through his hair, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. With a shortage of soldiers and mechs, how could this gap be filled? He paced restlessly within the command room, his gaze sweeping across the sparse points of light on the sand table representing his own forces. Never mind. He abruptly halted, gesturing decisively to his aide, Deputy Zhu, with a tone that reflected a sense of reckless determination. Deploy the new mech pilots as per the list. Prioritize the replenishment of the veteran units that are short-staffed, especially for Song Bei's squad. That scrawny monkey should be ready to leap into action soon. Send him 3 new recruits to complete the roster. This way, we can channel his excess energy and prevent him from causing trouble. Yes, Commander. Deputy Zhu immediately accepted the order. At the mech training ground, the engines roared powerfully. Song Bei was skillfully maneuvering his Iron Guardian Mk-007 in a routine combat drill. The specially designed alloy spear in his mech danced like a silver dragon emerging from the sea, the shadows of the spear swirling and the air being rent with a sharp hiss. Sweat trickled down his focused cheeks, and the aura of a high-ranking D-class warrior emanated from him, his movements embodying the precision and strength honed through countless trials. Indeed, after enduring a series of battles and absorbing the legacy energy, Song Bei had seamlessly ascended to the advanced D class, and he was already teetering on the threshold of C class. Captain Song. The voice of the staff officer broke through, accompanied by 3 young individuals clad in fresh training uniforms, each displaying a different demeanor as they approached the edge of the training ground. Hearing the call, Song Bei executed a clean retraction of his spear, the hefty weapon thudding onto the ground with a resounding clang, steady as a rock. He opened the cockpit and nimbly leaped down, his calm gaze sweeping over the trio of new recruits. The 3 young men immediately straightened up, their eyes reflecting curiosity, scrutiny, and a hint of the nervousness that accompanies the unfamiliar. The leader, a robust figure with a defiant glint in his eyes, was named Wang Fei. Next to him stood a bespectacled individual named Lu Xin, who appeared more refined, and finally, a solidly built, relatively quiet young man named Xue Hao. "Greetings, Captain," they chorused, preparing to introduce themselves. However, Song Bei interrupted directly. "You can share your names later. Do you have mechs?" His tone was devoid of inflection, direct, and to the point. "Report, Captain. We do." Wang Fei was the quickest to respond, his voice resonant, tinged with a desire to impress. "Good," Song Bei nodded, gesturing towards several standard production Iron Guardian mechs parked nearby. "Go and board your mechs. Once you're in the training ground, we'll engage in a session, and then we can talk." With that, he turned away from the trio, striding back toward his Iron Guardian Mk-007. Chapter 80. Establishing authority. Wang Fei and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of astonishment and a tinge of indignation at what they perceived as condescension. Is he truly intending to take on all 3 of us? Lu Xin adjusted his glasses and murmured softly, Quite arrogant. Wang Fei curled his lips, a spark of combat fervor igniting in his eyes, eager to test the mettle of this squad leader. After 4 years of training at the academy, he was not intimidated by a seasoned veteran from the front lines. The innate pride stemming from his status as an exemplary military academy student surged within him. Xue Hao remained silent, quietly approaching his mecha, his expression grave. Soon, 3 brand new standard Iron Guard mechs powered up, their engines emitting a somewhat awkward roar as they positioned themselves on one side of the training ground. On the opposite side stood Song Bei's modified Iron Guard 007, a silent steel behemoth, standing resolutely. Wang Fei and his companions could not help but scrutinize the squad leader's vehicle. This first-generation model was evidently heavily modified, featuring thicker armor, additional protective structures at the joints, and a more robust engine roar emanating from beneath the hood. Most striking were the conspicuous kill markings painted on the left shoulder of the mecha, 3 white pentagrams, signifying 3 first-generation kills, and a single crimson pentagram, representing an elite ace among the first-generation mechas. Yet, there was also a silver crescent moon emblem, radiating a chilling gleam. The moon? Wang Fei's pupils constricted sharply, his heart pounding as if struck by a hammer. He was no novice. He understood precisely what that emblem indicated. It was the kill mark for second-generation mechas. Lu Xin and Xue Hao gasped in disbelief, staring at the small crescent moon. Had this seemingly younger squad leader truly taken down a second-generation mecha? How could that be possible? "Are you ready?" Song Bei's calm voice resonated through the public channel, interrupting their astonishment. Aware of the predicament, Wang Fei forced himself to suppress the tumult within, gritting his teeth and shouting into the channel, "Ready. We may lose the person, but we won't lose the battle." Even if he has indeed killed a second-generation mecha, it may not have been a one-on-one fight. We have the advantage 3-1. Begin. As soon as Song Bei's voice faded, a thunderous roar erupted from the Iron Guard 007's engine. The heavy mecha accelerated from a standstill to an extreme speed, resembling a bolt of steel lightning skimming the ground, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure as it charged toward the center of the trio's formation. Quick. Too fast. Exceeding the limits of mass-produced mechas. Spread out. Suppress with firepower. Wang Fei shouted instinctively, recalling the tactics taught at the academy. The 3 Iron Guards immediately attempted to disperse, their shoulder cannons illuminating in readiness. However, Song Bei's intent was far from a mere exchange of fire. Just as the 3 mechas began to move, the Iron Guard 007 executed a near-physically impossible sudden stop and change of direction. The heavy body kicked up a cloud of dust, and its massive alloy spear, like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, pierced through the air with a deafening whoosh, precisely targeting the elbow joint of Wang Fei's mecha's arm. Clang. A resounding impact reverberated. Wang Fei felt an irresistible force surge through his right arm, rendering it instantly numb, nearly causing him to drop his rifle. The mecha was sent staggering backward by the force of the strike. "What?" Wang Fei exclaimed in shock. Song Bei's long spear moved without hesitation, its shaft flicking like the tail of a giant python, sweeping towards Liu Xian's mech with a dull whoosh. Liu Xian hurriedly maneuvered his mech backwards to evade, his movements frantic and clumsy. Meanwhile, Shuahao attempted to provide support from the flank, raising his chainsaw sword just in time. Inside the cockpit of the Iron Guard Modified 007, Song Bei's gaze was as cold as ice, his fingers gliding smoothly over the control stick. The arm shield mounted on the mech's left arm suddenly sprang forth, colliding forcefully against the chest plate of Shuahao's mech. Boom! The sound of a heavy impact echoed. Shuahao's mech was struck as if by a charging rhinoceros, its center of gravity lost, crashing backwards with a thunderous thud. Within mere seconds, the formation of the three rookie mechs was thrown into disarray. Wang Fei suffered an injury to his arm, Liu Xian was forced back, and Shuahao fell directly to the ground. Song Bei showed no mercy, the Iron Guard Modified 007 charging into the fray like a tiger among sheep. The long spear transforming into a silver storm of death. Each thrust, sweep, and block was delivered with precision, targeting the joints, weaponry, and balance points of the opposing mechs. Swift, accurate, ruthless, void of any embellishments. All were techniques forged in the crucible of battle. Wang Fei and his companions exerted every ounce of strength to resist. Yet their coordination appeared juvenile against Song Bei's relentless onslaught and the overwhelming capabilities of his modified mech, their counterattacks mere tickles. Clang! Wang Fei's rifle was deftly flicked away by the long spear. Flash! The hydraulic line of Liu Xian's mech leg was sliced open by the spear tip, oil gushing forth. Boom! Just as Shuahao struggled to rise, he was sent crashing back to the ground by a powerful shield strike. In less than 3 minutes, 3 brand new Iron Guard mechs lay awkwardly on the ground, their bodies marred by shocking scratches and dents, some joints still oozing oil. The engines emitted a mournful whine of defiance, but they could no longer rise. The cockpit doors of the 3 mechs opened, and Wang Fei, Liu Xian, and Shuahao crawled out in disarray, their faces pale, eyes vacant, and bodies drenched in the cold sweat of the cockpit. They exchanged glances, each seeing in the other's eyes the shattered remnants of confidence and sheer bewilderment. Wang Fei gazed at his weaponless mech, then at the Iron Guard Modified 007 standing silently nearby, adorned with the crescent moon insignia like a battle god, his lips trembling, his mind echoing with a singular thought. Mom, I want to go home. What sort of monsters are these on the front lines? Song Bei also leapt down from his cockpit, approaching the 3 disheartened rookies, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands, his tone remaining flat. Now, we can talk. Chapter 81. Devil training. Wang Fei, Liu Xian, and Shuahao sat on the cold ground, as though their bones had been extracted, gasping for air. The blinding lights of the training ground illuminated their pallid faces, beads of sweat mingling with the oil stains from the cockpit trickling down. The earlier brutal sparring had utterly crushed the last vestiges of pride they had brought from the military academy. Looking towards the young team leader, who was polishing the tip of his alloy spear, their eyes reflected only fear and a nearly instinctual reverence. Song Bei sheathed his long spear and approached the 3 individuals, his tall figure casting a shadow before them. Names, he commanded. Wang Fei, Morning Dawn Military Academy, Mecha Department. Liu Xian, same school. Shuahao, also from Morning Dawn. The trio instinctively straightened their spines, their voices trembling with the aftershocks of survival. The elite cradle of talent behind Morning Dawn. Song Bei nodded, his tone devoid of praise or censure. Being thrust into the frontline meat grinder of Keller right after graduation was indeed unfortunate for them. Wang Fei opened his mouth, eager to defend their decision to volunteer for the front lines, but upon meeting Song Bei's calm, penetrating gaze that seemed to see through everything, he swallowed his words. Liu Xian and Shuahao lowered their heads, their faces burning with shame. When they initially enlisted, they harbored a glimmer of ambition, believing that their 4 years of systematic training at the academy would afford them some credentials even on the fringes of the battlefield. Now, that fleeting hope lay shattered by the harsh reality. Without further ado, Song Bei commenced his critique. He approached Wang Fei's mass-produced Iron Guard, pointing at the elbow joint where the mecha had just been struck by the spear. Your defensive habits are far too academic. Your first reaction to an attack wasn't to guard vital areas, but to retreat and create distance. On the battlefield, even a fraction of a second's hesitation can lead to death. The enemy will not grant you space. He turned to Liu Xian's mecha, which was still sizzling with oil from its legs. What about your offensive awareness? What position did you aim for with that thrust? The thickest part of the shoulder armor? A waste of energy. If you strike, aim for the joints, sensors, and engine cover. Those are the weaknesses. Didn't your instructors teach you that the schematics of mechs should be etched in your mind? His voice, though not loud, resonated with a cutting precision. Finally, he addressed Shuahao. Your shortcomings lie in prediction and coordination. Gazing at the silent Shuahao, he continued, attempting to support your teammate was commendable, but your timing and route choices were abysmal. You placed yourself directly in the line of my shield strike. Remember, on the battlefield, a teammate's position can serve as cover, but it can also become your grave. Think more critically. The three recruits were left with their heads bowed, drenched in cold sweat. Each of Song Bei's remarks struck with surgical accuracy, terrifying in their precision, drawn from the visceral experience of real combat, starkly contrasting the theoretical knowledge they had acquired at the academy. Want to survive? Song Bei's gaze swept over their pale faces. Merely enduring blows is insufficient. One must also learn to retaliate. He retrieved a tactical tablet, fingers swiftly gliding across its surface to summon a complex three-dimensional dynamic battle formation, projecting it onto the holographic screen of the training ground. The diagram depicted three mechs moving in a unique triangular synergy, seamlessly transitioning between offense and defense. Their trajectories resembling three entwined venomous dragons, exuding a sense of lethal strangulation. The essence of the formation lay in exploiting speed differentials and bursts of power, creating scenarios where the few could overwhelm the many, particularly adept at restricting and dividing formidable foes. This is a formation I devised. Named Dragon Capture. A hint of coldness laced his voice. Originally a trinket employed by the Knight of Loya against us, it now belonged to us. He refrained from mentioning that it stemmed from fragmented memories of a legacy from Keller. The evolution of the tactical diagram meticulously dissects each position, every action's transition, and each node of energy coordination. Wang Fei and his companions were dazzled, yet profoundly shaken by the underlying lethal intricacies. Such a treasure had never been imparted to them since their departure from the academy. It was imperative to train diligently. Song Bei, with an undeniable tone, declared, "From this day forth, aside from meals, you three shall immerse yourselves in the mechs. Master this formation until you can execute it with your eyes closed." He gestured towards the three battered iron guardians in the corner of the training ground. "Now, go. Practice." "What? Right now?" Wang Fei's legs felt somewhat weak. "Captain, we just got back," Lu Xin remarked, glancing at the still smoking damage on the mecha. Shuahao remained silent, but his eyes mirrored the exhaustion. Would the enemies on the battlefield wait for you to recuperate before launching an assault? Song Bei's voice suddenly turned icy. "Get up there. Cultivate a bond. The moment you perceive this hunk of metal as an extension of your own body, you will have taken your first step." He paused, adding, "Tonight, you shall rest within the cockpit." Wang Fei and the others felt a chill surge from their skulls to the crown of their heads. What? Rest in the cockpit? Faced with Song Bei's unwavering gaze, the three resignedly, albeit weakly, crawled back into their respective battered cockpits. The frigid seats, the confined space, and the air thick with the acrid scent of burning metal and ubiquitous machine oil made it nearly impossible to sleep. How could one possibly rest here? The roar of the engines resonated once more across the training ground, accompanied by Song Bei's stern commands and the frantic blunders of the three new recruits. The Dragon Capture formation, depicted on the diagram, unfolded clumsily in reality, with awkward movements and unfamiliar coordination, occasionally colliding or scattering, provoking Song Bei's merciless rebukes. Triangular linkage. Wang Fei, are you seeking death by charging so far ahead? Energy synchronization. Lu Xin, your shoulder cannon's charge is a beat too slow. Shuahao's shield is rendered useless. Move. You are three living beings, not mere wooden sticks. The training ground had transformed into a purgatory for the trio of recruits, with Song Bei acting as the unyielding warden wielding a whip. Yet, he was even harsher on himself. While the recruits toiled within their mechas, he donned a thin training suit, perspiring profusely at the edge of the arena. Occasionally, he would draw forth the ethereal blue composite bow, the bowstring resonating, arrows piercing the distant moving targets like meteors, each draw imbued with a unique rhythm of extraordinary power. At other times, he wielded a heavy alloy cleaver, its gleam like a silver ribbon, slicing through the air with a fierce wind. He would also unleash a flurry of gunfire, the tips of the spears darting like lightning. And finally, he executed close combat techniques with fists and feet as swift as the wind, each movement sharp and succinct, echoing the shadows of extraordinary techniques. It turned out that since the conclusion of their last mission, not only had Lu Qi waived their medical fees with a grand gesture, but he had also rewarded the three with a substantial amount of battle merit. For the training-obsessed Song Bei, the allure of extraordinary techniques was simply irresistible. Thus, in the lead-up to the great battle, he was progressing at lightning speed. Through the observation window of the cockpit, Wang Fei and his companions observed the tireless figure on the sidelines, akin to an unwavering perpetual motion machine. They noted the beads of sweat continuously evaporating from his body and the nearly obsessive focus gleaming in his eyes, causing any lingering complaints to be silenced. The monstrous team leader had truly forged his strength and status through sheer determination and sacrifice. Chapter 82. The filming assignment in the core area of the rear military headquarters. Within a solemn high-rise building, a middle-aged general with gleaming epaulets and a stern countenance was massaging his temples in frustration. Before him stood a vibrant young woman, stylishly clad and sporting a high ponytail, vigorously shaking his arm. "Father, please agree to my request. The final assignment for our documentary filming course necessitates authentic military experiences. The footage captured at the training base is far too staged. My classmates are producing nothing but superficial content. I want to film a genuine battlefield. Real heroes. That's the only way to achieve a high score. Moreover, it will silence those who boast online about their prowess in battle." Her voice was crisp, laced with a hint of coaxing, and she was none other than Shun Yuran, the eldest daughter of the Shin family. Preposterous. The general, Shun, furrowed his brow, his expression stern. "The front lines are no place for games. Bullets and shells do not recognize you as the eldest daughter of the Shun family. It is far too dangerous." "Absolutely not. Oh, come on, Dad. I'm not asking to go to the front lines. I merely wish to find a relatively safe major base to film daily training and interview veterans." Shin Yuran persisted. "Are you going to let Uncle Lee and the others find some training institution in the rear to placate me? I wouldn't even be able to bear watching the resulting footage. I want authenticity." Just as General Shun prepared to continue his admonishment, she interjected with a cunning glint in her eyes. "If you refuse me, I'll go find Mother. I'll tell grandfather and grandmother that you do not support my education and aspirations at all." "Humph. You." General Shun was momentarily speechless, pointing at his daughter, his frustration palpable. His beloved daughter had always been headstrong, and the indulgence from her doting grandparents only exacerbated the situation. At that moment, the ever-quiet aide-de-camp, Officer Wang, who was also a trusted confidant of General Shun, tactfully interjected, "Sir, the young lady's intentions are commendable, and her pursuit of authenticity deserves encouragement. There are still many suitable locations along our defensive lines, such as the Blackwing Line, particularly at the Keller factory, where Major General Lu Qi is stationed." General Shun exchanged a glance with Officer Wang. Officer Wang continued, "The Keller factory is a significant strategic support point with solid defenses. Recently, Major General Lu Qi has successfully conducted several impressive defensive counterattacks, boosting morale, which aligns perfectly with the themes of authenticity and heroism that the young lady wishes to capture. As long as we strictly mandate that she remains within the absolutely secure core area of the base and prohibits her from approaching the front lines, her safety should be adequately assured. Moreover," he lowered his voice slightly, "Lu Qi is an old subordinate and is dependable. You can trust him to look after the young lady." After a moment of contemplation, General Shun gazed at his daughter's eager, sparkling eyes and thought of the overprotective elders at home, finally heaving a resigned sigh. "Very well, but Shin Yuran, you must listen carefully." His expression suddenly grew serious. He insisted that activities be confined within the confines of the Keller factory base, with no step allowed beyond the core defense perimeter. All filming schedules must receive personal approval from Major General Lu Qi. This is the bottom line. Should anyone dare to violate a single rule, I will promptly send someone to bring you back. "Yay, Dad is the best," Shin Yuran exclaimed, leaping up with excitement. She hugged General Shun's arm affectionately, promising to adhere to the regulations. "Thank you, Uncle Wang," she added, bestowing a sweet smile upon Officer Wang. As he watched his daughter joyfully rush out to prepare her luggage, General Shin wearily leaned back against his chair and offered a wry smile to Officer Wang. "Old Wang, this girl is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Please give Lu Qi a heads up. He will have to exert extra effort." "Yes, sir," Officer Wang replied respectfully. As he turned to contact Lu Qi, a subtle grin appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he silently thought, "Old Lu, you can't escape this round of drinks." In the operations department of the Keller factory, Lu Qi had just hung up after a routine briefing when an encrypted order from the highest command echelon flashed onto his main screen. He opened it and swiftly scanned the contents, his brow furrowing in confusion. A military promotional filming task? Assisting a documentary crew from the Rear Arts Academy? What is this nonsense? He muttered, bewildered. At such a critical moment, why focus on this? Just as he finished speaking, the red encrypted hotline on his desk began to ring urgently. Lu Qi picked up the receiver. "This is Lu Qi. Ha ha ha, old Lu. It's me, Old Wang." The cheerful laughter of Officer Wang resonated through the receiver. "Old Wang." Lu Qi paused, then quickly responded with a laugh. "You busy man. What brings you to call me? Any new directives from the military?" "Directives? No. No, I'm here to deliver a magnificent gift. Officer Wang's voice was laced with teasing. You received that order, right? The one about the documentary filming? Yes, I did, and I'm perplexed. Why now? Don't ponder. Let me tell you, this is a tremendous opportunity. Officer Wang lowered his voice, infused with a hint of schadenfreude. The core figure of the filming crew is none other than the young lady from the Shin family, Shin Yuran. The Shin family. Lu Qi's voice shot up an octave, nearly cracking as his grip on the receiver tightened. The family of Commander Shun. Indeed. No doubt about it. The Pearl of the Commander's household is here to film a genuine military documentary. Old Lu, this is a political task personally assigned by the commander. If you cater well to this young lady and ensure her satisfaction, portraying the authenticity and heroism she desires, you need not worry about the mech squadron and subsequent supply reinforcements you've been yearning for. The commander's wife and General Shun are both keeping a watchful eye. Lu Qi felt a surge of heat rush to his head, his heart racing with excitement. The Shun family, one of the pinnacle aristocracies of the Azure Blue military. This was not merely a filming crew. It was akin to a resplendent, celestial deity. Old Wang, brother, you are truly something else. This is fantastic. Lu Qi's voice trembled with exhilaration, the previous irritation vanishing, leaving only overwhelming joy and immense pressure. I will remember this favor. And I promise to treat you to the finest wine. Haha, just remember to save the drinks for later. I can ensure the safe delivery of the person. And it is imperative that their safety is absolutely guaranteed. If even a single hair is harmed on this esteemed individual, we will both face dire consequences. Vice Officer Wang reiterated the importance of safety. Rest assured, I assure you of absolute security. The individual is in my care at Keller. Their safety is entirely foolproof. I will take personal responsibility. Lu Qi declared with unwavering conviction, his voice resolute. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qi let out a long sigh of relief. Leaning back in his chair as a fine sheen of sweat appeared on his back, he wiped his face. His expression a complex tapestry of elation at an unexpected fortune and the immense pressure of confronting a formidable challenge. Goodness, he murmured to himself. A bemused expression crossing his face. The young lady from the Shin family is not here merely to film a documentary. She is evidently here to test my very limits. Chapter 83. Shin Yuran. On this day, the roar of engines approached, stirring a cloud of dust. Several heavily armored off-road vehicles, resembling weary giants, finally came to a halt before the imposing main gate of the Keller factory. As the doors opened just a crack, a crisp yet somewhat petulant voice burst forth. Unable to contain its impatience. Oh dear, I thought I would die from boredom. Is this road meant for people? My bones feel as though they are about to fall apart. Shin Yuran leaped from the vehicle, stretching her slender waist. Her delicate face contorted in displeasure as she complained to her friend Wang Lan, who had also just exited the vehicle. Isn't that right, Lan Lan? Wang Lan, rubbing her sore shoulders, nodded vigorously. Indeed. I've never been on such a bumpy ride. Shin Yuran turned to the elderly man who was the last to alight, her tone immediately adopting a playful lilt. Grandfather Mu, don't you agree? This road is far too difficult to traverse. The elder, known as Grandfather Mu, Shin Mu, clad in a faded old military uniform, stood tall and proud, his face etched with the wisdom of experience. He moved with a steady gait, his footsteps nearly soundless. And upon hearing her words, he chuckled softly, his gaze warm and affectionate as he looked at Shin Yuran. You, my dear, are simply unaccustomed to hardship. Instead of enjoying the comforts behind you, you insist on running to the front lines. Enough complaining. The host is already waiting, he said, nodding towards the front. By the gate, Lu Qi, along with senior military officers Lei Yong, Zheng Chong, and others from Keller, stood at attention, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Lu Qi's face was adorned with a smile that bordered on obsequiousness, and he was about to step forward to offer Shin Yuran an enthusiastic welcome. However, upon locking eyes with Shin Mu's familiar yet imposing visage, he felt as though he had been pressed to a halt. The smile on his face instantly froze, replaced by a profound respect that surged from within. He straightened his posture sharply, bringing his feet together, and executed a flawlessly precise military salute, his voice resounding with suppressed excitement. Salute, Commander Shun. The officers behind him, Lei Yong, Zheng Chong, and others, were a beat slower to react, but quickly recognized this legendary figure in the military. Their expressions turned solemn as they all raised their hands in salute. Their movements synchronized with military precision. An intangible aura of reverence, characteristic of iron-blooded soldiers, filled the air. Shin Mu smiled and returned the gesture casually, yet imbued with the weight of authority. Salute acknowledged. He cast a sweeping glance over Lu Qi and the others, akin to an elder scrutinizing his juniors. Lu Qi, there's no need to be so tense. Only then did Lu Qi slightly relax his taut muscles, managing to force a smile that was far more genuine than before, imbued with sincere concern. Old Master Mu, what brings you to the front lines personally? The conditions here are harsh. You must take great care of your health. Haha, at my age, I'm not so fragile, Shenmu replied with a hearty laugh, his gaze distant. Firstly, I am here at the behest of your grandfather, to look after this girl for a few days, lest she cause you too much trouble. He paused, his eyes sweeping over the towering defensive walls of the Keller factory and the faint traces of the battlefield in the distance. An indescribable aura, seemingly emanating from the depths of the battlefield, flickered across him momentarily. Secondly, it's been too long since I left the battlefield. My bones are itching for action. I wish to see with my own eyes if your generation of soldiers can uphold this banner. We shall not disappoint the commander's expectations. Lu Qi and Lei Yong responded in unison, their spines straightening further. At that moment, a sudden, short, and terrified scream erupted from Wang Lan, her trembling finger pointing towards the highest point of the factory's crane. Following her gesture, Shen Yuren's complexion turned ashen, instinctively covering her mouth and gasping in shock. There, hanging from the towering steel arm, were the twisted, deformed remnants of 8 mechs, marred by scorch marks and dried, dark red stains. They appeared as trophies nailed to a pillar of shame, particularly grotesque in the light of the rising sun. Among them, one black and red-painted mecha, riddled with holes, bore particularly glaring dark red traces at the cockpit. A potent scent of blood and the aura of death seemed to assault them from afar. Shenmu also raised his gaze, his eyes, steeped in experience, narrowed slightly as his sharp gaze swept over the unique modifications and damage on the remnants. A hint of approval curling at the corners of his mouth. The Night Squadron? All 8 of them are hanging here. Quite remarkable. Well done, Lu. He looked at Lu Qi, his admiration unmasked. Lu Qi felt a surge of warmth. To be praised by this military veteran was more exhilarating than any accolade. Thank you for your commendation, Commander. It is all thanks to the brothers who fought with their lives. Of course, he never considered claiming all the credit for himself. Shen Yuran, suppressing her initial trepidation, gazed at the remnants with a transformed expression, curiosity, and an indescribable shock replacing her initial fear. So this is what the true front lines look like. In the conference room, the atmosphere had grown relatively relaxed. Shen Yuran sat beside the main seat, with Wang Lan diligently taking notes at her side. Commander Lu Qi, Shen Yuran cleared her throat, striving to appear more professional. The theme of our filming this time is the authentic military experience. We primarily aim to document the daily lives, training conditions, and spirit of the frontline soldiers. There is no need to orchestrate any grand scenes. The more genuine, the better. It would be ideal if we could experience the soldiers' lives firsthand. Lu Qi grinned widely, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth that stood out strikingly against his dark complexion. He pounded his chest and assured, "No worries, Miss Shun. Rest assured. Everything is absolutely genuine. Film whatever you desire. Experiencing life? Certainly not a problem. If you wish to capture me, old Lu, performing a tap dance, I am more than willing to put my old face on the line for you." His words elicited a wave of good-natured laughter from the conference room. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Lu Qi's eyes twinkled, and he donned an even warmer smile. "Miss Shun, consider this. The base may not be vast, but it is also not insignificant. As you 2 young ladies are unfamiliar with the surroundings, it would be prudent to have someone knowledgeable to assist you, guide you, and provide explanations, wouldn't you agree? How about I arrange for a companion? Absolutely clever and reliable." Shen Yuran and Wang Lan exchanged glances, both finding this suggestion agreeable. Having a guide well-versed in the environment would indeed be quite convenient. "All right, then we shall trouble you, Commander Lu." Shen Yuran responded readily. "Not at all, not at all. It is my duty." Lu Qi promptly seized the internal communicator on the table and, almost shouting, said, "Hello. Connect me to Song Bei. I need him to run to the command center conference room immediately." Chapter 84. Status at the Mecha Training Ground. Sweat-soaked Song Bei's white combat vest, clinging tightly to his well-defined muscles. He was intently maneuvering the Iron Guard 007, executing a series of intricate close combat grappling techniques with swift precision. The public channel echoed with the shouts of Wang Fei and his companions coordinating their dragon capture formation, accompanied by the sounds of mechas colliding. Group Leader Song. Urgent orders from the command center. Commander Lu requests your immediate presence in the conference room. The aide's voice crackled with urgency over the communication channel. Song Bei furrowed his brow but did not pause his movements. He executed a clean joint lock to eliminate a virtual target before gradually coming to a halt. He opened the cockpit, leaping down from the mecha, and grabbed the vest draped over the railing to wipe his face, revealing his sharply defined features. What could be so urgent? A flicker of curiosity crossed his mind, but military orders are paramount. You three, continue practicing your formation. Wang Fei, increase the tempo. Shui Hao, ensure the timing for the shield is impeccable. He issued a directive, then donned his jacket and strode purposefully toward the command center. Thud, thud, thud. Outside the conference room, Song Bei took a deep breath to steady his breath after running, then knocked on the door. Come in, came Lu Qi's voice from within. Song Bei entered, clad in a simple white combat vest that showcased his muscular arms, with training ground dust and oil stains adorning his combat pants. His sweat-soaked hair clung messily to his forehead, yet his gaze remained sharp and composed. His eyes quickly scanned the room, landing on Lu Qi, who wore a cordial smile, and two elegantly dressed young ladies whose refined demeanor contrasted starkly with the setting, one of whom was stunningly beautiful. However, Song Bei merely acknowledged them politely with a glance before his attention was magnetically drawn to the seemingly ordinary elderly man in old military attire beside Lu Qi, Shenmu. Buzz. At the moment their eyes met, a deep, dormant heart within Song Bei seemed to be struck by a pebble, causing it to leap erratically and violently for a couple of beats. A sensation of indescribable pressure, akin to facing a primordial beast, enveloped him like a tangible wave of icy water, instantly saturating his limbs and bones. Though this feeling was fleeting, and his heart soon regained its steadiness, the momentary tremor and chill left his hair standing on end. A formidable presence, an unfathomable strength. Its power undoubtedly surpassed that of a C grade, at least a legendary B grade. A commander-level being. Song Bei forcibly quelled the tumult within, maintaining a composed demeanor as he raised his hand in a crisp military salute. Reporting, sir. I am Song Bei, leader of Team 3 from Squad 4, here to report, as ordered. Come Song Bei, Lu Qi greeted warmly, seemingly oblivious to the peculiar moment that had just transpired, or perhaps he simply did not perceive it. He gestured towards Xin Yuran and Wang Lan. Allow me to introduce you to our esteemed guests from headquarters, Miss Xin Yuran and Miss Wang Lan, who are here to film a documentary. Turning to Shenmu, his tone became exceedingly respectful. This is Commander Shenmu. You may address him as Elder Mu. Song Bei's gaze swept over Shenmu once more, imbued with genuine respect. As he slightly inclined his body, greetings, Elder Mu. Since Song Bei entered, Shenmu had been observing him with eyes that appeared murky, yet contained the vastness of the cosmos. At this moment, his interest peaked, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. So youthful, such a refined aura. Although the fluctuations of spiritual energy still linger in the high D tier, the sense of power and mental fortitude within this physique is already on par with the average C-grade extraordinary being, especially that keen, hawk-like gaze he possessed the moment he stepped in. Such intensity is not characteristic of a sheltered flower. A promising prospect, Shenmu mused, smiling as he nodded in succinct approval. Amidst this brief moment of cordial exchange, a clear and awkward rumbling sound suddenly erupted from Xin Yuran and Wang Lan's stomachs. Instantly, both turned crimson, particularly Xin Yuran, who wished she could vanish into the ground. After a jarring journey, breakfast had long since digested. Lu Qi slapped his forehead. Oh dear. How could I forget? In my eagerness to chat, I neglected to mention that the welcome banquet is already prepared in the small dining hall. Elder Mu, Miss Shun. Miss Wang, please follow me. Wait. Xin Yuran, blushing yet resolute, interrupted Lu Qi. There is no need for a welcome banquet. We agreed to experience military life. We shall eat whatever the soldiers eat. Her gaze shifted towards Song Bei, who had just settled and still bore the scent of the training ground. With an air of undeniable insistence, she added, Little Leader Song, your base must have a cafeteria, right? Taken aback by this sudden inquiry, Song Bei instinctively stood at attention and replied, reporting, Miss Shen, we do. Xin Yuran nodded in satisfaction, pulling the still bashful Wang Lan to her feet. Excellent. Then please lead the way, Little Leader Song. We shall dine at the cafeteria. Lu Qi opened his mouth, gazing into Xin Yuran's determined little eyes, then casting a glance at the silently smiling Shen Mu beside him. With a resigned sigh, he waved his hand. All right then, Song Bei. Take good care of the two young ladies and ensure their safety. He continued, Old Mu, Vice Officer Zhang, Captain Lei. Shall we old fellows retreat to the small dining hall? The latter part of his statement bore a hint of relief. Shen Mu smiled and nodded, as the host wishes. Song Bei, observing the two distinguished young ladies who evidently hailed from another world, glanced at Lu Qi's hopeful expression and silently sighed. He stepped aside to open the door, gesturing invitingly, Miss Shun, Miss Wang, this way please. The canteen, situated in the living quarters, was bustling with activity at mealtime. Soldiers clad in various training uniforms, some marked with grease and fatigue, formed long queues to receive their meals, carrying trays and seeking seats amidst the lively clamor. As Song Bei led Xin Yuran and Wang Lan inside, they instantly attracted numerous gazes. The two elegantly dressed girls stood out in stark contrast to the rugged men surrounding them, akin to pearls among gravel. Soldiers cast curious and astonished looks their way, many eagerly greeting Song Bei. "Good day, Song team. Finished training? Did you give Wang Fei and the others a beating today?" Song Bei merely nodded in acknowledgement, his pace unwavering as he guided the two through the somewhat crowded outer area, heading deeper into the canteen. Xin Yuran and Wang Lan curiously observed their surroundings. They quickly discerned that the seating arrangement in the canteen seemed to follow a certain pattern. Tables near the entrance and periphery were predominantly occupied by fresh-faced, somewhat awkward new recruits. For instance, they spotted Wang Fei, Liu Xian, and Xue Hao in a corner, ravenously devouring their meals. Upon noticing Song Bei's approach, they nearly choked, hurriedly attempting to stand, only to be halted by a mere glance from Song Bei. The further they ventured inward, the more composed and seasoned the soldiers seated at the tables appeared. Their gazes were steadier, movements more assured, and they exuded a distinct air of camaraderie and battle-hardened resilience. Upon seeing Song Bei, their greetings were more casual. "Xiao Song, you're here. Bei Gu, the braised pork in the canteen is quite good today." At the farthest end of the canteen, a few larger and cleaner long tables were positioned against the wall. At that moment, several individuals were already seated at the largest table. Chi Hong was leisurely sipping soup, while Li Xian focused intently on a substantial meat chop. Yuan Kai and a few other squad leaders were engaged in a hushed conversation. This table boasted the best location, offering a semblance of tranquility amid the surrounding bustle. Our young leader, Song Bei, was resolutely heading towards this central long table with Xin Yuran and Wang Lan in tow. Chapter 85, The Male Protagonist. Chi Hong and the others, noticing the two unfamiliar young ladies trailing behind Song Bei, displayed expressions of surprise, yet no one inquired further. They simply nodded in friendly acknowledgement and made room. "Please, take a seat," Song Bei said, pulling out two empty chairs, gesturing for Xin Yuran and Wang Lan to sit. He then naturally settled beside Chi Hong. Xin Yuran and Wang Lan sat down somewhat awkwardly, their curious gazes surveying the captains at the same table. Chi Hong exuded a calmness akin to a mountain, Li Xian's silence was as steadfast as iron, and Yuan Kai possessed a sharp gaze. Each had a distinct style. Yet all were hardened warriors who had faced life-and-death battles. Xin Yuran's eyes wandered until they settled on Song Bei, who was serene and poised, preparing to eat with chopsticks. A perceptive smile graced her lips as she leaned closer to Wang Lan, whispering, "It seems our young Captain Song holds quite an extraordinary position here." As she surveyed the central table, surrounded by soldiers who regarded Song Bei with genuine respect and a hint of reverence, her anticipation for the authentic military experience quietly intensified. Song Bei succinctly introduced Xin Yuran and Wang Lan to the captains, a filming crew from headquarters, Miss Xin and Miss Wang, here to shoot a documentary. Chi Hong nodded with measured composure. Li Xian merely cast a fleeting glance, while Yuan Kai offered a friendly smile, welcoming them. The atmosphere was neither overly warm nor cold. Wang Lan, clearly intrigued by the battlefield, promptly opened her notebook and asked with sparkling eyes, "Captain Chi, Captain Wang, is it true what we hear from the rear? That our Azure army is invincible on the battlefield, just like in the propaganda videos, with mechs advancing effortlessly?" Captain Wang Meng, a jovial man, laughed heartily at her words, stuffing a generous piece of braised pork into his mouth, mumbling, "Invincible? Huh, young lady, those propaganda videos are meant for the folks back home. If it were that easy, why would we be holed up here munching on compressed biscuits?" Chi Hong set down his spoon, his voice steady yet carrying an undeniable weight. "Currently, on various fronts, our forces do hold a certain initiative, but we are far from having a decisive advantage." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "The Loa people have a deeply ingrained martial tradition. Their close-quarters combat with mechs is exceptionally fierce and cunning. Coupled with their reckless fighting style, we have endured considerable hardships. As for the Bond side, there's no need to elaborate. Like us, they are outsiders, with artillery coverage technology that is unparalleled. A single volley can melt steel. Our strength lies in our balanced system and resilience. We can endure and grind through." Wang Lan's mouth fell slightly agape as she rapidly jotted down notes, her eyes shimmering with excitement. "Wow, it's so complex." She was about to inquire further when she noticed Xin Yuran's gaze lingering on Song Bei. He was focused intently on a rib, his concentration evident, with sweat dampening his temples and the subtle contours of his shoulders visible beneath his vest, causing Xin Yuran to momentarily lose her train of thought. Suddenly, she set down her chopsticks, leaning forward slightly with a hint of inquisitive mirth, and asked directly, "Captain Song, Achieving your position at such a young age, you must come from a lineage of generals, right? Which general is your family associated with? Song Bei paused with his chopsticks. Yet before he could respond, the eavesdropping Ho Ching, resembling a startled cat, abruptly turned his head, still chewing on half a bun, and exclaimed impatiently, "Miss Shun, you are gravely mistaken." He swallowed the steamed bun with a resounding voice, brimming with pride. "I am with my brother Bei." He truly emerged from the depths of a slag heap. Hometown. It's that dilapidated mining town in the darkest corner of Haiying San. At 17. We both enlisted with just 2 steamed buns in hand. What background? The son of a miner is the background. The thin monkey grew increasingly animated, spitting as he spoke. "You cannot fathom how remarkable my brother Bei is. When he first joined the army, he began recounting his exploits, how Song Bei distinguished himself in the recruit company, how he coolly sniped a Lia scout during his first combat patrol, how he braved enemy fire to cover his comrades' retreat, and how, after the brutal ambush at Bin Town, he and Team Li retaliated fiercely, decimating that arrogant squad of aspiring knights from Lia. Every one of their 8 mechs hung from the crane, and that crescent moon insignia on his shoulder? It is a tangible testament to having taken down a second-generation Luya machine. And that time, Brother Bei single-handedly devoured your food." Song Bei could no longer bear to listen. His face flushed with embarrassment as he swiftly stuffed a large lion's head dumpling from his plate into the incessantly chattering monkey's mouth. Mem. The thin monkey, caught off guard, rolled his eyes in surprise, provoking a roar of laughter from the entire cafeteria. Even Chi Hung couldn't help but shake his head in amusement, and the corners of Li Xion's mouth twitched in a rare smile. Shen Yuran observed this lively scene, gazing at Song Bei's side profile, which bore hints of helplessness and awkwardness, while listening to the exaggerated yet vividly real accounts of battle recounted by the thin monkey. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Suddenly, she slapped the table, not with great force, but with sufficient authority, her clear voice cutting through the laughter. "I've made my decision." She stood up, pointing directly at Song Bei, who was still attempting to rescue the thin monkey, and declared, "Song Bei, you shall be the protagonist of my documentary." Splutter. The water Song Bei had just sipped erupted from his mouth, causing him to cough repeatedly, his face turning crimson. He looked up, astonished and exasperated, as if to say, "What are you joking about?" But Shen Yuran remained undeterred, meeting his gaze with wide, innocent eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, exuding an air of righteous innocence and charm. "Why do you look at me like that? I merely wish to create a documentary that authentically reflects the heroes on the front lines, to fulfill our teacher's assignment. Aren't you the perfect hero specimen, Captain Song?" Around them, the other captains stifled their laughter. Chi Hung lowered his head, Wang Ming shrugged his shoulders, and Yuan Kai simply turned his face away, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Song Bei, witnessing Shun Yuran's expression that suggested non-compliance would jeopardize her academic pursuits, and glancing at the gleeful faces of his comrades, resignedly wiped his mouth from the water he had choked on, exhaling a long sigh tinged with reluctant acceptance. "All right then, Miss Shin, you have the final say." Chapter 86. Daily filming in the evening training ground. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a warm golden hue over the steel jungle. The roar of engines had ceased, replaced by the sharp sounds of fists and feet slicing through the air and the heavy thuds of bodies colliding. In the center of the arena, Song Bei stood bare-chested. Indeed, once again he stood bare-chested. Beads of sweat glided down the taut, sculpted lines of his back, glimmering with a bronze sheen under the setting sun. He moved with the swiftness of a cheetah, each punch and kick accompanied by a piercing whistle that sliced through the air. His footwork was agile, dancing around his opponent as he relentlessly sought for weaknesses. His adversary was none other than Chi Hung, the C-class captain. Relying solely on his honed combat techniques and formidable physique, skillfully countered Song Bei's tempestuous onslaught without employing any psychic abilities. The two exchanged blows at a pace so rapid that they seemed to leave afterimages. The sound of their collisions resonated like a drumbeat. Although Song Bei's psychic level remained at the high end of D grade, the onlookers, including Li Xian and Wang Ming, no longer regarded him as an ordinary D-class fighter. This young man was nothing short of a monster. Without piloting a mech, he engaged in hand-to-hand combat with a seasoned C-class captain like Chi Hung, forcing him to exert every ounce of his focus. His terrifying combat intuition, remarkable learning ability, and seemingly inexhaustible stamina left all who had faced him in awe. The very thought of him seated in a mech cockpit was daunting. Bang! Another unembellished clash of fists. Both retreated half a step, their feet carving shallow marks into the solid ground. Song Bei's chest heaved as sweat dripped from his chin. He shook his slightly numbed arms and grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. "Captain, shall we call it a day?" Chi Hung exhaled deeply, steadying his breath, and nodded. All right, let us call it a draw. Then I thank you for your leniency, Captain. Song Bei replied with a smile, clasping his fists together. Ha ha, you rascal. Chi Hung chuckled, yet his eyes sparkled with admiration. He recognized that he had barely maintained the balance of the match by exerting nearly C-class strength. The speed of this young man's progress was nothing short of extraordinary. As soon as they ceased their sparring, a slender figure hurried over, clutching a water bottle. Here. Shen Yuran directly handed the bottle to Song Bei. Her eyes sparkling as she observed his sweaty visage, her cheeks slightly flushed in the golden light of the sunset. Song Bei paused. Glancing at the water bottle before him and then at Shun Yuran's eager expression, he reluctantly accepted. Miss Shen, it really isn't necessary. What do you mean by that? Shun Yuran interjected, lifting her chin with a hint of pride. You are now the leading man I, Shun Yuran, have engaged. What is wrong with me handing you water? It's only natural. She spoke with such conviction, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Nearby, Chi Hung, wiping his sweat, deliberately sighed deeply. His tone laced with envy. Ah, the disparity between people. I've been battling for ages, and not even a single drink has been offered to me. No sooner had he finished speaking than a face, adorned with a lewd smile, leaned in, holding yet another water bottle, deliberately affecting a high-pitched, coy tone. Captain, you've worked hard. Allow me to serve you. It was none other than the lanky monkey. Chi Hang, in a fit of irritation, swatted away the water bottle offered by the lanky monkey, chiding him with a laugh. Get lost, you little brat. Stop being so disgusting. The lanky monkey yelped and jumped back, provoking a chorus of laughter from those around. Shen Yuran couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Days slipped by in a blend of tense preparations and moments of lightheartedness. Like a persistent shadow, Shen Yuran trailed behind Song Bei, camera in hand. Initially, the lens faithfully captured the scenes. Song Bei, drawing his bow at the shooting range, the bowstring trembling as the arrow transformed into a streak of azure light. Hitting the moving target hundreds of meters away, Song Bei wielding a long gun, executing intricate and fierce maneuvers on the training mech, the gun's tip dancing like pear blossoms. Song Bei, expressionless, watching Wang Fei and the others fumble through their dragon-capturing formation, his cold reprimands silencing the three recruits with fear. Song Bei repeatedly challenging different captains to combat, absorbing lessons from each defeat, his resolve only growing fiercer, until he could engage Chi Hung in a fierce standoff. Yet, at some point, Shen Yuran's gaze began to drift from the cold lens. She started to observe with her own eyes. She watched Song Bei's focused profile as he drew the bow, sweat tracing along his taut jawline. She noted the subtle concern in his eyes when he reprimanded the recruits. Akin to a wolf guarding its young, she witnessed him rising time and again after being bested by stronger captains, his determination ignited by an indomitable flame. She beheld him beneath the setting sun, bare-chested, his bronze skin glistening with sweat, muscles taut like a perfect sculpture of strength, each punch delivered with a primal, heart-pounding allure. Unbeknownst to her, the camera had lowered in her hands. The lens cap had been forgotten, a faint red light still glowing. Yet, Shen Yuran's attention increasingly fixated on the figure of Song Bei. An unfamiliar radiance, unnoticed by herself, began to unfurl within the depths of her clear eyes. Akin to ripples spreading across a lake upon the entry of a stone, ripples named curiosity, admiration, and perhaps something more. The clamor of the training ground faded into the background. In her world, only the young figure, tempered and growing stronger through sweat and battle, remained. Chapter 87. Effort in the Keller Factory's operations department. The atmosphere hung heavy, like leaden clouds before a tempest. On the vast tactical sand table, the crimson markers representing the Lia Heavy Arms Group lay like congealed blood. Firmly anchored in the Bankai City area, a winding blue river, the Lando River, loomed like an insurmountable barrier along the essential route to Bankai City. The intentions from across the river were unmistakable. An officer pointed at the deliberately marked Lando River region on the sand table, his voice tinged with anxious restraint. They have deployed heavy forces on the opposite bank of the Lando River. More troubling was the fact that they had demolished all the bridges capable of passage along the river's upper and lower reaches, leaving only the solitary, most formidable steel bridge at Longin. He paused momentarily, his finger resting on the cluster of red dots symbolizing the garrison at Lon Town. To launch an assault on Bankai City, we must first seize Lon Town and control this bridge. Otherwise, our main force will be left helplessly stranded on this side of the river. Take a detour? Another officer, adorned with army insignia, immediately countered with fervor. The nearest alternative route would require an additional 300 kilometers, traversing the complex mountainous terrain controlled by the Liya. Our supply lines would stretch to their limits. Too great a risk. An all-out attack on Lawntown, relying solely on that solitary bridge. That is not an offensive. It is a death sentence. The Luoyans have fortified their positions on the opposite bank, with overlapping fields of fire. Our armored units and infantry charging across the bridge would become sitting ducks, unless we amass a significant number of infantry to forcefully create a bloody path. We cannot afford such a cost. The room buzzed with escalating debate, a mix of gravity and impatience permeating the air. Lu Qi sat at the head of the table, his hands clasped under his chin, his brow furrowed deeply. He listened in silence, his gaze sharp as a hawk, sweeping between the solitary bridge on the sand table and the sparse blue dots representing his forces. As the arguments began to wane, all eyes turned to the silent Supreme Commander. Slowly, Lu Qi raised his head, his eyes scanning each officer present, his gaze heavy with undeniable resolve and a hint of ironclad determination. Have we argued enough? His voice, though low, silenced all noise in an instant. I hereby command. All combat personnel immediately enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. Mecha units, armored brigades, and infantry regiments, prepare for deployment. Logistical support must ensure absolute reliability. He paused, his gaze piercing. Specific operational tasks will be communicated to each unit commander via encrypted directives. Dismissed. It was evident that Lu Qi had already devised a plan. Yes, sir. The officers rose in unison, saluting with a mixture of unanswered questions and a heavy sense of duty, swiftly exiting the conference room. In the vast operations department, only Lu Qi remained, accompanied by Lei Yong, who stood silently like a steadfast rock behind him. Lu Qi approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, observing the scene outside, where the factory area had suddenly accelerated into a frenzy of activity. The roar of mecha engines grew increasingly deafening, logistics vehicles wove through the chaos, and soldiers dashed about for final equipment checks, the air thick with an impending sense of urgency. Turning around, he met Lei Yong's calm, deep-set eyes. His voice lowered to a grave whisper as he entrusted his life's work. Old Lei, the real hard bones will depend on you to chew through. The crux of the plan lies not with that bridge. He emphatically pointed to an inconspicuous corner on the sand table, his voice barely audible as he conveyed a few words. A flicker of sharp insight crossed Lei Yong's brows, his eyes gleaming with understanding, and he nodded solemnly. Understood. Leave it to me. The ominous clouds of impending battle ultimately dispelled the last vestiges of ease within the base. In the open area beside the main gate of the factory, the atmosphere felt stifling. A small convoy was already prepared and ready for action. Xin Yuran and Wang Lan stood beside the vehicle, while Xin Mu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze penetrating as he surveyed the steel fortress poised to be ignited by the flames of war. Upon learning of their imminent departure, nearly all the key members of the mech squadron gathered spontaneously to bid them farewell. Familiar faces, Qi Heng, Li Xian, Wang Ming, Yuan Kai, crowded around. Even the lanky monkey, leaning on his cane, squeezed into the throng, playfully winking at Wang Lan. The soldiers formed a silent line, their expressions a complex tapestry of reluctance and unspoken reverence. During this time, the esteemed young lady had shown no airs. She dined with them in the mess hall, trained alongside them, and captured their genuine sweat and tenacity through her lens, earning the respect of these iron-willed men. Shen Yuran's gaze traversed the crowd, finally settling on the youth standing at the forefront of the line, clad in a combat vest, his stature as upright as a rifle, Song Bei. She inhaled deeply, as if summoning all her courage, and stepped forward to stand before Song Bei amidst the attentive crowd. The golden hues of the setting sun graced her delicate profile, illuminating the unmasked concern and an indescribable attachment in her eyes. Hey, Xiaosong. Her voice rang clear, laced with a barely perceptible tremor as she endeavored to maintain a light-hearted tone, yet the seriousness of her words could not be concealed. Remember, you are my exclusive leading man. She extended her slender finger, playfully tapping Song Bei's chest, as if declaring a claim that was solely hers. You can only be mine. No one else. Did you hear that? She pouted slightly, raising her fair hand as if to strike. But her little fist merely wavered in the air and ultimately did not fall, resembling more a playful, yet innocent threat. In that instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the roar of the engines seemed to fade away. All eyes were riveted upon the pair. Song Bei gazed at the enchanting visage illuminated by the sunset, observing the earnestness and childlike worry reflected in her eyes. It felt as though the most hardened part of his heart had been gently stirred. A rare, subtle smile curved his lips, a genuine arc that melted the coldness in his gaze, revealing a tenderness he had not even recognized within himself. He nodded lightly, his voice low yet clear, imbued with the weight of a promise. All right. Such a simple word. Yet it reverberated within Shun Yuren's heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of elation. Her smile blossomed instantly, radiant as a summer flower, dazzlingly bright. Not far off, Shenmu witnessed this poignant scene, a knowing smile gracing his weathered face as he quietly remarked to Lu Qi beside him, "What an impressive young man." His tone conveyed both admiration for Song Bei and an understanding of the pure emotions shared among the youth. However, Lu Qi's expression was more complex. Caught between laughter and tears, his heart a tumult of emotions as he pondered whether to marvel at Song Bei's fortunate romantic prospects or to worry about the potential troubles that such affections might bring. He could only clear his throat awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. Shun Yuran cast a lingering gaze upon Song Bei, as if etching his likeness into her heart. Only then did she ascend the transport vehicle with Wang Lan's assistance, glancing back thrice. The engine roared to life, the convoy stirred up clouds of dust, and slowly it departed through the imposing gates of the Keller factory, vanishing along the road to the rear safe zone. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving behind a lingering sense of melancholy at parting and the acrid scent of impending war. Skinny Monkey, leaning on his cane, sidled up to Song Bei with an inquisitive grin, elbowing him playfully. "Hey, Brother Bei, what is it like to be so cherished by Miss Shun?" Song Bei withdrew his gaze from the distant horizon, his warmth swiftly replaced by a cold, unyielding focus as solid as rock. He flexed his wrist, producing a subtle crack, a gesture he found genuinely impressive, then directed his eyes towards the zone where the roar of engines was most intense, where a torrent of steel was gathering. He did not glance at Skinny Monkey, but simply uttered two words, heavy as iron, "Work hard." With that, he strode purposefully towards his destined battlefield of steel. The setting sun cast his tall figure in elongated silhouette, resembling a blade poised to be drawn. Chapter 88. The battle begins in the mech maintenance area of Keller Factory. The thunderous roar of engines resonated like rolling thunder, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The once somewhat empty expanse was now entirely filled with colossal steel beasts. Over 170 mechs adorned with azure insignias stood like a silent forest of iron, reflecting a chilling gleam under the cold beams of searchlights. Newly deployed mass-production iron guards mingled among the battle-hardened veterans, as the recruits nervously conducted final checks, while the seasoned warriors silently polished their weapons, their gazes sharp as blades. A palpable tension hung in the air, a storm of battle intent ready to erupt. The heavy alloy doors of the operations department were firmly shut, isolating the interior from the clamor outside. Within, only Lu Qi, Lei Yong, and Zheng Chong remained. On the vast tactical sand table, the red dots representing Lando River and Longjin resembled stubborn tumors. Lu Qi spoke into the encrypted communicator, his tone imbued with a rare blend of desperation and familiarity. "Old Zhou, Commander Zhou, for the sake of our shared mischief peeking at the Arts troops back in the day, could you make one more flight for me? Just one. I, Lu Qi, will remember your kindness for a lifetime." On the other end, a disgruntled voice thundered back, nearly piercing through the receiver. "Lu, you shameless scoundrel. Don't bring up the past. One more flight. Easier said than done. Do you know what I've got burning under the wings of my falcon? Money. Titanium crystal. My heart's treasure. Are you footing the bill?" "I'll pay. I will," Lu Qi exclaimed, adopting a defiant stance. "Name your terms. Whatever I can provide." "Terms?" The voice on the other side carried a hint of cunning triumph. "I heard you recently stumbled upon a trove of Luya titanium crystals? TSK, what a treasure. I won't ask for much, just half. This matter rests on old Zhou's shoulders." "Half? Old Zhou, you might as well rob it." Lu Qi nearly leapt up. "A quarter. That's the most I can offer. 1/3. A gram less, and we're done." The reply was resolute. Lu Qi's facial muscles twitched momentarily. Yet a glimmer of cunning sparkled in his eyes as he suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Deal. 1/3 it is. However, dear old Zhou," he shifted his tone, lowering it with an air of mystery, "I will need your hefty companion to assist in transporting a batch of, special cargo along the way. We shall parachute together." On the other end of the communicator, there was a brief silence before Commander Zhou erupted with exasperation. "Lucia? You old fox. I knew you were waiting for me. Damn it. Fine. The cargo will be ample. If it gets damaged, I want to compensate." "Ha. Delightful. Old Zhou, I'll treat you to the finest when this is over." Lucia laughed heartily as he hung up, the fleeting pang of regret vanishing, replaced by the thrill of a scheme successfully unfolding. Lei Yong and Zheng Chong exchanged knowing glances, both recognizing the essence of the plan lay in this special cargo and the parachuting operation. The following night, under a moonless sky punctuated only by scattered stars, the enormous side door of the Keller factory slid open silently. A convoy of heavy armored transport vehicles glided forth like phantoms, their engines deliberately subdued to a low rumble. Within the cargo holds, 75 armored mechs draped in camouflage awaited, ready for action. The Chi-Hung Squad, Li Xian Squad, Yuan Kai Squad, and the elite knife team, led by Song Bei, were all present. Instead of heading towards the front line, where artillery fire raged, the convoy veered along a concealed supply route. Racing towards the rear, Wang Fei from Song Bei's team curled up in the frigid cockpit of the Iron Guardian, peering through the observation window at the rapidly receding, increasingly unfamiliar scenery. Unable to contain his curiosity, he whispered into the encrypted team channel, "ISNT, the leader going the wrong way? Aren't we supposed to be heading to the Lando River for a showdown? Why are we heading back home?" Silence. Song Bei's icy voice cut through the air, offering no explanation. "Maintain composure and reserve your strength. Remain silent until orders are given." "Yes, Captain." Wang Fei shrank back, refraining from further inquiries, though his confusion only deepened. The pilots Liu Xian and Xue Hao exchanged glances, equally perplexed. After an indeterminate period, the convoy entered a vast Air Force base under strict light control. Towering hangars loomed like slumbering behemoths, while on the runway, several large, robust heavy strategic transport planes, affectionately dubbed Fat Girls, awaited in silence. "Attention, all personnel." Li Xian's steady voice resonated across the driver's communication channel. "According to the designated numbers, divide into 3 groups and board. Move swiftly and maintain silence." No extraneous rallying cries, merely cold directives. The engines of the mechs emitted a deep, resonant hum as their heavy bodies orderly ascended the gangway into the expansive belly of the Fat Girls. Hydraulic locks clicked into place, securing the steel warriors firmly. As the last hatch closed, sealing out the faint starlight, the cabin was bathed in the eerie green glow of the instrument panels and the suppressed breaths of the pilots. The roar of the engines intensified abruptly. The massive transport plane began its run, accelerating until it finally broke free from the grasp of gravity, piercing the inky night sky. At this moment, Chi-Heng's steady voice, as solid as a mountain, resonated through the encrypted operational channel, unveiling the mystery. Mission brief. Target, the Lando River. The eastern stronghold of the Longjian Steel Bridge. Operation codename, Island Hopping. The 119th Airborne Division will execute the first round of precise bombardment on the enemy command center. Ammunition depot, mecha maintenance area, and signal hub, codename, Falcon. Following the bombardment, 3 transport aircraft from our unit will conduct ultra-low altitude infiltration, executing a forced aerial drop in the stronghold area. Our mission, to seize and firmly hold the core area of the stronghold at all costs during the chaos created by the bombardment. This is to ensure the subsequent main force can cross the Lando River and break through. Remember, upon landing, it is a fight to the death. There is no retreat. Keller's brothers are waiting for us to open this door. Victory for the Azure. We must prevail. The channel erupted with a low growl, stifled yet powerful. All doubts dissipated, leaving only cold, murderous intent and an unwavering resolve. Wang Fei gripped the control stick tightly in the cockpit, palms slick with sweat. Yet his gaze shone with an alarming intensity. "So it is. The paratroopers." He glanced at the silent avatar of Song Bei on the communication list, his mind filled with a singular thought: stay close to the leader. Survive. Fulfill the mission. Meanwhile, at the forward command post of the 119th Airborne Division. Chapter 89, Cluster Bombing. Division Commander Zhou, cigar in mouth, squinted at the massive radar screen, cursing under his breath. Damn it, that shameless Lu Qi. Hoarding titanium crystals as if it were his life. I'm losing big on this deal. Beside him, a staff officer suppressed a laugh and quickly reported, "Commander, Falcon Team 1 has arrived at the designated airspace. Target locked, Lando River and the enemy command center, mecha maintenance area AB depot, main ammunition depot, and regional signal tower. Requesting bombing orders." Division Commander Zhou took a deep drag on his cigar, the smoke swirling around him, his gaze suddenly sharpening like that of a hawk. Approved. Bomb them hard. Falcon Team 2, stand by at high altitude. When the fat lady drops the dumplings, keep your eyes peeled. Don't let those from Luya interfere. Understood. Orders. At precisely 00:00, the operation commenced. On the eastern bank of the Lando River, at the Luya military stronghold, massive searchlight beams swept back and forth across the dark river, illuminating the rushing waters in a ghastly white. The concrete bunkers loomed like colossal beasts, their dark gun ports aimed at the opposite bank. Behind the positions, in a makeshift mecha maintenance area, over 100 Lia standard attendant mechas stood, reflecting a cold, eerie glow in the night, resembling a forest of steel. 2 dirty-clad Luya recruits, clutching rifles, huddled behind a sandbag barricade, boredly staring into the silent darkness across the river. Hey, do you think that bunch from Azure has the guts to come over and deliver themselves to death? A freckled recruit quietly asked his companion. Come over? The veteran next to him, busy cleaning the barrel of a heavy machine gun, scoffed, slapping the cold steel with force. If they do, it'll be perfect. I'll give them a good soaking with my fire tongue. They won't even touch the bridge. They'll all end up in the belly of the Lando River. His face bore the unique scorn and confidence characteristic of a seasoned veteran. With our current strength, we possess more mechs and sturdier fortifications than they do. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to launch a frontal assault. The freckled rookie was about to chime in when a piercing air raid siren, shrill enough to rend the very soul, unexpectedly shattered the tranquil night sky like a steel needle. What on earth is that? The veteran machine gunner abruptly looked up, his confident smile instantly frozen in horror. In the next moment, a low growl of death descended from the heavens. It was not a solitary explosion. Rather, it was a cacophony of sharp, hellish shrieks that filled the entire expanse. Following that was a series of dull thuds, akin to the sonorous impact of a giant hammer striking the ground. Cluster bombs. The veteran's pupils constricted in terror as he let out a desperate scream. He was all too familiar with the dread this weapon invoked. A massive mother bomb disintegrated in midair, unleashing hundreds, if not thousands, of tennis ball-sized submunitions. Like a deadly rain cast down by demons, its coverage was vast. While each submunition's explosive power was relatively mild, the horrific storm of shrapnel was sufficient to instantaneously obliterate any flesh and light equipment within a radius of several meters. Furthermore, a portion of these submunitions would inevitably become duds, littering the battlefield and haunting subsequent troops. Take cover. The veteran's screams were drowned out by the deafening explosions. But it was already too late. Boom, 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 boom. Instead of a single earth-shattering detonation, countless small, yet lethal explosions merged into a continuous roar, resembling a boiling cauldron. The entire stronghold was consumed in a frenzy of blazing explosions, engulfing everything. Ah, my leg. Help. The air was filled with anguished cries. Those exposed soldiers, as if torn apart by an invisible force, were instantaneously transformed into a mist of blood and severed limbs. Sandbag fortifications were effortlessly tossed aside. The heavy machine guns twisted into heaps of scrap metal. Searchlights flickered out one by one, and this was merely an appetizer. Rumble. An earth-shattering roar erupted from the rear of the position. That was the mech maintenance area. Hundreds of submunitions rained down like hailstones upon the densely parked support mechs. The terrifying storm of shrapnel, akin to countless high-speed spinning razors, ruthlessly sliced through the relatively fragile armor joints, hydraulic lines, and sensors. Steel behemoths were ignited like giant torches, contorting and disintegrating amidst the explosions, becoming burning wreckage. Boom. Chaos. Absolute chaos, akin to a boiling inferno. Surviving soldiers, like headless flies, fled through the lethal downpour of shrapnel, trampling one another, utterly disorganized. Under the cover of this deadly shroud woven from explosions, flames, and thick smoke, 3 massive, robust strategic transport aircraft glided above the Lando River like phantoms skimming the surface of hell, appearing quietly in an astonishingly low altitude. Their enormous forms were nearly perfectly concealed by the firelight and smoke below. The door of the plump aircraft's belly hatch swung open with a thunderous roar, revealing the core area of the stronghold below, resembling a boiling sea of molten lava. The countdown for the airborne descent began. 10, 9, 8, 7. The cold, iron voice of Chi Hung echoed within the helmets of all the Azure mech pilots. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Descent. Virum. The colossal electromagnetic catapult activated instantaneously, unleashing a tremendous thrust that propelled the mechs, firmly secured on the rail, out of the aircraft's cabin. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 75 mechs, adorned with azure insignias, plummeted like steel meteors hurled from the hands of hell, tearing through smoke and flames, descending fiercely into the burning inferno below. Enormous parachutes unfurled behind the mechs, blossoming like deadly flowers, casting grotesque shadows illuminated by the firelight. Within the cockpit, enveloped in heavy armor, Song Bei's gaze was as frigid as eternal ice, his hands firmly grasping the control stick. On the helmet display, the chaotic scene of the Luo Yi stronghold below unfolded, with burning mech wreckage and soldiers fleeing like ants, magnified in rapid succession. He locked onto the nearest heavy machine gun nest, where only a twisted barrel and a patch of dark crimson stains remained. Wang Fei, Luo Xin, Shuahao. Formation. Clear the landing zone. Song Bei's voice resonated through the squad channel, imbued with an undeniable ferocity. Yes, Captain, came the tremulous yet resolute responses from the 3 new recruits. They gazed at the hellish scene below, their stomachs churning, but the instinct for survival and the captain's command compelled them to grip their weapons tightly. 75 steel harbingers of death, descending with terrifying might from the heavens, plunged mercilessly toward the chaotic, commandless Luoya stronghold. Their shadows enveloped the desperate eyes of every surviving Luoya soldier. Chapter 90. The Reaper descends Lan Town, Luoya Army Frontline Command. The place was brightly lit. Shrouded in smoke, Brigadier General Dort, with a pipe clenched between his teeth, stood before a massive sand table, forcefully jabbing his finger at the model representing the Lan Town Bridge, his voice resonating with undeniable authority. The 3rd Mech Squadron must secure the eastern stronghold. Firepower must cover every angle without exception. Inform the auxiliary pilots. Should any Azure personnel dare to set foot on the bridge, blast them and their mechs into the Lan Duo River to feed the fish. Our mech numbers far exceed theirs. The advantage is ours. As long as we hold this bridge, Banquet City will be impregnable. Do you understand? Yes, General. The staff responded in unison, brimming with confidence. Under their command, the Lan Duo River defense line was indeed as solid as a fortress. Over 180 auxiliary mechs, resembling steel fangs, were sufficient to shred any attempt at crossing. Satisfied, Dort nodded, intending to deliver a few more morale-boosting words. Suddenly, whoa! The shrill, piercing air raid siren abruptly shattered the night's tranquility. What is happening? Dort exclaimed, bolting upright, nearly dropping his pipe. Before he could finish, a thunderous roar echoed. A cataclysmic roar erupted simultaneously from all directions. The command center trembled as though it had succumbed to a magnitude 10 earthquake. Dust cascaded from the ceiling. The lights flickered wildly. Boom, boom, boom. 75 iron guards descended upon the chaotic stronghold, akin to demons emerging from the depths of hell. Eliminate the peripheral fire points. Move swiftly. Chi Heng's cold voice reverberated across all channels, imbued with an undeniable iron resolve. As soon as Song Bei's Iron Guard modified 007 touched down, its shoulder cannon charged instantaneously. A blinding energy beam tore through the dense smoke, precisely annihilating a heavy machine gun position that had been desperately clinging to a half-collapsed concrete wall. Along with the soldiers behind it, technical team rushed to repair the bridge control system. Now, Chi Heng's command followed closely. Several technicians clad in specialized engineering armor burst forth from the cover of their mechs, dashing towards the twisted, deformed metal doors of the bridge control tower. Shield guards, advance. Establish a defensive line. Li Xion's low roar resonated like distant thunder. A dozen mechs, fortified for defense and wielding massive tower shields, thundered forward with resolute steps, forming an imposing barrier. The colossal alloy shields converged like mobile walls. Clang, 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 clang. A torrential downpour of bullets and energy beams pounded against the shields, erupting in blinding sparks and deafening impacts. The shield surface quivered violently, energy patterns flickering frantically, yet steadfastly protected the space behind. Wang Fei, left flank at 3 o'clock. That anti-mech artillery position. Song Bei's voice rang out in the group channel, as calm as a scalpel. Huh, yes. Wang Fei snapped back to reality from the gruesome scene before him, clumsily maneuvering his mech to raise his rifle. Steady your breath. 3 o'clock. Behind the ruins. Half of the barrel is exposed. Do you see it? Song Bei's voice carried a peculiar soothing power. I see it. Wang Fei inhaled deeply, striving to steady his aim. Shuahao, cover the right flank. Lu Xian, suppress the mechanical unit peeking out directly in front of you. Song Bei's orders were succinct and clear. Yes. Shuahao's arm shield deflected several stray bullets. Lu Xian unleashed a barrage from his shoulder cannon at the shifting figure ahead, keeping the enemy's head down. Bang! Wang Fei's bullet finally flew forth, precisely penetrating the observation slit of the anti-mech artillery. A muffled explosion resonated from behind the ruins, the threat neutralized. Well done. A brief commendation from Song Bei warmed Wang Fei's heart, as fear seemed to dissipate considerably. Inside the bridge control tower, technicians were drenched in sweat, grappling with the twisted console. Captain, the control system is severely damaged. Forcibly unlocking it will take time. At least 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Chi Heng surveyed the increasingly dense flashes of fire on the shield and the incessantly blinking damage alerts, his expression grave. Time is of the essence. Just then, across the river, it was as if a long-suppressed volcano had finally erupted. Boom! Countless bright headlights blazed like the furious eyes of a colossal beast, piercing through the darkness. The Azure main armored cluster and infantry formations, having long awaited in concealment on the opposite bank of the river, surged forth like a catastrophic torrent of steel towards the steel bridge, which had just begun to descend slowly. The cannon muzzles of the tanks flickered with the light of annihilation, the engines of the armored personnel carriers roared, and the soldiers let out earth-shattering cries. Reinforcements have arrived. The Azure soldiers on the front lines erupted in fervent cheers. At the command center of the Loya army in Lawn Town, chaos reigned supreme. Half of the ceiling had collapsed. Debris and scattered documents littered the ground, and the few remaining emergency lights flickered dimly, illuminating the twisted visage of Brigadier General Dolt, contorted by rage and despair. "General, we must retreat. The eastern bridgehead is completely lost," cried an officer, his face smeared with blood, tears mingling with snot. "Paratroopers, mechs are parachuting in. They have taken the bridgehead. Our reinforcements cannot cross. The Azure main forces are crossing the bridge. If we do not leave now, it will be too late." Another officer lunged towards the last functioning communicator, shouting, "Hello? Hello? Third squad. Respond. For heaven's sake. The signal interference is too strong." All that answered him was the crackling of static. Dolt slammed his fist onto the cracked control panel, producing a dull thud. His bloodshot eyes, resembling those of a gambler who had lost everything, fixed intently on the sand table, where the area representing the Lando River Bridge was engulfed in blinding blue light. "Where are my mechs?" He suddenly lifted his head, his voice hoarse and animalistic. "Mech squad directly under my command. All available mechs, assemble. Immediately. Now, General. It's futile. The bridgehead has been taken. A forced assault is tantamount to suicide." The officer pleaded desperately, "We will cover your retreat. Better to preserve our lives." "Silence." Dolt roared, his eyes wild. "We have lost the Lando River. The gates of Bankai City are wide open. I, Dolt, would rather die on the path of a counteroffensive than live with this humiliation. Gather all who can wield a weapon. Follow me to the eastern bank. Let us reclaim the bridge. Drive the Azure forces into the river." He seized a sidearm from the table and stormed out of the precarious command center. Several officers exchanged glances filled with despair, yet gritted their teeth and followed suit. At that moment, the sense of humiliation overwhelmed their instinct for survival. Chapter 91. Ambush in the canyon at the eastern bridgehead of the Lando River. The fierce struggle had reached a boiling point. As the bridge was fully lowered, the Azure reinforcements surged across like a flood released from a dam. Captains Wang Ming, Liu Xiao, and Tian Liang piloted their formidable second-generation mechs, piercing fiercely into the disordered remnants of the Loya forces. "Chi squad, Li squad, Yuan squad, well done." Wang Ming's voice boomed through the loudspeaker of his mech, laced with lethal intent, as his massive chainsaw sword swept horizontally, cleaving two approaching Loya mechs in half. "This area is under our control. You proceed as per the original plan." Chi Hung surveyed the now stabilized bridgehead, casting a glance at the tactical map where several red dots, representing enemy forces, rapidly approached from the direction of Lawn Town, and without a moment's hesitation declared, "Understood. Li Xian, Yuan Kai, Song Bei, target the Lawn Town Canyon. Move out." "Yes. Received." "The three squads, follow me." With no hint of hesitation, the three squads led by Chi Hong, Li Xian, and Yuan Kai, comprising over 70 mechs, experienced a high-intensity airborne assault and fierce contest for territory. Their engines emitted a deep roar as they swiftly departed the main battlefield, resembling three silent torrents of steel, racing towards the narrow valley known as the Death Pass, the essential route from Lawn Town to the Lawn Duo River. Their mission was unmistakably clear: to firmly embed themselves like nails in the Death Pass, thereby obstructing any reinforcements that might emerge from Lawn Town at the far end of the valley. They sought to secure crucial time for the consolidation of their foothold and the deployment of subsequent main forces. This was the irrevocable command of Lu Qi, at any cost. As night enveloped the scene, the steep cliffs flanking the valley loomed like the fangs of a colossal beast, casting heavy shadows. The narrow gorge could accommodate no more than 7 or 8 mechs side by side. Chi Hung, Li Xian, and Yuan Kai's squads infiltrated like phantoms, swiftly establishing ambush positions at both ends and the high ground on either side of the pass. With engines silenced and weapons primed, their cold sensors locked onto the valley's entrance, silence reigned, broken only by the mournful whispers of the mountain winds, akin to the murmurs of lost souls. Time stretched, each second elongated. Inside the cockpit, sweat trickled down the foreheads of the rookies. Wang Fei gripped the control stick tightly, his knuckles turning white, his heartbeat echoing like a drum. He could distinctly hear the sound of his own labored breaths resonating within his helmet. Suddenly, an almost imperceptible, rhythmic vibration emanated from the ground. Following that, From the distant mouth of the valley, a heavy and dense roar of engines faintly reached their ears. The sound grew louder, akin to the approach of rolling thunder. Blinding beams of headlights pierced the darkness beyond the pass. They were here. Chi Heng's voice resonated through the encrypted channel. Cold and filled with lethal intent. All units, prepare. Await my command. The over 70 mechs lay in ambush like coiled serpents, concealed in the shadows. The muzzles of their weapons silently pivoted. The glow of energy weapons charging illuminated the dark cockpit. At the valley's entrance, the headlights grew increasingly bright, accompanied by the roar of engines and the rumble of treads. A mixed force composed of dozens of battered Royan squires, armored transport vehicles, and a multitude of infantry soldiers surged chaotically into the narrow death pass. Leading the charge was Brigadier General Dolt's mech, adorned with the Commander's insignia, appearing somewhat isolated. His face bore the madness of desperation as he aimed to reach the Londuo River with utmost haste. Unbeknownst to them, countless cold electronic eyes above on the cliffs, akin to a hunting pack of wolves, fixated intently on their unsuspecting prey stepping into the deadly trap. As the wheels of Dolt's mech crossed the invisible line of death at the center of the pass, Chi Heng's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. Fire! In the next instant, hell was unleashed. Boom, 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 boom. The firepower from the elevated positions on both sides of the cliffs and the ends of the pass erupted like a volcanic explosion, a torrent of concentrated energy beams. Howling armor-piercing projectiles and searing metal jets descended with tempestuous precision upon the newly arrived ranks of the Loa army, which had yet to establish their formation within the valley. The first to bear the brunt of this assault were the almost defenseless infantry and light armored vehicles. No, an enemy attack. Find cover. The chilling screams of agony and despair were instantly drowned out by the deafening roar of explosions. The human bodies, fragile beneath such a dense barrage of firepower, were rendered utterly vulnerable. Transport vehicles were easily overturned like matchboxes, ignited, with soldiers inside unable to escape the ravenous flames. In mere moments, the initial volley had transformed the valley entrance into a scene reminiscent of a plowed field, strewn with charred debris and vivid crimson. Steady. Spread out the mechs. Seek to counterattack. Quickly. Brigadier General Dolt's furious roar echoed through the remnants of the Loa communication channel. His uniquely designed second-generation custom mech, the Blaze Knight, emblazoned with commander insignia, suddenly deployed an energy shield, absorbing several incoming projectiles, causing the mech to tremble violently. The surviving Loa mech pilots, seasoned veterans, quickly sought to retaliate, utilizing the rocks and their fallen comrades' remnants for cover after the initial chaos. However, their formation was thoroughly disrupted, and they found themselves at an overwhelming numerical disadvantage. With barely over 50 mechs remaining, most bore the scars of previous aerial bombardments, their armor durability having already plummeted to critical levels. Kill. Chi Heng's low growl reverberated through the Azure channel. Leave no one alive. Li Xian's voice boomed like distant thunder. Press forward. Do not grant them a moment's respite. Yuan Kai commanded sharply. The three lead mechs surged forth like ferocious tigers descending from the mountain, charging towards the most conspicuous Blaze Knight at the heart of the enemy formation with unmatched momentum. Chi Heng wielded a hefty armor-piercing hammer. Li Xian brandished a fearsome chainsaw sword, and Yuan Kai's other lead mech brandished an energy spear. The trio of mechs executed their coordinated assault, instantly entangling themselves with Dolt's Blaze Knight. The clash of metal, the shrill cries of energy weapons, and the roar of engines resonated throughout the entire valley. The psychic energies of the C-class extraordinary beings collided violently, sending shockwaves that scattered the debris beneath them. Simultaneously, more Azure mechs charged from their ambush points, akin to a pack of wolves pouncing upon a startled flock of sheep. The sheer number constituted an absolute suppression, often 2 or 3 Azure mechs besieging a single Loa attendant. The combat team of Wang Fei, Lu Xian, and Xue Hao, adhering to their training formation, clung tenaciously to a Loa mech attempting to retreat against the rock face in search of cover. The left arm armor of that mech bore visible damage, yet its movements remained deft. Charge. Wang Fei, adrenaline surging, commanded his iron guard to initiate the assault, his long blade slicing through the air towards the adversary with tremendous force. This strike was powerful, yet consumed nearly a third of his psychic energy reserves. The Loa mech deftly executed a sidestep, narrowly evading the blade, while simultaneously firing its shoulder cannon, forcing Wang Fei to awkwardly defend. Chapter 92. Growth Phase Z. Conserve your strength. Lu Xian shouted urgently in the channel, his mech maneuvering around the perimeter, the long spear thrusting repeatedly in an attempt to disrupt the opponent. yet it was effortlessly deflected by the adversary's arm shield. Shuehao silently braced himself at the forefront, enduring a heavy strike that sent his mech staggering backwards. Sparks erupting from the shield. The veteran pilot within the Loya mech clearly recognized the naivety of the three adversaries and let out a raspy chuckle. Novice bluebirds? Dare to obstruct my path? He ceased his frantic attempts to break through, instead employing his exquisite positioning and defense to engage with the trio. Occasionally delivering a cold shot or precise slash that left them flustered, their energy rapidly depleting. This cannot continue. Sweat beaded on Liu Xin's forehead as his mind raced. He is exhausting us. Fly, do not act recklessly. Follow my command. Haozi, synchronize with Fly's rhythm. Create opportunities for him. Wang Fei, panting heavily, heard Liu Xin's call, biting his tongue sharply to force himself to regain composure. He abandoned the pursuit of a lethal strike and began to consciously control the force and frequency of his attacks. Shuehao grunted softly, stabilizing his shield, attempting to use it to compress the opponent's movement space. Although the veteran continued to taunt the three, trying to undermine their focus with his words. The tide of battle had subtly shifted. Wang Fei and Shuehao, one on offense and the other on defense, though still inexperienced, began to form a rudimentary cooperation. Liu Xin's spear struck like a serpent, targeting the opponent's joints and sensors at the moment of their block or evasion. The Loya veteran began to feel the mounting pressure. The trio's coordination was rapidly becoming alarmingly proficient. His movement space was continuously constricted, narrowly avoiding Liu Xin's cold shot multiple times. Finally, after deflecting Wang Fei's powerful downward slash, his mech experienced a fleeting moment of instability. To relieve the force, his gun-holding arm instinctively swung outward, revealing a minuscule gap in the armor beneath his rib. Now is the moment. Liu Xin's eyes lit up, and he shouted hoarsely, "Form ranks. Dragon capture." The three instantly grasped the command. The muscle memory developed through rigorous training activated. The three iron guards roared in synchrony, advancing in a unique triangular formation. Long swords, sharp blades, and long spears struck simultaneously from three cunning angles, akin to venomous dragons emerging from their lairs. Aimed directly at the Loya mech. The veteran's pupils constricted. He sought to defend, but found all possible escape routes utterly sealed. The suffocating grip of their formation rendered him breathless. With a series of sickening metal-rending sounds, the long sword pierced the cockpit's side. The sharp blade penetrated the power conduits at the waist, and the long spear accurately stabbed into the neck sensor connection. The Loya mech abruptly froze and then crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, erupting into a blinding spark of electricity. Within the cockpit, Wang Fei, Liu Xin, and Shuehao stared at the screen displaying the target's life signal fading, all gasping for breath, their combat suits drenched in sweat. After a brief silence, an indescribable thrill and sense of achievement surged within them. We truly did it. Wang Fei's voice trembled. We succeeded. Liu Xin adjusted his glasses and let out a long sigh of relief. Shuehao remained silent, gripping the joystick with determination. It was indeed a source of pride for a new recruit to contribute on the battlefield right from the start. Meanwhile, Song Bei, who had been distractedly monitoring their combat situation, noticed the outcome and felt a barely perceptible upward curve at the corners of his cold lips. Finally, the rookie was beginning to show some promise. His gaze then shifted to the battlefield on his side. His partner, the slender monkey Ho Qing, was skillfully maneuvering his mech in a fierce struggle against a second-generation Blade Knight under the command of Dort. The slender monkey moved as slickly as an eel, focusing on the lower routes, while cursing incessantly, "You little brat. Watch your grandpa Ho's wicked kick. Hey, can't hit me. How does that feel?" The pilot of the Blade Knight, evidently having just broken into the C grade, had yet to master the extraordinary transformation and lacked the experience of life and death combat. He was incensed by the monkey's unscrupulous tactics, causing his attacks to become increasingly erratic. "Monkey, stop playing around," Song Bei's icy voice echoed through the channel. "Accelerate. The captain and the others need support." "Understood, Bei Gu. I was just waiting for your cue," the slender monkey screeched, and his mech suddenly performed a backflip to create distance. Almost simultaneously, a glint of cold light flashed in Song Bei's eyes. "Bloody frenzy, activate." With a roar, a visible surge of crimson energy erupted from within his mech, enveloping the entire frame. The mech's eye sensors emitted a terrifying red glow. The engine's power surged dramatically, producing a beastly roar. Extraordinary transformation. Shattering blade, three-wave style. Song Bei's mech surged forward like a bolt of crimson lightning. The alloy blade, cloaked in bloodlight, tore through the air with a series of three strikes, each faster and more ferocious than the last. Fueled by a violent will to rend everything apart, he struck fiercely at the chest armor of the Blade Knight. The pilot of the Blade Knight was horrified and raised his blade to block with all his might. Clang, clang, clang. The three thunderous sounds reverberated. Sparks flew wildly. The Blade Knight was forced to retreat repeatedly from the onslaught of the furious triple strike. The armor on his arm groaning under the unbearable strain. Just as his old strength waned and new strength had yet to arise, a sinister voice echoed, "Shadow stab." The slender monkey's voice, like a ghostly whisper, emerged from nowhere. His mech had seemingly melded into the shadows, silently appearing at the Blade Knight's flank. A poisoned dagger struck with the precision of a serpent, piercing into the crevice of the Blade Knight's engine cooling area. Uft! A sharp hissing sound of escaping air rang out. The Blade Knight froze in shock. How could Song Bei let this opportunity slip away? The blood-red mech closed in as if teleporting, the blade howling fiercely as it executed a vicious upward slash. Crack! The Blade Knight was cleaved in two at the waist. An explosion of flames soared into the sky. Second kill on a second-generation mech. Haha, what a thrill! The slender monkey exclaimed in excitement. Song Bei, however, paid him no mind, immediately directing his cold gaze toward the most intense battle in the center of the valley. Chi Hung, Li Xian, and Yuan Kai besieged the formidable gun knight, Dolt. Although they held the advantage, the customized second-generation machine exhibited superior performance. And Dolt himself was a formidable sea-level combatant with extensive battle experience. His spear danced with precision, leaving no openings for the trio to exploit. With each passing second, the uncertainty grew. There was no time to wait. Song Bei took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with unwavering focus. Within his chest, the mysterious heart began to quicken its rhythm, awakening a power far deeper and colder than that which he had previously wielded to manipulate the magnetic field disruptor. He unsheathed the long spear, frostbone spear, which he had carried on his back, its pale form reminiscent of a beast's polished skeleton. At the same time, an ancient ornament, seemingly woven from shadows, illuminated faintly at the chest of his mech, the complete version of the exquisite auxiliary equipment, Shadows Chapter. Activate. A wave of invisible, distorted light radiated from him, causing his mech's silhouette to blur and dim, as if merging with the surrounding shadows. Monkey, cover me. With those words, Song Bei's mech stealthily advanced toward the heated battle at the captain level, the tip of the frostbone spear aimed at the raging figure of the gun knight. The hunt had begun. Chapter 93. Step-by-step encroachment in the command headquarters of the Loya army at Bankai City. The atmosphere was stifling, akin to the oppressive silence preceding a storm. The vast tactical sand table, representing communication nodes across the Lando River and Longin area, had utterly dimmed, transforming into a disconcerting shade of gray. A staff officer, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, reported in a dry voice to Duke Otto, who sat at the head of the table. Your Grace, the signal from the eastern fortress on the Lando River has completely vanished. The Longin command post has been out of contact for over 30 minutes since its last urgent communication. All attempts at re-establishing contact have failed. Duke Otto, an elderly general with graying temples and a visage as unyielding as granite, tapped his fingers unconsciously against the armrest of his chair, producing a dull thud. A cold glint flickered in his deep-set eyes, as if a storm were brewing. Lost contact, he murmured slowly, his voice low and imbued with undeniable authority. It is either a malfunction or a complete uprooting by the enemy. It seems that the pack of hyenas from Azure has resolved to consume our piece of flesh at the Lando River. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, sweeping towards an upright female officer with neatly cropped hair. Officer Pasha. Pasha, present, Your Grace. Pasha stepped forward, her eyes keen. Take your unit and depart immediately towards the Lando River for reconnaissance. Duke Otto's command was concise and forceful. If any of our men are trapped, make every effort to assist them. If he paused, his tone growing colder, if Azure has already gained the upper hand, assess the enemy situation and retreat immediately. Yes, Your Grace. Pasha responded without hesitation, saluting before swiftly exiting the command headquarters with determination. At the Death's Pass, the battlefield in the canyon awaited. In the heart of the fierce battle, the thunderous clang of metal colliding and the shrill cries of energy explosions echoed like an unending storm. Chi Hung, Li Xian, and Yuan Kai, the three captains of their respective mechs, were engaged in a perilous struggle against Dorte's customized second-generation mech, the Fiery Lance Knight. Dorte, a formidable C-rank expert, wielded the exceptional capabilities of the Fiery Lance Knight with such finesse that his long spear danced with an elegance that rendered any assault futile, seamlessly blending offense and defense. Despite facing three opponents, he steadfastly maintained his ground, drawing upon his formidable strength and vast experience, occasionally launching fierce counterattacks that forced the trio to retreat slightly. Damn it, this old man is tough. Yuan Kai spat in the channel, as his spear was deftly deflected once more by his adversary. Qi Heng's sharp gaze swept across the battlefield. Suddenly realizing that Song Bei, who had been actively maneuvering on the flank, had vanished without a trace. The familiar Iron Guardian 007 seemed to have evaporated. Destroyed? That was clearly impossible. With that kid's agility and prowess, he would never fall without a trace, even if outmatched. Thus, only one possibility remained. Qi Heng's eyes sparkled with insight as he whispered in the encrypted captain's channel, "Old Li, old Yuan. That kid Song Bei must be concocting something. Let us ramp up the pressure and create an opportunity for him." Upon hearing this, Li Xian showed no hesitation. The bond forged in the crucible of battle at Bin Town instilled in him an absolute trust in both Song Bei and Qi Heng. With a fierce roar, the crimson glow of his chainsaw greatsword flared to life, transforming his assault into a tempest of ferocity, a true gambit of life and death. Although Yuan Kai was initially perplexed, his instincts kicked in, allowing him to swiftly align himself with Li Xian's rhythm. Qi Heng's warhammer descended like a torrential storm. The sudden escalation in their attack intensity and their synchronized coordination placed immense pressure on Dorte. He was compelled to devote more energy to defense and blocking, further constricting his maneuvering space. "Get lost," Dorte bellowed, sweeping his spear to deflect Li Xian's greatsword. The shoulder-mounted particle cannon charged in an instant, aimed directly at Qi Heng and Yuan Kai, unleashing a devastating blast. The fiery eruption was evidently a remarkable C-rank extraordinary technique. Boom. The searing stream of high-energy particles surged forth like a fire dragon. Qi Heng and Yuan Kai, well prepared, raised their shields in unison, their mechs being propelled backward by the immense impact. Just as this old force had been unleashed and the new force had yet to manifest. At that very moment when Dorte's mech exhibited a fleeting stiffness from firing, Li Xian's iron cavalry unexpectedly did not retreat. Instead, it roared with engine overload. Crashing forward like a rampaging bull, the massive chainsaw sword clamped down on the fiery lance knight's spear. Almost simultaneously, Qi Heng and Yuan Kai steadied themselves and lunged forward. Qi Heng's warhammer pressed firmly against the fiery lance knight's left arm, while Yuan Kai's spear wedged into its right leg joint. The three mechs intertwined like shackles, ensnaring the fiery lance knight from three directions. Dorte's hands and primary weapon were momentarily restrained, and the cockpit area at the front was instantly thrown wide open. Now is the moment. Qi Heng silently urged himself. As if to respond to his expectations, a shadowy figure, indistinct and nearly merging with the darkness, emerged silently before the flame lance knight, less than 10 meters away. It was Song Bei's mech. In his grasp, the pale-boned spear, frosty remains, thrust forward with resolute determination. At the spear's tip, a chilling aura, reminiscent of death itself, coiled menacingly, as if it could consume all in its path. The bone erosion technique. Dorte's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinheads. He sensed the icy grip of death's threat. He wished to struggle, to evade. Yet his body was firmly restrained by the three captains, leaving him helpless to witness the bone spear rapidly enlarging within his sensor's view. Thud. The frosty remains pierced with unerring precision into the central seam of the flame lance knight's reinforced chest armor. There was no violent explosion, only a strange hissing sound, akin to flesh and bone being hastily corroded and dissolved, emanating from the breach. The flame lance knight's movements came to an abrupt halt, the crimson glow of its sensors fading rapidly. Within the cockpit, Major Dorte's face was frozen in disbelief and resentment, his gaze swiftly growing vacant. The renowned warrior under Sartre's command, the highest commander of the Lando River defense line, had met his demise. Qi Heng and the others suddenly released their hold, gazing at the fallen flame lance knight, breathing a collective sigh of relief. Well done. Yuan Kai couldn't help but exclaim, genuinely impressed. Li Xian sheathed his great sword and remarked solemnly, "Nicely done." Though few words were spoken, the unmistakable joy within him was palpable. Qi Heng then turned to the channel, addressing the now shadowy figure of Song Bei with a smile. "You truly lay in ambush. Ha ha. Thanks to your shot, the tide has turned." From the channel, Song Bei's jubilant voice responded, "It was the opportunity created by you, Captain. I merely delivered the final blow." "Enough chatter," Qi Heng admonished, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. "Quickly, secure the battlefield. Repair the fortifications. The Loa will not relent. This is still a stronghold. Move swiftly." Understood. Chapter 94. The Contest of Wits. Meanwhile, 20 miles outside Bankai City, Officer Portia led a reconnaissance unit swiftly advancing along the road. Suddenly, an eerie air raid alarm split the sky. Enemy airstrike. Scatter. Evade. Portia's calm command had barely echoed when, At the horizon's edge, several fast-approaching black dots quickly magnified. The squadron of Falcon Squadron 2, under Commander Zhou, dove down like reapers of death. The cannon fire unleashed a volley of flames, accurately targeting the vulnerable transport vehicles within the convoy. Boom, boom, boom. Several troop carriers and supply trucks instantly erupted into blazing fireballs. Although Porsche's mech units reacted swiftly, forming an anti-air fire network that damaged one aircraft attempting a low-altitude bombing. Forcing it to retreat, the entire convoy's pace was drastically hindered. The road was devastated, vehicles were wrecked, and they were compelled to halt to tend to the wounded and clear the way. Damn it! Porsche slammed his fist against the cockpit wall. She gazed at the indistinct silhouette of Banquet City in the distance, then cast her eyes upon the disheveled convoy, her countenance turning ashen. Soon, the messenger delivered even graver news. Commander, sporadic gunfire can still be heard from the direction of Longin, yet the main force's resistance appears to have ceased. We fear. Pasha inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain her composure. She connected to the encrypted communication with Duke Otto. My lord, this is Pasha. Our forces encountered an ambush by the Azure Air Force 20 miles outside the city. Although we managed to repel the attack, the convoy has sustained severe damage and cannot advance swiftly. Based on the intelligence available, it is likely that Longin has fallen. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by Duke Otto's voice, devoid of discernible emotion. Understood. After another oppressive silence, his voice resounded again, imbued with a chilling resolve. Since the Azure Force is so formidable and their appetite so vast, we must offer them a substantial gift. You need not return to Banquet City for the time being. Execute the Scorched Earth plan. Listening to the detailed directives emanating from the communicator, Pasha's gaze sharpened, becoming exceedingly keen and cold. Yes, my lord. I assure you the task will be accomplished. On the eastern bank of the Londuo River, the smoke of battle had yet to fully dissipate. The charred earth, twisted metal wreckage, and congealed dark red blood silently testified to the brutality of last night's conflict. Within the hastily established prisoner camp, the atmosphere was stifling. Captain Wang Meng was sternly interrogating a captured officer of the Liao army. Bound by energy shackles and displaying the rank of commander. Surrender. Reveal all that you know. We can grant you prisoner privileges. Otherwise, the Liao officer, despite his disheveled state, held his head high, an expression of arrogance and disdain on his face. He spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Bah, Azure lapdog. You shall not extract a single word from my lips. Damn it. Such obstinacy. Wang Meng's face turned a shade of green with anger. At that moment, the imposing figure of Lei Yong approached, having just surveyed the battlefield. He glanced at the officer, then at the other uncooperative Liao captives, his brow furrowing in frustration. What are you still hesitating for? Lei Yong's voice boomed like thunder, laced with impatience. Brother Lei, this scoundrel is impervious to reason, Wang Ming complained. Lei Yong stepped before the Liao commander, his fierce gaze piercing through him. Suddenly, without warning, Lei Yong drew the saber from a nearby guard's waist with ferocity. The blade glinted. With a swift motion, a head soared into the air. The headless body swayed, then crashed heavily to the ground. Blood splattered across the earth. The surroundings fell into an instant silence. All the prisoners stared in horror at the scene. Lei Yong casually tossed the bloodied saber to the guard, as if he had merely swatted a fly. His gaze swept over the pallid faces of the other captives. His voice cold as the Siberian chill. Speak if you wish. Those who remain silent, who are of no use, shall all be executed. I have no surplus provisions to sustain useless individuals, nor the patience to indulge your loyalty games. A team leader, Tian Liang, quietly reminded from the side, Brother Lei. The command post has issued orders. These captives, especially the officers, are quite valuable. We should try to leave them alive. Valuable? Lei Yong turned abruptly, his eyes ablaze with a fierce light as he spat contemptuously onto the ground. Bah, those greedy scoundrels behind us. Do they think I am unaware of their intentions? They merely wish to exchange these scraps for ransom from Liao, or to retrieve a few of their own young soldiers. And then what? They release those bastards who have slaughtered our brothers, only to return with their guns to attack us again? His roar echoed through the prisoner camp, silencing all the blue-clad soldiers. Let me make myself clear. Lei Yong pointed menacingly at the trembling captives. Refusing to divulge information? Worthless. Those who resist will face execution. One and all. This is my territory, and it shall be governed by my rules. Do you understand? Yes, Commander. The soldiers around him responded in a thunderous chorus, their eyes reflecting both relief and reverence. Although most of the Liao captives chose to remain silent, their eyes filled with hatred under Lei Yong's merciless iron-fisted approach. Some ultimately broke. I'll talk. I'll say anything. Just don't kill me. A young Liao soldier collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. The following morning, the crimson sun struggled to rise above the horizon, casting its light upon the murky waters of the Londuo River, creating shattered reflections. At the makeshift command post by the riverbank, however, the atmosphere was charged with an undeniable excitement. Lu Qi stood before a rudimentary sand table, his hands resting on the edge, weariness etched on his face, yet failing to conceal the spark of exhilaration in his eyes. Brothers. His voice was somewhat hoarse, but resonated with strength. We have finally bitten off this tough piece of meat, the Londuo River. Thank you all for your hard work. The officers in the command post, including Qi Hong, Li Xian, Yuan Kai, Wang Meng, Lei Yong, and even Song Bei, who had all made significant contributions, wore expressions of relief and pride. After such prolonged conflict and the sacrifice of many brothers, Lu Qi's voice momentarily dipped in somberness before rising again with fervor. We have finally, at long last, reached the foot of Bankai City. His finger emphatically pointed to the location on the sand table, Bankai City, the most crucial resource city for Luoya along the eastern segment of the Black Wing defense line. How many troops have been sustained by the bountiful grains and resource crops it produces? Now, it is our turn to savor the rewards. Chapter 95, Scorched Earth. As these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the command post ignited with fervor. The officers' eyes gleamed with ambition. At the front lines, the meager salaries and paltry rewards from the rear were hardly worth considering. The true riches have always come from spoils of war and the levies of occupied territories. The previously captured small outposts were utterly impoverished, and everyone was long overdue for a change. The fertile lands and resource points surrounding Bankai City appeared to them as a veritable feast. All right, enough of the foolish revelry. Lu Qi clapped his hands, suppressing the crowd's excitement. The battle is not yet over. Bankai City is not to be underestimated. That old fox Otto is certainly scheming. His expression turned serious as he issued a series of commands. All units, prepare for rest and resupply. Engineering Corps, prioritize the repair of the Londuo River Bridge to ensure our logistics remain uninterrupted. Reconnaissance Unit, ascertain the defensive arrangements surrounding Bankai City and the troop movements. I want to be informed of every subtle movement, even the flutter of a fly. Wang Meng, Lu Xiao, Tian Liang, here, you three, lead your respective mech squads in conjunction with the infantry units, and advance immediately. At the utmost speed, seize every visible resource point in the suburbs of Bankai City, including cultivation zones, mines, and energy wells. Act swiftly. If you encounter resistance, eliminate it decisively. Organize personnel to relocate everything captured as quickly as possible. Do you understand? Understood, Commander. The trio's voices resounded with fervor and greed in their eyes. Go. With a grand gesture, Lu Qi sent the officers rushing out of the command center, akin to sharks that had caught the scent of blood, hurtling towards the bountiful land filled with temptation. Apart from the operations department, the mech maintenance area became the most bustling place, with technicians fervently repairing damaged mechs, while pilots tallied their spoils. Song Bei was intently calibrating his Iron Guardian Mark 007, meticulously checking the joint mechanics and energy circuits. The intense battle from the previous night, particularly the final unleashing of the Shadow Chapter and Frostbone Gun's full might, had placed a tremendous strain on the mech. Nearby, the lanky Ho Ching was leaping around a pile of components salvaged from destroyed Blade Knights, his excitement akin to a monkey that had stumbled upon treasure. Goodness, Bei Gu, look at this alloy shoulder armor. Its energy conductivity. It's far superior to our standard issue, he exclaimed, lifting a slightly charred but structurally sound thruster. And this thrust accelerator. Damn, those bastards from Leia have quite a collection of good stuff. It's a pity it's a bit burnt. I wonder if the logistics team can fix it. Finally, his gaze landed on a menacing alloy slashing sword, its blade still glimmering coldly, and he caressed it lovingly. Wow, what a treasure. This will surely deliver a powerful cut. Without lifting his head, Song Bei's voice emanated from the mech's external speaker with a hint of annoyance. Choose what suits you. Not all advanced equipment is beneficial. It must complement your mech system and your own piloting habits. Don't bite off more than you can chew. He paused and added, after all, anything unsuitable can be exchanged with others or traded for points. This was the tacit rule approved by Lu Qi, a subtle understanding that maintained morale and combat effectiveness among the frontline troops. The spoils of the assault team belonged to those who had fought for them, granting priority disposal rights to the victor. This time, Song Bei had single-handedly taken down 2 second-generation mechs, which should have yielded a bountiful harvest. However, he voluntarily relinquished his claim to the distribution of the Flame Gun Knight, granting the higher-value custom mech kill points to the battle-weary Captain Qi Hong and his 2 companions, retaining only the portion from the Blade Knight. Even so, It was enough to invoke envy. At that moment, the roar of engines grew louder as a military truck lumbered to a halt at the edge of the maintenance area. In the truck bed lay a Leon Knight Squire mech. Though scarred, it remained largely intact. Wang Fei, Lu Xian, and Xue Hao leapt from the cockpit, hastening towards Song Bei's mech, aligning themselves in a straight line, standing at attention. Song Bei paused his work, opened the hatch, and leaned out, observing the solemn expressions on the trio's faces with a hint of confusion. What brings you three here? Taking a deep breath, Wang Fei's voice boomed with barely contained excitement and gratitude. Report, Captain. This is the knight's attendant we destroyed. We have brought it back. It is our tribute to you. Thank you for your guidance during this time. With that, the three bowed deeply to Song Bei in unison, their movements somewhat stiff, yet radiating a sincerity born from the heart. Song Bei gazed at the trio, their brows glistening with sweat and eyes ablaze with fervor. He then glanced at the truck, where the trophy of immense significance to them lay. Initially taken aback, he soon found himself caught between laughter and tears. He leapt from the mech, approached the three, and patted Wang Fei on the shoulder, then turned to Lu Xian and Xue Hao. Nonsense. This is the first trophy you've earned through your own efforts. It is a testament to your growth. Keep it for yourselves, or dismantle it to enhance your mechs. I cannot accept it. Captain, Wang Fei exclaimed, his face flushed. We might have perished yesterday without you, let alone defeating that old fox. This is not a matter of obligation, Song Bei interrupted, his tone firm yet gentle. The spoils of war are earned with lives. If you have claimed it, it rightfully belongs to you. Seeing their stubborn expressions, he pondered for a moment, his gaze drifting to the knight's attendant, where a slightly distorted Loa emblem indicated their victory count. How about this, he suggested, pointing at the emblem. If you truly wish to keep a memento, detach that kill badge and present it to me as a token of your first kill celebration. But Captain, the entire Lu Xian adjusted his glasses, eager to negotiate. Song Bei's expression hardened, adopting a tone of command. All of you, obey the order. Handle your mech yourselves. The badge is mine. This is an order. Execute. The three exchanged glances, recognizing the unyielding authority in Song Bei's eyes, and ultimately straightened their postures, reluctantly yet obediently responding in unison, yes. Captain. Wang Fei immediately procured tools and cautiously ascended the truck, carefully detaching the kill badge that signified their squad's first victory, presenting it solemnly with both hands to Song Bei. Although merely a piece of cold metal, it felt as though it bore the weight of the world at that moment. Song Bei accepted the badge, its chill touching his palm, marked with traces of oil and soot. Nodding, he tucked it into his pocket. All right, no time for dawdling. Hurry and prepare your mechs. Replenish your ammunition. The battle is not yet over. Yes. The trio saluted once more before turning towards their mechs, their steps seemingly lighter than before. Meanwhile, in the expansive fields surrounding Bankai City, Wang Ming led his mech squad alongside an infantry company, swiftly advancing along the smooth dirt road. According to intelligence reports, the area ahead is supposed to be a vast and highly productive rice-growing region, with golden rice ears bending under their weight in this season, a precious resource that would undoubtedly make all frontline troops envious. Everyone, stay alert. If we seize this granary, our brothers will enjoy a bountiful winter. Wang Ming encouraged his subordinates over the channel, envisioning the rich spoils about to be within their grasp, and his spirits were notably high. However, as his mecha crested a gentle slope and his field of vision expanded, a cold gasp escaped his lips. Akin to being doused in ice water, he instantly froze in disbelief. Gone were the imagined golden waves of rice. Absent was the joy of an impending harvest. Instead, what met his sensors was Wang Ming instinctively cursed under his breath, his voice hoarse and dry. Just then, the communications channel erupted with the incredulous voices of Lu Xiao and Tian Liang, both sounding shocked. Old Wang, do you see this? Mengzi, can you believe it? A heavy weight settled in Wang Ming's heart, interrupting them. Are you two experiencing the same? The channel fell into a deathly silence. The answer was all too evident. After several seconds, Lu Xiao's voice, laced with suppressed fury, finally emerged, tinged with helplessness. We should report to Commander Lu Qi. Agreed, Wang Ming replied, his tone laden with gravity. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment and anger. The Luoya people had responded to their advance in the most resolute and brutal manner possible. Chapter 96. Resoluteness on the outskirts of Bankai City. The once renowned star rice cultivation zone now lay in ruins. The charred land stretched towards the horizon, resembling earth stained with thick ink. Twisted, carbonized rice stalks stood sporadically, like tombstones. Lu Qi stood alone in the midst of this desolate ground, his black military boots sinking deep into the soft, eerie ash. He slowly bent down, his tactical gloved hand delving into the blackened soil, grasping a handful. The sensation was not merely that of soft ash. Rather, it carried a damp, sticky, and compact quality. He squeezed tightly, and murky liquid, mixed with black particles, oozed between his fingers, bringing it to his nose. He detected not only the acrid scent of smoke, but also a distinct briny odor. Silently rising, he scattered the soil back to the ground, casting his gaze towards a nervous agricultural expert clad in a white lab coat behind him. Is this land still capable of supporting crops? Lu Chi's voice was remarkably calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. The agricultural expert's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and beads of perspiration formed on his forehead as he cautiously responded. If the fire were merely ablaze, although the loss of soil organic matter would be substantial, with careful tillage and rest, and the introduction of fertility, it might be possible to restore some soil health after 1 or 2 growth cycles. He paused, his voice becoming increasingly labored, almost forcing out each word. However, prior to their evacuation, the Loa people evidently employed a multitude of water trucks for saturation brine irrigation. Just look at the compaction of this soil and the salt crystals that have leached out. He pointed to the fine white crystals clinging to the edge of Lu Chi's military boots, his voice tinged with despair. Salinization is exceedingly severe. The cost of rehabilitating such destruction is unimaginably high, nearly tantamount to total abandonment. Having uttered this, he held his breath, bracing for a storm of wrath. The annihilation of a fertile field of star rice, particularly the number 3 star rice, which could benefit Class C extraordinary beings, was a loss capable of driving any commander to madness. Yet, Lu Chi displayed no signs of the anticipated fury. He simply listened quietly, his gaze sweeping across the endless expanse of charred land, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with the remnants of soil. He turned to the silently standing Lu Xiao and Tian Liang. What are the other resource points? The mines? The energy wells? Lu Xiao took a deep breath, steeling himself to respond. Sir, the main entrance to the mine has been blown and collapsed. Clearing it will take time, and the internal situation is uncertain. There may be traps. The pump station and control center of the number 3 energy well have been utterly destroyed, with core components either taken or damaged. Tian Liang added. A few large warehouses were not completely incinerated, but they are essentially empty. Any useful items have either been removed or rendered unusable due to fuel being poured over them. Lu Chi listened quietly, savoring the information as if tasting something, and ultimately said softly, Duke Otto has indeed left me with a remarkably impressive gift. No one could discern that beneath his calm exterior, the fury within him raged like a volcano on the verge of eruption, searing his very insides. Yet he could not display it. He was the linchpin of this army. If he faltered, the morale would shatter. All his anger and frustration had to be tightly suppressed. Transformed into a steely resolve, he forcefully brushed the ash from his uniform, the motion crisp and decisive, as though merely shaking off ordinary dust. Relay the orders. His voice regained its usual steadiness and strength. We have won the battle. Let us eat and drink. Have logistics bring forth the finest provisions. Tonight, a feast shall be held in the Lawn Town base to celebrate our victory. Concurrently, the engineering corps immediately began planning, establishing a forward base centered around Lawn Town and the bridgehead. It must be swift. It must be secure. Yes, sir. The surrounding officers responded in unison, their hearts heavy. Yet the order must be executed. As night fell, the temporary base in Lawn Town blazed with light and was filled with the sounds of lively chatter. A massive bonfire was ignited at the center of the base, dispelling the chill of the night. Soldiers gathered around the fire, clutching the chilled beer and energy bars that logistics had painstakingly transported, eagerly tearing into sizzling synthetic meat patties. The cacophony of raucous shouts, boisterous laughter, and the deep rumble of engines intertwined, striving to mask the scars of war and the anxieties of the future. Song Bei sits alone on the relatively quiet steps of an armored vehicle, leaning against the cold metal body. Clutching a can of beer, he scarcely sips, occasionally taking a small mouthful, his gaze vacant as he stares into the distance at the undulating silhouettes of mountains shrouded in darkness, lost in thought. Footsteps approach, and Shou Ho, bearing a large platter piled high with grilled meat, merrily sidles over and plops down on an empty ammunition box beside him. Hey Bei-gu, what are you brooding about all alone? He jabs Song Bei with his greasy elbow. What's the matter? Is the barbecue not appetizing? Is the beer not quenching your thirst? Let me guess, you're thinking about Miss Yen Su, or perhaps our esteemed Director Shen. With a cheeky grin, he attempts to enliven the atmosphere with his usual banter. Song Bei shifts his gaze, casting a glance at Shou Ho, fully accustomed to his carefree optimism. Shaking his head, he replies in a subdued tone, I was thinking about Lao Chun and Lao Song. The smile on Shoho's face falters momentarily. He takes a hefty swig from the beer bottle, trying to conceal the fleeting shadow of melancholy that crosses his face. Swallowing hard, he forces a grin. His voice dropping a notch. Why think about them? Those two old geezers are probably lounging comfortably in some corner. Without our bickering. They must be relishing the peace and quiet. They're surely doing just fine. His words seem to serve as a consolation for Songbei. Yet they bear the weight of self-persuasion. After a brief silence, Songbei gazes at the flickering campfire and softly muses. Once this battle concludes, let us see if we can find a way to return home. Shoho pauses, then his eyes light up, nodding vigorously, a genuine hope illuminating his face. Yes, it's settled then. We'll invite Lao Chun and Lao Song, and have a grand feast. No return until we're thoroughly intoxicated. Songbei regards him, a faint smile gracing his lips as an acknowledgement. He places the unfinished beer can at his feet, rises, and pats Shoho's shoulder. Drink slowly. I'm off to train. With that, he turns and strides toward the base's psychic chamber. Shoho watches as Songbei merges into the shadows. Takes another bite of meat, chews a few times, but finds it has lost some of its flavor. He raises his beer bottle towards the direction of Songbei's departure, and to the distant, unknown homeland, silently clinking it in a toast before tilting his head back to finish the drink.